In his past life, Lin Jianguo was wronged, reduced to a pawn in a humiliating marriage that led to his family's ruin. Haunted by the memories of his parents' despair and his sister's tragic fate, he awakens in a new life, determined to change his destiny. This time, he vows to seize every opportunity to rise above his circumstances and become the master of his fate. Set against the backdrop of a fishing village in eastern Zhejiang, this tale unfolds with Lin Jianguo's relentless pursuit of wealth and power, as he navigates the challenges of a world where fortunes can turn in an instant. Will he rewrite his story, or will destiny trap him once more? With the salty sea breeze and the vibrant life of the village, readers will be drawn into a gripping narrative of resilience, ambition, and the quest for redemption. Lin Jianguo awakened. The brackish sea breeze wrapped in moisture seeped through the cracks of the wooden window, while the distant sound of a captain's call to weigh anchor echoed. The fishing nets hanging from the beams swayed in the morning light, and spiders traversed the webbing, reminiscent of the entangled fate of the past 40 years. In a mere second, Lin Jianguo realized he had been reborn. He was clad in his very first new garment, a pristine front-button jacket that felt like hot coals against his skin, with the embroidered lotus at the cuffs pricking his eyes with a stinging sensation. Memories from 40 years ago surged like a tide. Today at noon, the Wang family's grand boat, painted in vermilion, would dock at the rocky shore, bringing with it a humiliating marriage proposal. As a son-in-law who entered the family through the back door, he would have to wait for the bride's family to come and formally propose. Awaiting him was the tragedy of familial ruin and a lifetime of humiliation. On this day, amidst the villagers' scrutiny, Lin Jianguo endured unrelenting humiliation from his future father-in-law, Wang Dahai. By the time the ceremony concluded, he had yet to lay eyes on his future bride, only hearing tales of her beauty and temper. Over the ensuing decades, this woman would become a blade that would mercilessly shred Lin Jianguo. Even more heart-wrenching was the revelation that after the Wang family departed, his 10-year-old younger sister was found drowned in the tidal pond. Soon after, his meek parents succumbed to despair, leaving this world. The Wang family, disregarding Lin Jianguo's deep mourning, insisted on proceeding with the wedding as planned. From that moment, Lin Jianguo fell into an inferno from which he could never escape. His elder sister, too, suffered due to her impoverished family background, facing abuse in her marital home, leading to her early demise filled with resentment. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the morning fog as a copper basin fell to the ground, accompanied by a shrill voice. It was the family's tyrant, Chow Ho-hot. Lin Tugan, who are you scowling at? A bunch of worthless trash. If you don't want your son to marry in, then cough up the bride price. To be able to marry into our family is your family's fortune. Though Jianguo bears the Lin surname, do not forget, you are the son-in-law by marriage, the one who entered through the back door. I hold sway over family matters. Lin Jianguo felt his insides boiling with rage. His father, Lin Tugan, having been orphaned and impoverished, had helplessly become a son-in-law by marriage and endured humiliation within the village. Dongfeng village was a fishing community where everyone relied on the sea for their livelihood. As a son-in-law by marriage, Lin Tugan was scorned by the villagers, and no captain was willing to take an outsider onto their boat. Left with no choice, Lin Tugan rented a small boat, scraping together a meager existence by fishing close to shore. One summer, a sudden storm struck the sea, sinking countless fishing boats. Kind-hearted Lin Tugan made multiple trips to rescue dozens of people, exhausting himself to the point of coughing up blood, and thereafter could no longer perform heavy labor. Later, the county recognized Lin Tugan's heroism and granted him a position as a worker at the state-run grain store. This was during the 1960s. Securing an urban household registration and access to ration goods was akin to a humble chicken soaring to the treetops and transforming into a phoenix for someone like Lin Tugan. However, upon hearing this, Chow Ho-hot slapped Lin Tugan across the face, ruthlessly forcing him to relinquish the position to her second son, He Fuguwei. As compensation, Lin Tugan's children were permitted to bear the Lin surname. Without a moment to ponder, Lin Jianguo sprang from his bed. There was still time. He threw on his shoes, flung open the door, and, amidst the astonished gazes of his family, dashed towards the tidal pond. The most pressing matter was to find his younger sister and prevent the impending tragedy. As for the marriage proposal, to hell with it. Behind him, Chow Ho-hot's curses gradually faded. Lin Jianguo swiftly reached the tidal pond, searching for his sister's figure along the seawall. Concurrently, fragments of memory resurfaced. In his previous life, he had become inebriated at the wedding, vaguely recalling entering the bridal chamber, though nothing seemed to have transpired. In the following years, Wang Fenglan forbade any intimacy. Eventually, Wang Fenglan bore a son, a little rascal who shared her surname and displayed a fiery temper, treating Lin Jianguo with utter disdain, never acknowledging him as his father. Lin Jianguo first worked odd jobs in the city for several years, later securing a temporary position at the county government through a connection. Despite only a few years of elementary schooling, Lin Jianguo's intelligence enabled him to write small pieces within a few years. Subsequently, he participated in the compilation of the Chuan Shan Xianji, assisting with documentation and research. Although merely a temporary worker, he had no opportunity to etch his name into the county records. However, this experience provided him with an intimate understanding of the county's affairs over the years. "Brother, what brings you here?" From behind a rock, Lin Xiaobao poked her head out, holding a small bamboo basket, her pant legs soaked by splashing waves. The July sun cast a silvery sheen over the tidal flats, while fiddler crabs scurried in a panic, leaving intricate patterns in the sand. The basket brimmed with freshly harvested clams. The little girl leaped down from the rock, splashing water around. "Brother, you love clams. These are plump ones. Soon you will be going to the Wang family. I want." Lin Xiaobao, splashing through shallow waves, ran to Lin Jianguo's side, her lips pouting, tears welling in her eyes. He was her most beloved brother, always stepping in to protect her from bullies. But now, her brother was to become a son-in-law by marriage. Although Lin Xiaobao was still young, she understood that such a role meant enduring mistreatment. She could not bear to part with her brother. Lin Jianguo felt a lump in his throat. In his previous life, this basket of clams had become his sister's final memory, with a half-made grass ring nestled beside it. These were individuals he would never see again, a lingering pain in his heart. Lin Jianguo embraced Lin Xiaobao tightly. "Little sister," he seized the bamboo basket and hurled it far into the ocean. Splash! The basket arced through the air, its plump clams feeding the waves. "Brother!" Lin Xiaobao's lips quivered, tears dropping onto her sun-kissed arms. "Brother, are you angry with Xiaobao?" Lin Jianguo wiped the corners of his eyes, crouched down, and gazed at Lin Xiaobao's innocent face. "Xiaobao, do you wish for me to go?" Lin Xiaobao lowered her head. "Xiaobao does not want brother to go, but grandmother, regardless of that old witch." "Wow, how wonderful!" Lin Zozeo leapt up in joy, wrapping her arms around Lin Jianguo's neck and refusing to let go. Lin Jianguo laughed heartily. "Zozeo, you should head home now. Remember, you are not allowed to go to the sea these few days, understand?" Lin Jianguo advised earnestly. Yes, Zozeo remembers. Upon hearing that her beloved brother would not be going to the Wang family, Lin Zozeo was overjoyed. "Brother, are you not returning home?" "I will not return. I wish to find a place to be quiet and reflect." Just having been reborn, Lin Jianguo's mind was in disarray. "Brother, today I have been incredibly lucky. I even caught a few large crabs. I tied them with grass rope and placed them on our little boat. You can go there and enjoy some roasted crab when you are hungry." "All right," Lin Jianguo replied with a cheerful smile that he was just troubled about where to go, so spending a day on his little boat seemed quite pleasant. If the Wang family could not find him, this marriage would surely fall through. Lin Zozeo skipped home joyfully. Saving his little sister had greatly lifted Lin Jianguo's spirits. He did not want to be seen, treading softly on the gentle sand, as he circled around a mountain's base. Not far away, the Lin family's small boat was anchored on the shore. Although there were no winds or waves, the little boat swayed continuously. As Lin Jianguo approached, he overheard a woman's voice. "Damn it, this is the Chaoqi silk that my father specially brought from Shanghai." Lin Jianguo was instantly taken aback. This was unmistakably the voice of his wife from his previous life, Wang Fenglan. "You short-lived one, hurry up. Once my father finishes delivering the betrothal gifts, he will return to the boat, and I must hurry back." "Short-lived? I am clearly quite long," a man replied with a mischievous laugh. "You are going to be with that stinky boy Lin Jianguo. All this white, tender flesh will be wasted on him." The man's voice dripped with jealousy. "Oh, are you feeling envious?" Wang Fenglan's voice was soft, filled with laughter. "Who can you blame? Who told you to get me pregnant? Otherwise, would I agree to be with that poor boy? Thanks to your grandmother and my father's careful planning, Lin Jianguo, that big fool, is coming to our house to marry in. Just thinking about the wedding night with him. Ugh, so disgusting." Wang Fenglan pouted, her voice sultry. Such a tone was one Lin Jianguo had never heard before. The man chuckled a couple of times. "Don't worry, I've made arrangements. On the wedding day, I will gather a few people to get him drunk. When he wakes up, he won't even know what he has done. Once you have a child, you can firmly claim it is his. He is a useless husband. Are you afraid he will rebel? Then we can send him out to earn money to support our child. How wonderful that would be. Chapter 2. I have come to collect a debt. You are all wretched beings, each worse than the last, Wang Fenglan said with a coy smile. Men are only cherished when they possess a touch of wickedness. After all, my father-in-law is currently the director of the Fisheries Bureau in the county. Once he is promoted, I shall divorce and marry you. Immediately, a series of indescribable sounds ensued. The cacophony reached Lin Jianguo's ears, resonating like thunderclaps. His countenance turned pale with indignation. No wonder Wang Fenglan's child bore no resemblance to him. No wonder she kept him at a distance. In his previous life, Lin Jianguo had thought that Wang Fenglan looked down upon him due to his status as a son-in-law. Little did he know that from the very beginning, it was all part of a grand scheme. What tormented Lin Jianguo even more was that the one who orchestrated his downfall was none other than his nominal grandmother, Chao Hohat. The voice of the man in the cabin was familiar to Lin Jianguo. It belonged to his cousin, Zhejiang, from his second uncle's family. In his previous life, because of his status as a son-in-law, only Zhejiang would frequently visit him at home. Lin Jianguo had felt grateful for this cousin's regard. However, upon reflection, it was clear that Zhejiang was not there to befriend him. He had come to seduce Wang Fenglan. How could he have been so blind? Lin Jianguo nearly fainted. His grandmother, uncle, and cousin, along with his future wife and father-in-law, had conspired to dig such a pitfall for him. By the heavens, this vendetta shall be avenged. Suddenly, a more terrifying thought struck him. His younger sister, who had grown up by the sea and was an excellent swimmer. How could she have drowned so easily? She had caught some blue crabs and placed them in their small boat. Had he not found her, she would have returned for them. If she had encountered those two in the cabin, it was highly likely that she had stumbled upon their disgraceful act and had been silenced by them. Yes, it must be so. Lin Jianguo clenched his fists tightly, flames of fury igniting in his eyes. I shall bring you to ruin. I shall ensure your blood debts are repaid in kind. Lin Jianguo slowly crouched down, reaching towards the side of the small boat. The vessel was modest, with only a tiny cabin. A few articles of clothing were haphazardly strewn on the deck. The wooden door of the cabin was ajar. Inside, the two were still caught up in their fervor when they suddenly heard a commotion from outside, followed by the sound of the cabin door locking. They found themselves trapped within the cramped space. Outside the cabin, Lin Jianguo gathered their clothes and cast them onto the beach, then hurled a lit match onto them. As Lin Jianguo approached his home, he overheard Chao Hohat's scolding voice from across the courtyard wall. Lin Tugan, what kind of man are you? You might as well be dead. You bring shame upon us. In the courtyard, Lin Tugan was hunched over, mending fishing nets. The 40-year-old man's hair had grayed significantly, and the needle trembled in his cracked fingers, a remnant of the cough that had plagued him since he once saved a drowning fisherman. Mother, I truly do not know where Jianguo has gone. Another voice chimed in. Lin Jianguo recognized it as his second uncle Hifugue, Zhejiang's father. Because Lin Tugan was a son-in-law, according to the customs of Chuanshan, Lin Jianguo had to address Hifugue as second uncle and Chao Hohat as grandmother. Lin Fugue's tone dripped with disdain. A family of good-for-nothings. Completely unremarkable. Then came Chao Hohat's voice again. Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat. You are like a glutton reincarnated. That was someone else's betrothal gift. Your brother is absent. What will you use to repay it? Bang. Outside the door, Lin Jianguo's eyes blazed with fury as he kicked open the courtyard gate. The yard immediately fell silent, its occupants staring at Lin Jianguo as though they had seen a ghost. No one could have anticipated that the usually docile Lin Jianguo would display such audacity in public. The awkward silence was shattered by the squabbling of children. Give it to me, I want to eat. No. I want to share. He asked the youngest son of the He family, Xiao Wei, who had set his sights on the piece of candy in Lin Zaizao's hands, snatching at it. Lin Zaizao flushed with indignation, gripping the candy tightly. Zaizao, you little rascal, let go and give it to your brother. Chao Hohat, favoring her grandson, scolded loudly and reached out to strike. Seeing his grandmother's support, Xiao Wei also aimed for Lin Zaizao's face. Get away. Lin Jianguo stepped in front of Zaizao, catching Chao Hohat's hand with his left and pushing Xiao Wei down with his right. Xiao Wei tumbled onto the ground. Wow. Grandma, he hit me, you must kill him. Xiao Wei sat on the ground, kicking his legs and wailing, covering his eyes. How dare you? Are you rebelling? Eldest, second, third. All of you, take this unfilial wretch down. The three He brothers perked up at this, advancing to strike. Have you all had enough of this ruckus? Wang Dahai banged the table, feigning to leave. Go ahead and make a scene. I shall take my leave. Someone, bring the betrothal gifts forward. Let us go. Tugan, return the 200 in betrothal gifts. Wang Dahai's face darkened as he extended his large hand. Although Wang Dahai was not a native of the island, he was a well-known captain, known for his temper and wealth, commanding great respect. Lin Tugan wore a helpless expression. He had never seen the 200 in betrothal gifts. It had all gone to Chow Ho Hot. Now being asked to return it, what could he possibly give? Jianguo Lin Tugan glanced at his son. As a lifelong son-in-law, he had endured humiliation. Years of subjugation had long dulled his spirit. What choice did he have, being unambitious and poor? Uncle Wang, please do not be angry. Chow Ho Hot recoiled slightly, offering a forced smile. She was reluctant to part with the 200 she had finally grasped. The Wang family had been generous, bringing many fine gifts. Moreover, Chow Ho Hot understood well that Wang Dahai would not back down. He aimed to teach Lin Jianguo a harsh lesson. Chow Ho Hot shot a fierce glare at Lin Jianguo. Were it not for your father-in-law's reputation, you would not escape unscathed today. Wang Dahai furrowed his brows, producing a cigarette. And immediately someone approached him, eager to assist in lighting it. Are you Lin Jianguo? Wang Dahai did not conceal his disdain in the slightest. Though he understood that the youth before him was merely a pawn in his own schemes, he could not suppress his contempt. In the fishing village, the most despised individuals were those who entered a family through marriage, especially when Lin Jianguo was a second-generation son-in-law. Were it not for his daughter's unexpected pregnancy, this impoverished youth would never have been considered. Wang Dahai had thoroughly investigated his background. Lin Jianguo was notoriously timid, and the intention behind bringing him into the family was solely to find someone easily manipulated. Once he had a grandchild, he would swiftly cast this young man aside. However, it appeared that today, this fellow was quite audacious. Wang Dahai was determined to teach him a lesson to ensure he understood the gravity of the situation. Lin Jianguo, today my family is here to propose marriage, and instead of staying home, you are wandering about. Wang Dahai glared menacingly. Since he had entered the family, he should not dare to act arrogantly. He must adhere to the principles of obedience and propriety. The Wang family held their customs in high regard. To enter the Wang household, one must abide by the Wang family's rules. Today, I come to your door, and you dare to oppose me? Kneel. The He family's three brothers immediately echoed his sentiments, shouting loudly, yes, kneel and apologize to your father-in-law. The courtyard of the He family was packed with onlookers, all whispering amongst themselves, feeling that Lin Jianguo's situation was indeed pitiable. Lin Jianguo's rage was reaching its peak. You two old scoundrels are orchestrating this together, digging a pit for me to leap into while wearing a crown of shame. Are you feeling triumphant? The thought of his past life, toiling endlessly to support his wife and children only to be betrayed, filled Lin Jianguo's eyes with fury. All memories transformed into an inferno of wrath. Today, you shall leap into the pit of your own making. Today, you shall clean up your own mess. Chapter 3. What are you? Lin Jianguo glanced at his terrified parents. In his previous life, these two unfortunate elders had met a tragic end shortly thereafter. Observing Lin Tugan's aged visage and his mother, He Chao's head full of white hair, Lin Jianguo felt a profound sense of guilt. Father, mother, you have suffered greatly. Rest assured, your son shall honor you and provide for your twilight years. How absurd, scoffed He Fugui, a derisive laugh escaping his lips. What grandiose declarations. You've married into the Wang family, becoming one of them. Even in death, you shall find your resting place in the Wang family's ancestral grave. Your filial duty now lies with your father-in-law and mother-in-law. He Fugui spoke truthfully. According to the customs of Chuanshan village, once a man married into a woman's family, he was no longer associated with his own parents, effectively becoming a member of the wife's clan. Some families even required their sons-in-law to adopt the wife's surname. Who do you think you are? Do you have any right to meddle in my family's affairs? Lin Jianguo retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at He Fugui. The latter's face turned pale, for he had risen to a position of respect in the community and never anticipated being publicly scolded by Lin Jianguo. A crowd had gathered outside the courtyard, eager to witness the unfolding drama. With a determined spirit, Lin Jianguo raised his voice. Ladies and gentlemen, look at what He Fugui has become. My father, Lin Tugong, risked his life to save dozens of people. In recognition of his valor, The county granted him a position at the grain store, allowing him to eat from the goods. This shameless Hifugue took my father's place, and now he dares to speak ill of him. Are you even human? Laughter erupted from the onlookers, for they were all familiar with the events of the past. Many present were descendants of those whom Lin Jianguo had saved, and they owed him a debt of gratitude. Though the villagers were hesitant to interfere in family matters, witnessing the Lin family being bullied stirred their indignation. Hifugue's face turned a shade of deep crimson, teeth clenched in rage. Everyone, Hifugue is not only ungrateful, but also repays kindness with malice. How dare you? You wretched creature? What did you say? I'll tear your mouth apart, cried Chao Ho-hot, terrified that Lin Jianguo would continue his tirade, and she rushed forward, claws outstretched toward his face. Enough of this. Lin Jianguo pushed her back forcefully, sending her tumbling. Oh, what a disgrace. How could such a beast strike their own grandmother in broad daylight? Chao Ho-hot wailed, her legs folding beneath her as she lamented her misfortune. In that moment, even those who had sympathized with the Lin family fell silent. Though Chao Ho-hot was notorious for her cantankerous nature, she was still Lin Jianguo's grandmother. To strike one's elder in public was considered a grave transgression in the fishing village. Lin Jianguo, undeterred, pointed at Chao Ho-hot and proclaimed, "You black-hearted crone, how dare you claim to be my grandmother? Tell me, where have we wronged you? You, who conspired with others to push me into the abyss." The crowd was taken aback, sensing there was more to this story. Lin Jianguo was known for his honesty. His family had long endured Chao Ho-hot's tyranny. Such outbursts were unfathomable unless provoked by profound injustice. Jianguo, what injustice have you suffered? Speak out, and let us judge. Someone from the throng shouted, quickly garnering support from the crowd, who remembered Lin Tuging's benevolence. Dear brothers, do you truly believe this old hag? Lin Jianguo continued, now directing his ire toward Wang Dahai, his expression one of sorrowful fury. Do you think they have good intentions? Wang Fenglan has long ceased to be an innocent maiden. She carries an illegitimate child and seeks for me to bear the brunt of her shame. Gasps erupted from the crowd, as this was indeed scandalous news. Chao Ho-hot stood in shock, for this was a matter known only to a select few. How had Lin Jianguo unearthed such secrets? Wang Dahai's countenance darkened, realizing that the very marriage intended to shield his daughter's disgrace was now exposed. In a moment of clarity, Chao Ho-hot seized the opportunity. Everyone, look at this ungrateful wretch. I, as his grandmother, offered him a chance at marriage despite his family's poverty, yet he turns against me. You may strike me, but Wang Fenglan is an honorable woman. How dare you tarnish her reputation? Such a wicked, depraved creature should be put to death. His existence is a curse upon our family, she declared, casting a glance at Wang Dahai. Indeed, Wang Dahai concurred, realizing that in the face of such accusations, he could not afford to admit any fault. If he were to falter, his daughter's disgrace would be laid bare for all to see. Lin Jianguo, this insolent child, if you refuse to accept your role as a son-in-law, why spread such slander to ruin my daughter's honor? My Fenglan is a virtuous woman. Should this become public, she would be unable to survive. Today, I shall end you for the sake of my daughter's honor. Wang Dahai signaled to his companions, including the He brothers, advancing menacingly toward Lin Jianguo. Who dares to lay a hand on my son? A formidable voice rang out. Lin Jianguo, previously meek, emerged from the kitchen clutching a kitchen knife, charging at the assailants with surprising ferocity. Behind him, his 10-year-old son Lin Zizao brandished a half-brick, while Lin Jianguo's elder sister, Lin Jiefeng, wielded a carrying pole. The He brothers turned pale with fear, retreating alongside Wang Dahai's men. Seizing the moment, Lin Jianguo fled, shouting, after him, "Today, I shall break your legs and sever your tongue." With a sweeping gesture, Wang Dahai signaled a group of followers to pursue. Naturally, the onlookers were not about to miss this spectacle, and they hurriedly joined in the chase. Lin Tijin, wielding a kitchen knife, also rushed forward. Having endured a life of humiliation, Lin Tijin would not hesitate to risk everything if anyone dared to harm his son. A throng trailed closely behind Lin Jianguo, racing towards the sandy shores. Upon reaching the beach, Lin Jianguo came to an abrupt halt. Come here. Eldest brother, second brother, third brother, capture this unfilial wretch. I am his grandmother and the head of this family. Today, I shall take charge. Brother Wang, there is no better time than now. Let us seize this moment and arrange for this young scoundrel's marriage. Henceforth, he shall belong to the Wang family, and you may deal with him as you wish. Chao Ho-hot, breathless from the chase, called out loudly. It was evident that Lin Jianguo had come to understand the gravity of the situation. With no turning back, the best course of action was to force an irreversible commitment. After all, he bore the surname Lin. Wang Dahai exchanged a knowing glance, and as Lin Tugan remained oblivious, two henchmen seized him and snatched the knife from his grasp, carelessly discarding it. Wang Dahai glared at Lin Jianguo with a stormy expression. The immediate priority was to escort this young man back for the marriage, thus preserving his daughter's reputation. In due time, they would take him out to sea, finding a dark and stormy night. In the confines of a small boat, there is safety. Beyond it, one may encounter the king of hell. Off you go, lad, to converse with the great sharks. Chapter for the divine manifestation of the ship Bodhisattva Jianguo Run. Lin Tu-Jen, pinned down, struggled desperately and shouted, but he was no match for the two towering figures. He Chao Shui rushed forward, intent on assisting her husband, only to be sent sprawling. In no time, the beach was teeming with onlookers, all pointing and gossiping about Lin Jianguo. Some accused him of dishonoring his grandmother, while others speculated that he must have been grievously wronged to utter such words. Wang Dahai's face turned ashen, forcing a menacing smile. Young man, you're getting married, and a few drinks in celebration are nothing. Your grandmother has spoken. The betrothal gift has been accepted. As long as you return with me to marry properly, we can consider today's events behind us. Lin Jianguo glanced at the old witch, Chao Guihua, and then at the smirking Wang Dahai. He knew all too well what these two were capable of from previous encounters. There was no way he would fall for their tricks again. With a cold smile, Lin Jianguo replied, "What if I refuse to go with you?" Wang Dahai's expression shifted. "If you refuse, it's no matter, but your family has accepted 200 yuan in betrothal gifts from the Wang family. If you do not go, it will be considered a broken engagement, and the Lin family must compensate double. You, Lin Jianguo, have slandered my family's daughter's honor. This cannot simply be overlooked. Your actions stem from poor upbringing. Breaking your legs wouldn't be excessive. Uncle Wang, break this little brat's legs for me, and I will be forever grateful," shouted Chao Guihua, hopping in rage. "Fellow villagers," Lin Jianguo's voice suddenly rose. "Wang claims I have sullied his daughter's honor." The thought of nearly stepping into that bottomless abyss filled him with profound fury. "I, Lin Jianguo, swear before the ship Bodhisattva." The crowd gasped. This was a fishing village. Everyone made their living from the sea. A prayer to the ship Bodhisattva was no trivial matter. With a thud, Lin Jianguo knelt before his small boat, raising his hand to swear. "I, Lin Jianguo, swear to the ship Bodhisattva. If I utter a single falsehood today, may I encounter a tempest at sea, perish in the depths, with my bones scattered." In the coffin at Xiangziao, there would be only a bundle of straw. Everyone was dumbfounded. Such an oath was the most severe curse a fisherman could utter. Rising, Lin Jianguo turned, his face filled with righteous indignation. "Villagers, I have sworn to the ship Bodhisattva. Ask Chao Guihua and Wang Dahai if they dare to swear before the Bodhisattva." The beach fell silent, with only the sound of waves lapping at the shore. Over 100 pairs of eyes turned towards Chao Guihua and Wang Dahai. Wang Dahai's face twisted in fear. Taking an oath before the ship Bodhisattva was daunting. Beside him, Chao Guihua erupted in furious invective. Listen, he, the grandson, curses my elderly self. What have I ever done to them? For years, they have eaten at our table and lived off our kindness. I graciously allowed Lin Tu-Jen, an outsider, to take my name. Without gratitude, they now bully me. They force me to swear such a curse. With descendants like these, I'd rather die. Oh heavens, let me perish, so these wretches can rejoice. Chao Guihua was adept at theatrics, and for years, her relentless antics had allowed her to dominate her household. Behind her, her second son, Hifu Gui, stepped forward. When catching a thief, one must catch them red-handed. What evidence do you have? Without evidence, what good is your oath? His words instantly jolted Wang Dahai. Indeed, what proof do you have? Today, the matter between our families is far from over. Wang Dahai's face reddened with indignation, and with a wave of his hand, he shouted, "This little brat has gone too far. I must teach him a lesson, or he will think the Wang family is easy prey. We cannot back down now, otherwise my daughter's future is doomed. Someone, set fire to their wretched boat, and break both of their legs." As Wang Dahai commanded, his followers rushed to Lin's small boat, setting it ablaze. "My boat! Do not burn my boat!" Lin Tu-Jen cried in despair. This small vessel was the Lin family's most treasured possession, painstakingly assembled over the years. Without it, the Lin family would face starvation. But he was held down firmly by Wang Dahai's men, powerless to intervene, and could only watch hopelessly as flames engulfed the boat. The crowd of over 100 stood in shock. Lin Jianguo's fierce oath suggested he was not speaking out of folly, yet Wang Dahai's reasoning was not without merit. Lin Jianguo had no evidence. An oath alone could not tarnish Wang's daughter's reputation. Although some wished to intercede for the Lin family, even Lin Jianguo's grandmother had spoken harshly. Everyone could only stand by, helplessly watching the flames rise. Just then, "Help! Help! The boat is on fire." The small boat suddenly began to shake violently, and within its cabin, anguished cries echoed, akin to those of slaughtered pigs. The sounds were inhuman. A cacophony of male and female voices. Someone was inside the cabin. The crowd was stunned. What was happening? Was the ship Bodhisattva manifesting? A cruel smile crept across Lin Jianguo's face. Was it truly cruel? Indeed it was. However, compared to the heinous crimes committed against me by you wicked individuals, this is but a trifling matter. Lin Jianguo, too, did not wish to incite a loss of life. He took a few strides, leaped onto the small boat, and retrieved the key to the cabin door from his pocket. The small boat had been submerged in the sea, its hull dampened, thus the flames were not particularly fierce. As the cabin door swung open, two bare, pale figures tumbled out, scrambling to leap off the small boat. The men on the beach were left agape, while the women blushed, spitting in disdain and peering through their fingers. Who would have thought that Wang Dahai, a rugged man bronzed by the sun, could father a daughter so fair? Wang Fenglan jumped off the small boat and, upon witnessing the scene, gasped in horror, immediately crouching down. He Jianya was equally bewildered. Although they had heard voices from outside while confined in the cabin, the urgency of the moment left no room for concern. Yet this spectacle was utterly shocking, far surpassing any bustling market. Wang Dahai stood frozen, wondering how his daughter, who should have been waiting on their boat, had appeared here, stripped bare like a plucked chicken. Before he could collect his thoughts, Lin Jianguo took action. With a swift kick, he sent He Jianya tumbling. He then seized Wang Fenglan by her hair, lifting her with force. What a sight it was! The crowd of over 100 fishermen felt their eyes could hardly bear the vision before them. It was akin to the full moon, grand and luminous. This incident alone would be a tale to recount for a lifetime. Lin Jianguo shouted loudly, "Old witch, Wang family, do you not seek evidence? Behold this proof." In his excitement, Lin Jianguo vigorously shook Wang Fenglan by her hair, causing the eyes of the fishermen to spin in confusion. "Have I wronged you, Lin Jianguo?" He yanked Wang Fenglan again, pushing her aside, and she fell onto He Jianya. Instinctively, she sought refuge behind him, hoping to shield herself. He Jianya, too, was dazed and recoiled further. To the onlookers, these two appeared utterly shameless, rolling about in public in such a scandalous manner. How many pomfret fish had they consumed to become so audacious? They had only heard of rolling in bed, never witnessed such antics on the beach. Come, rise and show yourselves to us." The group of young fishermen clapped, salivating at the spectacle. Lin Jianguo's voice rang out again. "Just now, I stepped out to find my sister and returned to check on my boat. By the blessings of the boat deity, I stumbled upon them in my little boat engaged in their disgraceful acts." Lin Jianguo, incensed, seized Wang Fenglan once more, delivering 2 sharp slaps. "What did you say earlier? You suggested that He Jianya gather a few people to intoxicate me at my wedding, rendering me unconscious and oblivious to my own actions, did you not?" Wang Fenglan rolled her eyes, speechless. Lin Jianguo delivered a kick to He Jianya's abdomen, eliciting a pained scream from him. "You, He Jianya, whom I must still address as brother. Is there such a beast as you in this world? You drove Wang Fenglan to expel me to labor, to earn money to support your illegitimate offspring, did you not?" As Lin Jianguo spoke, he delivered a brutal kick to He Jianya's groin, causing another anguished cry as He Jianya collapsed, unconscious. Finally, Wang Dahai regained his senses, no longer willing to entangle himself with the Lin family, rushed forward, draped his clothing over Wang Fenglan, and carried her away, fleeing with great haste. Chapter 5. You all better behave. The entire crowd on the beach was in an uproar. Who would have thought that today a spectacle would be so exhilarating? All the men stretched their necks to catch a glimpse of Wang Fenglan's long, fair legs, while the women tugged at their husbands, urging them not to gawk. Chow Ho Hot was also taken aback. The turn of events had unfolded too swiftly for any remedy. On the beach, only He Jianya was rolling on the ground, clutching his groin and wailing in agony. He Fuchio crawled over in a panic, seizing He Jianya's thigh and forcibly prying it apart, letting out a mournful cry. This is it. I, He Fuqiu, shall be left without descendants. It was evident to all that He Jianya had received a kick from Lin Jianguo in a most unfortunate area, leaving him swollen. Even if he could not father children, he would be forever playing with nunchaku. He Fuqiu raised his head and glared at Lin Jianguo. You little beast, your blow was too severe. I will not let this go. Chow Ho Hot, crazed with fury, called out to her other two sons. Are you both dead? Look at what has happened to our He family. Go, beat that Lin brat to death. The three brothers of the He family surged forward. Stop. At that moment, several individuals appeared on the beach, and silence fell over the crowd. It was Wang Jiushu, the village chief of Dongfeng village. In this small fishing village on the island, the village chief was the highest authority. With a stern expression, Wang Jiushu strode into the midst of the commotion. What is going on? What has become of this place? His gaze swept across the crowd, and no one dared to meet his eyes. Wang Jiushu was already seething with anger. He had just been reprimanded by the town mayor. The mayor had stated that the entire nation was united in purpose, working to improve the lives of the people, and that the whole county was mobilized to fervently engage in production. However, Nansha town was dragging the entire county down, and the mayor had claimed that it was Dongfeng village that was hindering Nansha town. In a few days, the mayor would personally visit Dongfeng village to inspect the situation. Just as Wang Jiushu returned to the village, having not even had a sip of water, he heard of the trouble brewing on the beach and immediately rushed over with the militia captain and the women's director. Chow Ho Hot's beady eyes darted around. Today, she had suffered a significant embarrassment. When had she ever endured such humiliation in her life? Especially at the hands of her own descendants. Village chief, you must stand up for me. My family has produced a rebellious individual who wishes to drive me to my grave. That little beast Lin Jianguo has harmed my grandson. If my grandson becomes a eunuch, the He family will be extinguished. Wang village chief, hurry, have the militia arrest Lin Jianguo and execute him, or I shall not live to see another day. With that, Chow Ho Hot collapsed onto the beach, rolling and weeping. Get up. Wang Jiushu frowned, hands clasped behind his back, speaking coldly. I will not get up. I refuse to rise. If you have the ability, kill me. Chow Ho Hot rolled even more vigorously, nearly flattening the entire beach beneath her. With her incessant tantrums, Chow Ho Hot had no idea how many people she had intimidated. Previous village chiefs had been utterly powerless against her. Wang Jiushu scoffed coldly. He was no ordinary person. He had been on the battlefield and faced enemies. What scenes had he not witnessed? Though retired now, his presence still commanded respect. Even the most ferocious dog in Dongfeng village would cower and flee at his mere glance. You refuse to get up, do you? Wang Jiushu asked again. Old woman, you better rise. The village chief is here to arbitrate. What good does your crying do? Meanwhile, He Fatsai reached out to pull Chow Ho Hot up. Get away. What kind of man are you? Watching your family being bullied like this, yet you dare not utter a word, only to pick on me. Chow Ho Hot seemed as though a top had been affixed to her back, spinning in circles on the ground. He Fatsai, caught off guard, received a kick and retreated, grimacing in pain. Militia captain, Wang Jiushu called out. The militia captain, Li Dazhuang, stepped forward. Li Dazhuang had been unruly as a child, defiant of authority, but after encountering Wang Jiushu, he had a change of heart. Wang Jiushu had taken him aside for a talk, and upon emerging, Li Dazhuang had reformed and eventually became the militia captain. He was the most obedient to Wang Jiushu's commands. Chow Ho Hot felt a flicker of delight, a hint of pride glimmering in her eyes. Do you see? It takes my intervention. Lying on the ground, she pointed at Lin Jianguo, cursing, You little beast, do you see this? Your rebellion and unfiliality will be dealt with by the village chief. Dazhuang, seize this old hag. With Wang Jiushu's command, Li Dazhuang reached out with a hand the size of a fan, grasping Chow Ho Hot by her hair. With a forceful tug, he lifted her entirely from the ground. Slap, slap, without even turning his head. Wang Jiushu had already delivered 2 resounding slaps to her face. 2 bright red handprints instantly appeared on Chow Ho Hot's cheeks. Just moments ago, she had been flailing in midair, spewing curses, but now she lay still, resembling a fish dangling beneath a roof eave. You refuse to speak properly. You refuse to behave. Throwing tantrums? You have chosen the wrong person. Back in my day on the battlefield, anyone who dared to act recklessly would find themselves eating peanuts. Wang Jiushu gestured dismissively. Li Dazhuang released his grip, and Chow Ho Hot crumpled back onto the beach. I have heard all about today's events. Wang Jiushu paced back and forth, hands behind his back, pulling out a cigarette to light and taking a deep drag. Do you understand what era this is? The marriage law has long been promulgated. Do you understand the concept of marital freedom? Engaging in arranged marriages is a violation of policy. Do you not comprehend this? Do you still dare to create chaos? Are you not afraid of being thrown into a detention center? Upon hearing this, Chao Hohat shuddered. Her ability to stir up trouble had worked well against her husband, he fought Sai, but in the village, everyone tended to avoid her, not wishing to escalate matters. However, if I were to end up in a detention center, I have heard that it is filled with nefarious rogues, where one endures nothing but a daily diet of steamed buns and pickled vegetables. To make matters worse, one must first cater to the whims of the gang leader inside. At my age, entering such a place would be tantamount to a fate worse than drowning. Wang Jiushu took a deep drag from his cigarette, then tossed the half-burnt stub to the ground, crushing it beneath his foot. He approached Lin Jianguo and patted him on the shoulder. Jianguo, in front of everyone today, I must ask you, would you be willing to marry a member of the Wang family? Absolutely not. That old witch has taken money from others and sold me off. Chapter 6. From now on, I am here. Wang Jiushu furrowed his brows. You little rascal, after all, that is your grandmother. Mind your words. He turned around and raised his hand to signal for silence. You all heard it. An arranged marriage is invalid. Whoever received the betrothal gifts must return them. He cast a cold glance at Chao Hohat, who shrank back in fear. If anyone dares to make things difficult for Jianguo over this matter, it will be seen as opposing national policy. Don't say I didn't warn you. After finishing his words, Wang Jiushu left with Li Dazhuang and the others, not looking back. The scorching sun began to set. In the humble abode of the Lin family, Lin Tugging squatted in the corner, head lowered, puffing on his pipe, sparks flying from the bowl. Father, please sit. Lin Jianguo, filled with guilt, half-pulled, half-dragged Lin Tugging up and sat him at the dining table. Jianguo, Father, I owe you an apology. Lin Tugging set down his pipe, raising his head with tears brimming in his eyes. Father has lived a pitiful life, and has even implicated you children. After uttering these words, Lin Tugging could say no more. Brother, I've wronged you today. Elder brother, Lin Jiefeng and Lin Zizao stepped forward, embracing Lin Jianguo. As siblings of similar age, Lin Jiefeng and Lin Jianguo had often quarreled since childhood. Yet, the bond of sibling affection remained strong. Initially, Lin Jiefeng felt some resentment towards her younger brother. The Wang family was wealthy and influential, while their own family was impoverished. Although her brother had become a son-in-law by marrying into the Wang family's daughter was beautiful, and it was considered a good match. However, it was only upon reaching the beach that Lin Jiefeng realized the extent of her brother's grievances. In an instant, a wave of complex emotions, pain and guilt, washed over her heart. Mother, please say something. Lin Zizao timidly approached her mother. He Chao had been sitting on the bed in a daze since returning home. Lin Zizao tugged at her mother's sleeve and leaned in to wipe away her tears. He Chao had always feared Chao Hohat, and today, because of the family's affairs, she had lost face in front of all the villagers. She was afraid her mother would be displeased. Lin Jiefeng and Lin Jianguo also turned their gazes towards He Chao. Her position in the family was quite awkward. Although she was the only daughter of the He family, there were 3 sons in the family. According to the customs of the fishing village, families with sons generally did not welcome sons-in-law. However, her parents had a skewed perspective. The day before He Chao's wedding, she overheard a conversation between her mother, Chao Hohat, and her father, He Fatsai. The gist was that their daughter was a burden. Rather than marrying her off to someone else to support her, it was better to have He Chao bring home a son-in-law. This way, He Fatsai and Chao Hohat would not have to rely on their 3 sons for their old age. Yet, after all, they were her parents. Over the years, no matter how Chao Hohat mistreated her, He Chao had always endured silently. Back then, when she and Lin Tugging were in love, agreeing to marry him was a decision made without hesitation, considering Lin Tugging had no parents. But in retrospect, it felt as though she had led him astray. How much had he silently endured over the years? He Fatsai and Chao Hohat had always favored their grandsons, and for years, the couple's sustenance had been provided by the Lin family. They would hide any delicacies from the children of Lin Jianguo, Lin Jiefeng, and Lin Zizao, never allowing them to see. During festivals, the 3 grandsons received red envelopes and treats, while their own children could only watch enviously. He Chao had witnessed all of this. Originally, she could let it go. But today, He Chow Chow raised her head to look at her family. My father, Jianguo Jiefeng, and Zizao. Today I finally understand who truly constitutes a family. She declared, she is my mother, and regardless of how she treats me, she remains my mother. But I am also a mother, and I have my own children. Anyone who dares to harm my children, I will not allow it, not even if it is my own mother. He Chow Chow stood up, her slender figure straightening defiantly. My children, you must remember, it is only the 5 of us who are truly a family. From now on, no matter what happens, we must look out for one another and prioritize our own family. Over the years, your father and I have done our duty to them. We do not owe them anything anymore. Upon finishing her words, He Chow Chow opened her arms and embraced her children. After so many years, having focused solely on her parents, she had neglected her own children far too much. Father, mother. Lin Jianguo wiped away the corners of his eyes. You need not worry. I have grown up, and from now on, this family is in my hands. You may look forward to a life of ease. After weathering the storms of life, the family finally united as one. Lin Jianguo felt a surge of joy. Indeed, today is a day of celebration. He Chow Chow also wiped her tears, climbed onto the bed, and pulled out a small cloth pouch from the chest, carefully opening it. Inside lay crumpled old bills, some 10 cents, some 50 cents, and even a few 1 cent and 5 cent notes. He Chow Chow spread the money out, smiling brightly. This is the private savings I have accumulated over the years, 1 cent at a time. Today, we shall treat ourselves to a good meal to celebrate. Zizao, take the bottle and buy 2 jin of old wine from the supply and marketing cooperative at the village entrance. Your father has been working hard lately and hasn't had wine in a long time. Jianguo, you and Zizao go together and buy 2 jin of meat. Remember to get the white, fatty kind, not the lean. Jiefeng, we still have a few sun-dried yellow fish at the eaves. Soak them in water first. And I will prepare fish stew with meat later. Wow, we get to eat meat. Lin Zizao exclaimed joyfully. Mother. Lin Tuging's eyes also glistened with moisture. We must not squander the money. Our little fishing boat was set ablaze by those people today. Although the boat itself is fine, the fishing nets are ruined. We need to save some money to buy new nets. Not necessary. He Chow Chow replied with a smile, waving her hand dismissively. All else pales in comparison. Today, we shall simply revel in joy. Lin Jianguo smiled as he took Lin Zhiao's small hand and stepped outside together. The sun had dipped below the horizon, and a refreshing sea breeze wafted through the air, filling Lin Jianguo with immense contentment. Having been granted a second chance at life, he vowed never to live in a state of mediocrity again. The most pressing matter at hand was to fortify his home. Once he achieved success, who would dare to look down upon him? Hand in hand with Lin Zhiao, he listened to her sweet nursery rhymes as they made their way to the village's supply cooperative. The 20 yuan in his pocket, an amount he had never possessed before, soon transformed into 2 jin of aged wine and 3 jin of glistening lard. From the remaining sum, he extracted 5 fun to buy Lin Zhiao 2 lollipops. She insisted that Lin Jianguo also have one. Unable to resist the charm of his adorable little sister, he unwrapped the candy and placed the lollipop in his mouth. How sweet it was. Chapter 7. Loyal brothers Lin Jianguo held a piece of pork in one hand while clasping Lin Zhiao's small hand in the other. Lin Zhiao carried 2 jin of liquor for their father. A lollipop was nestled in her mouth, the candy stick jutting out, enticing the nearby children to drool. At the village entrance, a few elderly men and women observed Lin Jianguo's approach, their expressions a mixture of complexity. This gathering served as the village's information exchange hub, where these elders relished gossiping. They had already heard about the incident at the beach that day. On one hand, they felt sympathy for Lin Jianguo, who had encountered such misfortune. On the other, they found him somewhat unfamiliar. Everyone knew that the eldest son of the Lin family was as honest as his father, yet today's incident was quite remarkable. Lin Jianguo puffed out his chest, ignoring the onlookers as he continued his way home. Jianguo. Suddenly, a bicycle halted in front of him, and a figure leaped off. Monkey. Upon seeing the person, Lin Jianguo broke into a smile and playfully punched him. Why are you back at this odd time? Not a holiday or weekend. This person was Wang Bao, Lin Jianguo's childhood friend. They had grown up together in their youth. Now, Wang Bao worked as a laborer at a soy sauce factory in the county. How can you say that? It's all because of you. Wang Bao secured his bicycle, glancing around to ensure everything was fine before exhaling in relief. I was worried you might be in trouble after hearing about what happened at the beach this afternoon, so I rushed back to check on you. As he spoke, he wiped the sweat from his brow. Though it was already evening, The 20-plus kilometers ride had been quite hot. Lin Jianguo felt a wave of gratitude. His father was a Daojia man, a term that carried stigma in their small fishing village. Not only was his father looked down upon, but his son also bore the brunt of that disdain. During his childhood, many villagers did not allow their children to play with Lin Jianguo. Only a couple of kids were willing to associate with him, and Wang Bao was one of them. His sharp features earned him the nickname Monkey. Lin Jianguo let out a deep sigh. In his previous life, Wang Bao had lived a relatively good life, working at the state-run soy sauce factory, enjoying subsidized rations, and even fathering a pair of twins. However, with the onset of reform and opening up, many state-owned factories closed down. To support his family, Wang Bao had no choice but to become a tricycle driver. Back then, owning a tricycle required a permit, which also came at a cost. After years of hard work and saving, he finally purchased one, only to be tragically struck by a large truck one night, leaving him severely injured. His life thereafter had been nothing short of tragic. Jianguo, are you dazed? Wang Bao nudged Lin Jianguo upon noticing his daze. Next time something happens, let us know in advance. With the gang around, you won't have to suffer alone. Wang Bao then squatted down, playfully teasing Lin Jianguo. Jianguo, this time I'm sorry, I came back in such a rush. Next time, I'll bring you some hawthorn cake. Thank you, monkey. Lin Jianguo replied with a beaming smile. Look at her, such a sweet talker. Next time, if I come empty-handed, I'll have no face to show up. Wang Bao stood up, patting Lin Jianguo's shoulder. I'm glad you're all right. I need to head home to check on my mother and bring her some living expenses. Noticing the pork in Lin Jianguo's hand, Wang Bao raised an eyebrow. What's this? Lin Jianguo lifted the pork, explaining, this morning was unlucky, so my father suggested we buy some wine and meat to lift our spirits. Perfect. Lin Jianguo winked, recalling something important. He leaned down to Lin Jianguo, saying, little sister, you go home first and tell our parents that I'll be back later. They should wait for me before eating. Lin Jianguo agreed and headed home with the liquor bottle. With Wang Bao's house nearby, Lin Jianguo glanced around to ensure no one was watching and grinned. Monkey, can I borrow your kitchen? What do you mean? Wang Bao, eyeing the 2 gene of fatty meat, felt his mouth water. In Dongfeng village, life was decent. Thanks to the sea. While not everyone was wealthy, the abundance of fish ensured no one went hungry. However, with a population dense on the island and limited flat land, rice production was minimal. The hilly areas could only sustain sweet potatoes, leaving little surplus grain for raising pigs. Consequently, pork was a rare delicacy. Lin Jianguo chuckled. Even though pork is scarce, the people here are generous. If I were to share half a bowl with you, my parents wouldn't mind. Monkey, you don't know. My family hasn't had meat in ages. After today's incident, my mother reluctantly took out her savings to buy some. But that old witch, Chow Ho Hot, lives in the same courtyard as us. If I bring the meat home, those 2 old geezers will sniff it out and come running. There's no way my family would get a taste. Wang Bao swallowed hard, nodding in agreement. True. Those 2 old folks are quite ruthless. Lin Jianguo continued, exactly. We had little meat growing up, and they had their share, yet that old witch is particularly stingy. Understood. Let's south cook at my place. I'll get a large jar of wine. We can put the meat in, cover it with a big bowl, and it won't lose its flavor. Wang Bao pushed his bicycle as the 2 turned off the main road, navigating a couple of bends until arriving at a small courtyard. Mother, I'm back. Lin Jianguo called as he opened the gate, with Wang Bao wheeling his bicycle into the yard. Ah, my son, what brings you back home? Is it not Jianguo? Wang Bao's mother, now in her 60s, still a woman with bound feet, rejoiced at the sight of her son's return. Mother, I am concerned about Jianguo, so I came back to take a look. Besides, it has been several weeks since my last visit. Wang Bao seized a large ladle, lifted the lid of the water vat, and scooped up a ladleful of water, startling the big carp at the bottom of the vat, which flipped over and stirred up a small splash. Chapter 8: A pot of fragrant pork. In the local customs of Chuanshan, it is common for rural families to keep a carp in their water tanks. This serves a dual purpose. Firstly, to prevent the breeding of mosquitoes, as once larvae are present, the tank becomes foul. Thus, raising a carp ensures these pests are consumed, maintaining the purity of the water. Secondly, if the large carp dies, it indicates that the water has either spoiled or become toxic, rendering it undrinkable. Wang Bao lifted a ladle and took several gulps of water before pouring some into a basin to wash his face. Jianguo, it's been a while since you last came. Come here, let your aunt have a look. Wang Bao Nyang approached, her small feet shuffling forward, as she regarded Lin Jianguo in the soft glow of the setting sun. What good children they are! How could those heartless ones bear to commit such wrongs against their own kin? She exclaimed. Indeed, Wang Bao interjected. I heard of the troubles Jianguo faced, so I returned to check on him. Well, your mother hasn't cared for you in vain. Wang Baonyang pointed playfully at Wang Bao, addressing Lin Jianguo. This rascal has been mischievous since childhood, never fond of studying. Yet he possesses this one virtue, loyalty to friends, so much like his late father. Her tone, while seemingly disparaging, revealed a sense of pride and joy within Wang Baonyang. Look at my memory. I haven't even offered incense to your late father today, she said, moving to the shrine, retrieving a stick of incense, lighting it, and offering it with great reverence. Mother, you should rest. Jianguo needs to use our kitchen. Wang Bao wiped his face and remarked, You little rascal, your mother just praised you, and now you reveal your true colors. It has been a long time since you and Jianguo met. Go inside and talk. Isn't it just this piece of meat? Wang Baonyang swiftly took the 2.5 gene of fatty pork, filled a basin with water to rinse it clean, and deftly sliced it into chunks with a kitchen knife. Wang Bao, go to the back eaves and fetch some puffer fish jerky. The aroma of puffer fish braised with meat is simply divine. Although Wang Baonyang moved slowly, her hands were remarkably nimble. Wang Bao retrieved 2 large bills from his pocket, placing them in his mother's hand. Let us go. Let us head inside and chat. A plume of smoke began to rise from the Wang family kitchen, and before long, a rich aroma of meat mingled with the salty scent of puffer fish wafted through the air, enticing every passerby to take a deep breath. Inside the Wang household, Wang Bao wielded a fan vigorously. Jianguo, what are your plans for the future? I'm not sure yet. I suppose I'll take it one step at a time, Lin Jianguo replied casually, his gaze scanning the modest room. This space was small, typical of a fisherman's home, always imbued with a faint fishy odor. A few picture frames hung on the walls, containing black and white photographs, one of which featured Wang Bao alongside his uncle. By the way, I owe a debt of gratitude to your uncle today. If it weren't for village head Wang speaking up, things could have turned quite troublesome, Lin Jianguo remarked. Wang Bao paused, then chuckled. That's just the kind of person my uncle is. He can't bear to see others suffer injustice. However, the Wang family holds significant power here, so you must tread carefully. When I return to the county, I'll inquire about job opportunities. It might be better than staying in this village. Times have changed. One must venture into the city. Wang Bao genuinely considered his childhood friend's future. Let me think. Lin Jianguo smiled faintly. If he were not a reincarnated person, he would certainly see urban employment as a promising path, but now, Lin Jianguo had aspirations of his own. The two had not seen each other for quite some time, naturally sparking a multitude of conversations. Before they knew it, dinner time had arrived, and the sky had darkened. Jianguo, the meat is ready, came a voice from outside, accompanied by a mouth-watering aroma. I added a few goose eggs. You should take some home for your sister and mother. Look at them. They're so thin, it pains my heart. Wang Bao's mother called. Wang Bao, go fetch a jar. Wang Bao bounced eagerly into the yard, where he beheld a pot brimming with oily fatty pork stewed with puffer fish. He pinched a piece with 2 fingers and quickly popped it into his mouth, wincing at the heat, yet savoring the richness. Look at you. Wang Baonyang reached out to swat her son. Wang Bao laughed and dashed away, soon returning with a wine jar. Aunt, save some for later. Lin Jianguo seized the cooking ladle and received a large bowl from Wang Bao, filling it with both meat and broth. That's too much. Your family is numerous, and it won't be enough. Wang Baonyang protested. But Wang Bao had already bolted off with his bowl. You little glutton, Wang Baonyang exclaimed, retrieving a jar from behind. This is my new batch of pickled snail sauce. Take a bowl home with you. Also, Wang Bao's elder brother returned from fishing yesterday and brought me a few gene of ribbon fish. I've kept them fresh in a bucket of well water. Take some to taste. When Lin Jianguo appeared at the Wang family door, his hands were laden with goods. Under the cover of night, he returned to his own home. Noticing that the room where Chao Guihua and the others resided was pitch black, Lin Jianguo felt reassured. He quietly opened the door and crept along the wall back home. Lin Jiefeng quickly took the items from Lin Jianguo's hands, shutting the door and windows behind him. Lin Zhao had already lit a small oil lamp. When the lid of the celadon bowl was lifted, everyone in the room could not help but swallow hard. The aroma of fatty pork wafted through the air. Lin Jianguo set the celadon bowl down and lifted the wine jar. As he gently shook it, glistening pieces of fatty pork sparkled under the oil lamp's glow. their quivering forms appearing delectably tender. The previously tough puffer fish jerky had softened and absorbed the flavor of the pork fat from the slow simmering. Lin Jianguo extended his chopsticks, picking the largest, fattest piece of meat and placing it into Lin Jianguo's bowl filled with sweet potatoes. Delicious. Lin Jianguo licked her small tongue at the taste. If only we could eat pork every day. The family quietly watched Lin Jianguo. Ah! She exclaimed as she took a hearty bite, her face lighting up with satisfaction as a droplet of oil trickled down her chin. Sister, you should eat too. Lin Jianguo offered a piece of food to Lin Jianguo. Ah! The corners of Lin Jianguo's eyes glistened with moisture. As the eldest in the family, she had endured an inordinate amount of hardship, rendering her, even in her 20s, appearing so slender, as if she had yet to fully mature. Father. Lin Jianguo poured a cup of aged wine for his father. Lin Jianguo, with a cheerful smile, lifted the wine bowl and took a gentle sip. What exquisite wine! The dim light of the oil lamp cast a warm glow on each person's face, illuminating their expressions with a newfound vibrancy. Chapter 9. The starry tide. It had been quite some time since the family had indulged in pork. Lin Jianguo sipped his wine leisurely, while he Xiaoshui set down his chopsticks after consuming 2 pieces of fugu. The 3 children, all in their growth spurts, could not bear to see their parents refrain from eating. It was only after the persistent insistence of Lin Jianguo and the charming coaxing of Lin Jianguo that Lin Jianguo and his wife gradually allowed themselves to savor 2 morsels of meat. The rich aroma of the meat wafted through the room, and the family was remarkably polite to one another. After half an hour, half a bowl of fugu and pork remained untouched. It was simply delectable. Lin Jianguo wiped the grease from her mouth and sucked her fingers clean. Lin Jianguo looked at his little sister with affectionate indulgence. On this very night in a past life, the family had been crammed into this small room, but it was a night filled with sorrow as they wept around Lin Jianguo's cold body. In this rebirth, even if they had yet to achieve anything substantial, changing his sister's fate made it all worthwhile. As night deepened, it was time to rest. He Xiaoshui lovingly caressed Lin Jianguo's face. Over the years, constrained by the superstitions of the fishing village, He Xiaoshui had unjustly sacrificed her own children, willingly giving her all to Chao Guihua. It was only today that her long-suppressed maternal love triumphed over all. The unreserved love of a mother radiated from He Xiaoshui's gaze, enveloping her 3 children. Mother, what shall we do with the remaining half-bowl of meat? Lin Jianguo whispered, fearful that he would be overheard. Father, go fetch a bucket of water and place the jar in it to cool. We shall eat it again tomorrow morning. Wow, Mother, you are truly wonderful. Lin Jianguo exclaimed, throwing her arms around He Xiaoshui and planting a kiss on her cheek. The former He Xiaoshui had not been like this. Any delicious food in the house was first reserved for Chao Guihua and He Fa Kai, the elders. Yet, upon reflection, what had the years of sincerity yielded? Merely a series of dismissals. Father, rest easy. I will fetch the water. Lin Jianguo sprang up and watched as Lin Jianguo carefully covered the remaining meat and placed it in the corner before opening the door. It was peculiar today. The main room was shrouded in darkness, and the opposite east wing was eerily quiet, suggesting that Chao Guihua and her eldest son, He Fuxing's family, were absent. Lin Jianguo curled his lip, hoping that this old hag would die outside with no one to bury her. He uncovered the water vat, drew half a bucket of cool water, and was about to return indoors when he heard a series of clucking sounds from outside the wall. Lin Jianguo chuckled, pursed his lips, and mimicked the clucking sound. Jianguo, it's hot inside. Hard to sleep. We are waiting for you at the salt flats. A voice called out softly from outside, followed by the sound of footsteps departing. Lin Jianguo carried the bucket back inside, reached for his coat from the shelf, and whispered, Father, Mother, you sleep. I will rest at the salt flats. He took a tattered mat, gently closed the door, and walked towards the seaside salt fields. A large moon hung in the sky, casting a bright glow on the ground. Although night had fallen, the heat lingered, making the outside air much cooler than inside, especially in the Lin household, where the cramped quarters and numerous occupants made it exceedingly uncomfortable. Since ancient times, Chuanshan had been plagued by insufficient arable land. The common folk either made their living by fishing at sea or by harvesting salt. What do the sea dwellers seek? The women weave, the men farm. Each year, during the spring and summer tides, the waters would rise, reshaping the land into islands. Had it not been for Lin Jianguo's previous involvement in compiling the records of Chuanshan County, he would not have known that Lu Yong had once visited Chuanshan and served as a minor official overseeing the salt workers. His renowned work, Song of Boiling the Sea, was well known. From July to September, the salt harvesting season flourished. During this time, salt workers would channel seawater into the salt pans and commence their labor. After September, the salt pans would be emptied. The well-prepared salt fields were close to the sea, under a sparse moonlit sky, with no mosquitoes to be found, and gentle sea breezes blowing. Just a tattered mat laid out was sufficient for a blissful slumber until dawn. What a comfort it was! Thus, during August and September, the salt flats bustled with activity. Lin Jianguo arrived at the edge of the salt flats, observing from a distance. It was still early. Small clusters of mats were gathered, with adults chatting and laughing while children ran around energetically. Having just come from a troubling incident, Lin Jianguo wished to avoid the prying eyes of others and took a moment to watch before noticing 3 or 4 young men gathered around playing cards at the edge of the salt flats. He maneuvered around the crowd and approached. "Jianguo has arrived. Care to join us for a couple of rounds?" called out Zhejiang. His jacket tossed aside, revealing a plump physique. In this era, such a physique was undoubtedly a source of pride. The other players were similarly positioned as either squad leaders or sub-leaders. Zhejiang's face was adorned with paper strips, and any movement made him resemble a plump, elderly woman. His fingers were short and stubby, barely able to grasp the cards he held. This card game, known as Qing Dun, was invented by the fishermen of Chuanshan and unexpectedly became a nationwide craze. "Hurry up. If you don't join me soon, I'll be covered in these strips." "Never mind. You all play. I'll just watch." Lin Jianguo spread out his mat and plopped down. The bright moon illuminated the scene, making it perfect for card games. Seeing Lin Jianguo's lack of interest, Zhejiang turned back to continue the game. The group erupted in cheers. And soon, the number of paper strips on Zhejiang's face multiplied. Zhejiang's upper and lower partners were biological brothers. The elder was named Qin Han, who bore little resemblance to his namesake, while the younger brother was humorously named Qin Xiaonyang. It was said that when Wang Xiaonyang was born, her frail condition led her parents to fear for her survival, so they gave her a name deemed less valuable according to fishing village customs. In the eyes of fishermen, boys were treasures, while girls were considered lesser. Hence, the name Xiaonyang was thought to ensure her survival. This logic resembled the practice in northern rural areas of giving children names like Tai Dan, Gang Dan, or Go Shengzi. Wang Bao and Lin Jianguo were both from Dongfeng Village, a fishing community. In contrast, Shifeng Village, just across from Dongfeng, was an agricultural area. Zhejiang, Qin Han, and Qin Xiaonyang hailed from Shifeng Village. Lin Jianguo watched them with a grin. Since the incident on the beach, Lin Jianguo has been the subject of relentless whispers and pointed fingers wherever he goes. Even upon returning home, an inexplicable atmosphere lingers in the air. Yet, in the company of these few individuals, it seems as though nothing has transpired. Lin Jianguo is aware that among these friends, he is spared from mockery. After a brief period, Fatty Jia slammed down his cards with a loud thud, exclaiming, "Qin Xiaonyang, you shamelessly cheat." He leapt up, jiggling his ample girth in pursuit of Qin Xiaonyang, who sprinted away with remarkable speed, leaving the remaining companions in fits of laughter. Chapter 10. This bowl of wine, the salt flat, gradually settled into tranquility. The sea breeze swept in, alleviating the day's oppressive heat, prompting people to lie down, loosen their garments, and slumber in sprawled positions. Before long, the sound of snores filled the air. Only a few indefatigable children continued to dart about, with their mothers trailing behind, wielding fans in pursuit. Lin Jianguo reclined on his back, gazing at the sky. Beside him, Zhejiang propped his hefty head on his hands, blinking his small eyes, and remarked, "Jianguo, your exploits today were quite remarkable." Qin Han nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed. It has only been half an hour since that incident, and the news has spread throughout our village. I only learned of it upon returning from the fields. Unfortunately, I was not present." Qin Xiaonyang bore a scar across her face that seemed to glimmer. This lad, having been mocked for his juvenile nickname, often found himself in scuffles with those who derided him. Unable to prevail, he would return home in tears, leaving his parents at a loss, and ultimately deciding to present him with gifts to seek the tutelage of a master in boat fighting. On the mountain of boats, a unique martial art thrives, known as Chuan Quan, which, as its name suggests, is practiced aboard vessels. Those adept in Chuan Quan are recognized as masters of the boat. Given the coastal nature of the region, fishermen frequently encounter water bandits and pirates. making such skills invaluable. Over time, some fishermen adapted techniques learned from the mainland to create this specialized form of combat suited for the high seas. The tumultuous ocean, with its fierce winds and towering waves, poses significant challenges, not just for fighting, but even for maintaining one's footing amid the tempest. Therefore, this martial art emphasizes a stable foundation, allowing practitioners to remain steadfast like Mount Tai, even when others become disoriented in the storm. After mastering Chuan Quan, Qin Xiaonyang embarked on her journey to dominate the local primary school, followed by a reign over the local middle school. Yet, her path was not without obstacles. In her second year, a disciplinary expulsion finally granted her the opportunity to break free from the confines of academia and plunge into society. Over the years, she gained a modest reputation and cultivated a fierce disposition. Others would steer clear of fights, but for this young woman, the prospect of conflict was far more intoxicating than drinking. Upon hearing that Lin Jianguo had been surrounded by a group of Wang family members on the beach, Qin Xiaonyang lamented her absence from the scene. Let us raise a toast to Jianguo's brave deeds today. Jia Pengzi, with a flourish, produced several bottles of liquor from behind him, each containing potent sorghum spirits. Such high-proof liquor is a rarity on the island, where the majority of beverages are locally brewed yellow wines. Although sweet and fragrant, they lack the robust potency of the spirits favored by the fishing community. You little thief, Wang Bao exclaimed, snatching a bottle and biting off the cap, unleashing a fragrant aroma. Just you wait, you third and fourth brothers. Jia Pengzi rummaged behind him for snacks, producing a box of luncheon meat. My goodness, what a treasure trove. Perhaps I should just pull down your trousers to have a look. Qin Han was eager to join in. Get lost. There's still the evidence of Pengzi's indulgences back there. Just tell me if you want to eat. Xiaonyang, you little cheat. If you want to eat, better give yourself a couple of slaps first. With that, Qin Xiaonyang executed her task with precision. Whoa, you really did it. Jia Pengzi's mouth twitched as he handed a bottle of liquor to the Qin brothers. What do you say? Should we trade two more for some luncheon meat? Qin Xiaonyang chuckled heartily. Jia Pengzi's mother was the director of the supply and marketing cooperative, wielding considerable influence, allowing him access to delicacies that others could not procure. Over the years, many had unwittingly benefited from Jia Pengzi's good fortune. Wang Bao tilted his head back for a swig, smirking as he passed the bottle to Lin Jianguo, who eagerly took a gulp. The fiery liquid surged through him, akin to a blade thrusting with all its might, making Lin Jianguo feel as though his heart might leap from his chest. The five young men shared 3 bottles of liquor, taking turns to drink. As the spirits flowed, the conversation naturally returned to the events of the day. Everyone had heard about Wang Fenglan, likening her to the moon in the sky, large, bright, and round. Alas, no one had laid eyes upon her. An unexpected chuckle escaped Lin Jianguo, as he thought to himself how amusing it was. Here they were, comforting him, yet the conversation had veered off course. It felt as though he were merely one of the onlookers, rather than the protagonist in this tale. How absurd that such a charming young woman had fallen into the clutches of that dog. Jia Pengzi, ever the brash one, exclaimed, Jianguo, what does it matter? A true man need not worry about a wife. You were fortunate not to be deceived, otherwise, it would have been a disaster. One day, I'll take you to Lujiamen, the lively place known as Little Hong Kong, brimming with beautiful women. I promise you will be satisfied. Jia Pengzi's chest puffed up with pride. I doubt it will be worth the trouble. Those girls probably can't compare to you. Qin Xiaonyang quipped, her wit sharp. Amidst their banter, a small child ran past them, crying, Come back. You come back here. A young woman chased after the child, and under the influence of alcohol, the group's eyes widened. The woman sported 2 glossy braids. Barefoot as she pursued the child, and her movements evoked the undulating waves of the sea. She glanced in their direction and spat before continuing her chase. Jianguo, do you remember her? Her? Who? Among them, only Lin Jianguo seemed indifferent, as the women from the foothills were akin to tigers, and he was merely a survivor of a recent encounter with danger. Qin Xiaonyang chuckled softly. You are truly heartless. Anyone who becomes your wife is surely unfortunate. Lin Jianguo was taken aback, puzzled. That, when we were young, we played house, and she was your bride. Oh, it's her. A vague memory flickered in Lin Jianguo's mind, and after all these years, she had transformed significantly, save for those 2 braids that still hinted at her childhood appearance. Luo. Right. Luo Meiwan. Isn't she beautiful? Alas, at such a tender age, she has become a widow. Last year, Her husband set out to sea for fishing and encountered a tempestuous storm. Of the 7 souls aboard, only 6 returned, and tragically, her husband vanished without a trace. In Xiangziao, they have but a bundle of straw. Wang Bao lamented. Xiangziao is renowned far and wide as a burial ground, where those who perished at sea lie in eternal silence, their bones lost to the depths. The bereaved are left with no choice but to wrap the deceased's garments around a bundle of rice straw and inter it in Xiangziao as a makeshift grave. A few individuals, engaged in aimless chatter from various corners of the world, found their tongues loosened as their bottles of wine emptied. Eventually, the world fell into a serene hush, with only the distant sound of the waves perpetually resonating in the background. Chapter 11. This is not Langlang Mountain. Lin Jianguo stretched lazily and opened his eyes. The surroundings were eerily quiet, and the sky had brightened significantly. After yesterday's tumultuous events, he felt exhausted. The cool sea breeze caressed his skin, carrying a hint of salt. Where are the others? Lin Jianguo surveyed his surroundings, but the rascally boys from last night had vanished without a trace, even taking the mat with them. Those little scamps, leaving without a word. Lin Jianguo sighed. Regardless of how one looked at it, everything that transpired yesterday was far from a pleasant experience. Although he had exposed the conspiracy of Chow Ho Hot and the Wang family to others, he had merely become a laughingstock. Nonetheless, Lin Jianguo harbored no regrets. In his previous life, he had been excessively honest and meek, allowing those who dared to bully him to do so without restraint. This time, Lin Jianguo resolved firmly, whoever dared to sully his name would face dire consequences, and at the very least, he would ensure they received a proper reprimand. Lin Jianguo rose to tidy up the mat. An empty bottle rolled off the mat with a clatter. Inside the bottle were several large bills. Those rascally boys. A warmth spread through Lin Jianguo's heart. It takes a village to raise a child. A true hero has several allies. Reflecting on his previous life, he realized that he had intentionally distanced himself from these good friends during times of hardship. Eventually, everyone settled down, each facing their own difficulties, leading to a decline in their interactions. Yet the bonds of youth remained cherished in their hearts. Lin Jianguo picked up the bottle and smashed it on the ground, pocketing the money, while squeezing the remaining 2 wine bottles under his arm. In these times, everything is useful. Bringing home a bottle for soy sauce or vinegar would not be unwelcome. As the dawn light grew brighter, people began to stir on the salt flats, gathering their belongings to return home. Lin Jianguo preferred to avoid the crowds, so he packed up the mat and, with the wine bottles in tow, set off towards a small hill instead of heading home. This little hill, situated near the sea, offered a panoramic view of the boundless waves once one reached its summit. Hence, it was aptly named Langlang Mountain. On the opposite side of Langlang Mountain lay the beach. Yesterday, the Wang family had set fire to the Lin family's small boat, and amidst the chaos, Lin Jianguo had not had the chance to assess the damage. He was unaware of the boat's fate. It was the Lin family's most vital asset, and as long as the small boat remained usable, there was still hope. Avoiding the throngs of people, Lin Jianguo ascended the hill via a narrow path. The incline was gentle, mostly comprising a slope, and much of the mid-hill land had already been cultivated. The soil was barren, allowing only for the growth of sweet potatoes. Even with sweet potatoes, the yield was not substantial. As Lin Jianguo reached the mid-hill, his stomach growled. He had refrained from eating meat the previous night and had consumed alcohol instead. Now, with the morning sea breeze, he felt dizzy and parched. Looking around to ensure no one was watching, he slipped down the ridge, tossed aside the mat, and pulled aside some sweet potato vines to unearth a few sweet potatoes. They were not large, but 2 or 3 would suffice to satiate his hunger. Lin Jianguo first knocked the sweet potatoes against a nearby stone to clean them of the sandy soil carried by the strong winds from the sea. After 2 knocks, they were reasonably clean. He then rubbed them on his shirt, peeled off the outer skin, and stuffed the sweet potato into his mouth. The freshly dug sweet potato had a slightly sweet taste and was juicy, filling, and refreshing. Sitting down on the stone, with 3 sweet potatoes in hand, he gazed at the sun suddenly rising above the eastern sea, feeling inspired. Mimicking a line from a film, he exclaimed, "I don't even have to pay for meals in the city. What harm could a few measly sweet potatoes do me?" In that moment, Lin Jianguo felt that life was, in fact, quite beautiful. Eating sweet potatoes was a simple pleasure, and he felt justified in his delight. Just then, a woman's voice came from behind him. Lin Jianguo sprang up, his face turning crimson. "Wah, what are you doing here?" As he turned around, he recognized Luo Meiwan. the girl he had encountered the previous night. She wore a large straw hat, with 2 glossy braids cascading over her shoulders, and her fair face glistened with beads of sweat. In her hand, she held a stick. Lin Jianguo was not frightened. It was merely a tool used by sweet potato farmers to turn over the leaves, which was essential for increasing the yield of sweet potatoes. On Chuan Mountain, sweet potatoes were highly prized. When they were not yet ripe, if food was scarce, one could boil the sweet potato leaves and stems to make dew. Lin Jianguo's face turned even redder. This was indeed an awkward predicament. Sorry, I was just passing by. Feeling thirsty and a bit hungry. I have money. Can I buy these? He stammered, reaching for his coins. Look at you. Luo Meiwan chuckled. I was just joking. It's only a few sweet potatoes. Who carries a kitchen around while walking? Lin Jianguo's face grew even warmer. In this area, where fishermen abound, the folk customs were quite simple. Whether under a plum tree by the roadside or in a bayberry grove, one could pick a few to eat without anyone minding, but taking them away was another matter entirely. You're out here so early. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Jianguo finally managed to speak. Luo Meiwan waved the stick in her hand and said, People have been saying that wild boars are causing trouble on this mountain. They can be quite ferocious and could ravage an entire field overnight. I was worried, so I came up to check. With nimble hands and feet, Luo Meiwan began turning over the sweet potato vines along the ridge, creating what appeared to be green waves in the sweet potato field. This is a bit embarrassing. Lin Jianguo felt frozen, unable to swallow the sweet potato in his mouth, unsure whether to throw it away or hold on to it. This girl had become quite sharp-tongued since childhood. When Luo Meiwan looked up, she caught sight of Lin Jianguo's awkward expression and burst into laughter, her charming features shaking with mirth. Don't take it to heart. I wasn't referring to you. Even though we are on an island, there are indeed wild boars. Just the other day, I saw a deer while hiking up the hill, and it ran off so quickly. Luo Meiwan approached Lin Jianguo, looking up at him. We're running low on food at home. Luo Meiwan stifled a laugh and continued, It is indeed the season for sweet potato leaves. We should take the opportunity to head up the mountain early and gather some to mix with rice for porridge. She inquired, Life has been rather challenging, hasn't it? Lin Jianguo's face flushed crimson. Life is just like that. We endure and push through, he replied with a hint of resignation. Luo Meiwan wiped the beads of sweat from her temples. Surely, you two have your own struggles? Lin Jianguo found himself at a loss for words. Undeterred, Luo Meiwan continued, I've heard about your endeavors. You are doing remarkably well. I have noticed your reserved nature since childhood, always quiet with a mind full of mischief. Lin Jianguo's face reddened further. Although Luo Meiwan was merely 2 years younger, her marriage seemed to have imparted an air of maturity. She appeared far more composed than the bashful girl he once knew, especially when Lin Jianguo's thoughts drifted back to the moon he had glimpsed on the beach yesterday. Luo Meiwan, seemingly unperturbed, flashed a smile that revealed a set of pearly white teeth. There are many troubles surrounding a widow. I rarely speak in the village, especially not with the younger men. The mountains are far better, with the sea breeze blowing and the vast ocean to behold. It is delightful to encounter you today and share a few words. Have you finished your meal? If so, you should leave quickly. Should anyone see us, it would be an irreparable scandal. Chapter 12. Treasures at Wugongzi. Lin Jianguo nodded eagerly, his speech somewhat stammering. I've finished eating. Over the years. I have a little money here. Take it back and buy some food, will you? He reached into his pocket to fetch some cash. No. Luo Meiwan waved her hand. I must manage my own life. Although I face difficulties now, they shall pass. How can I rely on you in the future if I cannot even find food? Luo Meiwan glanced up and down, then added, Could you give me a bottle? Last night, my son was running around you all, and he just wanted a glass bottle to play with. Lin Jianguo hastily retrieved a bottle and handed it to her before hastily running down the small hill. Upon reaching the foot of the hill, he found the beach awaiting him. His small boat was still moored by the shore, gently swaying with the incoming waves. From a distance, he spotted what seemed to be a figure beside the boat. A sense of dread washed over him. No wonder the main room and the east wing were shrouded in darkness last night. It appeared that Xiao Hohat and her companions had not kept their intentions hidden. They were planning to meddle with his little boat. As he approached, relief washed over him. It was none other than his father. Lin Tugan, frail and curled up, squatted on the small boat, his pipe puffing sparks. Father, Lin Jianguo called out. Jianguo, you're here, Lin Tugan replied, his expression unchanged, much like a rock shaped by the relentless tide of time. etched with countless cracks, seemingly eternal and unyielding. Look, Lin Jianguo pointed at the small boat. Fortunately, the fire from yesterday did not ignite. But the net is burned, and the oars need to be replaced. He continued, thanks to the protection of the boat deity, we must also set up a shrine for the deity. With that, he stood and bowed sincerely toward the boat deity. Without a net or oars, even the small boat would be rendered useless. Lin Jianguo pulled out several bills from his pocket. Father, this is what my friends contributed. Lin Jianguo glanced at the money, took a couple of puffs from his pipe, and remarked, not enough, just a net costs dozens of dollars. When we head back to the village, I will think of a way, perhaps your grandmother. Lin Jianguo sighed silently and murmured, after all, we are family. As long as we Haven Tea split up, she and your grandfather will still need to eat at our home. If our family loses this little boat, she gains nothing, who knows? Don't mention her. She is not my grandmother, Lin Jianguo retorted angrily. Father, give up on that thought. That old witch wouldn't help us even if she had the money. Lin Jianguo fell silent again. If it weren't for desperation, he wouldn't have had to voice such sentiments. Father, look over there. The sun rose, dispelling the morning mist that enveloped the sea, revealing a long, winding island oriented north to south. That's Wugongzi. You, having grown up here, have even forgotten that? How could I forget Wugongzi? When I was little, whenever I couldn't sleep at night, my father would tell me and my sister stories by the oil lamp. The most frequent was the tale of Guanyin Bodhisattva, followed by that of the Dragon King of the East Sea. In those stories, there was a formidable villain, a golden-headed centipede that had occupied the island for a millennium. This golden-headed centipede wreaked havoc, either abducting young boys and girls from fishermen's homes or stirring up storms at sea to claim lives. Eventually, the Dragon King of the East Sea intervened and defeated the millennia-old centipede, which then transformed into this very island. Guanyin cast aside her pure bottle and sealed the centipede beneath the East Sea for eternity. When I misbehaved as a child, my father would make a ghostly face, rolling his eyes and extending his voice, saying, Jianguo, open the door. The golden-headed centipede wants to come in and touch your little chicken. This would send me screaming into the embrace of the waves. These memories felt as if they had occurred yesterday, yet seemed to stretch back thousands of years. However, now Lin Jianguo's thoughts were entirely different. Father, you go back first. I will see if I can think of a way to repair the fishing net. He extracted the money from his pocket and handed it, along with the straw mat, to Lin Jianguo. Lin Jianguo glanced at Lin Jianguo, remaining silent as he carried the straw mat home. After a few steps, he paused, turned back, and looked at Lin Jianguo. Jianguo, life is fraught with challenges. You must keep an open mind. Your mother and I await you for dinner. With that, he turned and walked away. Pity the parents who worry for their children. When their son encounters such distress, how can they not feel anxious? Last night, Lin Jianguo had gone out to sleep, and Lin Jianguo and he Chaos Wei had spent a sleepless night, consumed by worry. Thus, at the break of dawn, Lin Jianguo had, at He Chaoshui's urging, gone to look around, fearing that Lin Jianguo might do something rash. Yes, father, don't worry, I am fine. Tell mother not to wait for me for breakfast. I have already eaten sweet potatoes. I will return for lunch. Watching Lin Jianguo's figure disappear at the foot of the hill, Lin Jianguo's gaze turned toward the distant Wugongzi. Wugongzi earned its name not only because the island's winding shape resembled a centipede, but also due to the abundance of golden-headed centipedes found there. These centipedes are a unique species native to the island, growing large and plump. Even a single specimen can reach over 10 centimeters, with the largest measuring up to 20 centimeters. Unlike ordinary centipedes, the golden-headed centipede boasts a head and first dorsal segment of a golden-red hue, contrasting sharply with the dark green of its remaining body segments, while its legs are a vivid red, strikingly colorful. Centipedes are traditionally used in Chinese medicine, and the golden-headed centipede is exceedingly rare, possessing even greater medicinal properties. Though it is seldom seen on the mainland, commanding a high price. However, on Wugongzi, such large centipedes are commonplace. The island has long been uninhabited, unsuitable for farming and lacking a water source, thus remaining unknown to the world and concealing such treasures. Decades later, the Jin Tudo Wu Go, a magnificent centipede, became known to the world. Eventually, individuals began to cultivate these centipedes for profit, transforming the Jin Tudo Wu Go into a commonplace medicinal ingredient. Lin Jianguo boarded his modest skiff, meticulously inspecting both the interior and exterior. Inside the cabin lay remnants left by Wang Fenglan and He Jianya, which Lin Jianguo found repulsive. Using a wooden stick, he poked at the items and cast them into the vast sea. This was a modern synthetic fishing net, finely woven with resilient threads. Alas, it was rendered useless by fire. However, being his own property, Lin Jianguo hesitated to discard it entirely and casually placed it back in the cabin. One of the two oars was broken, while the other remained barely functional. Lin Jianguo assessed the situation and, despite the challenges of rowing with a single oar, believed that with his experience, reaching Wugongzi would pose no significant obstacle. Resolutely, he tightened his belt, removed his shoes, and tossed both his footwear and the remaining bottle of liquor into the cabin. Observing the calm sea and fair weather, he surmised that no great storm would arise. One oar would suffice. With determination, Lin Jianguo pushed the skiff into the water, and as it began to float, he steadied himself on the side and leaped aboard, seizing the oar and rowing towards Wugongzi. Unbeknownst to him, not far away on the rolling hills of Langlang Mountain, Luo Meiwan watched him from a distance. Chapter 13. The golden-headed centipede rowing may seem effortless, yet without a modicum of skill, one might expend considerable effort merely to remain stationary. However, such challenges were trifling for Lin Jianguo, who had grown up by the sea. Since he learned to walk, he had been wielding a paddle. This particular oar had served him for many years, its handle polished to a smooth sheen. As he gradually dipped the oar into the water, he keenly observed the currents. 3 strokes to the left, 2 to the right, and the bow of the small boat remained steadfastly pointed toward Wugongzi. The island appeared close, yet upon reaching the shore, Lin Jianguo was drenched in perspiration. Securing his wine bottle, he leapt from the small boat and tethered it to a rock. The island was thickly overgrown with shrubs. After walking several hundred meters along the coastline, Lin Jianguo finally discovered a gentle slope leading up to Wugongzi. This was the moment that could determine his fortune. Minutes later, he arrived at a shaded cliff, a damp haven favored by centipedes. Lifting a stone, he was greeted by the startling sight of a 30-centimeter golden-headed centipede. Startled, the centipede did not flee. Instead, it raised its head, exposing its formidable pincers, and lunged toward Lin Jianguo. He swiftly sidestepped, but the aggressive creature, swift as the wind, charged again. The 30-centimeter beast, with its golden head and green back, was already frightful in appearance with its multitude of legs. Lin Jianguo stumbled on uneven ground and fell, only to look up and find the golden-headed centipede had vanished. "Goodness, what a beast!" he exclaimed, a cold sweat trickling down his spine. He recalled reading in the county records that the largest of these golden-headed centipedes rarely exceeded 20 centimeters. To encounter one of such size on this island was unexpected. Perhaps it was due to the passage of time that it had grown so large. It was said that larger specimens commanded greater value. The thought of this 30-centimeter giant thrilled him, yet caution prevailed. Such a creature would surely possess potent venom, and a single bite could spell disaster. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, Lin Jianguo realized that merely possessing theoretical knowledge was insufficient for capturing the golden-headed centipede. Practical skills were equally vital. While there were methods for capturing these creatures, today, he had embarked on this venture spontaneously, primarily to scout the area without haste. Grasping a sturdy branch, he recalled his earlier experiences. Lifting stones must be swift, and his actions must be deliberate. After several attempts, Lin Jianguo successfully pinned down a golden-headed centipede, albeit a smaller specimen measuring only 10 centimeters. Nevertheless, he was elated, akin to a flower in bloom. With utmost care, he secured the centipede's head with 2 fingers. The wild creature writhed fiercely, its numerous legs entangling his arm. Lin Jianguo felt a tingling sensation in his palm, akin to an electric shock, causing a momentary tremor within him, and he nearly flung the creature away. However, thoughts of his family and the visage of the cantankerous Chow Ho Hot steeled his resolve. Gritting his teeth, he held on, cautiously retrieving the wine bottle from his pocket and gently inserting the golden-headed centipede inside. The moment he released it, the creature thrashed wildly within the glass confines. Fortunately, the bottle's smooth interior prevented it from escaping. With a triumphant grin, Lin Jianguo raised the bottle, watching the centipede flail about, reminiscent of a tumultuous celebration. He lifted another stone, only to be struck by the realization that the tales of his youth might bear truth. This Wugongzi must be the lair of a 1,000-year-old centipede spirit. Otherwise, how could lifting a single stone have sent dozens of centipedes scattering like a disturbed nest? Although the market value of a single centipede remained uncertain, as Comrade Stalin once stated, quantity is a form of quality. if the numbers were sufficient. Lin Jianguo was practically euphoric. He cared little for searching elsewhere, instead scouring the nearby underbrush. Indeed, golden-headed centipedes were plentiful. Unfortunately, his initial attempts were somewhat lacking. After several thrusts, striking even one centipede felt like a triumph. Often, the captured ones were missing legs or appendages. Such imperfect specimens were of no value, much like how antique dealers rejected flawed artifacts. However, Lin Jianguo's patience prevailed. He squatted diligently for over an hour, gradually honing his skills. Another hour passed, and his wine bottle was half filled. Any further captures would risk overfilling. Content with his haul. He observed the half-filled bottle of writhing golden-headed centipedes, finding them oddly endearing. He fashioned 2 leaves to seal the bottle's opening, mindful that a cork would suffocate the creatures within. With the bottle in hand, he hummed a cheerful tune and retraced his steps. As he walked, Lin Jianguo suddenly noticed a series of deep footprints in the sand. Upon closer inspection, were they pig tracks? But how could there be pigs on Wugongzi? Just then, he felt an unsettling sensation, as if something were watching him from behind. Slowly turning around, a chill crept up his spine. On a nearby rise, a massive black wild boar stared intently at him. Its bristled mane stood erect like steel needles, and its enormous tusks protruded menacingly from its mouth. Lin Jianguo's scalp tingled with unease. What an extraordinary situation. This must be the misfortune brought upon him by Luo Meijuan's incessant chatter about wild boars that morning. And now, here he was, face to face with one. Lin Jianguo pondered anxiously, cautiously adjusting his steps so as not to startle the formidable wild boar. To his astonishment, just as he was contemplating the possibility of capturing the beast, the wild boar became invigorated. With a series of grunts, it charged down the hillside towards Lin Jianguo. Goodness! This massive creature, weighing no less than 800 pounds, posed a significant threat. Should it catch up, it could inflict severe harm or even cause his demise with a single collision. At this critical moment, Lin Jianguo cast aside all hesitation and fled, directing his escape towards the rocky terrain. The boar's cloven hooves, being robust and broad, hindered its speed on the rocks. Chapter 14 Masters among the people. As Lin Jianguo sprinted, he glanced back and noted that the wild boar was evidently enraged, relentlessly pursuing him. At last, the small boat came into view. With an unprecedented swiftness, Lin Jianguo untied the rope and leaped onto the boat. Just then, the wild boar arrived, crashing violently into the vessel. Lin Jianguo stumbled and fell into the cabin. The impact from the wild boar caused the rope to snap, and the boat drifted away into the sea. What a predicament! Peering out from the cabin, Lin Jianguo beheld the large boar panting heavily, its tusks missing and half of its head smeared with blood. Goodness! It nearly turned into a snack for Zhu Beiji. Once his heart settled, Lin Jianguo stood up, grabbed the oars, and rowed away, leaving the great wild boar huffing on the shore. Just you wait. I, Hu Hanzhong, shall return. A donkey may fall, but will not be defeated. One can flee, yet the spirit must never wane. After rowing for quite some time, Lin Jianguo finally reached the Huaio beach. Was that not thrilling? He estimated that the distance from Huaio beach to Wugongzi was at least 1,000 meters across the water. According to Luo Meijuan, the massive wild boar that had caused a ruckus on Langlang Mountain was likely this very one. Who would have imagined that such a wide expanse of sea would harbor a wild boar so adept at amphibious landings? Lin Jianguo jumped off the small boat, drawing in a sharp breath. No wonder the wild boar's tusks were absent. It was because at the boat's stern, half of a wild boar's tusk was embedded deeply into the hull, protruding 5 or 6 centimeters. Oh my goodness! Boat deities, grant me protection. Lin Jianguo mentally repeated this several times as he forcefully extracted the tusk. This was indeed a rarity. Surely, it would delight her. With this thought, Lin Jianguo dragged the small boat onto the beach, touched the wine bottle in his pocket to ensure its safety, and made his way home, clutching the wild boar's tusk. What to do now? As the tension gradually faded, Lin Jianguo was struck with worry. The golden-headed centipede on Wugongzi was clearly akin to a treasure trove of small coins scattered on the ground. Though venomous, it was manageable. But that wild boar, the mere thought of its mountain-like physique left Lin Jianguo bewildered. If he could not deal with the wild boar, how could he ascend Wugongzi? Were he to wait for the wild boar to leave? What if it didn't? As he pondered, his mind was a whirlwind of confusion. Hey, Lin's young man. Just as Lin Jianguo approached the village entrance, someone called out to him. Uncle Chui, are you idling about? Lin Jianguo casually greeted. This old man was a solitary figure and a foreigner, and no one could recount when he arrived in Dongfeng village. Uncle Chui had never married and had no children. According to him, he once had a brother, but his whereabouts were unknown, relying on a few acres of land for sustenance. Uncle Chui was a rarity in this fishing village, skilled in agriculture. Since Lin Jianguo could remember, Uncle Chui had always resided at the village entrance, seldom interacting with the locals. However, he was particularly kind to the village children, sometimes gifting them sweet carrots. "Young man, come here." Uncle Chui called from the shade of a tree. "What's the matter?" Lin Jianguo replied, walking over. "Let me have a look." Uncle Chui swiftly snatched the wild boar tusk from Lin Jianguo's hand, examining it closely before holding it to his nose and touching the bloodstains on the broken end. "This is quite a specimen. Could weigh around 800 jin. It's a sow. Haven't seen one this large in years." Uncle Chui mused aloud, then looked at Lin Jianguo. "Can you give this to me?" Lin Jianguo's heart stirred, and he quickly crouched down. "Uncle Chui, are you joking? What do you think this is?" "What? A wild boar. When I was your age back in our northeastern hometown, such a Uncle Chui extended 3 fingers, one of which was only half intact. 3 heads, 3,000 jin, and half a finger." As he spoke, he rolled a cigarette. The low-quality tobacco burned, and a puff of smoke escaped, choking the air. Lin Jianguo feigned disbelief. "How could that be? Our boat mountain is in the sea. How could there be a wild boar?" Uncle Chui's eyes widened. "Why don't you believe me? Not only wild boars, but I'll tell you, there were also tigers on the boat mountain in the past." "Uncle Chui, you're just talking nonsense." Lin Jianguo scoffed, knowing well that Uncle Chui spoke the truth. The history of Shenzhen County mentioned that tigers had indeed roamed there, having swum from the Chuan Mountain Peninsula into the sea. Lin Jianguo's heart ignited with a flicker of hope. "Could you possibly help me?" "What?" Uncle Chui glanced at Lin Jianguo, shaking his head vigorously. "This creature is formidable. Even the most skilled hunters in our northeastern hometown wouldn't dare to take it lightly. Mishaps could cost you your life. If I were 30 years younger with a gun in hand, that would be another story. What do you have now? Just your teeth to gnaw at it?" Uncle Chui. Lin Jianguo raised a finger. "If you help me, I'll give you 100 jin of meat afterward." "No deal." 200 jin. "Why are you so stubborn, young man?" 300 jin. "I'm warning you, if anything goes wrong, don't blame this old man." 305. "If you don't want to, then I'll take the tusk and leave." "Wait, let me think." Uncle Chui snatched the tusk back. "This thing can be polished. It's quite beautiful. If you want me to help you, you must prepare something for me. I can't eat all that pork, so you can make some marinated meat and set aside 200 jin for me to drink with. Whenever I want to eat, I'll come to collect. Clean the stomach and intestines for me. I've always prided myself on that. Also, I'll need 100 jin of aged wine." Uncle Chui smacked his lips, studying Lin Jianguo. "Alas, what a bold demand you have." Lin Jianguo's mouth twitched a couple of times. However, upon careful consideration, he realized that the massive wild boar weighed around 700 to 800 jin, and after being properly prepared, there would still be 400 to 500 jin of meat left. Viewed from this perspective, he was not at a disadvantage. Were it not for the assistance of the venerable Lao Chui, he would certainly have found it impossible to handle such a formidable wild boar. Furthermore, his primary objective was the golden-headed centipede atop Wugongzi, rendering the wild boar of little significance in comparison. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Jianguo nodded affirmatively. Chapter 15. The Devil's Bell tolling. Having finished his words, Lin Jianguo picked up his shoes and prepared to leave. "You reckless fellow, did you really come here like that? Where are your shoes?" Old Chui glared with his large, bell-like eyes, shouting, "You're leaving a trail with every step." Lin Jianguo looked down and was momentarily taken aback. His left foot bore a large gash, and blood was streaming from it. "Ouch, that hurts." Initially unaware of the injury, the old man's words suddenly intensified the pain. As a countryman, Lin Jianguo was accustomed to a rugged lifestyle, having run barefoot since childhood. Although he owned a pair of shoes now, they were his only pair, and he had no money to buy another if they were damaged. Thus, he often kept them strapped to his waist rather than wearing them. Earlier, while fleeing from a massive wild boar at Wugongzi, he had slipped, losing a shoe to the water. Even in such a frantic moment, he had retrieved the shoe from the sand before running off. "It seemed there were shells hidden in the sand," Lin Jianguo muttered. The beach sand was often sprinkled with various types of shells, most of which were empty. These shells, washed ashore by the waves, were worn smooth through repeated tumbling. Sometimes, they were sharper than knives. At this moment, he could not afford to cherish his shoes. Lin Jianguo picked up his shoes, feeling their weight. He had been so startled earlier that he and T noticed they were filled with sand. What bad luck. Just for those few centipedes, I've really bled. He shook them, and 2 large clumps of mud and sand fell out. Don't move. Old Chui's eyes sparkled as he poked at the mud with his pipe. Wow, you really know how to deceive. If it weren't for my sharp eyes, I might have been fooled. As the mud scattered, a multitude of small shells was revealed. Lin Jianguo's eyes gleamed. These are sea sunflower seeds. As the saying goes, one thrives by consuming what the mountains and waters provide. In the coastal town of Chuanshan, the bounty of the sea was not considered scarce. Decades later, shrimp that would sell for dozens of yuan per pound were merely worth a penny per pound during this era, used by farmers as fertilizer. Anyone daring to serve shrimp at their table, even if sizable, would be ridiculed for their poverty. The flesh was minimal, and the shells were lined with sharp spines. One bite would leave one with wounds rather than satisfaction. The locals of Chuanshan favored the small sea sunflower seeds over fish or meaty crabs. These seeds were literally the size of sunflower seeds, with little flesh inside. Yet, they were truly delicious. A quick blanch followed by a drizzle of sauce would release their fresh flavor. With this dish, the burly fishermen transformed into refined diners, delicately scooping a morsel into their mouths. Their tongues danced skillfully, savoring the tiny morsels of sea sunflower meat and all the ocean's essence. It was a moment of pure satisfaction. Old Chui rummaged through the mud again, and the clumps finally revealed a considerable number of shells. Unbelievably, there are more shells than sand. Just these 2 clumps could yield at least 2 taels. 2 taels of sea sunflower seeds could fetch a yuan at the market. Early on, Lin Jianguo was eager to reach for them. You have some sincerity, bringing me gifts while asking for help. Old Chui reached out, smiling broadly, and stopped Lin Jianguo's hand. Hurry home and bandage that foot properly. I wouldn't want you to miss out on the wild boar meat. Only for me to feast on your share. You old man. Lin Jianguo muttered under his breath as Old Chui ushered him out the door. Glancing at his bloodied foot, he felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated that Wugongzi would prove to be such a treasure trove. Although the wild boars posed a danger, it seemed feasible to dig for sea sunflower seeds along the shallow beach. These seeds were small and labor-intensive to gather. Even on a good beach, collecting just a couple would take a considerable amount of time, which accounted for their high price. Now, having casually obtained 2 handfuls, he had at least 2 taels. If he had a sieve. Chuckling to himself, Lin Jianguo put on his shoes and couldn't help but smile foolishly. Once I have money, I'll buy 2 pairs of shoes, one to wear and one to show off on my waist. As noon approached, Lin Jianguo finally arrived home. Just as he reached the entrance, he heard a cacophony of shouting from the yard. It was the voice of the old witch, Chow Ho Hot. You worthless bunch. Lin Tugong, I'm the one who paid Wang's 200 yuan betrothal gift, so hand it over. How dare you ask me for money? You have the audacity of a city wall. What sins have I committed to suffer alongside you? Look around. Who else in the neighborhood is as destitute as I am, still eating suspended meals? A bag of rice that reeks of poverty is enough to make one nauseous. With that, the sound of a pot being slammed rang out. The yard fell silent for a moment. Lin Jianguo felt a pang of sadness. The concept of a suspended meal was said to exist only in Chuanshan. In essence, it was a solution for families too poor to afford rice regularly. They would cook sweet potatoes instead. If a distinguished guest or a teacher visited, they would prepare a suspended meal, a bag of rice boiled alongside sweet potatoes. The rice bag would be served to the guest while the family ate the sweet potatoes. The Lin family had been impoverished for years, yet they had always treated Chow Ho Hot well. The 3 Lin children could only watch as she callously consumed the only bag of rice they had. Meanwhile, they had to settle for sweet potatoes and yams. As a grandmother, Chow Ho Hot had never shared the rice with her grandchildren. Moreover, she frequently hurled venomous insults at the Lin family. Whenever she went on a tirade, the family could only lower their heads in shame. Despite Lin Jianguo's parents having spoken up last night, years of entrenched behavior were not easily changed. Lin Jianguo was poised to confront the old witch when the voice of He Chaoshui resonated through the courtyard. Mother, I have tolerated you for many years. You should not go this far. He Chaoshua's voice trembled, yet it bore a resolute strength. Oh, you ungrateful wretch, you've grown bold, daring to retort against your mother. Just wait until I tear your mouth apart. Upon hearing this, Lin Jianguo raised his leg and forcefully kicked the door open. Chow Ho Hot, upon seeing Lin Jianguo's entrance, became noticeably subdued. A family of rascals, the eldest is a great scoundrel, and the youngest is a little scoundrel. Chow Ho Hot muttered, her hands dropping in resignation. After all, she had come to realize that Lin Jianguo was quite formidable. If he truly decided to strike, she would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. He Xiaoshua, wishing to avoid further complications, quickly interposed herself between them. At that moment, the great bronze bell at the village entrance tolled. Chapter 16. A dish for you. Lin Jianguo was taken aback. The large bronze bell at the village entrance held great significance. It was known as the Daigui Zhong. It was said that this bell had been hung at the village entrance for over a century. When the Japanese invaders initially entered Chuanshan, they frequently descended upon the countryside to seize goods. During such times, the village chief would ring the great bronze bell, summoning everyone to prepare in advance. Subsequently, whenever significant matters arose in the village that required gathering, the bell would be sounded. What could have happened now? He Chao Shui remarked while gently urging Lin Jianguo inside. Have you eaten since you went out last night? There's freshly cooked sweet potato rice in the pot. Eat a bit while your father and I go take a look. Remember, don't cause trouble. A hint of worry shadowed He Chao Shui's features. On one side was her mother, and on the other, her son, who was yet to marry. Although Chao Hohat may not have appeared respectable, she was still Lin Jianguo's grandmother. If anything were to happen to Lin Jianguo, the implications would be dire. In a fishing village, once one's reputation was tarnished, finding a wife would become exceedingly difficult. Mother, I want to see the commotion too. Lin Zhaozhao had already heard the continuous footsteps outside and was eager to join in the excitement. All right. You are always needed. He Chao Shui grasped Lin Zhaozhao's hand and glanced outside, noting that Chao Hohat had returned to the house before quietly saying, Jianguo, I saved some meat for you last night. It's in the jar at the door. Lin Jianguo felt warmth in his heart. However, as He Chao Shui lowered her head, her expression changed. What happened? Quickly take off your shoes so I can see. Look at you. How did your foot end up like this? Though her words were laced with reproach, they were also filled with concern. Lin Tugong, witnessing this, silently fetched a clean cloth and filled a basin with water. He Chao Shui removed Lin Jianguo's shoes and gently washed the cloth, meticulously wiping away the blood from his foot. Her face was etched with pain. In a fishing village, having a son was of utmost importance. He was meant to be the pillar of the household, or else they would be subject to bullying. As she continued to wipe, tears began to stream down her cheeks. Mother, Lin Jianguo noticed the strands of white hair at He Chao Shui's temples. Though she was only in her 40s, she appeared to be in her 50s or 60s. It's nothing, just a flesh wound. It will heal in a couple of days. Lin Jianguo reassured his mother. Once He Chao Shui had tended to his injury, she turned to her husband and said, Tugong, take Zhaozhao with you. I will stay home to take care of our son. Mother, Lin Jianguo employed his best charm. He was still hiding a handful of wriggling golden-headed centipedes in his arms. The matter was not yet settled, and he did not wish for anyone to know. It would be best to send his parents away so that he could handle it himself and surprise them with the money once sold. I'm already grown up. I'm not a child anymore. Taking care of Zhaozhao is more important. Lin Zhaozhao also implored her mother earnestly. He Chao Shui reluctantly agreed. She had always been a gentle and soft-hearted woman, unable to be harsh with her mother or her children. Fortunately, her children were mostly quite sensible. He Chao Shui stood up, served Lin Jianguo a bowl of sweet potato rice, and placed a pair of chopsticks in his hands, instructing Lin Zhaozhao to fetch the jar from behind the door. Lin Zhaozhao's mouth watered at the sight. Lin Jianguo lifted the lid of the large bowl, retrieved a sizable piece of meat with his chopsticks, and stuffed it into Lin Zhaozhao's mouth. Brother, you're so nice. When I return, I'll gather some seaweed for you. Lin Zhaozhao's cheeks bulged as she chewed, her mouth full of oil. No, remember, brother said you can't go to the seaside these days. I must tell you, there are restless spirits seeking vengeance. If you go, they will grab your foot and drag you into the sea. Brother, I want to go. Lin Zhaozhao quickly hid behind He Chao Shui. Don't frighten your sister. We will go take a look, and you stay home properly. With that, He Chao Shui called for Lin Tugong and Lin Jiefeng, and they left together. What big event could there possibly be? Lin Jianguo pondered. In any case, there was rarely anything novel in the village, so when the bell rang, everyone flocked like it was a festive occasion. However, he was genuinely hungry. Hunger makes sweetness taste like honey, and satiety dulls sweetness. This saying held true. The sweet potato rice that he usually found sufficient now tasted unexpectedly delightful. As for the meat, Lin Jianguo felt no hesitation. He would eat. Only with a full stomach would he have the strength to confront the wild boar. If he could bring down that large boar, the meat would last for at least a year. Yet, he was uncertain about the reliability of old Chui. Lin Jianguo was preoccupied with the golden-headed centipedes, hastily finishing a bowl of sweet potato rice. He glanced out the window, having noticed earlier that Xiao Hohat and her 2 sons had left the moment the bell rang. Now, the courtyard was deserted. Cautiously, Lin Jianguo retrieved the wine bottle from his bosom. This bottle contained his hopes for a brighter future. Once he eliminated the wild boar, he could monopolize the golden-headed centipedes at Centipede Peak. Monopoly yields exorbitant profits. Lin Jianguo had even begun to envision purchasing a boat for his father. However, upon looking inside, Lin Jianguo was taken aback. The contents of the bottle were in utter disarray. The several golden-headed centipedes that had been intact when placed in the bottle were now a scene of carnage, with scattered limbs and severed appendages. Only 3 or 4 of the largest remained whole. The others were either decapitated or missing limbs. Oh dear, what a dreadful memory I have, Lin Jianguo lamented, smacking his thigh. The county records clearly stated that the golden-headed centipedes were extremely fierce, and in a frenzy, they would even turn on their own kind. Thus, to capture them, one must first place some grass in the jar to prevent them from seeing each other. Otherwise, this was the inevitable outcome. Such a pity. Gazing at the few remaining centipedes in the bottle, Lin Jianguo shook his head in despair. With their condition marred, no one would buy them. However, an idea suddenly struck Lin Jianguo. Surely, this trip could not be in vain. Xiao Hohat, that old witch, was just complaining about the food being unsatisfactory, wasn't she? How simplistic. Allow me to enhance your meal. Lin Jianguo limped to the door of the main house. A large lock secured the entrance. Over the years, Xiao Hohat had guarded her home from the Lin family's 3 children as one would protect against thieves. Despite residing in the same courtyard, she had never permitted them to enter. This was primarily because she frequently prepared delectable treats for her own grandchildren. In her eyes, the 3 Lin children were utterly unworthy of such indulgences. Off you go. Lin Jianguo was unceremonious, noticing a sizable gap in the window. He approached, removing the leaves that had been stuffed in the bottle's neck. The golden-headed centipede, naturally inclined to burrow into wall crevices, readily made its way inside. Only then did Lin Jianguo proceed toward his own dwelling. At that moment, a voice called out from the entrance. Jianguo, why aren't you heading to the village entrance? Hurry, let us go together. Chapter 17. The Heroic Assembly. A sudden voice startled Lin Jianguo. Who is it? It is I, Qin Han. The sound of a bicycle being parked outside the courtyard was followed by the short and stout Qin Han bursting in. You rascal! How could you miss such a commotion? Hurry up, don't dawdle. Lin Jianguo lifted his foot slightly. Forget it, I want to go. I'll just rest at home. A minor injury shouldn't keep you from the front lines. What's a little hurt? Qin Han insisted. You'll regret missing out on the excitement. Without waiting for a response, Qin Han hoisted Lin Jianguo and bounced him out of the courtyard. What a bunch of troublesome friends. Lin Jianguo grumbled internally as he found himself seated on the back of the bicycle. Qin Han pedaled furiously. What's the occasion? Lin Jianguo felt a tinge of curiosity. No time to explain, you'll see when we get there. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the village entrance. Surrounding the ominous bell, the villagers had already gathered. Qin Han helped Lin Jianguo dismount the bicycle, but finding Lin Jianguo's hopping too slow, he lifted him into the crowd. This awkward position instantly drew a multitude of gazes. Here we are, someone shouted from within the throng. It was none other than Qin Xiaonyang and her companions. Put me down, Lin Jianguo protested softly. As Qin Han released his grip, Lin Jianguo's injured foot hit the ground, eliciting a pained cry. What brings you all to our village for merriment? Lin Jianguo questioned. Both Qin Han and Jia Pengzi hailed from Shifeng village, and, under normal circumstances, the bell tolling in Dongfeng village would have little bearing on them. Before Jia Pengzi could respond, the village head, Wang Jiushu, spoke up beneath the bell. The young and old of Dongfeng and Shifeng villages, it has been quite some time since we last rang this bell. Today, we summon you not to chase away ghosts, but to hunt wild boars. Hunt wild boars? Lin Jianguo was taken aback. The head of Shifeng village continued. Recently, our vicinity has been plagued by wild boars, particularly in our Shifeng village. Jia Pengzi nodded fervently and informed Lin Jianguo. Word has it that the wild boar is enormous and elusive. In just one night, it wreaked havoc across a vast field, injuring 2 villagers while they were working. Understanding dawned on Lin Jianguo as he recalled what Luo Meiwan had mentioned earlier that morning. He turned to look and caught a glimpse of Luo Meiwan's gaze scanning the crowd. The head of Shifeng village pressed on. The wild boar is a menace to farmers and a threat to villagers. While its activities are mainly concentrated in our Shifeng village, we are all part of the same community. Jia Pengzi raised his voice. Village head, isn't it said that all proletarians of the world are one family? The head of the village maintained a serious demeanor, stating, "It's all the same, it's all the same." Wang Jioshu continued, after some discussion. We concluded that this wild boar's disturbance cannot continue. It endangers agricultural production and our safety. Therefore, we have summoned everyone here today to organize a heroic team. At this, Qin Xiaonyang chimed in with mischief. What heroic team? Are there really heroes who hunt wild boars? Wang Jioshu's expression darkened as he searched for the source of the comment. He continued, "The two of us village heads have agreed to form a heroic team primarily composed of the militia from both villages, with young men volunteering to enlist." Upon his declaration, silence fell over the crowd. The tales of the monstrous wild boar had circulated widely. It was rumored to weigh over 1,000 pounds, with tusks resembling small shovels and eyes like light bulbs. Who would dare confront it? The danger was palpable. Moreover, this wild boar was elusive, appearing and disappearing without a trace, leaving no clue as to its lair. Shifeng village had already dispatched teams to search the mountains for several days, yet they had encountered nothing. Wang Jioshu sighed. Why is there such a lack of sacrifice? Back when we were in the squad, the mere mention of forming an elite unit had everyone ecstatic. He continued, if we can successfully hunt the wild boar to rid the community of this menace, Zhejiang village is prepared to offer a reward of 1,000 jin of rice. 1,000 jin of rice. The crowd buzzed with excitement. That was a substantial amount, enough to sustain a family for an entire year. Even though times had improved for many, relying solely on plain rice daily was still a stretch. And what about the wild boar? Someone shouted from the crowd. While 1,000 jin of rice was considerable, the thought of 1,000 jin of wild boar meat was enticing. The wild boar? Whoever catches it keeps it. Qin Xiaonyang exclaimed, her enthusiasm reignited. What if we form our own team? Wang Jioshu pondered briefly before shaking his head. The village does not encourage such actions. Hunting wild boars is perilous. Disorganization and lack of discipline will not lead to victory. However, if someone possesses the ability to do so, the village will honor its promise. In addition to the aforementioned material rewards, there will be a spiritual prize. The family of the boar hunter will be entitled to display a badge of honor. The crowd erupted in excitement. This badge was not merely a trinket. It was said that only families who had personally slain enemy soldiers were eligible to hang such an accolade. However, a wild boar hardly seemed different from an enemy soldier, perhaps even less formidable. As at least the boar could be consumed. I volunteer. From behind Wang Jioshu, the militia captain Li Dazhuang stepped forward. I too volunteer. Several militia members from Dongfeng village followed suit, eager to join. I demand to form my own team. Someone boldly declared, prompting a wave of volunteers. The collaboration between Shifeng and Dongfeng villages in hunting the wild boar stemmed from the fact that Shifeng village was primarily agricultural, populated by farming families, while Dongfeng village was a fishing community. In Dongfeng village, being a good hunter was a point of pride. The sons of families who could fight were seldom bullied, as they were known for their fierce nature. When the fishing season arrived, they would often remain awake for days on end, and encounters with sharks or sea snakes were commonplace. Should they cross paths with fishing vessels from other provinces, disputes often turned violent. Thus, the fishermen of Shifeng village were far more formidable than the docile farmers. Qin Xiaonyang scratched her head in thought. So, shall we form a team? Qin Han nodded. I think it's a splendid idea. Jia Pengzi shook his head, declaring, do not gaze upon me. I, the esteemed master, shall only feast upon swine. What say you? Qin Xiaonyang prodded Lin Jianguo. I believe it is feasible. After all, a valiant hero requires the support of allies. Such a formidable wild boar, with its own injuries, would indeed pose a challenge without assistance. However, I have a stipulation. Lin Jianguo set forth his terms, proclaiming, I shall assume the role of captain. What? Our heroic brigade is not akin to a band of lame donkeys. Besides, when it comes to martial prowess, that title undoubtedly belongs to me. Qin Xiaonyang retorted, filled with indignation. Lin Jianguo lowered his voice, stating, I know where the wild boar resides. All hail the captain. Qin Xiaonyang stood at attention, saluting. This lad certainly adapted swiftly. Chapter 18. Digging deep and storing abundantly. Qin Han nodded, acknowledging Lin Jianguo's position as captain. The two brothers turned their gaze towards Jia Pengzi, whose face appeared somewhat green. Do not be fooled by your rotund figure. It serves no purpose. If you capture a wild boar, I, the esteemed Jiao Panzai, shall gladly partake in the feast." Qin Xiaonyang chuckled mischievously, stating, "You are indispensable. To catch the wild boar, we require bait. And your slow speed is quite suitable. Bah! Let your limping captain handle it," Jiao Panzai retorted, attempting to escape, only to be firmly held back by Qin Han. Lin Jianguo instructed Qin Han to release him, laughing, "What are you afraid of? In our team, I am the captain, responsible for command, while these two," he gestured to the Qin brothers, continuing, "are the muscle, oh no, the main force. As for you, you may serve as the logistics officer." "What does the logistics officer do?" Jiao Panzai inquired, his interest piqued. After all, this timid fellow had been bullied in school, with Lin Jianguo and the Qin brothers always coming to his aid. However, growing up in this era, who hasn't been exposed to stories of underground battles and dreams of heroism? It's simple. Lin Jianguo squinted his eyes. "If we are to hunt wild boars, do we not need to eat? How can we track the boars on empty stomachs? Shall we not drink? Without drink, how can we muster the courage to confront the wild boar? And do we not need to procure weapons and ammunition? Do Hua Shi Li, as a revolutionary soldier, can you bear to see your comrades go into battle unarmed against a ferocious enemy?" Jiao Panzai's face turned pale. "I knew you had ill intentions. You wish to rob the rich and redistribute land. Besides my 20 years of unspent vitality, I have nothing to offer." With that, he began to walk away, but the Qin brothers made to stop him, only to be halted by Lin Jianguo's gesture. The emblem of the brave hung high upon the wall, a testament to their valor. Jiao Panzai slowed his steps. How many admiring glances from the maidens! He halted in his tracks. "If we manage to catch a wild boar, the logistics officer shall be compensated first," he declared, turning back. "You must keep your word." Jiao Panzai pointed his short, stout finger at Lin Jianguo. "Absolutely. You shall front the costs, and we will provide the labor. If we capture a wild boar, whatever you spend will be reimbursed. Do you both agree?" Lin Jianguo inquired, glancing at the Qin brothers. "No problem. We will follow the captain's lead," they replied, beaming with joy. Regardless of whether they succeeded in catching a wild boar, it seemed that sumptuous meals awaited them in the coming days. Ahem. Lin Jianguo straightened his posture and proclaimed loudly, "I hereby officially appoint Jiao Panzai, oh no, Jia Jun, as the vice captain and logistics officer of our team." Jiao Panzai beamed with delight. As the group engaged in their banter, several teams had already gathered beneath the bell tower. Upon closer inspection, Lin Jianguo noted that, in addition to one team from the Dongfeng village militia, there was also a team from the Shifeng village militia. Furthermore, prominent families from both villages had formed separate teams. To his surprise, members of the He family were also present, specifically the 3 sons of the He family's patriarch and 2 sons from the 3rd branch. "Is there anyone else wishing to sign up?" Wang Jiushu called out. "Let us proceed to the stage." Lin Jianguo beckoned, leading the way, followed closely by the Qin brothers and Jiao Panzai. As the 4 of them stood there, laughter erupted among the crowd. Who among those brave enough to step forward was not robust and muscular? Yet, contrasting this, Lin Jianguo was tall and lean, Jiao Panzai short and stout, Qin Han appearing somewhat daft, and Qin Xiaonyang looking like a delicate young lady. "Humph, you should be ashamed to come up here. Hurry and get down," scoffed He Dingshan, the eldest son of the He family. Having just arrived from their boat, they could not tolerate seeing Lin Jianguo daring to form a team and assume the role of captain. "Mind your words." Qin Xiaonyang, positioned at the back, was undoubtedly the team's powerhouse, always prepared for action. "Everyone behave," Wang Jiushu interjected. His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. Stepping forward to combat the wild boar for the benefit of the villagers is commendable. Anyone who dares to disrupt will have their eligibility revoked. Wang Jiushu proceeded to announce a few simple regulations, such as bringing their own provisions and ensuring safety, yet the crowd was abuzz, hardly paying attention. As the village chief declared the hero assembly successfully concluded, everyone dispersed to their respective homes. "Captain, what shall we do?" Jiao Panzai promptly assumed his role. "No need to rush." Lin Jianguo waved his hand. As the saying goes, before the troops move, the provisions must be prepared. To achieve success, we must rely on the collective wisdom of the masses, particularly the tireless efforts of our vice captain and logistics officer, Jia Jun Panzai. Return home and make the necessary preparations. We shall gather beneath the bell tower at 8 tomorrow morning. Understood. Qin Xiaonyang nodded vigorously. This task cannot fall solely on Panzai. I will assist, as long as I am in charge of the meals. However, I believe we must first ensure the captain's safety. I suspect his cousin harbors ill intentions. Qin Han, though few in words, was meticulous in thought, suggesting that they escort Lin Jianguo home. Despite Lin Jianguo's repeated refusals, he was eventually hoisted onto a bicycle. The group made their way to the Lin household. In just over 10 minutes, Qin Xiaonyang had devised 10 methods for dispatching the wild boar, including but not limited to Wu Song slaying pigs and Lu Zhishan delivering 3 punches to defeat a giant wild boar, with culinary ideas flowing even more abundantly. The group chatted and laughed, escorting Lin Jianguo home, and upon confirming that the He family was not up to any mischief, they finally returned. Meanwhile, within the He family's main house, Chow Ho Hot was sobbing profusely. My dear grandson, while you were away, I was bullied. That little wretch Lin Jianguo is trying to drive me to the brink of madness. Your father and the others are all spineless, watching me, an old woman, being mistreated without uttering a word. The patriarch of the He family frowned. Mother, it's not that your sons are unwilling to seek justice. The village chief has spoken. What can we do? Now that Dingshan and the others are on the village's collective boat. If we offend the village chief, your grandson will have no chance of boarding. Grandmother, please stop crying. It's quite distressing. This boy has gone too far. He Lao Da hastily intervened, saying, Dingshan, you must not act recklessly. Losing the qualification to hunt wild boars is a trivial matter, but offending the village chief could have serious consequences. Do not worry. Did they not organize a team to hunt the wild boars? These creatures typically emerge at night. Just wait until then, and you shall see how I deal with them. He Dingshan furrowed his brow in annoyance. Although Chow Ho Hot favored her own grandson, like all spoiled children, He Dingshan and the others harbored little filial piety towards her. However, in the fishing village, if one's own family members were bullied and one did not dare to speak up, it would lead to ridicule. He Dingshan stepped into the courtyard and shouted towards the Lin family across the way. You, Lin, I am going to hunt wild boars now and will not hold this against you. But once I finish, you shall see how I will handle you. Lin Jianguo let out a faint, disdainful chuckle but remained unperturbed. As he observed, the lights in the main house and the east wing extinguished, indicating that the Lin family had retired for the night. Suddenly, a series of blood-curdling screams erupted from both the main house and the east wing. Help! Where did this centipede come from? It's biting me. Chapter 19. The crime scene. The golden-headed centipede is no trivial matter. Centipedes are inherently one of the 5 poisonous creatures, and the golden-headed variety possesses an even more potent venom. Otherwise, how could it command such a high price? In the pitch darkness, the Lin family did not light any lamps, merely listening to the howls and wails emanating from the room across the way. Well deserved. Lin Zhaozhao was already clapping her hands. Mother, how could there possibly be a centipede in such a fine place? Shouldn't we go look for one ourselves? Lin Jiefeng, being timid, felt something stirring beneath the mat. It's fine, go to sleep. He Chow Chow softly comforted his daughter. In the past, she would have rushed over at the first sign of trouble. But now, her heart had turned cold. All she wished for was to protect her children from harm. As for others, they could fend for themselves. Lin Jianguo propped himself up on one leg and peered out the window. The main room and the eastern wing had descended into chaos, as if they were searching through the mess for centipedes. A piercing scream followed, unmistakably from the old witch, Chow Ho Hot. Grandmother has fainted. A shriek rang out from outside. Immediately, someone in the main room shouted, There's a large centipede hanging from grandmother's backside. Hurry, hurry, father, check if I have one on my backside. Then, the doors of the main room and the eastern wing suddenly swung open, and he Fatsai bolted out carrying Chow Ho Hot on his back, jumping in the courtyard, terrified that a centipede might still be on him. The He family's eldest and third sons were no better off. The youngest, He Laosan, ran out with his bare bottom exposed, wailing in fright. Well deserved. You deserved to be bullied. Unbeknownst to anyone, Lin Zhaozhao had already crept to the window. Go to sleep. We have a busy day ahead tomorrow. Lin Tugan spoke up, rest assured. Although centipedes are venomous, they are not lethal. He Chow Chow, you heartless one, your mother has been bitten by a centipede, and you won't even come out? You traitorous wretch. In the darkness, He Chow Chow sighed softly, ultimately ignoring the remarks. After a while of scolding, He Laosan had already gone to fetch the village's barefoot doctor. Another uproar ensued, and when Chow Ho Hot regained consciousness, the barefoot doctor prescribed some medicine and advised precautions against insects before leaving. Finally, the courtyard fell silent. Early the next morning, Lin Jianguo opened his eyes at dawn. Having just finished washing up, Qin Han's bicycle awaited him at the door. Lin Jianguo stepped outside and swung a leg over the bicycle. "How is your foot?" "It's fine. Just a scrape on my ankle. It doesn't hinder my walking. After a night's rest, it has stopped bleeding." Lin Jianguo looked up at the sun. "You all rose quite early, huh?" "Don't mention it. It's all that Fatso Jia's fault. How come we didn't realize earlier that this lad is a power-hungry fool? He was promoted to deputy captain yesterday and now struts about like a peacock, raising his head so high while my brother and I are still half asleep, and he's howling outside my door." Qin Han scratched his head, and because of that, my brother and I received a good slap from our father and were sent out. As they spoke, Qin Han had already ridden past the village entrance. "Let us head straight to Moxing Mountain. My brother and that Fatso Jia are waiting for us there." Last night, that wild boar emerged again, and this time it not only wreaked havoc on a plot of Lu Gu, 6 grains, but also injured an elderly woman who was up early to work. Several teams have rushed over there. "Yes, we must hurry. We can't let others get there first." Lin Jianguo felt a twinge of urgency. This was 1,000 pounds of meat we were talking about. More importantly, his family background was quite problematic. Although his friends never spoke ill of him, being the son of a son-in-law often brought disdain. If they managed to catch the wild boar this time, it would be different. Villager Wang mentioned yesterday that whoever catches the wild boar would have their family honored, paraded with red banners, and even reported to the county for recognition. Lost in thought, they had already arrived at the foot of the mountain. Moxing Mountain is the tallest mountain on the island. Though it is far from imposing, it is merely a small hill rising over 400 meters. However, the island's air is exceptionally fresh, the sky is particularly blue during the day, and the stars are countless at night. From the bottom of the mountain, it seems as if one could reach out and touch the stars. Before them lay a steep slope. "I'll get off. Let us push it up." Lin Jianguo patted Qin Han on the back. "No need. How can such minor difficulties deter us revolutionaries? Watch me." Qin Han turned his liberation cap backward, the brim facing back, crouched low, and braced his legs. The bicycle surged up the slope as if it had been fitted with a motor, showing no sign of slowing down. "Wow, you're quite fierce." Lin Jianguo thought that if he were riding alone, he could manage such a hill without issue. But with another person on the back, it became quite the challenge. We made it. As the bicycle gradually came to a stop, Lin Jianguo jumped off. Not far away, on the hillside, a group of people waved red flags, walking back and forth around a patch of land, the flags emblazoned with the name of a certain pig hunting team, looking quite impressive. Amongst the crowd, Fatso Jia was bouncing and waving his hand. "Deputy Captain, what is the situation?" Lin Jianguo surveyed his surroundings. This was a cornfield, and the locals, being kind-hearted, had arranged the crops brought by these foreign devils in an orderly manner. Ranking 6th after the 5 grains of China, it is referred to as Lu Gu. This cornfield was not small, spanning over an acre and relatively flat. Such land is not remarkable on the mainland, where in some plain areas, a single ridge can yield over an acre. However, this is an island known for its 3 mountains, 6 waters, and 1 field. In agricultural villages like Shifeng Village, a single household might only possess a few tenths of land. This was considered quite good. Originally, the field was filled with Lu Gu, but now it lay in disarray, with not a single stalk standing upright. How could a wild boar be so destructive? A single wild boar caused such devastation over a large area? An old man nearby frowned in distress, and, upon hearing Lin Jianguo's words, "Cursed, what wild boar? It only devastated a third, the rest." The old man pointed at the group in the field. Someone retorted, "This is a crime scene. We must search thoroughly for the wild boar." Lin Jianguo turned back to look at Fatso Jia. "Deputy Captain, have you found anything?" Jia Pongzi furrowed his brow, pacing back and forth in the fields twice before stating, "Based on my assessment, the wild boar has feasted and fled. You might as well wait for some pork. Xiaonyang, what do you think?" "Delicious, utterly delicious." Qin Xiaonyang pulled a sausage from the back of the bicycle, tearing open the plastic with her teeth, thoroughly enjoying her snack. Although this starch factory had fallen into disrepute over the ensuing 40 years, becoming mere cat and dog food, in this era, it was indeed a rare delicacy. Jia Pongzi felt a twinge of regret, yet hesitated to voice his concerns. "Our equipment still leaves much to be desired. Just look." Qin Han gestured, revealing that a group of individuals had brought along the family's watchful yellow dog. A discovery. At that moment, the group erupted in cheers. Indeed, the dog seemed to have detected something, wagging its tail vigorously and charging ahead with fervor. "Quickly follow," commanded the leader of the group, and a throng of people sprinted after the yellow dog. All eyes were riveted upon the canine, and an air of tension suddenly enveloped the crowd. Under the scrutiny of everyone present, the dog dashed straight to Qin Xianyang. With a thud, it lay down, rolling over in front of her, displaying a rather obsequious expression, yet its eyes remained fixated on the sausage in her hand, its tail wagging even more enthusiastically. Chapter 20. As if it were a joke. "You truly are a wretched creature." Amidst a chorus of laughter, the dog owner felt utterly humiliated, delivering a swift kick to the dog's behind. The large yellow dog yelped in distress, tail tucked between its legs, and fled under the threat of its owner consuming dog meat. Lin Jianguo's face twitched in disbelief. It was almost absurd. Now Lin Jianguo finally understood that although hunting and fishing differ by just a word, they are entirely unrelated pursuits. This group of fishermen, seasoned in reading the winds and tides at sea in search of fish, found themselves utterly lost when it came to tracking wild boars on land. It appeared they would have to rely on old Chui. Lin Jianguo resolved to pay old Chui a visit once night fell. Several teams circled around Lu Gudi a few times, but aside from trampling a few crops, they yielded nothing. Disheartened, the group contemplated their lack of success. However, after hearing the old farmer's lament, they felt that retreating would be somewhat shameful. "Captain, did you not claim to know where the wild boars are?" Fatty Jia inquired in a hushed tone. "Silence, that is classified information." Lin Jianguo glanced around, noticing that keen ears had drawn closer. "I do not know about the wild boars, but I certainly know about your pig." A swift kick landed on Fatty Jia's backside. "We've come this far. We cannot return empty-handed." Qin Xianyang clearly had not had her fill yet and intended to score some work points for lunch. Lenin once stated that one cannot work diligently without first mastering the art of laziness. "It has been ages since we all gathered. How about we go beachcombing?" proposed Qin Xianyang. Though they were on an island, Shifeng village was primarily agricultural, unlike Dongfeng village, where every household was engaged in fishing. As a native of Shifeng village, Qin Xianyang's brothers held a keen interest in beachcombing. Fatty Jia sprang to his feet. Born in Shifeng village, his parents, both employees of the supply and marketing cooperative, later moved to town, making him the apple of their eye. His parents forbade him from playing by the seaside. "Captain, I must assert that Rome was not built in a day." Fatty Jia, self-proclaiming as a city dweller, often affected an air of cultured sophistication. Indeed, constructing Rome requires many mules and horses, but once the work is done, don't they deserve a break? Qin Han nodded in agreement. In that moment, the whereabouts of the wild boars became inconsequential. Not only Lin Jianguo and his ragtag team, but also the militia from Dongfeng and Shifeng villages collectively discussed their recreational destination. After all, engaging in hunting wild boars would earn them work points. With these points, they could find a large tree, play cards all afternoon, or indulge in some spirits. What could be more delightful? Thus, in the minds of these militia members, wild boars seemed quite appealing. In terms of beachcombing, no one was more familiar than Lin Jianguo. After all, in fishing villages, most men took to the sea. Once aboard a collective vessel, especially a modern motor sailboat, they could venture farther out to sea, yielding substantial catches each time. Even the traditional wooden sailboats adorned with green eyebrows fared well in this region, known as one of the 4 major fishing grounds in the world. Each time a boat returned to port, baskets of seafood were unloaded, ensuring that every household received a generous share. The fisher folk were quite discerning. They only consumed the finest fish. Therefore, for the people of Dongfeng village, beachcombing was merely a pastime. Lin Jianguo, however, was different. His family faced hardships. A small boat could barely take him far, and with several mouths to feed at home, even Xiao Ho-Hot and Hifatsai depended on the Lin family for sustenance. Life had always been quite frugal. Consequently, since Lin Jianguo could remember, he often went beachcombing, acutely aware of which beaches in the entire Shanshan area were abundant in fish and shells, and where one could strike it lucky. "All right, let us rest for a day," Lin Jianguo declared as he took a seat on the back of a bicycle. The trio of bicycles raced downhill, the refreshing sea breeze billowing through their garments, reminiscent of youthful exuberance. "Captain," once they reached level ground, Qin Xianyang caught up. "In our haste to leave, we forgot our tools. What shall we do?" "No worries." Lin Jianguo chuckled. "Did you forget we have a vice-captain with us? With our dashing vice-captain Jia leading the way, what tools could we possibly lack? Am I really that dependable?" Fatty Jia huffed as he pedaled alongside, still questioning his own capabilities. Absolutely. Not only shall we beachcomb today, but we shall also witness the lovely maidens. With a series of cheers, the bicycle sped off. Half an hour later, they arrived at Baibu Sha, already quite distant from Dongfeng village. After all, it would be rather embarrassing if the villagers discovered they had forsaken wild boar hunting for beachcombing. Although it was an island, it was not particularly small, stretching several dozen miles from north to south. As the tide receded, scattered individuals began to appear along the sprawling beach. Where are the fish? Where are the maidens? Fatty Jia exclaimed, halting his bicycle in a frenzy. Vice Captain Jia, please maintain our military decorum. Do you understand the 3 major disciplines and the 8 points of attention? Approaching with maidens. Look at you, donning the guise of a film's foolish captain. Once Fatty Jia had quieted down, Lin Jianguo began. He pointed toward the vast expanse of sand and said, "Comrades, gaze to the east. This stretch of beach, with few stones, is well suited for digging clams and various shells. Over there, you will find a large cluster of rocks, abundant with crabs, and if fortune smiles upon us, we might even catch some blue crabs. Captain, spare us the chatter. We are not novices at beachcombing. Our immediate concern is the equipment," interjected the Qin brothers, who were already starving. "I'm going." Fatty Jia had already removed his shoes and socks, charging across the sand toward the slimmest girl he could find. That silhouette bore a striking resemblance to Zhu Beiji from Journey to the West. Will he succeed? Qin Xiaonyang held a pessimistic view of Fatty Jia's endeavor. As expected, within a mere 2 minutes, Fatty Jia returned, crestfallen. "Lin Xiangzi, you bully the honest. Your fate shall not be favorable. How could I have believed your nonsense?" Lin Jianguo chuckled. "You went about it all wrong." "What was wrong?" Fatty Jia protested, his neck jutting out in confusion. "Your choice of target was incorrect." Lin Jianguo gestured. "Try that one." Not far away, a 60-something woman wearing a straw hat was carrying a large bucket. Fatty Jia's face contorted in disbelief. "Are you going or not? If we do not go, let us ascend the mountain in search of wild boars." "Off we go. Is it not possible for me to join?" Jia Pongzi expressed his utter helplessness. Come. In addition to appearing dashing, we must also bring some gifts." Qin Xiaonyang retrieved several sausages from the back seat of the bicycle and tossed them over. A few individuals settled by the shore, removing their shoes and socks, and descended onto the beach. The sand, recently exposed by the retreating tide, was soft and delightful beneath their feet. As one stepped down, a shallow pool of seawater emerged. Lin Jianguo's wound had not yet fully healed. The salt water stung slightly, yet soon became numb. Chapter 21. Gathering at the sea. The act of gathering at the sea is something genuine fishermen would scarcely regard with any seriousness. This endeavor yields little profit. After a long day under the sun, akin to a crab baked to perfection, one finds it hard to sell for even a paltry sum, merely scraping by for sustenance. Thus, those who venture to the shore are either idling away their time or middle-aged and elderly women residing nearby, for they prefer the activity over languishing indoors. Women from coastal households are industrious and restless. They would rather dedicate their fleeting moments to gathering at the sea than retreat to the comforts of home. While the men endure the tumult of the ocean, these grandmothers wield their small shovels, meticulously excavating the delectable treasures concealed beneath the sands. When a small platter of sea snails and clams graces the dining table, the cheerful sounds of their grandchildren savoring the feast bring smiles to their faces. Experience begets wisdom. To acquire tools, one must seek the elderly women. Indeed, it was not long before Jia Pongzi returned, beaming, with a large bucket in hand that contained small shovels and tongs, as well as a hefty bag of salt. Jia Pongzi's face glowed with excitement. "What is going on?" A group of onlookers wondered. Following Jia Pongzi was the elderly woman, accompanied by a little boy, who had a piece of the starch sausage Jia Pongzi had just gifted him clenched in his mouth. As he chewed vigorously, he attempted to snatch the sausage from his grandmother's grasp, clearly her grandson. "Ah, you little rascal, can't you save some for tomorrow?" the grandmother exclaimed, lifting her hand high to evade the boy. She glanced at Jia Pongzi, exclaiming, "Oh, this handsome young man is quite delightful." Jia Pongzi's complexion deepened to a shade of crimson. Lin Jianguo and Qin Han doubled over with laughter, while Qin Xiaonyang lost her footing and plopped into the water. "Look at you youngsters, daring to come to the seashore unprepared. Tomorrow, you'll surely regret it," she warned. "Wait here, I'll fetch you some straw hats and a set of tools." With that, the grandmother shuffled away, leaving the little boy wide-eyed, watching the group. While the grandmother was away, Jia Pongzi had already begun to brandish his shovel, searching eagerly. Where are the fish? The crabs? The clams? Where have they gone? After a thorough search, he found nothing, growing increasingly frustrated. Captain, are you being dishonest with the organization? Where are the seafood? Just then, the little boy dashed a few steps, stomping into a puddle, and bent down to retrieve a wriggling fish from between his toes. Jia Pongzi's eyes flared with indignation. Damn it, these fish are unfair, taking advantage of outsiders. Just as he was about to explode, the grandmother returned, saying, Here, this is for you, and this one too. Without distributing the tools, she handed each person a tattered straw hat. The grandmother was practical, providing them each with tools and buckets, albeit of various sizes, yet sufficient nonetheless. You're doing it wrong. You won't catch anything like that. She chuckled, taking the shovel from Jia Pongzi's hands. This stretch of beach has just receded. There are plenty of clams here, look. She pointed to a small hole not far away, adding, This one is likely to yield results. Her shovel danced through the sand, quickly uncovering a pit, after which she casually poured a bit of salt from her bag into the hole. Since ancient times, Chuanshan has been known as a place of fish and salt. Coarse salt sells for a pretty penny inland, but here, it is virtually worthless. Moments later, a plump, meaty foot emerged. Wow! Jia Pongzi's spirits soared as he grasped the fleshy appendage, pulling with all his might. A clam measuring 5 or 6 centimeters was soon in his hands. What a catch! What a catch! Jia Pongzi beamed with delight. Oh, this is nothing. That's a small one. Take your time digging. But remember to return my tools when you leave. The grandmother chuckled and wandered off to continue her own digging. In her eyes, these young men were merely city students, oblivious to the ways of the shore. Yet for her, the act of gathering clams on the beach was inherently tedious, compounded by her grandson's constant antics. However, now the boy was aware that Jia Pongzi had something delicious, and although too shy to ask, he circled around him eagerly. While Jia Pongzi sought treasures at the shore, the little boy sought treasures from Jia Pongzi. The Qin brothers and Jia Pongzi learned the tricks of the trade, lining up to search for holes. Lin Jianguo, holding the tongs and bucket, walked alongside them. Captain, aren't you joining us? Jia Pongzi inquired, as he spotted a small hole, his shovel swinging with fervor, exclaiming as he dug, The meat doesn't just grow on trees. I'm not lacking in strength. The little boy, having rarely seen strangers, hovered beside Jia Pongzi. This one's big, Jia Pongzi announced, pinching a sizable clam between his fingers. It was as long as a child's palm, and he felt a swell of pride. Take your time. Lin Jianguo responded nonchalantly, his gaze drifting toward the water. Suddenly, he lunged forward, thrusting the tongs into the sand, creating a splash. What is that? Qin Han squinted, unable to discern. Lin Jianguo quickly bent down, securing his grip before releasing the tongs, using both hands to clasp the fish by its gills, lifting it triumphantly. Well done, Captain. Impressive. Qin Xiaonyang applauded with a thumbs up. At that moment, everyone finally recognized the creature. It was a grayish-yellow flatfish, its body resembling that of the legendary halibut, with its eyes squished together, appearing rather comical. This fish likely weighed over a pound, and would be remarkably fresh when steamed. With a swift motion, Lin Jianguo tossed the flatfish into the bucket, where it flopped about. He then bent down to retrieve the tongs. Typically, fish swim upright, but in the shallow waters along the beach, they cannot navigate. This flatfish, however, preferred to lie flat and swim close to the water surface with the waves. Its coloration blended seamlessly with the sand, making it difficult to spot. Decades of experience in gathering at the sea cannot be casually dismissed. Lin Jianguo's few words silenced Jia Pongzi. Captain, you are truly remarkable. In comparison to Lin Jianguo's skill, the arduous task of digging for clams in the sand felt rather mundane. Jia Pongzi unhesitatingly stood beside Lin Jianguo. The Qin brothers were also eager to test their own discerning eyes. Go, distance yourselves. Being so close will scare the fish away. Captain, are you planning to keep all the spoils for yourself? Not a chance. Jia Pongzi had long harbored suspicions that Lin Jianguo possessed some secret technique that he had not shared. Clinging to the notion that following the captain would yield a bountiful feast, he resolutely refused to leave. Come, let me teach you, Lin Jianguo said, pointing to a nearby rock. Clams, for instance, prefer to hide beneath the sand, whereas crabs favor the shelter of stones. Chapter 22. A great catch. Before Lin Jianguo could finish his sentence, the rotund Jia had already taken action. He swiftly swept aside a stone, only to let out a piercing scream the next moment, leaping high into the air as he frantically waved his hands. A small crab had unceremoniously clamped down on his unwitting hand. "Quick, quick, quick, help me." Jia's plea was cut short as the unfortunate crab snapped off one of its pincers, which plummeted into the sea with a soft splash, vanishing without a trace. With tear-filled eyes, Jia stared at the pincer still clinging to his hand, yearning to go home. "What's there to fear?" Qin Han remarked, reaching out to yank the pincer free, eliciting another cry from Jia. As more people gathered on the beach, some were drawn to Jia's lamentations and turned to look. "Behold, many young ladies are watching our vice-captain," someone quipped, instantly lifting Jia's spirits. Nevertheless, he soon admitted that he was more suited to the role of logistics officer, content to carry a water bucket for everyone. On the beach, two types of individuals could be observed. The local elderly women, adorned with straw hats and silk scarves, silently toiling away at the sand, clearly hoping to enhance their evening meal through their labor, and the likes of Lin Jianguo and his companions, clad in short sleeves and shorts, casually meandering with empty buckets in hand. "Why did you not use the tongs?" Lin Jianguo waved the tongs in his hand. "I must tell you, that was merely a small crab. I cannot fathom your frantic shouting. If you were to encounter a swimming crab, you would be in for quite the ordeal. And should you confront a fully grown blue crab, your fingers would be in jeopardy." As Lin Jianguo splashed through the shallows, he prepared to demonstrate. Striding towards a rocky area, he lifted a stone with his tongs, revealing an unexpected delight. A mantis shrimp emerged before him. Ah, splendid. Although mantis shrimp had hard shells and many spines, their rich, yellow roe was undeniably delectable. The large mantis shrimp seemed to sense danger and abruptly propelled itself away. However, with the tide receding, small puddles formed along the shore, making it easier to catch. Lin Jianguo was well prepared. With a swift motion, he pinched the shrimp out of the water. The mantis shrimp wriggled desperately, striking the tongs with its two small claws, producing a cacophony of sounds. This display of skill left Qin Xiaonyang and the others in awe. "Our captain is truly remarkable. We are in for a treat today." Qin Xiaonyang, still salivating, was suddenly startled as a splash erupted from a nearby puddle. "Oh no, it's a jumping fish," she exclaimed, lunging forward. Jia, caught off guard, was drenched in seawater and mud. Qin Xiaonyang clambered up, resembling a muddy pig. "How about that? Not bad, right?" she said, proudly clutching a jumping fish. Suddenly, panic ensued as the fish slipped from her grasp, tumbling into the puddle, stirring up mud and disappearing from sight. "Curse it. It's not that my brother lacks skill. It's that the enemy is too cunning," she lamented, rubbing the slimy residue from her palms. "Not bad. There is progress." Lin Jianguo commended her with a thumbs up. Ultimately, they were there to enjoy themselves. The quantity of their catch was insignificant compared to the joy they experienced. Reflecting on his tragic past life, Lin Jianguo felt an overwhelming sense of happiness in the present. As Jia witnessed Qin Xiaonyang's success, he too felt a twinge of desire. Now that everyone had gained some experience, no one wished to continue digging in the sand. The group headed towards the rocky beach, where stones littered the ground, and fortune might favor them with fish and shrimp trapped during low tide. Lin Jianguo glanced upward, observing numerous seabirds circling above. This was their banquet, yet now they could only watch. "Ha ha." Qin Xiaonyang laughed heartily, raising her tongs high, showcasing a crab with only one claw. "Give it to me. I seek vengeance. The front leg shall be braised, the back leg steamed, and the remaining body shall be pickled." The sight of her adversary ignited Jia's competitive spirit, prompting him to dash forward, snatching the little crab and tossing it into his bucket. "Is this enough to share?" he jested. These small crabs, while not as meaty as swimming crabs or blue crabs, were a common sight on the beach. They hardly grew larger than an egg. However, their freshness was undeniable. After a thorough cleaning, a quick fry would yield a crispy and fragrant delicacy, perfect for pairing with drinks akin to peanuts from the sea. Crabs on the rocky beach were evidently more abundant than those on the sandy shore, though they proved elusive, preferring to burrow beneath the stones. Each time someone turned over a stone, clouds of silt would rise, obscuring their view. Located at the mouth of the Yangtze River, Chuanshan was nourished by the river's waters, creating a bountiful marine environment, albeit muddied and less clear. After toiling for hours, Jia was drenched in sweat, having caught nothing but a single small crab that waved its remaining claw, seemingly mocking him. Forget it. I won't return. Let us hunt wild boars instead," he declared in frustration. Nearby, a grandmother's grandson approached, sniffling and munching on a piece of starch sausage. Give me another one, and I'll help you. How does that sound? He proposed. You? Jia replied skeptically. I'll help you catch one first. If I succeed, you can give me another, the boy said, nibbling on the sausage with reluctance. Deal. One piece of sausage is hardly a concern for me, Jia responded. What is your name? I'm Fu Lai, the boy replied, his nose running as he spoke, only to be wiped away as he finished his sentence. All right, you help me, and if you surpass them, proving stronger, I will give you two, Jia promised, holding up 2 fingers. Just now, I heard you are some sort of logistics minister? Indeed, what of it? Are you recruiting me as a servant? Fu Lai, filled with joy, stood at attention and saluted. Go on, first wipe your nose clean. When Jia Pongzi saw that stream of mucus, he felt that even the vast ocean appeared unclean. Indeed, Fu Lai readily complied, pinching his nose, and with a swift motion, a long, yellowed strand of mucus flew out and landed on the beach. Fu Lai kicked up a handful of sand and covered the mucus, then bent down to wash his hands in the seawater. Little rascal. Before Jia Pongzi could finish his sentence, Fu Lai grinned widely. Suddenly, a warm splash came forth. Jia Pongzi's face began to twitch. Damn it, you little brat. Are you treating our seafood gathering as a urinal? Are you making us stir the ladle in your toilet? Chapter 23. Jia Pongzi appears quite knowledgeable, perhaps due to the vigorous temperament of Fu Lai. A small crab emerged from beneath a rock, brandishing its pincers and cursing while relocating its abode. Where could it flee? Fu Lai swiftly captured the little crab from the still warm seawater. Here you go. Fu Lai, with one hand clutching his trousers and the other holding the crab, offered it to Jia Pongzi. The color drained from Jia Pongzi's face. Child's urine can be medicinal. This crab is a tonic, perfect for that androgynous little lady. Jia Pongzi pointed at Qin Xiaonyang, who was clutching her belly and laughing uncontrollably. I don't want it, I don't want it. Qin Xiaonyang exclaimed, sprinting off at great speed. Don't run away. I'll give it to my grandmother. Fu Lai dashed over to his grandmother, receiving an abundance of praise. Oh my Fu Lai has become quite capable. Catching such a large crab. What good fortune for grandma. The elderly lady, smiling brightly, accepted the crab and tossed it into a bucket. Servant, come here. Though slightly distasteful, Jia Pongzi acknowledged Fu Lai's skill. Let us move to another spot. Children are easily deceived. With just a few words, they followed Jia Pongzi 20 or so meters away. Qin Xiaonyang and Qin Han, having worked hard for half the day without much success, resorted to collecting snails. The snails along the shore seemed as abundant as the dust on the ground. After wiping away a layer, they would reappear almost immediately. As long as the waves persisted, the snails would come in endless succession. These creatures served as a cover for those gathering at the sea. Anyone who came hoped to find a large blue crab. Finding a big yellow croaker washed up on the beach would be even more delightful. But what if there were none? People had no choice but to gather some snails to save face, which was better than returning empty-handed. Lin Jianguo paid them no mind, meandering among the rocky shore. He seldom acted hastily. When he did, his movements were precise and ruthless, ensuring he would catch something, be it a jumping fish or a small crab. The Qin brothers watched in astonishment. You've struck lucky, haven't you? Qin Han squinted. To him, this was merely a pile of rubble. The water was murky, and nothing was visible. No need to envy. This is skill, Lin Jianguo remarked, his eyes scanning the rocky terrain. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something beneath a stone, catching a glimpse with the corner of his eye, albeit for just an instant. However, he was certain he had seen something. He took 2 quick steps forward, extending his tongs beneath that stone. The murky seawater obscured his view. Yet Lin Jianguo distinctly felt the tongs encounter an obstruction. It was evidently a living creature, and it exhibited considerable strength. There is something substantial. Lin Jianguo's spirit surged, and he plunged the tongs deeper. This time, the sensation was unmistakable. It was the large claw of a crab. Sensing the force transmitted through the tongs, he realized this catch would be significant. Crouching down stealthily, Lin Jianguo exerted force to shift the large stone before him. A startled blue crab waved its large pincers, adopting a defensive stance. With quick reflexes, Lin Jianguo extended the tongs, successfully capturing the crab. With a splash, the blue crab landed in his bucket. Observing Lin Jianguo's substantial catch, the nearby gatherers displayed expressions of envy. Who would have thought such a large blue crab could be caught by the shore? It must weigh at least a pound. It could fetch a good price at the market. With such a sizable blue crab, Paired with some peas and rice, the flavor would be exquisite. A crowd gathered around Lin Jianguo, expressing their admiration. Although blue crabs command a higher price than common swimming crabs, they remain a frequent sight in the market. However, personally catching a blue crab offers an unparalleled taste, and more importantly, it allows one to boast at the dining table, enhancing one's prestige. Qin Xiaonyang pouted, glancing at the large blue crab in Lin Jianguo's bucket, then at the handful of small snails in her own. If it weren't for my following you here, I might have thought you purposely released that crab. She turned to Qin Han. Brother, let us not mess around. We should stick with Jianguo. No way. Qin Han objected, stating, this fellow's quick and crafty. Wherever he goes, nothing remains. If you follow him, you'll end up with nothing. We must find our own way. All right, I'll give it to you, Lin Jianguo said, lifting his bucket and pouring some into the Qin brothers' bucket. No, eating someone else's leftovers lacks flavor. We've had our share, I want to catch my own. Qin Xiaonyang protested, her pride stung. In her prime, she had been a campus bully, while she might not excel in academic pursuits. She had always outperformed others in sports like basketball or racing. Fine, this area is yours, so you want to say I cleared it out. Lin Jianguo, in high spirits, carried his bucket further away. This stretch of beach was supposedly an excellent spot for gathering, featuring sandy shores, rocky outcrops, and gentle waves. However, due to this very appeal, many people flocked there, making it difficult to find common items like oysters and mussels. To catch a blue crab in such a location would require extraordinary luck. Not far away, Jia Pongzi and Fu Lai were making a racket. Lin Jianguo and the Qin brothers hurried over, only to discover the two lively characters in a comical predicament. Fu Lai, mouth agape, was spitting out dark water, smearing his face haphazardly and creating a painted visage. Jia Pongzi fared worse, clutching an octopus that was vehemently resisting capture, its tentacles writhing on his arm while it sprayed ink onto his face. Qin Xiaonyang could no longer contain her laughter, her stomach aching from mirth. Oh my dear ancestor, how did you end up like this? Your mother will surely blame me again. Fu Lai's grandmother hurried over, her small steps quickening, her complaints ringing out as she tenderly embraced Fu Lai, using a towel soaked in seawater to scrub his face. I don't want to wash my face. All children are alike. Washing one's face feels akin to slaughtering a pig. Grandma, tonight I'll have you stewed, steamed, and minced. Jia Pongzi, infuriated, lifted the octopus, exuding a fragrant aroma. The octopus's tentacles flailed wildly, one of them landing squarely on Jia Pongzi's plump face. Oh dear, hurry and wash with seawater, give it a good scrub. Or else it will be hard to remove later, the kind old woman reminded. Lin Jianguo restrained himself from laughing. Today, everyone has had a bountiful harvest, especially our minister Jia, whose knowledge has undoubtedly expanded. Let us proceed with this, Lin Jianguo declared as he poured the contents of several buckets of seafood together. The haul was modest: a solitary green crab, a squid, 3 or 4 crabs of various sizes, and a heap of small snails. These few items were hardly enough to satisfy 4 people's appetites. While they spoke, the portly Jia buried his face in the sand for a considerable time, only to lift his head, revealing a visage both dark and flushed. Oh my, who told you to scrub so vigorously? If you continue like this, you will lose your skin. The old woman glanced at the sky and said, well, we ought to head home now. You can wash with soap at our place. Chapter 24. A meal with no frills. The home of Lao Pa resides in the nearest village to the seaside. In 40 years, this small village, close to the beach and ideal for fishing, will be dotted with goose houses, thriving in business. However, at present, it remains an ordinary fishing village, with each household's dwelling relatively tidy. Although the nation faced hardships due to the collective farming movement in previous years, the residents of Chuanshan have managed to live quite comfortably. The reason for this is that fishermen require boats to venture out to sea. Boats are substantial investments, difficult for individual fishermen's families to afford. The advantage of the commune system is its capacity to pool resources for significant endeavors. When a fishing cooperative collectively purchases a boat, the process becomes considerably easier. In the old society, fishery bosses exploited fishermen through their boats. But with the establishment of fishing cooperatives, fishermen acquired their vessels, liberating them from exploitation and enhancing their livelihoods. A few individuals pushed their bicycles, trailing behind Lao Pa. What shall we call you, Grandma? Lin Jianguo inquired politely. Hee, just an old lady. What isn't a name? With this little rascal. Lapapa gently patted Fula's bottom and continued, "Everyone calls me Fula. I am getting old. Now I must bear this name." With a look of fondness, she held a water bucket in one hand while cradling her grandson in the other. Her slender frame bent under the weight. Yet Fula maintained a cheerful demeanor, keeping pace with the younger crowd. A bowl of warm rice, a platter of fresh seafood, and a boisterous little grandson at home. Life, indeed, was sufficient. Qin Han seized the water bucket from Fula, causing his body to sway. As they gathered around to inspect, they found that the large bucket was already half filled with seafood. In addition to clams, it contained a variety of shellfish and a considerable number of flower clams. Looking back at the meager haul that their group had managed after much effort, they felt somewhat embarrassed. "Fula, would you like to ride on Uncle's bicycle?" Qin Han patted the seat of his bicycle. No. Fula was quite astute, refusing to sit on the hard seat. Qin Xiaonyang rummaged through the canvas bag strapped to her bicycle and pulled out 2 large white rabbit milk candies. "If you walk home, I'll give you these." Fula's eyes lit up instantly, as if a monkey had descended from a tree, quickly slipping away from Lapapa. "These candies are so expensive, we rarely buy them at home." Feeling a bit shy, Fula wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead and casually removed her straw hat to fan herself. "You all should stay for dinner at my place." "Grandma, that is too kind." Lin Jianguo and the others, young men who had spent the afternoon on the beach, were quite hungry. Moreover, the little catch they had was hardly enough to fill them. "We don't have much to eat, but today the tide is good, and the clams are plump. Unfortunately, we couldn't get them out in time. The freshly dug clams are too sandy and would be unpleasant to eat. There are a few crabs in the bucket, and we still have fish from yesterday's catch. I'll send my son to check a few traps for some fish. That should suffice." The residents of Chuanshan are known for their simplicity. Fishermen earn their living from the sea. And in the face of storms and waves, mutual assistance is essential for survival. The sea can be unforgiving. No one can predict whether a storm will allow them to see the sun the next day. Hence, fishermen tend to place little value on wealth, spending freely when they have money, which has become a customary practice, making them warm and hospitable. Especially on some remote islands, it is rare for outsiders to visit. When guests do arrive, the villagers feel compelled to invite them to dine, reminiscent of Tao Yuanming's idyllic peach blossom spring. As the group listened to Fula's chatter, they meandered through the village paths until they arrived at a courtyard. The yard was modest but tidy, with a fishing net drying in the corner. Fula closely followed Qin Xiaonyang, having received the candy, and quickly unwrapped one to pop into his mouth, making a delightful smacking sound. "Old man, we have guests at home." Fula called out, but no one responded. After some more urging, she instructed everyone to set down the water bucket and tools before fetching a basin, drawing well water, and handing a bar of soap to Jia Pengzi. Jia Pengzi eagerly began to wash, his large face having accumulated much sand, which stung when mixed with the soap. "Where did that old man run off to?" Fula asked. "Fula, go check if your grandfather is around. If he is, tell him to check the traps." With a milk candy in his mouth and the wrapper clutched in his hand, Fula bounced off. Moments later, an elderly man with bronze skin followed Fula into the courtyard. "Hello, uncle," Qin Xiaonyang greeted sweetly, endearing herself to everyone present. Fula seemed to be a man of few words, nodding and waving at the group as a form of greeting. "What is the fuss about? Please, sit down. Old lady, I'll run to the beach quickly and be right back. I'll bring some money to buy a few jean of old wine from the supply store." No need." Jia Pengzi suddenly stood up, shaking off water from his hair in a dramatic flourish. "Xiaonyang, there's still white wine in the canvas bag." Qin Xiaonyang opened the bag, revealing 2 bottles of white wine and 2 jars of canned fruit. Jia Pengzi straightened his back with newfound pride. "Auntie, these fruit jars are for Fula. It saves us the trouble of carrying them back and forth. This wine is quite good." Fula chuckled. "You wait here, I'll be back shortly." His legs seemed to move with renewed vigor. Fula fetched a large basin, rinsed the seafood they had collected twice in clean water, then filled another basin with water and sprinkled in some salt. "Let these clams purge the sand. When you head back, take some for your family to enjoy." Fula had already clutched the 2 jars of fruit tightly to his chest. In the rural setting of the 1980s, these 2 jars of fruit and 2 bottles of wine were impressive gifts. The group collectively assisted Fula in lighting a fire to cook. Before long, the large iron pot began to bubble vigorously. Fula headed to the small vegetable patch at the entrance, picking a few scallions and a handful of spinach, then retrieved a jar containing pickled mustard greens. The elderly woman remarked that there were no substantial catches today, only a few small May fish. Fu Lai I placed a string of small May fish onto the cutting board. The fish, threaded through with grass rope, appeared remarkably fresh, wriggling with vitality. It would have to suffice. Fu Lai Po was evidently not entirely satisfied. However, there was a sizable blue crab, which could be considered a hearty dish. Old man, you should attend to your grandson. Instruct him to cease his antics and tidy up the table. The dishes will be ready shortly. Attend. It is your indulgence that has led to this. Let me play the villain. Fu Lai grumbled, contorting his face in a mock scowl to frighten Fu Lai, but it proved utterly ineffective. Fu Lai's attention was wholly captivated by the canvas bag. Chapter 25. The flavor is remarkably good. Fu Lai Oppo was remarkably nimble, and the clawing green crab in her hands was subdued within mere seconds, swiftly disassembled into pieces. In this era, the variety of condiments was not as extensive as in later times, yet fishermen possessed their own unique methods of preparation. Dried scallops and shrimp shells were readily available, and smoked pork hung above the stove. Fu Lai Oppo reached for the cured meat, slicing off a small piece and then meticulously cutting it into thin slices. The aged pork, translucent and glistening, seemed to shimmer with light. As the lard sizzled in the pan, the aroma of scallions, ginger, and garlic filled the air. With the addition of the pork slices, the kitchen was enveloped in a savory fragrance. After stirring, the green crab and rice had been sautéed several times, their salty essence blending with the aroma of the cured meat, causing stomachs to rumble with anticipation. The mixture was then placed into a clay pot for steaming. Lin Jianguo could not help but swallow hard. Over the years, he had experienced many adventures at sea, yet even when he caught green crabs, he could not bear to eat them, as they were meant to be sold at the market. Though they could only fetch a few coins, it was significant for the Lin family. Cao Ho-Hat and Hafatsai occasionally enjoyed green crab rice, but they had never allowed the children of the Lin family a taste. Lin Jianguo lowered his head and assisted Qin Han in cleaning the sea conch. Fishermen had no particular fuss about seafood. The essence was simply in its freshness. The pot was heated until dry, then just a drizzle of oil was added, and the prepared clams were tossed in, stirred briefly, followed by a few slices of ginger and scallions, releasing a delightful aroma. Fu Lai quickly set the table. The dishes were served in coarse ceramic bowls, as was the wine. Come, everyone, take a seat, Fu Lai called out. Fishermen were known for their hospitality. Since guests had arrived at their home, there was no need for formality, and everyone gathered around the table. Zhao Pengzi pulled out 2 bottles of baijiu, eager to open them. Not so fast. Your wine is good, but let us enjoy my sweet potato brew first. Fu Lai produced a jar of homemade wine from behind him. Fishermen loved their spirits. Out at sea, amidst the waves and chill, it was not uncommon to be busy for days on end without sleep when encountering a school of fish. Meals could be forsaken, with freshly caught crabs stuffed directly into mouths, their shells cracked open to savor the juices. Enough to sustain them for a while. But without wine, it would be unacceptable. The alcohol alleviated dampness and fatigue, invigorating the spirit and numbing aches. After a few cups of the old brew, fatigue faded, and even the pain from the waves seemed less intense. Fishermen were nurtured by the sea and sustained by their drink. Thus, when times were good and resources abundant, every household would set aside 100 or so pounds of sweet potatoes to brew their own old wine. This potent brew, thick and cloudy, was rich and sweet on the palate, with a robust aftertaste. This particular batch was made last year with early rice and yangmei. Fu Lai held up the jar of wine, his face alight with joy. The old woman is strict. I've wanted to drink several times, but she wouldn't allow it, insisting we wait until we had a son-in-law. And now, here we are, he chuckled, casting a glance at his old companion. Fu Lai Oppo shot him a disapproving look, but said nothing. Fu Lai deftly broke the seal, his 10 thick fingers surprisingly agile as he poured the amber liquid into the coarse ceramic bowl, filling the air with a fragrant vapor. He plucked a yangmei from the bottom of the bowl and chewed it. What a delightful flavor, he exclaimed. Raising his wine bowl, he drank it down in one gulp, wiping his mouth clean, still yearning for more. Lin Jianguo seized the wine jar and refilled Fu Lai's bowl. Let us eat. Fu Lai Oppo beamed as she brought forth dish after dish. 2 large bowls of scallion oil clams, a platter of steamed small May fish, a plate of braised cuttlefish, and dozens of little stone crabs, deep fried to a crispy perfection. Additionally, there was a plate of spicy snails, a small bowl of translucent jellyfish skin, and a large bowl of various sea conchs accompanied by a bowl of rice vinegar. Papa, you should join us. Everyone urged. You all eat first. I still have things to prepare in the kitchen, she replied. I want to eat the green crab rice, Fulai exclaimed, climbing onto a stool to look around, but failing to spot the green crab. Feeling a tinge of disappointment. Go on, you little rascal, such disregard for manners. Fulai, I playfully swatted Fulai's behind. Fulai cried and went in search of her grandmother. Oh dear, you old man, how can you be so cruel? With those rough hands hitting my delicate grandchild. Fulai Oppo lamented, hugging Fulai as they went to fetch some fruit preserves. Please, don't stand on ceremony. It's a pity you came in such haste. We weren't fully prepared and may have kept you waiting. Fulai raised his large bowl, inviting everyone to eat and drink. Initially, the young guests were a bit shy, but after a few cups of the old wine, their faces flushed, tongues loosened, and the atmosphere grew lively. The large bowl of snails had been freshly gathered from the shore that day, a delightful assortment, though small, bursting with flavor. The ends of the sea conchs had already been cracked. To eat them, one would first dip them in soy sauce, then suck the meat from the end, followed by a delightful slurp from the opening, allowing the tender flesh to slide into their mouths. This conch is one I picked up. I spotted it under a rock. Look how big it is. Qin Han boasted, holding up a sea conch. Jia Pongzi, with his round face, immediately dove into the cuttlefish. Let that ink spray on your face, he exclaimed as he stuffed a piece of cuttlefish into his mouth, chewing heartily. The cuttlefish was firm and chewy. Fulai picked up chopsticks and selected a small May fish, savoring it. By the time he pulled out the chopsticks, only the fishbone remained. This small May fish is delicious, incredibly fresh, Qin Xiaonyang exclaimed after tasting one. The small May fish, though not large, had many fine bones, generally unappealing to outsiders. Only the locals of Chuanshan cherished this delectable treat. As the wine flowed, so did the conversation. Fuklai recounted his past encounter with a tempest at sea, kneeling upon the deck in fervent supplication to Guanyin Bodhisattva for protection, which left Jia Pongzi so astonished that he momentarily forgot his vengeance against the cephalopod, incessantly inquiring whether Guanyin had manifested her divine presence. Meanwhile, Qin Han spoke of his exploits hunting wild boars, leaving Fuklai utterly captivated. Before the tale could reach its conclusion, Fuklai's wine jar was emptied. Jia Pongzi uncorked 2 bottles of fine liquor he had brought, and everyone exchanged their small cups to continue their revelry. The Qin crab rice was ready. Fuklai Pu approached with a steaming clay pot, while Fuklai procured a large plate. As the lid was lifted, the golden, luscious crab roe rice was revealed, its fragrance wafting throughout the room. Apu, I want to eat. Fuklai tugged at Apu's garment. Here you go, you little glutton. Chapter 26. The new era of women. Fulai's grandmother served him a bowl of rice and added a crab claw, sending him off to eat in a corner. She herself took only a small portion of rice and a few peas to accompany Fulai. Among the group, Lin Jianguo and Qin Han had a decent tolerance for alcohol, sipping their drinks while listening to Fulai's grandfather boast. The stories from the sea were, in essence, quite similar. However, no one expected that Fulai's grandfather, who appeared to be an honest and unassuming old fisherman, would become quite loquacious after a few drinks. Jia Pongzi, being a city dweller, found the tales from the sea fascinating, especially since the Qin brothers hailed from Shifeng village, an agricultural area with little exposure to such stories. You wouldn't believe it, the year Lu Xiang had his incident, I was on the boat. At that time, I sensed something was amiss, so I rushed to tell the captain. Our captain was very experienced. Upon realizing the danger, he disregarded the fish and nets, ordering the large nets to be cut, and turned the boat around to flee. Even so, our vessel nearly sank. Many lives were lost that time, and in our fishing village, every family mourned. Fulai's grandfather had consumed a few more cups and was becoming increasingly animated. Goodness, you old fool. After a couple of cups, you lose your filter and start rambling about old stories, Fulai's grandmother complained, rising to light an incense stick before the Buddha statue. Having drunk a bit more, Lin Jianguo felt a warmth spreading through him. He stood up, stretched, and noticed Qin Xiaonyang gazing at a picture frame on the doorframe. In this era, it was customary for families to display their photographs in frames near the entrance. Lin Jianguo approached her. Look, Qin Xiaonyang pointed with her lips. The frame contained various photographs of Fulai's family, including both individual and group shots. Some had curled and yellowed with age. In one photo, the grandfather stood at the bow of a boat, wearing loose trousers, unloading cargo with a basket full of crabs resting on his shoulder, his muscular physique clearly defined. "Grandmother, you were quite beautiful in your youth," Qin Xiaonyang remarked sweetly after having a few drinks. Fulai's grandmother chuckled, her wrinkled face flushing slightly. "Little Y, you can talk now." The group erupted in laughter. At that moment, a photograph in the corner of the frame caught Lin Jianguo's attention. It was not embedded in the frame, but rather slipped into one corner, appearing relatively new. The girl in the photograph donned a green military uniform, with her pants rolled up, standing on a hillside with a rifle slung over her shoulder, exuding a spirited charm and bearing a striking resemblance to Fulai's grandmother in her youth. "Fulai." He trailed behind Qin Xiaonyang, eyeing her canvas bag with mischief. "What are you doing?" Having just finished his crab rice, Fulai was somewhat disinterested. "Who is this?" Qin Xiaonyang inquired. "Who else could it be?" "It's my aunt." "Can she shoot?" "I don't know if she can shoot, but she certainly knows how to hit me." Fulai puffed up with indignation. "That girl." Lin Jianguo glanced at Qin Xiaonyang. It seemed that this lad had developed a crush. To his surprise, her beauty was complemented by a vibrant vitality. Fulai. Qin Xiaonyang, feeling the effects of the alcohol, pulled a large da-bai-to milk candy from her pocket. "Come on, call me uncle. Are you trying to make a fool of me?" Lin Jianguo chuckled. Nearby, Fulai huffed in annoyance. "That is my aunt. Even if she is ugly, mean, and fierce, she is still my aunt. 2 pieces. Do you think I'm foolish? 3 pieces, and in a place with no one around, call a few more times." "All right." In the room, Fulai's grandfather's loud voice could rattle the roof. And no one noticed the small trader who, for the sake of 3 pieces of candy, was ready to sell his aunt. "Aunt, uncle." Fulai chanted like a mantra, following closely behind Qin Xiaonyang, secretly wishing for her to become his uncle. Although he didn't fully grasp the situation, he understood that if his aunt married, she would leave home, and no one would scold him anymore. More importantly, this person seemed to have an abundance of da-bai-to milk candies in his pocket and even a canvas bag. Fulai firmly believed that if his aunt married such a man, it would be a significant step up. "Excellent. Well called, and there will be a reward later." Qin Xiaonyang, slightly tipsy, swayed as she walked, her belly feeling a bit full after a few drinks. She wobbled toward the door. Outside the yard lay a small vegetable patch. The sky had grown dark, enveloping everything in shadows, with only a few stars twinkling above. "Fulai." Qin Xiaonyang prepared to turn on the water. "Uncle." Fulai piped up cheerfully from behind her. "Good boy. I'll give you some candy later." "Uncle." "Hey." Inside, Lin Jianguo pointed at the photograph and asked, "Grandmother, isn't your daughter home?" Fulai's grandfather, slightly intoxicated, shouted, "Don't mention it. A girl should marry well, serve her man, and let him fish in peace. What is she doing running around? Keep your opinions to yourself. It's a new society now. Don't cling to outdated views." Fulai's grandmother retorted, "What is there to say? A woman is still a woman. Even if the emperor himself came, she should stay at home. What is with this militia today and repairing seawalls tomorrow? What if she can't find a husband?" Just then, a sudden scream echoed from outside, followed by a small figure bursting through the door. "Grandma! Grandpa!" Fulai cried, as heartbroken as could be. "Oh dear, what happened? Who bullied you?" My aunt hit me again, and she kicked my uncle into the ditch." "What?" Everyone was bewildered. Lin Jianguo hurriedly dashed outside, only to behold the young woman from the photograph standing at the entrance, a strap in her hand. Before her, in the ditch, Qin Xiaonyang was groaning incessantly, struggling to rise. "Fulai, come here." The girl with arched brows glared. "I want to go over there. If I do, you'll just hit me." Fulai, emboldened by his grandmother's presence, hesitated. "Oh dear, Xiaoang, what are you doing? This is our guest. How could you have pushed her into the ditch?" Lin Jianguo and his companions swiftly pulled Qin Xiaonyang up. Her face was flushed with embarrassment, realizing that despite her fists having reigned supreme for many years, she had now found herself in such a predicament. If word of this spread, especially considering just moments ago, she had been merrily relieving herself, responding cheerfully to Fulai's calls, when unexpectedly she was kicked and fell into the ditch. "I tell you all, I am a woman of the new era," the girl named Xiaohong proclaimed loudly, her cheeks aflame. Chapter 27. Women can support half the sky. Qin Xiaonyangzi was assisted into the house, moaning incessantly. In truth, she was a tough character. During her school days, she had endured a knife wound without uttering a sound. Qin Han felt a twinge of concern and stepped forward to investigate, only to be pushed away by Qin Xiaonyangzi. Lin Jianguo could not suppress a chuckle. Others were clueless about the situation and puzzled why Fulai claimed that his aunt had kicked his uncle into the ditch. Yet, Lin Jianguo understood well. The boy had committed a transgression and was feigning pain to avoid reprimand. "Girl, what are you doing?" Fulai's grandfather exclaimed, his face reddening. "This is our guest. How dare you strike her?" Fulai's grandmother added, "Indeed, a young lady should not resort to violence. Who would dare marry you?" Little did they know. Fulai's grandfather shot her a stern look, stating, "What nonsense is this? Our daughter is a woman of the new era, an exemplary member of the team, having worn the red flower and received praise from the county head." The crowd collectively rolled their eyes. Just moments ago, the old man had been the loudest in his protests. Now, he had swiftly changed sides. It was no wonder that Fulai had betrayed his aunt for a piece of candy. Xiao Hong, her face flushed, opened her mouth to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. Women of this era still adhered to traditional values, and the thought of Qin Xiaonyangzi's earlier demeanor rendered her speechless. After much eye-rolling, Fulai's grandmother finally grasped the situation. "Fulai, what did you just say? What happened with your aunt?" "My aunt. I said my aunt." Fulai's eyes brimmed with tears as he glanced at his aunt. Xiao Hong glared, causing Fulai to falter in his words. "Oh dear, it hurts so much," Qin Xiaonyangzi cried out louder. Come, let me see if you are injured," Fulai's grandmother urged, stepping forward to lift Qin Xiaonyangzi's blouse for a closer look. She sighed in relief, saying, "Fortunately, aside from a size 38 footprint, there seems to be nothing else." Fulai's grandmother shot a glance at her daughter. "You wicked girl, striking so hard. If this young man gets hurt, I shall marry you off to him and make you serve him for life." Oh dear, my leg feels numb. I seem unable to move," Qin Xiaonyangzi lamented dramatically. "I will treat you," Xiao Hong declared, and before finishing her sentence, she swung a carrying pole at her. "Oh no. Are you going to?" Qin Xiaonyangzi braced herself, pushing with her hands and leaping away, narrowly avoiding the blow. "Humph, isn't this quite well?" Xiao Hong said coldly, glancing at her parents. "You two are truly muddled. While we are away, you let just anyone into our home? Oh, my good daughter." It became evident that this old fisherman, who appeared gruff and fierce, was, in fact, one of the earliest proponents of daughter empowerment in China. "My dear daughter, either you join the militia to patrol, shoot, and capture spies, or you carry a pole to repair the seawall, never home, with no one to talk to your father." Today, it was a rare occasion that some young men had visited. Moreover, they are good young men, heroes from Dongfeng village, come to hunt wild boars that wandered into our village. Lin Jianguo and the Qin brothers exchanged glances, realizing that appearances could be deceiving. This old man was quite the storyteller, a true talent. "Oh, is that so?" Xiao Hong's demeanor softened considerably. "We have heard that wild boars are quite troublesome in your area. Our militia is even considering sending me to hunt them, as I am the best shot in our team. Have the wild boars come to our village? If I see one, it'll be one shot." As she spoke, Xiao Hong flicked her long braid and raised her hand, mimicking a shooting stance, her face brimming with pride. "I believe in you." Fulai's grandfather nodded vigorously. "I think these young men are quite capable, albeit a bit inexperienced. If you assist them, they will surely succeed in hunting the wild boars." Lin Jianguo and his companions felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. What kind of situation is this? Xiao Hong set down her pole as Fulai's grandmother handed her a towel. Xiao Hong wiped her face and sat down at the dining table. Without hesitation, she reached into her backpack, pulled out an aluminum lunchbox, opened it, and began to eat. "I would like to help, but I lack the time. Our seawall is halfway completed, and it is now crucial. We must harvest the late rice, and many of the women comrades have taken leave. How can I afford to be lazy and hunt wild boars at a time like this? Once the seawall is finished, I still have my studies to pursue." She glanced at her parents and continued, "I aspire to study machinery and become a chief engineer." My heavens! Fulai's grandmother nearly fainted. Since time immemorial, I have never heard of a woman becoming a chief engineer. That is a task in the engine room, dealing with deafening machines daily and often covered in oil. Is that work suitable for a young lady? Xiao Hong took a few bites of rice, then turned her gaze to Lin Jianguo and his companions. "You are militia? You don't seem like it. How can you hunt wild boars without guns? If you happen to locate a wild boar, let me know, and I will find time to give you a shot." Lin Jianguo felt a bit bewildered. He exchanged glances with the Qin brothers and Jia Pengzi. They all appeared somewhat awkward. "Grandfather and grandmother, we apologize for intruding today. It's getting late. Once we successfully hunt the wild boars, we will bring you some meat." After saying this, Lin Jianguo exchanged glances with the others. The group quickly stood up to bid farewell. Don't leave yet. Have another drink. Fulai's grandfather, still eager, lamented. Normally, with his daughter-in-law present, he could not indulge too freely, but today, with company to drink with, his spirits were high. No, no, we must take our leave. We will come again another day. The group exited, all breathing a sigh of relief. Fulai's grandmother chased after them, handing each a package of clams. Despite their attempts to decline, they had no choice but to accept. Aunt, Fulai called out as he hurried after them. Qin Xiaonyangzi's face turned pale as she retrieved the last few pieces of candy from her pocket. Brother, lower your voice, my back hurts. Qin Xiaonyangzi's expression was peculiar. The group mounted their bicycles and rode off into the darkness, leaving the village behind. The young men were rather amiable. At the entrance, Fulai Appa gazed at the departing figures, feeling a twinge of regret. The evening sea breeze swept in, bringing a refreshing coolness. Initially, none of the group uttered a word. Having imbibed a bit too much, they wobbled on their bicycles. With a thud, Zhao Pengzi toppled onto the roadside. The others halted, waiting for him. After a struggle, Zhao Pengzi managed to rise. No, we must seriously tackle the wild boars. Indeed, we are men and must not be looked down upon. Captain, the group's gaze collectively turned towards Lin Jianguo. Patience is key. Lin Jianguo had already resolved that upon returning to the village, his first order of business would be to seek out Lao Tsueto. Chapter 28. A news for the wild boar. The village is not far from Dongfeng village. It takes just over half an hour to ride a bicycle there. Although the roads are mountainous and devoid of streetlights at this hour, the young men are undeterred. As they approach the village entrance, Lin Jianguo dismounts his bicycle, instructing the Qin brothers and the plump Jia to return first, agreeing to meet again the following morning. Standing at the village's threshold, he watches his companions fade into the night before he sets off towards the interior with a bucket of clams in hand. Old Shui, the head of the family, lives right at the entrance. The gate stands ajar in the dead of night. Old Shui is known to be a poor and lonely man, his poverty so profound that even the mice depart in tears. As Lin Jianguo steps into the yard, he is greeted by a pungent odor, reminiscent of something sour and spoiled. Uncle Shui, Lin Jianguo calls softly. Ah, just a moment, comes the immediate reply, followed by the sound of shuffling from within. After a brief pause, Old Shui invites him in. Lin Jianguo pushes the door open and steps inside. Uncle Shui, I brought you some clams to try. Before he can finish, he suddenly feels a tight grip around his ankle, as if something has ensnared him. In the darkness, a sense of fear washes over him, and he pulls back with all his might. The more he pulls, the tighter it becomes. Uncle Shui, what are you doing? At this moment, it is impossible to deny his fear. Ha! In the darkness, a match strikes, illuminating a flicker of light. How do you like this trap? Old Shui lights a candle and extinguishes the match. By the light of the candle, Lin Jianguo sees that his calf is ensnared in a noose. Having grown up by the sea, he is familiar with various fishing knots, but this particular knot is unfamiliar to him. There is no need to guess. This knot is specifically designed for trapping wild boars. In my hometown, we call it Diao Si Gui. You won't find such a knot on the ships at the harbor. Old Shui bends down and fiddles with the knot for a moment. Lin Jianguo feels a sudden relief in his thigh as the noose falls to the ground. Don't underestimate this Diao Si Gui. It's made from discarded cable rope and iron wire. A wild boar is quite large. Such a noose is essential for capturing it. Old Shui slowly sits down, rubbing his legs as he continues. It's a pity I'm too old now. Otherwise, I would truly like to try my hand at it. But if you entrust it to me, I have a few helpers. Indeed, the key lies in this Jiao Si Gui and in finding the path of the wild boar. Seeing Lin Jianguo look puzzled, Old Shui explains, just as cats have their paths and dogs have theirs, so do tigers and wild boars. If you venture into the deep mountains and forests, you may think there is no one around, yet hidden within the grass are trails. Those are the paths of beasts. If you see a large wild boar at Wugongzi, that is likely its lair. It probably comes out at night to wreak havoc on crops and returns to hide in Wugongzi during the day. Indeed, that seems likely. Thus, many teams have been fruitlessly searching these past few days. Old Shui nods, extending a finger. You must remember, wild boars are cunning creatures. Never underestimate them, or you shall suffer the consequences. A wild boar of such size possesses immense strength. A single charge could pierce through wooden boards. All you need to do is find the beast path and locate a sturdy tree to set your trap. After a moment of thought, Old Shui continues. Wild boars enjoy rolling in mud. If you can find a muddy spot where they wallow, all the better. However, Even if you manage to ensnare a wild boar, do not approach carelessly. This beast possesses great strength, and should it escape the noose, it could lead to dire consequences. Then, Old Shui picks up the Jiao Si Gui and meticulously explains how to identify the beast path and set the trap. Subsequently, he places the noose into Lin Jianguo's hands. And one more thing Old Shui brings in a large pot from the doorway. A wave of sour stench hits Lin Jianguo's face, nearly causing him to retch. Do not vomit. I've worked hard for this. If you throw up, it will be wasted. Old Shui sets the pot before Lin Jianguo. This is a mixture of 6-grain flour, boiled halfway, and left to ferment in the sun all day, which has now developed a slight sour odor. Wild boars are particularly fond of this. The scent will surely attract them. This is the bait I've prepared for you. One last matter. The scent of human on this Jiao Si Gui is too strong. Wild boars have keen noses. If they catch a whiff, they will not dare approach. You must acquire a bowl of pig's blood to smear on it. Lin Jianguo hesitates. In this island setting, pigs are a rarity. Even if he were to visit the state-run supply store, he could only purchase butchered pork, not blood. Chicken blood will suffice. Old Shui chuckles, saying, "You keep the blood, and I will take the chicken. Where shall I find you a chicken?" Lin Jianguo replies somewhat crossly, "But you have chickens at home, don't you?" Old Shui leisurely retorts, "After years of feasting on seafood, I initially found it delightful, but now it has lost its charm. Stewed chicken would be far more enjoyable, if only I had mushrooms." At this point, Old Shui swallows hard. "You know, your suggestion is quite apt. Stealing a chicken from Chow Hohat's farm would be devoid of any moral burden for Lin Jianguo. Moreover, this chicken could serve another purpose. You can have the chicken, keep the blood for the Jiao Si Gui, but leave me the feathers, as I have use for them. And if you are caught stealing the chicken, I will disavow any knowledge." Agreed. Old Shui grins, stroking his beard with delight. "It has been years since I've tasted chicken. Rest assured, I shall crush the bones and swallow them whole. What about this?" Lin Jianguo gestures towards the bucket of clams on the ground. "Do you want some?" "Of course. How could I refuse such a treat?" "All right, you take a break. I will handle it." Lin Jianguo, being nimble, quickly prepares the clams, which have already been cleaned by the old woman, ready to be tossed into the pot. Yet, as he searches, he realizes Old Shui is truly impoverished. The only pot in the house is the one containing the foul mixture of 6-grain paste. The old man has gone an entire day without food for the sake of this pot. Old Shui licks his lips, and Lin Jianguo suddenly feels a pang of sympathy for him. "In the previous life, after I married into the Wang family, I seldom returned to Dongfeng village. Even when I did, my attention rarely lingered on Old Shui. As I recall, it seemed that in the 3rd year after Wang Fenglan gave birth, Old Shui's house collapsed. What should we do? Why not wait a moment while I return home to fetch a bucket and pour out your pot?" Old Shui nodded and replied, "That works for me, but I am quite hungry and cannot wait any longer." Roasting clams over a pile of ashes is truly delightful. Old Shui walked to the courtyard and began to dismantle some firewood from the fence, returning to the room to ignite it beside the stove. He reached out and tossed a dozen or so clams into the fire. Old Shui then looked up at Lin Jianguo and asked, "Why are you still here?" "I am waiting to eat the chicken." Chapter 29. The most difficult betrayal. Lin Jianguo hesitated, rooted to the spot. I have never stolen a chicken," he mumbled. "In the dead of night, if I entered the chicken coop, it would surely cause a commotion. That old hag, Chow Hohat, has sharp ears and would undoubtedly hear me." Lin Jianguo felt somewhat bashful. Stealing a chicken was not the issue. Being caught was a significant problem, especially given his current relationship with Chow Hohat. If he were to be caught, it would undoubtedly lead to trouble. "Look at your cowardly demeanor. Do you really think you can catch a wild boar?" Old Shui muttered, adopting an expression of pity mixed with frustration. He fished a matchbox from his pocket and extracted a single match. "Come, let me teach you a trick. Go pick a leaf from the tree at the entrance." Lin Jianguo, unsure of Old Shui's intentions, complied. He stepped outside and casually plucked a few large leaves from the tree before returning to the room. "Be mindful. This is called a greedy ghost. If it eats too much, it becomes a ghost." Old Shui took the leaves, folded them a couple of times, poked a matchstick through the leaf, and handed it to Lin Jianguo. Lin Jianguo scrutinized it closely. It appeared rather unremarkable, resembling a small green wine cup. "Don't underestimate this. It's quite effective," Old Shui asserted as he picked up a twig, stirring the clams roasting over the fire. The clams, subjected to the flames, curled up desperately, attempting to retreat into their shells. A delightful aroma wafted through the air. Old Shui scooped some porridge with a stick and smeared it onto the matchstick. Once the chickens saw this, they would rush to peck at it. Once they bit down, they would be momentarily blinded, terrified yet reluctant to let go, rendering them motionless. As long as you are quick and nimble, you can grab them easily. The rest is up to me. Lin Jianguo was momentarily taken aback. Is it really feasible? Rest assured, it will work. I have relied on this method to catch countless chickens. Lin Jianguo felt as though he had solved a mystery. No wonder so many chickens went missing in the village these past few years. A flame flickered, and smoke billowed from the fire, causing Old Shui to cough. Are you going or not? If not, then forget it. Anger and embarrassment surged within him. But it doesn't matter. Even if Old Shui is a chicken thief, he has found a successor now. Damn it, it's just a chicken. Why should I feel guilty? How did you treat me back then? Muttering to himself, Lin Jianguo left the courtyard and headed home. Dongfeng Village, being an island village, remained far removed from the mainland, and thus had yet to receive electricity. There were no televisions, not even a simple electric box. As night fell, families retired early, enveloping the entire village in darkness and silence. The familiar path lay ahead, where every blade of grass and tree branch felt known to him. Lin Jianguo even raised his foot slightly when turning a corner, mindful of a protruding stone slab that had once scraped his knee in childhood. On ordinary nights, he would walk this path with confidence or leisurely stroll, never sensing anything amiss. However, tonight, perhaps due to the change in his circumstances, he felt as though he was treading lightly, glancing nervously from side to side. Arriving at the wall of his yard, Lin Jianguo instinctively approached the side closer to his home, though they shared the same courtyard. The wall of the west wing where the Lin family resided had long fallen into disrepair, with several stones collapsed, creating an opening. Whenever Lin Jianguo returned late, he would jump over the wall from this very spot. He cautiously climbed over the wall and entered the yard. Jianguo. A voice from inside the room broke the silence. Lin Jianguo froze, too frightened to move. After a while, another voice spoke. Don't be paranoid. Our son will be fine. He has grown up. He is different now. What is different? He is still a child. Every time he goes out, my heart races, fearing he might do something reckless. Look, it's so late, and he still hasn't returned. He rarely did this before. Go to sleep. Aren't they out hunting wild boars? He is with his friends. Nothing will happen. Yes, you're right. But just now, I thought I heard someone jump over the wall. Very much like Jianguo. But it seemed lighter than usual. I must have misheard. Gradually, the room fell silent. Lin Jianguo broke into a cold sweat. His mother truly knew him best, even remembering the sound of him jumping over the wall. A warmth filled his heart. Regardless of everything, his parents had always loved him deeply and thought of him. Peering around, Lin Jianguo noticed the chicken coop situated near the east wing. The main house and the east wing were both shrouded in darkness, but upon closer inspection, he could hear the rhythmic sounds of snoring from within. This was the moment of truth. He crept to the chicken coop, where several chickens slumbered peacefully. These chickens were Chow Ho-Hat's prized possessions, relied upon to lay eggs for her livelihood. Lin Jianguo reached into his pocket for the greedy ghost, but to his dismay, it was gone. He had distinctly placed it in his pocket earlier, yet it had vanished. He rummaged through his pockets multiple times, but to no avail. From the main house, muffled murmurs drifted out. Forget it. Lin Jianguo removed his shirt and gently draped it over the chickens. Startled, they stirred slightly, huddling together, then fell still again. Lin Jianguo carefully reached beneath the fabric to envelop one chicken, slowly wrapping it up. The remaining chickens appeared dazed and confused. With the chicken cradled against his chest, Lin Jianguo cautiously retreated toward the wall. Once he had stealthily climbed over the wall, a wave of relief washed over him. The next few hundred meters were the most thrilling of his life, the path empty and cloaked in darkness. Lin Jianguo always harbored an unsettling notion that someone might suddenly emerge from a nearby alley, colliding with him and exclaiming, "Look, a chicken thief!" As he stepped into Lao Tsuedo's abode. He finally exhaled, drenched in perspiration. Had he truly stolen? Lao Tsuedo had been anxiously awaiting his arrival. Upon hearing the sound, he rushed forward and seized the chicken. Lin Jianguo wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Lao Tsuedo, without raising his gaze, fixated solely on the chicken, muttering, "No worries, one time is unfamiliar, but the second will be familiar. Just do it a few more times." Lin Jianguo found himself at a loss for words. Ignoring Lin Jianguo entirely, Lao Tsuedo twisted the chicken's neck with both hands, swiftly severing it, then took the hanging ghost and pressed it against the severed neck. The blood gushed from the chicken's neck, soon saturating the hanging ghost. Chapter 30. Delicious beggar's chicken. All right. You may return now. Come and collect your belongings early tomorrow morning, old Shui remarked, while deftly plucking the feathers from the chicken. Beside him lay several banana leaves, alongside a heap of scallions and garlic. It was evident that while one had been engaged in thievery, the old rascal had not been idle either. Yet, it must be said, his skills were unmistakably those of a seasoned veteran in the art of poultry theft. Lin Jianguo remained motionless. Aren't you leaving? Old Shui, with a swift motion, tore open the chicken's abdomen, extracting its entrails and stuffing them into a pot of 6-grain porridge. The concoction, with its sour and pungent aroma, would surely be irresistible to any wild boar, lured into a trap it could not resist. Still, Lin Jianguo did not budge. From beneath his rear, old Shui produced a half-brick and sought out another brick to crush it finely. Today, I shall prepare an entire beggar's chicken. Lin Jianguo was unfamiliar with the term beggar's chicken, yet he understood the essence of chicken meat. In comparison to various seafood delicacies, chicken was a rare treasure on the island. After all, the chicken was pilfered by himself. There was no reason not to claim a piece of its flesh. I told you earlier, the feathers are yours, but the chicken belongs to me. Old Shui regarded Lin Jianguo with keen vigilance. All right, I shall take my leave. Lin Jianguo stood up and turned, retrieving a glass bottle from behind the bag of clams. Wait, what is this? Old Shui's eyes widened in astonishment. Nothing much, just a bottle of liquor I intended to bring home as a gift for my father, Lin Jianguo replied with a slight smile. This bottle had been acquired during his earlier parting with Jia Pengzi and the others. To enlist assistance, one must be willing to invest. Lin Jianguo was quite clear on this matter. Don't, my friend, leave a piece for me to enjoy. Old Shui's eyes gleamed with longing. That is out of the question. We had an agreement. The chicken is yours, while I take only the feathers. Lin Jianguo began to walk away. Wait, my friend, I was merely jesting. I haven't had a drink in years, and such fine liquor has not graced my lips in 2 decades. If you allow me a sip, I shall call you big brother. Old Shui licked his lips incessantly, his throat bobbing. Well, here you are. Lin Jianguo offered the bottle to Old Shui. Oh my, what a fine treat. I have longed for this. Old Shui cradled the bottle, relishing it in his embrace. You exaggerate. This cannot be classified as fine wine. It is available at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Is it truly worthy of such excitement? Is it not? Old Shui replied, eyes wide. Where would I acquire money? I can scarcely feed myself, let alone buy liquor. Over the years, if someone in the village wed and graciously invited me to lend a hand, I might have a few sips of an old brew, but this. He lifted the bottle, examining it under the firelight, his expression filled with delight. Although Old Shui had aged, his grip was still formidable. With a mere twist, the bottle cap was easily removed. He brought the bottle to his nose. Sorghum liquor, Erguo too. How fragrant. Old Shui took a hearty sip, his expression one of profound satisfaction. Just one sip, only one sip, he murmured, though it was unclear to whom he spoke. He slowly raised the bottle, pouring the liquor into his mouth. Excellent wine. Truly exceptional. Old Shui closed his eyes, seemingly lost in bliss, gently swaying his head back and forth, a tear glistening at the corner of his eye. Thank you, dear boy. Carefully, Old Shui capped the bottle and set it aside, rising to fetch water from the vat, which he poured over the broken earth. Today, you are fortunate. My method for preparing beggar's chicken was taught to me by a master. And the flavor is exceptional. Old Shui murmured to himself, his hands and feet busily moving. Lin Jianguo watched in disbelief as Old Shui engaged in his culinary antics. It was utterly comical. Dozens of clams, shells and all, accompanied by scallions, cilantro, and garlic, were stuffed into the chicken's cavity, followed by a generous handful of coarse salt. Old Shui cautiously poured a measure of liquor into the chicken's belly. Then, the perfectly intact chicken was enveloped in banana leaves, bound tightly with grass twine, and covered in a lump of filthy yellow clay. Old Shui, are you jesting? Can this be consumed? If you cannot cook, I could simply prepare a white-cut chicken for you. Bah! What white-cut chicken? It tastes terrible, devoid of flavor. Not to boast, but even without spices or sufficient marination, this coarse salt alone can dazzle your senses. Go, fetch some firewood from outside. Old Shui urged, shoveling a mound of ash from the stove, burying the clay-covered chicken within. Where would I find firewood? Tear down the fence, tear down the fence. That is of no consequence. This chicken is of utmost importance. Old Shui swallowed hard, urging Lin Jianguo onward. The fire blazed for a full 2 hours. Lin Jianguo, seated nearby, could hardly resist the pull of slumber. All right, enough. Old Chui poked Lin Jianguo. He blinked awake, his eyes still bleary. Old Chui used a stick to prod the flames, revealing the clay mass beneath. The clay had dried completely, fissures forming on its surface. Hush, hush, hush. Old Chui carefully dislodged the clay mass, blowing away the remnants of embers with vigor. He picked up a brick and struck down with a resounding crack. The charred, mottled clay shell fractured, releasing a plume of steam infused with the aroma of charred meat. The banana leaves, now freed from their yellow clay casing, had become tender and translucent, clinging to the chicken's skin. Lin Jianguo was momentarily bewildered. He had never imagined such a method of preparation. It was indeed fragrant. Old Chui hurriedly secured the doors and windows. Be cautious. If this scent attracts attention, it could lead to trouble. What do you think? Old Chui's tone carried a hint of pride. Remarkable. Lin Jianguo could not help but swallow hard. Is it not splendid? The sheen of the chicken glistened in the firelight, its skin caramelized to a honeyed hue, emitting an irresistible aroma. Juices dripped rhythmically from the succulent meat. The white chicken appeared irresistibly enticing, adorned with 2 droplets of oil, poised precariously as if on the verge of falling. Lao Chui, unabashed, reached out and seized a chicken thigh. The fowl, having been roasted to perfection, yielded effortlessly to his tug, disassembling itself and releasing a generous portion of succulent skin and meat. Lao Chui leaned in, inhaling deeply, and a substantial morsel found its way into his mouth. Exquisite, utterly delightful, he mumbled, as the scorching fat trickled from the corner of his mouth, cascading into his sleeve. Chapter 31 The Tale of Old Chui. What a delightful experience. This is a heartfelt truth. The exquisite tenderness and fragrant crispness of this huaji, a type of beggar's chicken, are unparalleled not only in the present-day Dongfeng village, but even in the many establishments visited by Lin Jianguo in his past life. Old Chui handed a piece of meat to Lin Jianguo, who, upon receiving it, immediately recognized the exceptional quality of the huaji. The chicken meat had already become tender and succulent, and as soon as it was in his grasp, he felt its soft, oily warmth. It felt less like a piece of meat and more like a cluster of ripe grapes, ready to disintegrate with the slightest movement. Even before the meat touched his lips, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. It is best enjoyed while hot. Once cooled, its appeal diminishes. Old Chui was engrossed in his meal, finally managing to utter a word. Lin Jianguo did not hesitate either. Although he was already satiated from the evening's fare, the aroma of the chicken was simply irresistible. Especially knowing it was raised by Chow Ho Hot, he felt it would be a disservice to himself if he did not indulge. Upon taking a bite, the chicken seemed to dissolve in his mouth, its savory essence imbued with a subtle hint of seafood salinity. The seasoning was perfect. Too little would render the meat bland, while too much would overshadow the delicate flavors of both the chicken and the seafood. Delicious, utterly delicious. Even Lin Jianguo could not help but praise it. Is it not delightful? Do you wish for more? It's simple. Just steal another next time. Old Chui indeed lived up to his word, finishing a chicken leg and crunching the bones with fervor. Lin Jianguo rolled his eyes at the old rascal. You scoundrel. It's clear you wouldn't be the one to suffer if caught. In the tumultuous past, the fishermen of Chuanshan, an island, ventured into the sea not just for fishing but also set traps for shrimp and crabs, leaving them unattended for a day or 2, sometimes even longer. If there were no regulations, chaos would ensue, with anyone seizing the opportunity to raid. Thus, in the past, when a thief was caught, the punishment was nothing short of horrific. In the pre-liberation era, being caught could lead to severe beatings in the ancestral hall or worse, being tied to a stake and left to drown as the tide rose, a fate known as Ting Zhuang Jiao. Even in contemporary times, a thief captured would face a symbolic punishment involving a straw figure bearing the thief's name, which would then be beaten in the ancestral hall and finally discarded into a cesspit, ensuring infamy for ages to come. Had Lin Jianguo not indulged in a few drinks, he likely would not have dared to partake in such activities. After savoring a piece of chicken, Lin Jianguo refrained from eating further, not out of fullness, but rather out of sympathy for old Chui, who appeared to have long been deprived of such nourishment. He could not bring himself to compete for the food. Unperturbed, old Chui continued to enjoy his meal, taking a few bites before producing a bottle of liquor from his pocket and taking a small sip. His expression conveyed that he was not merely indulging in chicken, but was instead relishing a royal feast. Lin Jianguo roasted a few clams over the fire, watching as their tender white flesh struggled against the flames until they eventually succumbed to an alluring golden hue. Just as he was about to enjoy them, he heard old Chui weeping. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The old man's face, etched with deep wrinkles and unkempt beard, was now wiping away tears. What is this? Such a miser. I've only taken a bite, and this chicken was stolen by me. Lin Jianguo scoffed. It's not the chicken. It's thoughts of my father and mother. What? You have parents too? As soon as Lin Jianguo uttered the words, he realized he had misspoken. Who among the living does not have parents? However, since the first moment he encountered old Chui, he had always perceived him as an old man, as if he had never been young. What's wrong? Am I not born of parents? Old Chui sighed. I have never asked you. Where do you hail from? What brings you to such a remote place as Dongfeng Village? Lin Jianguo had found this puzzling over the past few days. Old Chui spoke of hunting wild boars with such expertise that it was evident he was no ordinary man. Although he had mentioned his origins in the northeast, the distance between the northeast and Chuanshan is vast. How had he ended up here? Whoa. The old man began to cry once more. After a while, he paused, took a sip of liquor, and finally began to share his story. This is the tale of my father's lifetime of suffering. If I do not speak of it today, no one may ever know my story upon my death. I am an outsider. My family were hunters. My brother and I followed my father into the woods from a young age. In the deep forests of the northeast, not only wild boars, but even tigers roamed. Life was good, but one day, General Zhang conscripted soldiers. My brother and I thought we could not spend our lives in the mountains. So we enlisted. Later, when the Japanese invaded, we joined the Northeast Army. When the War of Resistance broke out, our division was dispatched to Shanghai for the Battle of Songhu, only to be scattered in the chaos. At that time, the county magistrate of Chuanshan sought to recruit soldiers, and we followed a leader from Shanghai to Chuanshan. Little did we know that the magistrate was treacherous, fearing our leader might usurp his position. So he orchestrated a banquet to eliminate him. My brother and I, frightened, escaped secretly, eventually hiding in Dongfeng Village. Lin Jianguo was utterly taken aback, unable to fathom the convoluted experiences of old Chui. In these chaotic times, human lives seemed less valuable than those of dogs. My brother and I lived a peaceful life for 2 years, but then the old Chang sought refuge in Taiwan, taking control of Chuanshan and conscripting soldiers everywhere. My brother was taken and has since vanished, leaving me an old man alone. Wu, my father named me Yao Xian, and my brother Yao Zhu. Forget about bringing glory to our ancestors. I, an old man, have no descendants. This Huaji is a dish my father taught me to prepare. Eating it evokes memories of home. Upon reaching this point in his tale, old Chui began to weep once more. Lin Jianguo, feeling a sense of helplessness, had never anticipated the depth of suffering endured by this old man. It appears that this individual, regardless of where he finds himself, constantly holds his hometown in his heart. Lao Chui, after shedding a few tears, composed himself and resumed his meal of chicken. He chuckled, admitting that it was rather embarrassing for an old man like him to weep. Yet, he dismissed it as quite normal. Lin Jianguo, unsure of how to console Lao Chui, felt a deep sense of pity for him. In comparison to Lao Chui, his own life seemed relatively satisfactory. Uncle Chui, Lin Jianguo contemplated before speaking. What is in the past is in the past. This time, since you helped me catch the wild boar, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to let me know. We reside in the same village, and it is only right that we look out for one another. After finishing his words, Lin Jianguo stood up and said, I will take my leave now. I will return tomorrow morning to collect my belongings. Chapter 32. A person should not bear scars early the next morning. As Lin Jianguo was lost in a deep slumber, he felt someone shaking him. Stop messing around. I'm trying to sleep. Lin Jianguo muttered with a pout, turning over to continue his repose. Brother, the kitchen is in an uproar. Seeing that Lin Jianguo remained unresponsive, Lin Zizao took a blade of dogtail grass and playfully teased it against his nostrils. Ah, a sneeze. Lin Jianguo erupted with a mighty sneeze. That was it. Sleep had fled him now. Reluctantly, he sat up, furrowing his brow as he glanced at Lin Zizao. Brother, listen. Ah, which scoundrel has stolen my chicken? May they suffer a wretched fate. Chow Ho Hot was in a frenzy in the courtyard. Lin Jianguo couldn't help but find amusement in the situation. What of it if I took one of your chickens? Once I am prosperous, I'll ensure your family's ruin, but for my mother's sake, I might spare you. Choosing to ignore the old hag, Lin Jianguo glanced at the daylight seeping through the window, realizing he had overslept. He quickly sprang up to wash his face, and pushed open the door. In the courtyard, Chow Ho Hot was seated on the ground, bellowing curses, while Fa Kai and several of his descendants looked on, accustomed to her antics, merely hoping her wrath would not be directed at them. Lin Tu-jin and his wife squatted in a corner, their expressions awkward. More onlookers had gathered outside the gate. Seeing the crowd, Chow Ho Hot began to wail anew. "Come, everyone, witness my misfortune. Last night, I distinctly herded all my chickens back into their coop, and this morning, I discover one of my finest egg layers is missing. My husband and I were asleep at home and heard nothing. How could a chicken be stolen so easily? This must be the work of a family thief. Despite our vigilance, a family thief is the hardest to guard against. What sins have we committed that we are plagued by such unfilial scoundrels? Mother, please stop cursing. There are so many people watching." He Chao Shui interjected, feeling shame for having such a mother. "What? Are you feeling guilty?" Chow Ho Hot retorted. "I'm here cursing the thief, and you seem distressed. Come, everyone, see for yourselves. I told you there was a family thief. Just after saying a few words, my own son seems to have turned his back on me. Surely you all know who the thief is." As she cried, her gaze fell upon Lin Jianguo. Really, Lin Jianguo had no intention of engaging with the old crone, but it seemed she was intent on provoking him. He halted his steps, tilting his head to regard Chow Ho Hot. "You wretched old lady, why are you mourning so early in the morning? Did you lose a chicken? That is the consequence of your misdeeds. Guanyin Pusa is punishing you. Why is it that other families are fine and you alone suffer? It is because you lack respect for your elders and have committed countless misdeeds." As more people gathered, Lin Jianguo decided to let loose. His family had always been honest and unassuming, but he had come to realize the futility of such an approach. Being good-natured only invites bullying. The kind-hearted are often taken for granted. He had initially aspired to be a gentleman, but this group of scoundrels had forced him to adopt a more ruthless demeanor. "Everyone, look here. What does this old hag's lost chicken have to do with our Lin family? You have raised chickens for so many years, gathered countless eggs, yet has she ever shared even one with us? Zizao, have you ever eaten one?" Lin Jianguo turned to Lin Zizao. "No." Lin Zizao replied honestly. "Grandmother said her eggs were for her own grandchildren. Everyone, see this for what it is. This is the true face of this old woman. How dare she expect my sister to call her grandmother? Is she worthy? My sister is 9 years old and has never tasted a single one of her eggs. Now that her chicken is gone, she suddenly remembers our family? My mother advises you to spare yourself the embarrassment. You should be more aware of your own disgrace." Suddenly, Lin Jianguo realized he had quite a talent for rebuking others. You are the one feeling guilty for being a thief." Chow Ho Hot pointed an accusing finger at Lin Jianguo. Her face contorted in rage. "Humph. I recall just days ago at the beach you said, thieves are caught red-handed, and the guilty are exposed. Now I ask you, what evidence do you have that I stole anything? Present your proof if you have it, and if not, hold your tongue. Be careful. I might just report you to the village for slandering the innocent." Well said. A voice from outside the courtyard led a round of applause, which echoed through the air. "Mother, please, don't make a scene. It's so embarrassing." He Chao Shui's brothers stepped forward to intervene. They were keen to deal with Lin Jianguo, but with so many witnesses present and no evidence against Chow Ho Hot, they dared not act rashly. I. You. Chow Ho Hot clutched her chest, nearly fainting. For years, she had ruled her household with an iron fist, treating the Lin family with utmost cruelty. This was largely due to Lin Tu-jin's timid nature and frail health, compounded by Lin Jianguo's youth at the time. She had taken advantage of having several sons from the He family, dismissing the Lin family as inconsequential. Moreover, those with a modicum of dignity would never stoop to public insults, as it tarnished their reputation. But she had never anticipated that Lin Jianguo had grown up and was bold enough to retaliate, even more fiercely than she. Though she had multiple sons, this was a new era, and physical violence could lead to imprisonment. Yet, being publicly berated by her own grandson felt far more humiliating. Lin Jianguo let out a cold laugh. "Since you look down on me so much, don't come begging for meat when I catch a wild boar." "Huh, do you really think you deserve it?" As Chow Ho Hot continued her tirade, she was ushered back into the house by her eldest son. He Ding Shan. "Lin Jianguo, she is your grandmother. How dare you speak to her like that? You think you can get away with it? I'll slap you. Brother, if you want to hit someone, hit me instead. I've already suffered enough." He Chao Shui stepped forward, resolute, standing in front of He Ding Shan. "Step aside," He Ding Shan said darkly. "Mother, step aside and let him strike." Lin Jianguo's voice grew louder as he proclaimed, Isn't your desire for vengeance evident? You wish to avenge your younger brother, He Fuguei, and you also seek retribution for his son, He Jianya. Come, everyone witness this. He Jianya has entangled himself with my betrothed, and yet he dares to claim innocence. His uncle is prepared to support him. Henceforth, I advise you all to tread carefully. Steer clear of the He family when your women are out and about, for it may prove perilous. Upon uttering these words, a chorus of laughter erupted from outside the courtyard. I must say, such remarks were exceedingly distasteful. He Dingshan's countenance turned a shade of green. It appeared that Lin Jianguo had seized upon this weakness, ready to exploit it at every opportunity. In rural society, it is a grave embarrassment for one's betrothed to be compromised before the marriage is formalized. Most individuals would go to great lengths to avoid the topic for the rest of their lives. However, Lin Jianguo understood that one must not harbor scars. The more one wishes to avoid certain wounds, the more others will be inclined to reopen them. Only by vocally confronting the issue and demonstrating indifference can one truly render such scars insignificant. Observing He Dingshan retreat in disgrace, Lin Jianguo stepped out of the courtyard. Chapter 33 Tactical Waiting. Lin Jianguo casually picked up a water bucket, exited the courtyard, and squeezed into the crowd, only to be suddenly embraced by someone. How's it going, brother? Is my call good? Turning around, he found it was the mischievous Qin Xiaonyang, sporting a devilish grin. Lin Jianguo chuckled. I mentioned earlier that someone would take the lead, and it turns out to be you. He reassured her, don't worry, with brothers around. If they don't act, it's their good fortune. But if they dare to strike, I will charge in and confront them. Qin Xiaonyang became excited at the mere mention of a fight. She was a typical troublemaker. Let us go. We must hunt wild boars today, she declared, patting her lower back, her gait slightly unsteady. You all wait at the Zhejiang bell. I'll be there shortly. Lin Jianguo shooed away Qin Xiaonyang and maneuvered his way through the crowd towards a secluded alley. After circling around a few times and ensuring no one was tailing him, Lin Jianguo headed straight for old Chui's house. Uncle Chui, I'm here, he called out as he entered the door. There was no response. Old Chui was sprawled on the bed, sound asleep, clutching a half bottle of liquor. Lin Jianguo glanced around. The pot of mixed grains and chicken entrails behind the door emitted a foul odor, and on the ground lay the bloody remains of a hanging ghost. This sight was too grotesque to examine closely. Anyone scrutinizing it would be greeted by a scene of utter chaos. Lin Jianguo felt a flicker of sympathy for old Chui, realizing that his own past life was not much better than this man's. Lin Jianguo poured the mixture of grains and chicken entrails into the water bucket, picked up the ghostly remains, and stuffed them into a cloth bag. Uncle Chui, I'll be taking this, he announced, justifying his actions as per their prior agreement, and left the slumbering man to his dreams. Suddenly, old Chui stirred awake behind him. In broad daylight, that beast is surely hiding in its lair. If you go now, you might provoke it, and it could end in tragedy. The best strategy is to wait at a distance, observe when it leaves its lair at night, and set traps. Yes, you are right. Listening to wise counsel is indeed beneficial, Lin Jianguo agreed. Old Chui, being a hunter by trade, spoke with authority. I'll take this now to avoid the hassle of retrieving it later. After exiting old Chui's home, Lin Jianguo took a detour to the back bay. Pinching his nose as he stowed the large bucket of grains in the boat's cabin before heading towards the Zhejiang bell. Upon arrival, he was greeted with banter from Qin Han and Zhao Pengzi. Hey, Captain, you're going too far. Just became captain and already acting all high and mighty. Disengaging from the masses is unacceptable. Lin Jianguo lifted the canvas bag to inspect their supplies. Not bad, it's quite full. Captain, isn't today the day we hunt wild boars? Otherwise, I fear Fatty here will eat us into oblivion. Zhao Pengzi chimed in, gnashing his teeth. Fatty speaks the truth. I share his sentiments. Qin Xiaonyang added, her tone filled with indignation. I've never been looked down upon by a woman like this before. Just look at how she spoke last night. She clearly looked down on us. If we fail to catch a wild boar today, we will have no way to survive. Lin Jianguo found himself amused by Qin Xiaonyang's reaction, realizing she had been provoked. Any new news about the wild boars? Yes, our militia in Shifeng village reported that the wild boars came out again last night and ravaged a field of red sweet potatoes, but thankfully no one was harmed. They planned to wait by the tree stump today, setting an ambush for the boars. Red sweet potatoes referred to potatoes, which were likely introduced by European traders long ago, hence the local name. The situation with the wild boars had become dire. People were afraid to travel at night, fearing encounters with these beasts. Rumor had it that the county was alerted, and the mayor issued a stern order to eliminate the wild boar. However, the beast was cunning, appearing only at night, leaving its whereabouts unknown during the day. As the group engaged in lively discussion, Qin Han eventually summarized, "Captain, we recognize you as our leader because you claim to know the boar's lair. The truth is, all militia squads are mobilized now, and we've heard that the mayor has allowed them to use firearms. If the wild boar collides with their team, it will be out of our hands." With that, everyone fell silent, their gazes fixed on Lin Jianguo, awaiting his response. "Speak up, definitely speak." Lin Jianguo first reassured them, however. "Chairman Mao taught us to disdain the enemy strategically while respecting them tactically. Today, I assure you, you will see the wild boar. But comrades, consider this, their militia has guns. If they encounter the boar, it will be shot, one bullet, if not two. What do we have? Are we to bite them? Or rely on our logistics chief to fill the boar's belly? Damn it," Zhao Pengzi muttered. "Our brothers have brought supplies." Qin Xiaonyang brandished her shovel. "Here is one for you." Qin Han tossed a rake to Zhao Pengzi, who caught it with delight. "Nice, I quite like this." Zhao Pengzi exclaimed, clearly pleased. Qin Han then produced a crowbar from behind, glancing at Zhao Pengzi with a grin. "I've only heard of the real and fake monkey kings. I didn't expect to witness Zhu Beiji battling Tian Peng Yuan Shui. If you and the wild boar clash, I wouldn't know whom to support. Get lost. I'll put 2 holes in your head first." Zhao Pengzi retorted. Lin Jianguo raised his hand, saying, "Stop the bickering. To confront a wild boar with these tools is sheer folly. Regular troops have their methods, and we guerrillas possess our own clever tactics. I've been busy working on this matter for the past few days. Today is when it will be resolved. However, we cannot act during the day. If we wish to exert our strength, it must be at night." Zhao Pengzi frowned. "Why didn't you say so earlier? I could have gone home for a nap." "Don't." The Qin brothers blocked Zhao Pengzi, laughing. "We haven't even sorted out lunch and dinner yet." Qin Han pulled out a deck of cards from his pocket, suggesting, "Let us find a shady spot to play cards instead." "Bah." Zhao Pengzi spat. "Now I see your true intentions. You want to stop until you make me a pauper." Lin Jianguo felt a twinge of embarrassment. This heroic team has been established for merely 2 days, yet the wild boar remains elusive, although there are ample resources to be had, thanks to the generous nature of Zhao Pengzi, who does not mind the current circumstances. However, continuing in this manner is untenable. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Jianguo's mind. "Today, the captain is taking you all to the seaside." Upon uttering these words, a wave of dissent erupted. "We are not going. Yesterday, we looked as sun-dried as crabs. My mother even asked if I had been boiled by someone. Ultimately, we hardly caught anything. It is uninteresting. We might as well find a place to play cards." Lin Jianguo chuckled and said, "Today, we shall embark on something grand." Chapter 34. The second coastal foray. "Captain, are you not going to haul the boat up?" As a handful of us arrived at the rear bay, before even stepping aboard, Zhao Pengzi began dry heaving. The pungent odor of the Lin family's small boat was already overwhelming, and now with that bucket of 6-grain paste, along with chicken feathers and the gruesome sight of a bloodied hanged ghost, the stench was unbearable. Qin Xiaonyang lifted the deck and nearly retched upon seeing the bucket of paste. "What is this? Throw it into the sea at once. It reeks." Yet, Lin Jianguo was not lenient. "This is bait for luring wild boars. Whoever dares to toss it out will become bait themselves." The group fell silent. Four young men lent a hand and pushed the small boat into the sea. Once aboard, Lin Jianguo regretted his decision. He had unwittingly dug a pit for himself. With 4 people on the boat weighing a combined 600 or 700 pounds, the others clung tightly to the sides, their faces pale. He had forgotten that these 3 were from an agricultural village and had never been to sea. To make matters worse, they couldn't even row. After a mere few hundred meters, Lin Jianguo already regretted it. If he were alone, he could leisurely paddle 10 or 20 kilometers without issue, but with these companions, he felt he might exhaust himself. The sea is boundless. Turning back is the shore. Look at your cowardly faces. Shall we return? He feigned concern for his comrades. Unexpectedly, they all shook their heads in unison. We can manage. We absolutely cannot disgrace the captain. Yesterday's so-called coastal foray yielded nothing, and Pengzi was unwilling to accept that. Captain, row with all your might. We will cheer you on. Though terrified, they stubbornly began chanting encouragement. What a bunch of mischief makers. Lin Jianguo's face twitched in exasperation. He had spoken without thinking. Thankfully, the destination was not too far, only about 5 kilometers from the coastline. He ceased speaking and began rowing with determination. The small boat drifted slowly through the sea, rounding Wugongji and heading further out. At last, a small island appeared on the horizon. This island, smaller than Wugongji, was called Laoshu Shan, resembling a mouse lying on the surface of the sea. Though not far from the main island, its remote location made it seldom visited. This little island remained inconspicuous until it unexpectedly gained fame decades later, subsequently being recorded in the county annals. Wei arrived. Lin Jianguo rode the waves and paddled vigorously to the shore. Zhao Pengzi was the first to jump out, bending over to vomit violently. The Qin brothers were not faring any better, clamping their mouths shut while clinging to the boat's edge, afraid that any movement would induce them to spew. Once Zhao Pengzi had finished retching, he glanced around, his eyes wide with astonishment. Look, look, he exclaimed, pointing at the rocky shore. The Qin brothers raised their heads, following his gaze. My goodness, they gasped in unison. The rocky beach was densely covered in mussels. Now this is what we call a coastal foray. The Qin brothers sprang to life, leaping off the boat together. Mussels were the most common and cheapest seafood in the local area, not only abundant in flesh and flavor, but also high-yielding. Even decades later, during peak seasons, they would sell for only a few dollars a pound. However, these wild mussels, large and plump, were always worth a pretty penny. Zhao Pengzi shook his ample flesh and exclaimed, It's true what they say, the droughts wither and the floods drown. Yesterday's beach was barren, and today it's teeming with life, sending shivers down my spine. This sentiment resonated with Lin Jianguo, who felt a surge of excitement. Thankfully, his memory served him well. Regardless of the mussel's low price, so many of them would surely bring in a handsome profit. Thinking of his struggling family back home, particularly his thin younger sister, Lin Jianguo leaped from the small boat and secured the rope with care. Next, he retrieved several buckets from the boat's hold and tossed them to Zhao Pengzi and the others. Unfortunately, this was a spur-of-the-moment decision, and they lacked proper tools. Zhao Pengzi brandished his rake and, with a satisfying clang, a large cluster of mussels tumbled down. These mussels had grown for several years, their roots tightly entwined on the rocks. When he raked them, it was as if peeling away the plaster from an old wall. A sizable portion fell away. He managed to gather 4 or 5 pounds in one go. This is exhilarating. Zhao Pengzi spat into his hands, gripping the rake tightly for another strike. This time, he managed an even larger haul, sending a mass of mussels crashing onto the rocks. The outer shells shattered, revealing the succulent flesh within. He picked up a mussel, rinsed it in the clear seawater to remove the sand, and tossed it into his mouth. The freshness overwhelmed him. Zhao Pengzi closed his mouth tightly, tearing off the foot and tossing it back into the sea. Delicious. So incredibly delicious. Sweeter and more tender than what I usually eat, with a delightful chew. Qin Xiaonyang was not to be outdone. She too plunged her shovel down, making a grand haul. This is simply too much. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Coming from an agricultural village, they were used to gathering tiny shells along the shore, and if they were lucky, catching a small crab would make their day. They had never encountered such a bounty. Typically, coastal foragers used only a small bucket and a little shovel. To see mussels and sea snails on the rocks, they would scrape them off with a shovel, not rake them in. The two were reveling in their good fortune, while Qin Han could only pry them off one by one with his crowbar, moving at a much slower pace. Be careful. Clearly, these individuals were overly exuberant, prompting Lin Jianguo to offer a timely reminder. Harvesting the clams was indeed exhilarating. However, one must exercise caution, for the shattered shells of the clams are quite sharp, and a moment's inattention could lead to a crimson mishap. No sooner had he uttered these words than Qin Han, from the other side, began to exclaim in distress. What happened? Did you cut your hand? Lin Jianguo hurriedly rummaged through the cabin for several pairs of worn gloves to toss to everyone. It's nothing, it doesn't hurt. The eyes of the group glistened with a hint of red. Typically, these clams must be purchased at a cost, and even then, it is quite challenging to acquire specimens as large and plump as these. It would be a disservice to oneself not to gather several sacks today. Chapter 35. This is what coastal gathering looks like unlike decades later. In another 40 years, the waters of Chuanshan will be teeming with massive vessels weighing tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of tons. Not to mention, vast stretches of sandy beaches will be transformed into farmland, with shipyards erected upon them. Furthermore, the discharge of copious amounts of domestic wastewater into the sea has led to a drastic decline in nearshore fishery resources. Even if there are still some mussels and sea snails left along the coast, they can no longer be consumed raw. Jianguo, look at how plump this mussel is, Qin Han exclaimed, donning gloves and speaking animatedly. The small cut on his hand was entirely disregarded. Indeed, Qin Xiaonyang also held a mussel in her hand, remarking, look how thick the shell is, and the meat is rich. Unlike those pitiful specimens we find in the market, large shells with only a tiny dry piece of meat inside. After speaking, Qin Xiaonyang tossed the mussel meat into her mouth, savoring the fresh, sweet, and tender flavor that burst forth with each bite, leaving juice trickling down her cheek. Fatty Jia pried a mussel free with a rake, casually picked up a mussel shell to use as a blade, and inserted it along the seam of the shell. After a few swift motions, the previously tightly closed shell slightly opened, revealing the tender meat inside. Xiaonyang. Fatty Jia grinned mischievously. Doesn't it look like? Qin Xiaonyang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood, retorting, go to hell. You resemble your own mother. Laughter erupted among the group, a chorus of lewd chuckles. While they joked, their hands were busy. Each showcased their skills, utilizing whatever tools they had at their disposal. The mussels on this rocky outcrop were abundant, and with each scoop, they collected a great number. Within half an hour, each person had gathered 2 to 3 buckets, creating a sizable mound of mussels on the shore, resembling a small black hill. Let us take a break, Lin Jianguo suggested, glancing at the early hour, feeling no urgency. After all, the mussels weren't going anywhere. How much are mussels selling for at the market these days? Lin Jianguo was particularly curious about this. Qin Han shrugged, stating, mussels are plentiful and of average taste, so they don't fetch a high price. For standard quality, fishmongers would pay about 5 cents per pound. For these larger ones with thick meat, they might go for 10 cents. But if you sell them yourself at the market, you could get around 15 cents per pound. Have we collected over 100 pounds? Lin Jianguo estimated, realizing they could make over 10 yuan from this haul. Observing that the day was still early, he contemplated hunting wild boar, best done under the cover of darkness, calculating they still had 2 or 3 hours to spare. If we worked diligently, we could gather 300 to 500 pounds. At 10 cents a pound, that would amount to 50 or 60 yuan. Upon hearing Lin Jianguo's words, everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the early 1980s. Although they had heard of the reforms, the winds of change had yet to fully reach the ground. In Dongfeng village, where they lived, the average monthly salary for a state worker consuming commercial grain was only around 40 yuan. As an agricultural village, Shifeng Village's residents relied primarily on farming, but arable land was scarce, with families typically allotted only 3 to 4 mu of land at most. Relying on such meager plots for sustenance meant only having enough for basic meals. In contrast, Dongfeng Village, being a fishing community, fared slightly better. The collective owned a boat, yielding better returns. After fulfilling state quotas and collective shares, the remaining catch was divided among villagers. A skilled laborer working on the best boat for a year could earn 1,000 yuan, which was quite remarkable. My goodness, we could strike it rich. Qin Han's eyes widened with excitement. If we had come earlier and stayed longer, we could have gathered 1,000 pounds in one day. With today's tools being inadequate, we must replace them tomorrow. 1,000 pounds could yield 100 yuan, and with 4 of us, that's 25 each. At that moment, Qin Xiaonyang's mathematical prowess seemed to flourish. What are you saying? Fatty Jia scooted over to the small boat, plopping himself down and pulling out a piece of hard candy from his canvas bag, tossing it into his mouth. The boat belongs to Jianguo, and it's Jianguo who rows back and forth, so we're putting in minimal effort. Ah, right. Qin Xiaonyang gave Fatty Jia a thumbs up. Fatty, I must say, it's no wonder you're the deputy leader. Your logic is sound. We hadn't even thought of that. Yes. What Fatty said makes sense. We have no objections as long as it's for Jianguo. Qin Han chimed in, showing his generous nature. Despite their daily playful banter, they were all loyal friends. My goodness, you guys are something else. You nearly made me cry, Lin Jianguo chuckled, though he felt genuinely touched despite the absence of tears. Let us continue. Fatty Jia flung several pieces of candy like darts into the air. We are all brothers. Now that Jianguo is facing difficulties, let us help him out. In the future, if we're in trouble, Jianguo 1T, just stand by, right? Lin Jianguo caught the candy, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. Now this is truly sweet. Fatty Jia, who had always been pampered and unaccustomed to labor, was now drenched in sweat after a short while. He lifted his shirt, exposing his sizable belly, and reclined on the boat. To be honest, Fatty Jia didn't need the money. He could manage without it. But Jianguo was different. Having just experienced a troubling incident, he needed to earn money to stand firm. The Qin brothers began to feel fatigued as well, having been on the boat for so long that the excitement of discovering the mussels had dulled their senses. Now, as they rested, a wave of nausea washed over them. Each found a clean rock to sit upon. Jianguo, I haven't had the chance to ask you, what are your plans moving forward? Qin Xiaonyang asked, chewing on her candy. She pulled out a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and exhaled clouds of smoke. What plans do I have? I want to bring my parents in separate from the family. Separate? That is a good idea. Your old mother is quite unreasonable. Living with her would surely burden your entire family. Yes, but I see it's a bit challenging. Your father is a son-in-law. Traditionally, he should support your old mother in her old age. Now wanting to separate and live independently isn't easy. The group began to discuss animatedly. No worries. Lin Jianguo smiled faintly and gestured towards the expanse of beach before them, stating, look, just this stretch of coastline yields thousands of jin of mussels, which could fetch several hundred yuan. Once we secure some funds, all else will fall into place. So why linger? Let us commence. Qin Xiaonyang inhaled deeply, resolutely discarding her cigarette, but into the ocean, eager to begin. No need to rush, no need to rush. Lin Jianguo waved his hand and continued, I appreciate your goodwill, but I cannot keep taking advantage of everyone. Just a few nights ago, at the salt flats, you all left me some money, and I have yet to express my gratitude. How could I allow you to work without compensation? Among us, only Fatty's family is well off. In fact, Xiaonyang and her companions are somewhat better off than I. We are all brothers here. We should earn money together, or else we are no better than scoundrels. Thus, this sampan belongs to my family, and my entire household depends on it for sustenance. I shall not be overly modest. Let us allocate 40% to the sampan, and the remaining share shall be evenly divided among the four of us. All right then, since Jianguo has spoken, we shall not decline. With this agreement, they were filled with renewed vigor. Chapter 36. So many fish. What are we waiting for? Let's get started. Qin Xiaonyang, true to her name, is quite the impetuous one. No need to rush. Lin Jianguo chuckled, saying, haste will not yield hot tofu. Let us not forget, our primary mission here is to hunt wild boars. Everything else is secondary. We are here to enjoy the sea and have fun, not to toil. Moderation is key to conserving our energy. This vast expanse of clams has likely been here for decades. What are you worried about? Fatty, bring out the pot from the cabin. We shall kindle a fire and replenish our strength. Certainly. Fatty's stomach had been empty for a while, grumbling in anticipation. Lin Jianguo and the Qin brothers climbed aboard the small skiff, which contained basic living utensils. Lin Jianguo took the iron pot from Jia Fatty, rinsed it in seawater, and then poured some fresh water from the bucket for a thorough cleaning. Fire. A faint plume of smoke rose into the air. First, let us steam the clams. A bit of water was added to the pot, and a steaming rack was placed inside. The clams piled up in the skiff like small hills, and he casually tossed a handful into the pot. After 5 minutes, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Cooked is undeniably more appetizing. Eating one raw is manageable, but too many would be overwhelming for Fatty. When Jia Fatty disembarked, he had already been famished. Upon hearing that the dish was ready, he was the first to lift the pot lid. Ignoring the heat, Jia Fatty seized a fat clam, exclaiming, this is hefty. He turned it over in his hands repeatedly, blowing on it for a while, then diligently pried open the shell with his nails. A mound of succulent yellow flesh, as large as a child's fist, quivered in front of everyone. A true delicacy. Although clams are the most common mollusks in the region, such exquisite wild clams are indeed rare. Jianguo, do we have soy sauce? There should be some. Look for it yourself. Jia Fatty dove into the cabin and emerged moments later, holding half a bottle of soy sauce and a coarse ceramic bowl. Eating clams dipped in soy sauce is fit for an emperor. Jia Fatty chanted as he poured some soy sauce into the bowl. Let the feast begin. The Qin brothers were also feeling hungry. Qin Xiaonyang rummaged through her canvas bag for some wine. Come, let us give Fatty a taste first. Jia Fatty, unable to contain himself, took a sip, his face radiating satisfaction. The essence of beachcombing lies not in the pursuit, but in the feast. Jia Fatty concluded. Eating the seafood harvested from the shore made it taste remarkably fresh, he thought, as he devoured another clam. You all continue eating. Let me see if I can add another dish for you. Lin Jianguo grabbed a bucket, found a pair of tongs in the cabin, and leapt off the skiff. Jianguo, don't rush, join us. Qin Han called out. No need to hurry. You eat first. I believe this spot is promising. There should be more to find. This rocky shore was quite splendid. During high tide, 2/3 would be submerged, and at low tide, a vast expanse of rocks would emerge. Such terrain not only favors clam growth, but also serves as an ideal hiding place for crabs. Lin Jianguo, carrying the bucket, walked slowly across the rocks, leaping from one to another. These rocks were covered in clams, leaving little room to step. After traversing over 20 meters, his eyes suddenly lit up. The terrain here was extraordinary. Before him lay a shallow puddle. This puddle was essentially a depression at the top of a large rock. During high tide, it would be submerged, but at low tide, it formed a puddle the size of a volleyball court. The water was shallow, barely covering his ankles, and remarkably clear. As Lin Jianguo stepped in, a crackling sound echoed. Wow, today is my lucky day. Right before his eyes lay a squirming green snapper. This fish measured over 30 centimeters and weighed more than 2 pounds. The green snapper, known as black sea bream, delights in feasting on clams. It seemed that during high tide, this gluttonous creature ventured here for clams, only to find itself trapped in the puddle. Such a large black sea bream could fetch $2 at the market. The fish was so large that it could not swim in the shallow puddle, merely thrashing about with its dorsal spines. Brothers, we can add to the feast. Lin Jianguo called out to his companions, raising the tongs and striking the black sea bream on the head. The fish flailed a couple of times, but then lay still. Lin Jianguo lifted the black sea bream triumphantly. His companions gazed on with envy. Jianguo, have you stumbled upon good fortune these past few days? Why have we not shared in such luck? Indeed, it's infuriating. I've been beachcombing for 2 days without catching a single fish. Want to catch fish? Hurry over here. Lin Jianguo called out loudly. In the puddle, numerous visible treasures awaited. Based on Lin Jianguo's experience, crabs were likely present there. Wait for me, Fatty is on his way. Jia Fatty, eager not to fall behind, jumped off the skiff but lost his footing and tumbled. Take it slow, no need to rush. In the brief moment Lin Jianguo spoke, the tongs extended and retracted, capturing yet another crab. This crab was not large, but as soon as Lin Jianguo clamped it, he could tell it was substantial. Some crabs in the sea appear large, yet once cooked, they are mostly shell with little meat. And scrupulous vendors at the market often sell these to out-of-towners. Experienced locals, however, prefer those that may seem smaller but are plump and firm. Although this crab appeared small, once steamed and cracked open, it revealed an abundance of meat, as if it might burst out. The little crab waved its claws vigorously, striking against the tongs with considerable force. With a snap, the small crab was tossed into the bucket just as Jia Fatty arrived. Where is it? Where are my crabs? Jia Fatty spread his arms wide, looking quite eager. Suddenly, a splash erupted from the water nearby. Wow! The Qin brothers, who had just arrived, were momentarily stunned. The abundance of fish was astounding. As a native of Chuanshan, everyone possesses a modicum of knowledge in this regard, well aware that the Qin Langyu is also known as the sea Jeju. Not only does the Qin Langyu bear a resemblance to the Jeju, but it also delights in congregating in schools, exhibiting a rather indiscriminate appetite. In the words of seasoned fishermen, they are quite eager to bite. However, no one could have anticipated that within an expanse no larger than a volleyball court, a small school of fish was ensnared. Merely observing the splashes, one could discern at least 20 or 30 fish. Oh, the exuberance of Jiao Pengzi was such that he leaped with joy. This indeed exemplifies the thrill of coastal fishing, does it not? Where's the net? Quickly, bring forth the gleaming silver net for the esteemed gentleman. You, my friend, seem to have indulged in too many tales, murmured Qin Han, equally astonished by the scene before him. Jianguo, I have noticed that ever since you knelt before the boat goddess of the Lin family, your fortunes have markedly improved. It appears that the boat goddess of your Lin family possesses remarkable powers. I must pay my respects as well. However, for now, with Jiao Pengzi leaping into the puddle with the audacity reminiscent of Zhu Beiji teasing the spider spirit, the Qin brothers followed suit into the water. Chapter 37. How delightful it is patience, my friend. Lin Jianguo urged, eager to impart his wisdom. It is better to retreat and weave a net than to covet the fish from the shore. Such eloquent phrases were learned from the erudite scholars while compiling the county annals in his previous life. With abundant experience in coastal fishing, Lin Jianguo recognized that the rotund man's approach was flawed. Although the qinglang fish is commonly found in the sea, it proves to be elusive when caught. Despite being trapped in a shallow pool, capturing one with bare hands remains a formidable challenge. Even for Lin Jianguo, a seasoned fisherman, it would require a net, lest he fall victim to the sharp spines of the Qinglang fish. At that moment, Zhao Pengzi was in high spirits and hardly heeded the advice. "Watch me show you how it's done," he exclaimed, rolling up his sleeves and preparing to pounce, splashing about as if he were cooking dumplings. "Look, there's one," he shouted excitedly, sprinting barefoot towards the fish. Just as he reached out, the Qinglang fish thrashed desperately, its tail creating sparks as it made its escape. "Not bad at all, it swims fast." Zhao Pengzi refused to relent, chasing after the fish with fervor. The shallow pool became a scene of chaos due to his antics. "My goodness, this is exhausting." After a considerable time, Zhao Pengzi finally paused, bent over and gasping for breath. "I refuse to believe this. Today, I shall confront you, you wretched fish." He shouted at the creatures in the water as if they could comprehend his words. Lin Jianguo patted his shoulder, offering reassurance. "This approach won't work. We came here in haste, without proper water shoes. If you step on one of those spines, it could be disastrous." "All right." Zhao Pengzi lifted his foot and inspected his large, clumsy feet, nodding in agreement. "What do you suggest we do?" "What do you mean? The boat holds nets and buckets. Can you not see that?" Lin Jianguo pointed towards the Qin brothers, who were well prepared with nets in hand. Lin Jianguo couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. "No way," Zhao Pengzi protested, rubbing his belly. "Using a net does not suit my image. Just wait." He jogged back to the boat and soon returned, brandishing a rake. "Quietly now, let us not alert the fish." Zhao Pengzi had learned his lesson, crouching low and stealthily wading through the water towards a 2 or 3 pound Qinglang fish. The unfortunate fish, exhausted from being pursued, attempted to flee just as Zhao Pengzi's rake swooped down upon it. "Lo and behold, I've caught a fish," Zhao Pengzi exclaimed triumphantly as his rake struck the fish's head, pinning it down. He raised the rake high, the wounded Qinglang fish still thrashing, its dark back glistening in the sunlight with a cascade of colorful droplets. A fish of 2 to 3 pounds, it displayed remarkable vitality, despite the wounds it bore, its tail striking the rake handle with a resounding slap. "What a magnificent catch!" Qin Han exclaimed in genuine admiration. "What a pity it has so many holes. We cannot sell it, only consume it ourselves." Lin Jianguo felt a twinge of regret. "Sell? No way. I'll keep it for myself. If I can't finish it, I'll give it to my parents, and if they can't finish it either, we'll dry it as fish jerky. This is a catch to relish for a whole year." Zhao Pengzi laughed heartily. Among the recent coastal expeditions, this was the most fruitful. Once home, he would boast about it for days. Zhao Pengzi procured a large bucket, excitedly transferring the fish into it before racing off in pursuit of more. "Brother, we must not lag behind." Qin Xiaoni, agile and quick, soon netted a smaller Qinglang fish. "Alas, it's a bit small," she commented, glancing at Zhao Pengzi's catch with a hint of disdain. In truth, her fish was not insignificant, weighing nearly a pound, but in comparison to Zhao Pengzi's larger catch, it seemed lacking. "What about mine?" Qin Han exclaimed, casting his net with a flourish, sending splashes of water into the air. "Ah, this one appears substantial," Lin Jianguo surmised, believing it would rival Zhao Pengzi's catch. "Indeed, it must be. The old Qin always delivers," Qin Han declared with excitement, recalling how he had only found a few inconspicuous shells during the previous day's fishing excursion. Today, however, he was determined to shine. As he lifted the net slightly, his hand reached inside. Splash! The large fish thrashed violently, sending water flying into Qin Han's face. "Oh no!" He watched helplessly as the Qinglang fish slipped from the net and darted away. "This fish is too slippery." Frustrated and drenched, he lamented, "You all have fun. I'll keep looking." The Qinglang fish, while not particularly high in value, did not pique Lin Jianguo's interest. The Qin brothers and Zhao Pengzi, unfamiliar with fishing, were simply enjoying the chase. Observing his friends reveling in the activity brought Lin Jianguo joy. If he were to reckon it from his past life, it felt as though he had not experienced such happiness in a long while. Lin Jianguo was different. The reason this small island appeared in the county annals was not merely due to a plethora of mussels and a few Qinglang fish. He recalled that the news had once mentioned the discovery of something significant on this very island. At that moment, Lin Jianguo thought he heard a faint sound. "Xiaoni, do you hear that? Is there something amiss?" Lin Jianguo asked, alert. After all, the vast expanse of wild mussels on the beach was worth a considerable sum. "What? I don't hear anything." Qin Xiaoni shrugged, indicating she had heard nothing. "What about you?" Lin Jianguo gestured towards Qin Han and Zhao Pengzi. Not a thing. In this forsaken island, who else would come here? The two were still lost in their merriment, running and chatting. Oh, is that so? Perhaps I misheard. Lin Jianguo offered an awkward smile. This was a small deserted island nestled within the sea. The surrounding waters were shallow, merely 2 to 3 meters deep, presenting an undeniably precarious depth. Fish inhabited these waters, albeit in limited numbers. Consequently, fishing vessels seldom ventured this way, and cargo ships were deterred by the shallow depths, which posed a risk of grounding. Thus, it was indeed unlikely that anyone would come here. Otherwise, the island would not be so abundant in freshwater clams. Lin Jianguo lowered his head, clasping the tongs tightly, and began to survey his surroundings. Before long, he successfully captured 2 splendid mantis shrimps. Chapter 38 A Simple Fisherman's Meal. Lin Jianguo strolled along the edge of the waterhole. The seawater in this pit had once been quite clear, but alas, it had become murky due to the commotion caused by those 3 rascals. Lin Jianguo felt a twinge of regret. Compared to the few qinglang fish, this waterhole might harbor some larger snails or crabs. However, with the water now muddied, it would be impossible to catch anything for the time being. Lin Jianguo had no choice but to see if there was anything of value along the water's edge. After a brief search, he found only a few small snails, no other treasures. Disappointed, he wandered over to Zhejiang. Zhejiang had his bucket right by the waterhole, swaying vigorously, with a dozen or so qinglang fish packed inside, thrashing and splashing, producing a cacophony of splashes. Lin Jianguo leaned in for a closer look. How about that? Quite impressive, isn't it? Zhejiang had longed to show off, but the Qin brothers were engrossed in their own fun and had no time to pay him heed. Now that Lin Jianguo had approached, he seized the opportunity. Not bad at all. These dozen large fish will last us for quite a while. The Qin brothers had also finished their work, each hauling a large bucket filled with lively qinglang fish. What a delight! What a joy! We shall return tomorrow. Zhejiang nodded repeatedly, remarking, "It seems we must venture to such deserted islands for our sea harvest. The beaches back home have long been stripped bare. If there is even a small shell, everyone rushes to snatch it up. That should suffice for today." Lin Jianguo glanced at the sun, which was nearing noon. Although it wasn't excessively hot yet, the sun was already quite fierce. On this unprotected deserted island, the combination of sea breeze and sunlight was particularly intense. A fair-skinned young lady exposed to it for 3 to 5 days would surely turn into a sunburnt sweet potato. We ought to rest and grab a bite before heading back. Once we return to the village, we must take these mussels and qinglang fish to the dock and see how much we can sell them for. Then rest a bit before we have the energy to hunt wild boar tonight. All right then. Zhejiang and the others had no objections. With such a vast supply of mussels, it would take 3 to 5 days to harvest them all, so a day or 2 was inconsequential. Everyone had felt a bit disheartened after their experience at Fu Lai Ye's home and deemed hunting wild boar the most pressing matter. The group returned to their boat, hunger intensifying after the day's exertions. There was still half a pot of mussels left, which they devoured in under 3 minutes. Zhejiang, being rotund and fond of eating, also enjoyed cooking. He rummaged through the cabin and unearthed a dozen sweet potatoes, boiling a potful, and then retrieved a few qinglang fish from his own bucket, preparing them in the seawater. There are also a few crabs, Lin Jianguo said as he poured the crabs from the bucket to Zhejiang. Excellent. These crabs are fresh. Watch how I prepare them for you. As he spoke, Zhejiang skillfully sliced the crabs into pieces, the crabs still wriggling. He found a coarse ceramic bowl to hold the crabs and sprinkled coarse salt evenly over them. Come on. Can't you handle it without making a mess? This is just chaotic. Qin Xiaonyang rolled her eyes at Zhejiang's rough method. The spicy crab dish was a staple on the dining tables of the boat people, renowned for its savory flavor. While preparing it was relatively simple, Zhejiang's crude approach was almost comical. Zhejiang rolled his eyes back at her, retorting, "If you can't handle it, then close your eyes." The group, feeling a bit fatigued, lay down on the deck. The glaring sunlight was so intense that it made it difficult to keep their eyes open. The sea breeze, tinged with a hint of saltiness and the aroma of sweet potatoes, was mouth-watering. Each crab had 2 large claws, and with 2 crabs, there were just enough for everyone. Zhejiang broke off the crab claws, distributing 1 to each person. As they reclined on the deck, they watched the clouds drift by above, occasionally spotting a bird in flight. The gentle waves lapped against the small boat, causing it to rock slightly. Savoring the crab claws, they slowly drew out the sweet, salty juice with their tongues. "This is delightful," Lin Jianguo couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, Living life as a fisherman on the sea is truly refreshing. Qin Han echoed his sentiment. What are you thinking? I can't afford to dawdle. My parents are waiting for me to marry and provide them with grandchildren. Right. Qin Xiaonyang snapped the crab shell, sucking out the juices clean, her brows furrowing as she said, right now. All I want is to take down that wild boar. What do you mean by hunting wild boar? That sounds quite dangerous. I think chasing the tide is far more fruitful. Lin Jianguo used the crab claw as a toothpick, saying, that may be so. That day I got kicked once. But look at that little Hong. What kind of attitude does she have towards us? And she said, if you discover any wild boar, let me know, and I'll come help you shoot it when I have a moment. Mimicking Xiao Hong's tone, Qin Xiaonyang elicited a round of laughter. Right now, I just want to haul that wild boar's head to Fu Lai Ye's home, slam it down in front of her, and see what she has to say. You deserve it. Who told you to let Fu Lai call you uncle? I reckon if you truly become Fu Lai's uncle, you won't even make it to bed without a few kicks each day. Get lost, get lost. I'm willing. As they bantered joyfully, Jia Pengzi suddenly jumped up. Oh no. In all this chatter, the pot is burned. The others sniffed the air and confirmed the unfortunate news. Qin Han, quick on his feet, jumped up to move the iron pot and lifted the lid, announcing, not too bad. There's a slight burnt smell, but it's still edible. The Qinglang fish had already been cleaned. The boat people prized freshness in their seafood. They boiled some water again, placed a steaming basket in, halved the 2 pounds of Qinglang fish, arranged them in the coarse ceramic bowl, drizzled a bit of soy sauce, and steamed it for 7 to 8 minutes. Spicy crab, steamed Qinglang fish, and fresh mussels, each person holding 2 charred sweet potatoes, accompanied by a bottle of white wine to share, a simple yet delightful fisherman's meal. By this time, everyone was indeed hungry, and they opened their mouths to eat, savoring each bite in silence. Jia Pengzi's spicy crab was unexpectedly popular. Let us not speak of anything else. This rotund individual possesses remarkable culinary skills. Without the addition of any ingredients, save for a handful of coarse salt, he masterfully creates a dish that embodies sweetness, freshness, and saltiness in perfect harmony. With each bite, the succulent juices of the crab burst forth, delivering an unparalleled delight. The wild Qinglang fish, not only renowned for its exquisite flavor, also boasts firm, tender flesh. When the bowl is presented, a single chopstick's plunge reveals a generous piece of pristine, tender meat. Among the fishermen of Chuanshan, there exists a particular reverence for the consumption of fish. Once the upper portion of the fish has been savored, it is deemed improper to flip it over. Since all are fishermen, toiling daily upon the sea for their livelihood, the act of flipping is considered inauspicious. Consequently, they must delicately lift the fish head along with the bones and discard them before proceeding to enjoy the flesh beneath. Although the other 3 individuals hail from an agricultural village, apart from Lin Jianguo, this custom has long been embraced, and all adhere to it with great respect and diligence. Chapter 39. A major embarrassment with voracious appetites, the group devoured their meal in no time. Qin Han rose to tidy up a bit. Qin Xiaonyang, having satisfied her hunger, awaited the departure while sitting on the deck, her legs dangling over the side. You brat, get down and push the boat, Lin Jianguo exclaimed, giving Qin Xiaonyang a nudge that sent her tumbling off the deck. Are you not aware that you shouldn't sit like this on a boat? The fishermen of the island adhered to many rules for their livelihood at sea, and this sitting posture was one such regulation. It was absolutely forbidden to extend one's legs over the edge. The waters were home to many vengeful spirits, and should one dangle their feet, they risked being pulled into the depths. No one would be able to save them. Startled, Qin Xiaonyang trembled and obediently joined Qin Han in pushing the boat. Once the skiff was in the water, the Qin brothers hopped aboard, while Lin Jianguo propelled the boat with the oar, leveraging the momentum to glide into the vast ocean. Sit tight, we're setting sail, Lin Jianguo proclaimed loudly, as if he were commanding a grand fishing vessel. Unlike those from the inland, whose aspirations revolved around scholarly achievements, university education, or commercial success, here on the island, the mark of a true life victor lay in possessing one's own fishing boat. Jianguo, how wonderful it would be if you had your own fishing vessel, Jia Pengzi remarked with a grin. I will have one. Lin Jianguo nodded in agreement while rowing. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed his face. A light sheen of sweat formed on Lin Jianguo, yet the sea breeze felt invigorating. The skiff glided over the water, sending ripples across the surface, while the deck bore a bounty of 200 pounds of mussels. Was this not the very essence of hope in life? The sea was unusually calm that day, with little wind or waves. However, the Qin brothers and Jia Pongzi felt a tinge of nausea, especially after hearing Lin Jianguo's earlier words, which heightened their anxiety. Lin Jianguo rowed steadily. After half an hour, they had covered a significant distance and arrived near Wugongji. Suddenly, the sound of a motor echoed in the air, prompting everyone on the boat to stand. A motor sailboat rounded the cape of Wugongji, pursuing them. "Halt the boat for inspection," a voice called with the wind. "What is happening?" Jia Pongzi appeared bewildered. "Jianguo, are we engaging in illegal fishing?" "Don't be ridiculous. Fishermen gathering mussels has never been a crime, no matter the era," Lin Jianguo replied, though a hint of trepidation crept into his heart as he paused his rowing. With manpower alone, they could never outpace a motorboat. Resistance was futile. Before long, the motor sailboat drew alongside them. "Who are you?" A vigilant female militiaman stood at the bow, rifle in hand, scrutinizing the occupants of the skiff. "We are from the nearby Dongfeng village. What is the matter?" Lin Jianguo inquired, furrowing his brow. "Fishermen?" The female militiaman's gaze swept across Lin Jianguo before settling on the faces of the three men on the deck. "You certainly don't look like fishermen. Why so nervous? Are you spies sent from over there? Is that not obvious?" "You are the real spy." Jia Pongzi, though feeling unwell, was sharp-tongued. "I'm pointing a gun at you, and you're not nervous?" Lin Jianguo waved his hand to quiet Jia Pongzi, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. "Comrade, I am from Dongfeng village, and these three are from Shifeng village. They've never been on a boat and are feeling a bit seasick. We came out today to gather some seafood. You see." Lin Jianguo gestured toward the pile of mussels on the deck. At that moment, the Qin brothers could no longer hold it in and leaned over the side, retching violently, expelling their earlier meal to feed the fish. "How could it be you?" More figures appeared on the motor sailboat, both men and women. "What is the matter? Ruihong, do you know them?" a male militiaman asked. "It's you," Lin Jianguo acknowledged with a wave. On the deck of the motor sailboat, Xiao Hong held her rifle with a serious expression. "We've met before. These individuals are from the Dongfeng village hero team." "Hero team? What hero team? I've never heard of it." "Isn't their village dealing with wild boars? They should be the wild boar team." "Uft." The male militiaman chuckled and remarked, "If they're hunting wild boars, then call it what it is. What's with this hero team nonsense? It's laughable. Our militia doesn't even have a hero team, and they've never even touched a gun. How dare they?" Clearly, this male militiaman was eager to show off among the female militias, belittling Lin Jianguo and his companions. Qin Xiaonyang, holding onto the side of the boat, rose defiantly. "What is wrong with your mouth? Did you eat something foul? It reeks. With that vile tongue of yours, perhaps you should keep it shut." A toad dreaming of eating swan meat, afraid of ruining others' appetites. The male militiaman's face flushed, and he retorted loudly. "Who are you calling a toad? Let me tell you, we are conducting a legitimate military operation to apprehend spies sent from Taiwan. I find you all suspicious and must conduct a search." "Forget it. I know these people." Clearly, Li Ruihong held no fondness for this male militiaman and was unwilling to engage with him. Furrowing her brows, she added, "Weren't you supposed to be hunting wild boars? How did you end up at sea?" The male militiaman, feeling insulted, quickly responded, "What is there to ask? They're definitely sneaking around to undermine socialism, claiming they're hunting wild boars to earn work points, while secretly coming out here to gather mussels for profit. People like them, who serve their own interests at the expense of the collective, ought to be reported to their team." The male militiaman, feeling triumphant in having caught Lin Jianguo and the others in a morally questionable act, beamed with pride. "Squad leader Shun, their actions have nothing to do with us. Let us not waste time on them." Right, the squad leader replied, his face full of flattery, clearly eager to win Li Ruihong's favor. Comrade Xiao Hong is quite perceptive and possesses a sense of the bigger picture. He waved his rifle a couple of times and declared, "Listen carefully, you lot. Today, in light of Comrade Li Ruihong's presence, we want to pursue this matter further." Qin Xiaonyang was nearly beside herself with rage. "If you have the guts, go ahead and report us. If you don't, you're nothing but a freeloader." On the sailboat, Li Ruihong glanced at Lin Jianguo and his companions. Initially, she thought it commendable that they were willing to risk themselves for the collective and the community's interests, but her perspective had shifted. "Greetings. You may continue your endeavors in harvesting your clams, while the task of hunting wild boars shall remain our responsibility as militia. Let us embark. Once we have apprehended the treacherous spies, we shall attend to the wild boars." With the thunderous roar of the engine, The motorized sailboat surged forth, slicing through the waves beside Lin Jianguo and his small skiff. A tremendous wave surged, causing the skiff to sway violently, startling Jia Pengzi and the Qin brothers, who hastily grasped the side of the boat. On the motorized sailboat, the male militia member surnamed Shun wore a mocking expression. Chapter 40. Conservation of strength. As I watched the silhouette of the motorboat recede into the distance, the individuals in the small boat unleashed a torrent of invectives, revisiting every derogatory term they could muster. Qin Han was particularly aggrieved. These scoundrels held us in utter disdain. Qin Xiaonyang, with gritted teeth, exclaimed, Jianguo, if we fail to capture that wild boar, our standing on land will be irreparably damaged. The indignation was palpable among them. These ruffians utilized diesel supplied by the cooperative. I shall return home and inform my mother not to sell to them, letting them stew in their own juices. Fatty Jia was equally incensed. Patience is key. Haste makes waste. We originally devised a plan, and since we have a plan, we shall proceed methodically, Lin Jianguo said, revealing a calm demeanor. Hunting wild boar was no trivial pursuit, and urgency would not yield results. Navigating the small boat to the dock market, Lin Jianguo arrived at a bustling hub. This dock served as both a pier and a marketplace. Shipshan was not lacking in docks, featuring various types, from those designated for unloading fish to those for transporting cargo. The dock market was a communal facility shared among several nearby villages. Typically, fishing boats would return to the town or county docks to unload their catch, where cold storage facilities awaited to preserve any unsold fish. The fishermen would then return to their villages, bringing home their share of seafood. If their haul was meager, they would simply take home their portion for their families. Conversely, if the catch was bountiful, they might sell some at the dock market to earn a bit of money. After a day of arduous labor, these fishermen would often gather in small taverns, exchanging a few fish for processing and a few bottles of fine liquor. As the sun set, they would stagger home, laden with their goods. Villagers from the surrounding agricultural communities would also frequent this market when they desired fish, making the dock a central hub for commerce in the area, where fish, vegetables, and other necessities could be procured. Upon docking, Qin Han leapt ashore to borrow a small cart, which he filled with a hefty load of clams. These clams are splendid, he exclaimed. Just as he completed loading, a voice from the nearby tavern inquired about their availability. Of course, they are exceptionally plump. Qin Xiaonyang deftly wielded a knife, prying open a clam shell to reveal its succulent flesh. Indeed, these are remarkable. The tavern owner sampled one, savoring its flavor. What a treat. It has been ages since I tasted such exquisite clams. A bowl of noodles topped with a few clams would surely be delightful. Are you selling? The owner inquired. Certainly. What price will you offer? Such clams can fetch 20 cents at the market, he mused, before finally deciding, I will take them all at 14 cents each. That sounds fair, Qin Xiaonyang replied, knowing that every extra cent could make a difference in their upcoming boar hunt. By the way, could you prepare a pot of noodles? No problem. A simple task. The owner called for a worker to weigh the clams, which totaled just over 230 pounds. Let us settle on 230 pounds then. After weighing, the worker wheeled the cart to the kitchen while the owner retrieved a few notes, spitting on his fingers to count out 3 bills of large denomination and another $2 note. No large bills, Qin Xiaonyang interjected, gesturing toward the small boat. We will divide it evenly. The owner, amiable, counted out 32 $1 bills and handed them to Qin Xiaonyang. Wu, should you have more splendid clams in the future, do not hesitate to bring them to me. He winked, patting her shoulder with his greasy hand. Boys, prepare a pot of clam noodles for this group. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a fiery glow over the small boat, the group gathered around a large bowl of noodles. With no boats returning to port that day, business was slow for Wu, who watched as the group eagerly devoured the noodles. Shall I prepare another pot? He asked, snapping back to reality. No need, we're satisfied. Fatty Jia declared, patting his belly and reclining comfortably. Do you have any meat buns? Bring me 10, Lin Jianguo added, also feeling full. What's this? You're still hungry? Wu was taken aback by their hearty appetites. Not at all. We plan to hunt wild boar tonight, and fear we might be hungry later, Lin Jianguo admitted candidly. You're going wild boar hunting? Wu took a deep drag from his cigarette, tossing it aside before giving them a thumbs up. Impressive. If I were 10 years younger, I would join you. 10 meat buns are on me. Before long, 10 steaming buns arrived, and Wu cleared the pot. As the small boat departed the dock, heading toward Ho Ao Beach, Lin Jianguo anchored it at the foot of the hill. Jianguo, Can you finally reveal the location of that wild boar? Fatty Jia inquired, reclining on the deck and letting out a series of flatulent sounds. Indeed, Lin Jianguo responded, sitting down after a long day on the boat. The night had fallen, with the moon yet to rise, enveloping the surroundings in darkness. The seemingly innocuous Wugongzi now appeared ominous under the cloak of night. It's over there. Lin Jianguo pointed toward Wugongzi. By sheer chance, I discovered that this is the wild boar's lair. No wonder so many had failed to locate its den, Qin Han realized. The wild boar swims ashore from Wugongzi at night, ravaging the crops before retreating to its lair for slumber. Lin Jianguo pointed towards a patch of rubble at the foot of the mountain, suggesting that the wild boar likely emerged from that very spot, thus leaving no footprints behind. So, what shall we do tonight? Qin Xiaonyang pondered, excitement coursing through her veins as her palms began to perspire. We shall wait. Once the wild boar has disembarked and wandered off, we will stealthily approach Wugongzi and set our traps, and then we shall wait. Lin Jianguo stifled a yawn. It was still early, perhaps around 7 or 8 o'clock. In my estimation, the wild boar will not come ashore until after 10. Let us utilize this time to rest and rejuvenate. The group organized a watch, with one person on duty while the others rested. Chapter 41. The Night Raid on Wugongzi. Hey, wake up. Zhao Pengzi shook Lin Jianguo and the Qin brothers awake. Look over there. Lin Jianguo rubbed his eyes and followed Zhao Pengzi's finger. The moon had risen, casting its silvery light upon the tranquil sea, creating layers of shimmering brilliance. Where? Lin Jianguo, still a bit dazed, gazed around but saw nothing. Over there. Qin Xiaonyang turned Lin Jianguo's head to point in the direction. Oh. It really is. In the distance, a ripple resembling an arrowhead appeared on the water's surface. At the forefront of the ripple, something seemed to be swimming towards them. Be quiet and observe closely, Lin Jianguo instructed, and everyone fell silent. As it drew nearer, they could discern a massive pig's head floating on the water. Unbelievably, this wild boar was quite the swimmer. Initially, Qin Han had been skeptical of Lin Jianguo's claims about wild boars swimming from the small island to the main island every night, but now he was convinced. Lin Jianguo nudged Qin Han, signaling him to remain silent. The wild boar made its way ashore and shook off its wet fur vigorously, wandering around for a while before lying down to rest, then trotting off towards Langlang Mountain. What should we do now, Jianguo? The group crouched on the deck, whispering among themselves. What are we waiting for? We need to hurry. The wild boar will be back soon. Don't rush. Let's wait a bit longer until it has gone far, then we can head to Wugongzi. After a considerable time, Zhao Pengzi peeked around and confirmed, it's gone. We can't see it anymore. Let us go to the island. The small boat glided away from the shore under the cover of night, heading towards Wugongzi. Lin Jianguo recalled what old Chui had said. Oh, I forgot to mention something to you all. I learned my method for capturing wild boars from an old man in our village. I promised him a share if I caught one. That's trivial. You, Lin Jianguo, said it. So it is our brotherhood's word. Yes. As long as we can catch the wild boar, everything else is secondary. Once we reach the shore, our priority is to find the animal trail, the path the wild boar takes, and set our traps along the way. All right, you're the captain. We will follow your lead. As they neared the shore, Lin Jianguo simultaneously rowed and rallied the team. Comrades, we are venturing into the enemy's lair to eliminate them. We must embody the spirit of resilience and fearlessness, exercising caution while ensuring our safety as we confront the foe. Do you have confidence? Yes. The few on deck responded in hushed tones. Do you have confidence? Lin Jianguo raised his voice, for confidence is worth more than gold in the face of impending battle. My dear lord, could you lower your voice? We don't want to lure the wild boar back. Zhao Pengzi lamented with a furrowed brow. Look at you. Qin Xiaonyang scoffed. As the team's designated force, she was eager to engage. If it comes to a fight, Zhao Pengzi, you stay back and let us handle it. Qin Han spat into his palm and rubbed his hands together. Remember, we don't have guns. We cannot confront it directly. Safety comes first. We must be patient, and, even if we trap the wild boar, we must wait until it is exhausted before we act. Lin Jianguo jumped from the boat and secured the rope to a rock, tying a slipknot. This was a lesson learned from the last encounter when they nearly lost their chance. Look, he pointed at a shallow dent on the side of the boat. That was caused by the last beast we encountered. If its tusks had struck us, it could have cost us our lives, and even a bite would have been disastrous. The others looked on, feeling a twinge of fear. Let us go up the mountain. Lin Jianguo called out, and the group, climbed up towards Wugongzi. Wugongzi was a small island, with rocks below the waterline and dense bushes above it, making navigation difficult in the dark. Lin Jianguo relied on his memory to find a gentle slope, leading the others up. How do we find it? Qin Han, with a bowl of grain in one hand and a crowbar in the other, while Zhao Pengzi carried his beloved rake. Lin Jianguo held a sack containing a trap and feathers. The group spread out to search. Hurry over here. I found it. Zhao Pengzi, fortunate by nature, was the first to spot it. The others gathered around. Indeed, amidst the thick underbrush, there was a narrow path, both sides lined with bent vegetation. What a massive creature. It possesses incredible strength. Lin Jianguo couldn't help but exclaim. Let's follow this path. But be mindful and look for sturdy trees. Lin Jianguo advised, glancing around in the moonlight. Given that the island frequently faced severe storms, there were no large trees, only shrubs. If we can't find a big tree, a suitable rock will suffice. Qin Xiaonyang cleared the way with her shovel, while the others followed closely, with Lin Jianguo bringing up the rear. In the dead of night, the mosquitoes on the island descended upon them with a vengeance. In such a harsh environment, the mosquitoes thrived, each bite drawing blood. Fortunately, the animal trail was short. They climbed one slope and descended another, finally stopping beneath a cliff. This creature truly knows how to live well. The area was surprisingly spacious. Below the cliff was a large hole, with fresh soil around it, clearly a nest dug by the wild boar. Fortune favors me. Next to the wild boar's den was a massive stone, perfect for setting a trap. As Lin Jianguo approached, he heard a series of grunting sounds. Moments later, several piglets poked their heads out from the hole. This is a pig den. Lin Jianguo counted, seeing 7 or 8 piglets. Qin Xiaonyang rushed forward with her shovel. No. Our target is the wild boar. We must eliminate it first. The piglets are merely a bonus. If we kill the piglets first, the big one will surely retaliate. Lin Jianguo, while setting the trap, spoke to the others. Although Lao Chui had meticulously explained how to set the trap, understanding the theory and executing it were two entirely different matters. Lin Jianguo was drenched in sweat, struggling to get it right. Ultimately, it was through the collective efforts of the group that they managed to complete the task. After a trial, Lin Jianguo found that the nearby boulder was sufficiently sturdy. Even if the wild boar possessed immense strength, it would be unable to break free. Once the noose was properly arranged, Lin Jianguo picked up a bucket, and a pungent, acrid odor assaulted his senses, making it difficult to keep his eyes open. After a brief assessment, he confirmed the height was just right. If the wild boar caught a whiff of the scent and approached the bucket for food, there was a substantial chance of ensnaring it. Done. The trap is ready. Now we must find a vantage point. As they lifted their heads, all eyes turned towards the cliff towering above the wild boar's den. It was simply perfect, wasn't it? Chapter 42. A dark, windy night. A few individuals traversed a large circle, panting and struggling as they ascended the cliff. This location was quite favorable, elevated and overlooking the surroundings, allowing them to discern the movements of the grass below under the moonlight. Moreover, the altitude brought a strong breeze and a scarcity of mosquitoes. Lin Jianguo spread a sack on the ground, and the weary group lay down, gasping for breath. Damn it! What's so great about being a filthy militia member? Once I return, I shall enlist as well, he muttered. Qin Xiaonyang nudged Lin Jianguo and asked, have you ever touched a gun? Lin Jianguo grinned. Does a water gun count? Get lost. With that ability of yours, why not use your water gun to hunt wild boars? Lin Jianguo gazed at the moon, realizing it was already the latter half of the night. Enough of this. Everyone should take a moment to rest. Let's eat something while the wild boars are still away and replenish our strength for what lies ahead. Zhao Pengzi retrieved some steamed buns from his pocket and distributed them. Jianguo, do you think that trap will work? He questioned, skeptical about the effectiveness of the lure. Honestly, I'm not certain, but old Chui spoke of it so convincingly that it seems plausible. The group devoured the buns eagerly. Though they were cold, the ingredients were substantial and quite flavorful. Listen, Lin Jianguo perked up. It seems like there's a sound. The group halted their chewing, focusing intently. Indeed, amidst the tranquil night, apart from the distant waves crashing against the rocks, there emerged a faint rustling noise. Thud! It sounded as though something had fallen. This noise seemed to originate from beneath the cliff. In unison, they leaned over the edge to look down. Oh no! This is awkward. Zhao Pengzi turned to Lin Jianguo. Captain, what should we do? Below the cliff, 7 or 8 small wild boars were happily overturning a barrel of mixed grain porridge. This is disastrous. Even the most cunning trap depends on that barrel of porridge to work. Now the barrel is overturned before the big wild boar even arrives. Damn it, wait. I'll go down and take care of those small wild boars, and we'll have roasted pig, Qin Xianyang declared, grabbing a shovel. Lin Jianguo swiftly seized her arm. Don't move, it's too late. Peering down from the cliff, a massive shadow had emerged on the sea. The large wild boar was swimming swiftly, soon reaching the shore. Upon landing, it let out a call, and without hesitation, dashed towards its den. The piglets in the den raised their heads, waiting expectantly. The large wild boar arrived at its home, turned around, and was met with a scene of spilled grain porridge and the trap. Go eat, go eat. The group atop the cliff anxiously urged. As long as the large wild boar approached the porridge, they might ensnare it. Under the moonlight, the great wild boar was merely a step away from the trap, yet it stood still, its small eyes darting, revealing a menacing tusk. This beast seems almost supernatural. Lin Jianguo felt a pang of anxiety. At that moment, the large wild boar grunted softly, signaling the smaller boars, which resumed munching on the grain. The large boar lowered its head and sampled the porridge. Lin Jianguo exhaled in relief. Suddenly, the large boar lifted its head and glanced towards the cliff. A tantalizing aroma of pork buns wafted into Lin Jianguo's nostrils. He turned to see Jia Punzi, cheeks bulging with the last half of a meat bun still unchewed. We're doomed. I forgot I was upwind, he realized with despair. Grab your weapons. Lin Jianguo shouted, but before he could finish, the large wild boar charged up the cliff. Let us take it down. Qin Xianyang was the first to leap up, brandishing her shovel. Hold on. Lin Jianguo surveyed the terrain. The cliff rose significantly above the surroundings, littered with debris from eroded rocks. We must hold our ground and prevent the wild boar from ascending. Just as Lin Jianguo spoke, the wild boar surged upward. It charged like a wall, unrelenting in its momentum. This is it. With that force, if it reaches the top, we'll be in grave danger. Take this. Qin Xianyang, embodying the group's strength, swung her shovel at the oncoming beast. As the wild boar stumbled over loose stones, Qin Xianyang's shovel struck its head. The resonating impact echoed across the open sea. The wild boar, momentarily dazed, lost its footing and rolled down. My goodness, that wild boar is ferocious. Qin Xianyang's hands vibrated from the impact, and her shovel slipped from her grasp. Here, take this. Qin Han passed her a pry bar. The large wild boar, still bewildered from the blow, began to rise and spun in circles, bellowing as it charged back toward the cliff. We're finished. We must find a way to the boat, Lin Jianguo shouted. However, it was easier said than done. With the cliff providing cover, they could hold their ground, but on flat ground, these four would be no match for the wild boar. At that moment, a rumble echoed from the sky, startling the wild boar into halting its advance. Looking upward, Lin Jianguo glanced up, noting the clear starry night and wondering how there could be thunder. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that a plane was flying low across the night sky. What on earth is happening? Jia Punzi exclaimed, bewildered. Why is that plane flying so low? Qin Han observed, realizing the plane was indeed very low. Yet, Lin Jianguo observed a colossal shadow beneath the aircraft, descending towards Wugongzi. Try to remain silent. Upon recalling the militia boat encountered earlier that day, Lin Jianguo suddenly grasped the situation. This was a covert operation involving airdropped agents from that direction. Chuanshan, situated on the eastern coast, was once the last bastion on the mainland during the earlier years. In the 1950s and 60s, it was not uncommon for individuals to be airdropped there, although such occurrences had become rare in recent years. However, Lin Jianguo was different. He immediately recalled the content he had read while compiling the chronicles of Chuanshan County in his previous life. In 1980, that was the last time. It seemed they had indeed encountered a significant event. Chapter 43. The Visitor from Beyond. For several individuals witnessing a parachute descent for the first time, they were utterly astonished by the audacity of the jumper, who dared to leap from such great heights. Even Qin Xianyang was left speechless. The parachute descended at a far swifter pace than anticipated, reaching the vicinity of Wugongzi in merely a couple of minutes. The aircraft above roared away, concealed by the cloak of night. Below the cliff, a small wild boar, startled, scattered in every direction. The wild boar let out a frantic howl, abandoning Lin Jianguo and his companions as it bolted. Meanwhile, the parachute seemed to have chosen a patch of ground beneath the cliff to land, angling downwards from midair. Lin Jianguo and the other three exchanged bewildered glances, puzzled by the unexpected turn of events. They had come to hunt wild boars, Yet now they were faced with this unforeseen occurrence. In the films of their childhood, such airborne arrivals were typically portrayed as unscrupulous, morally corrupt individuals, each armed with a firearm. The thought of being discovered by such a figure sent a chill down their spines. In comparison, the wild boar seemed almost tame. The group remained silent, their eyes fixated on the massive parachute as it settled onto the ground below the cliff. As the parachute fully descended, a figure emerged from beneath it. Bathed in moonlight, the individual appeared robust. A backpack slung across his chest, a gun in one hand, and a gleaming dagger in the other, which he brandished to sever the cords entangling him. "Jianguo, your deity of protection is lacking," muttered Jia Pongzi nervously, extending his leg just as a small rock tumbled down the cliff, colliding with others and producing a series of crisp sounds that shattered the stillness of the night. "Who goes there?" The figure, quick on his feet, had drawn his gun and flashlight the moment he secured his dagger. Suddenly, a wild boar's cry pierced the air as the large beast leapt forth, positioning itself defensively before the newcomer. The parachute had covered half the clearing, and the boar, unable to locate its offspring, was preparing to unleash its fury. The bright beam of the flashlight struck the boar's eyes, illuminating them like two greenish lanterns. "What luck?" Lin Jianguo wiped the sweat from his brow. Was this a stroke of fortune or misfortune? Neither of these creatures would be easy to confront, and it was evident that a confrontation was imminent. The individual, although taken aback, exhibited remarkable composure. He aimed his gun and flashlight at the wild boar while gradually retreating. Under the moonlight, the boar glared at him, emitting a deep growl, poised to attack. The man maintained his calm, hoping to evade the boar's charge. In that moment, a peculiar standoff unfolded beneath the moonlight, pitting two factions against one wild boar. As the man took another step back, a sudden shriek echoed from beneath his feet. He had inadvertently stepped on a baby wild boar hidden beneath the parachute. With a furious bellow, the large boar charged forward. The man, quick to react, rolled away while firing several shots, the sound muffled, indicating the use of a silencer. The boar, having missed its target, pivoted and charged again. In the moonlight, it was evident that blood was seeping from the boar, a clear sign it had been wounded. Yet, the beast remained undeterred, charging once more at the man. He unleashed a flurry of shots, emptying his magazine, the bullets striking the boar with dull thuds. When faced with the oncoming beast, he remained unflustered, executing a swift sidestep. Suddenly, he felt a tight grip on his left leg, as though ensnared by an unseen force. Before he could react, the boar was upon him. With tremendous strength, the boar tossed him aside. Lin Jianguo nearly fainted from excitement atop the cliff. What incredible luck! Clearly, in his frantic state, the man had stepped onto a snare. In an instant, he fell to the ground, his left leg caught by the trap, unable to free himself. The boar seized the opportunity, launching a brutal assault. Undeterred, the man discarded his firearm and brandished his dagger, fighting valiantly against the wild beast. The struggle waged on beneath the moonlight, a fierce battle for survival, their cries and grunts intertwining in a cacophony of chaos. The onlookers atop the cliff were rendered speechless, horrified yet captivated. The man's leg was clamped in the boar's jaws, torn and bloodied. The boar too was covered in blood, uncertain whether it was from the man or itself. At last, the ferocious struggle below began to wane. The man lay still, unresponsive, while the boar, resembling a small mountain, swayed precariously before collapsing with a thud. Lin Jianguo could scarcely believe his eyes. This was beyond fortunate. Had this individual not parachuted to Wugongzi, the wild boar would have undoubtedly posed a significant threat to his group. Without the boar, their fate would have likely been dire. Lin Jianguo could envision decades hence how the county records would recount the events of this night. On a certain day in 1980, an airborne individual descended upon Chuan Mountain, slaying 4 innocent fishermen. But for now, he pulled the 3 companions beside him, and they huddled together, whispering anxiously. "Jianguo, what shall we do?" Jia Pongzi stammered, his fear evident. "What shall we do? Seize the moment and take advantage of the situation. I am going down now." Qin Xiaonyang, ever the fierce one, gripped her crowbar tightly, intent on delivering a blow to the boar's head before turning her attention to that individual. "Let us just stealthily retreat and report back to the militia," Qin Han whispered, continuing. "What if the boar isn't dead? What if that person still has a weapon? We cannot afford to provoke either of them." Several individuals expressed their opinions. Yet ultimately their gazes converged upon Lin Jianguo. "I perceive that we are currently in a relatively secure position. It appears that the wild boar has sustained severe injuries, and with our collective strength, the four of us should be capable of handling it without much difficulty. Just now, I observed with great clarity that the creature had triggered the hanging ghost trap. The noose is rather peculiar and would be challenging for an untrained individual to untangle. As long as it remains ensnared, we have no cause for fear. Shall we then wait indefinitely? Until dawn? Once daylight breaks, we will have clarity and can make our decisions then. Chapter 44. A great fortune awaits at long last. Dawn broke. The night had been agonizing, with several individuals anxiously awaiting the light, unable to find solace in sleep. As the first rays of the sun illuminated the precipice, the scene became disturbingly clear. A scene of devastation unfolded before them. The gray parachute was smeared with blood and marked by footprints. A few small wild boars gathered around the large wild boar, incessantly squealing. Yet the larger creature remained utterly still. It had awakened, moaning in agony and struggling desperately, seemingly attempting to retrieve its backpack and pistol. Both lay within arm's reach, yet its left leg was ensnared by a trap, rendering any escape futile. This was no mere illusion. To their astonishment, it appeared fate had turned against them. Brothers, the opportunity to seize the fruits of our revolutionary victory has arrived. Lin Jianguo exclaimed with barely concealed excitement. However, to be prudent, Fatty and Xiaonyangzi, you two shall remain behind. Should anything happen to Qin Han and me, we will have a contingency plan. Having issued his instructions, Lin Jianguo and Qin Han descended the cliff. Among the rubble, Lin Jianguo discovered a shovel belonging to Qin Xiaonyangzi. Though the shovel's blade was deformed, it was better than nothing. Qin Han clutched his beloved crowbar. The two crawled through the underbrush to observe their quarry. The large wild boar remained motionless. It was bloodied and pale, with one leg mangled and the other firmly caught in the trap, appearing securely ensnared. Gradually, Lin Jianguo and Qin Han rose from behind the bushes and approached cautiously. Bang! 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 The wild boar was met with several blows from the crowbar, sending the smaller boars scattering in terror. Brother, lend me a hand. The creature weakly implored, rolling its eyes. Brother? Who do you think is your brother? Lin Jianguo retorted, first gathering the scattered backpack and pistol, placing them at a safe distance. He picked up a dagger from the ground and cut several strips of fabric from the parachute, handing them to Qin Han. Qin Han carefully moved behind the creature, shouldered it, and bound its arms securely. Rest assured, it has but one breath left. Qin Han stood up, relieved. From the cliff, Qin Xiaonyangzi and Fatty also descended. Bind this rascal securely and gag him, Lin Jianguo instructed, handing the torn fabric to Qin Xiaonyangzi. With deftness, she swiftly bound the creature and stuffed its mouth with fabric before approaching the large wild boar and delivering a couple of hard kicks. You certainly are fierce, she remarked, brandishing the shovel and delivering 2 more blows. Rubbing her nose, she added with a smile. Let those militia men try to act tough now. I took down the wild boar. I captured this one. At this, they all erupted into laughter. From that moment on, a new mystery was etched into the annals of Chuanshan's history. The crux of the matter lay in the differing accounts of the 4 individuals regarding the events that transpired. What remained consistent was each person's fervent insistence that they had played the most pivotal role. Consequently, when the film Rashomon became widely known, this incident earned the unique moniker of Chuanshan Rashomon. However, that was a tale for another time. With the creature securely bound and no chance of resistance remaining, Lin Jianguo beckoned the others to gather. At the center of their circle lay the creature's backpack. Lin Jianguo lifted it, noting its weight, and unfastened the buckle, turning it upside down. With a clatter, its contents spilled forth, causing their eyes to widen in astonishment. Gold, yellow and gleaming, precious gold. Even a small amount was beyond imagination. Fatty's intellectual prowess seemed to elevate suddenly as he recited lines he had presumably learned from some book. Yet, the others paid no heed. Is this truly gold? Lin Jianguo stammered, pointing at the gleaming objects scattered on the ground. Has anyone here ever seen gold? Speak up. The Qin brothers, hailing from 3 generations of impoverished farmers, instinctively turned their gaze toward Fatty. Fatty swallowed hard and replied, I've seen it. My mother has a pair of gold earrings. He bent down to pick up a piece, scrutinizing it in the sunlight before biting into it. There were tooth marks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8. Fatty's voice quivered. There were indeed 8 small pieces of gold. We struck it rich, brothers. We are wealthy. There's more. Lin Jianguo noted a small leather pouch on the ground and picked it up. Goodness. No wonder so many are willing to be spies. Inside was a thick stack of bills, appearing to amount to no less than 8,000. Alongside it were several letters. Those treacherous spies, oh no. Those affluent scoundrels. Qin Xiaonyangzi swallowed again. This was the early 1980s. A proud proletarian worker earned only a few dozen yuan a month, while fishermen in the fishing village might earn 1,000 a year at most. Here, just in small pieces of gold, there were 8. Lin Jianguo weighed one piece in his hand, estimating it to be at least one tael. Given the conversion, this meant each piece weighed about 30 grams. In no time, Qin Han had already counted the stack of money several times, his voice trembling. Indeed, 10,000 yuan. Brothers, that's 10,000. Count it. Fatty's eyes sparkled. After all, 10,000 yuan was an immense sum. Though the Jia family was relatively well off, they had never encountered such wealth. Lin Jianguo felt his throat dry, unable to resist licking his lips. Does anyone know the current price of gold per gram? I heard from my mother it's around 40 to 50. Fatty scratched his head. With 8 pieces of gold, each over 30 grams, it's roughly 250 grams. At 40 per gram, that's already over 10,000. Lin Jianguo's throat felt even drier. 20,000. 4 of us, if we split this money equally, each person would receive 5,000. 5,000. What a fortune. Lin Jianguo opened the backpack, carefully stowing the gold pieces and bullets before placing the stack of money inside as well. Jianguo, you are. Jia Pengzi's eyes seemed to be glued to the backpack, unable to detach. Let us deliberate on what to do with these items. Lin Jianguo cast the backpack onto the ground, and the small yellow fish within collided, producing a crisp sound. What shall we do? We neither steal nor rob. These belong to the dog spies from over there. Since we have captured them, they are rightfully ours. Qin Han was the first to speak. Pengzi, what do you think? Lin Jianguo turned his gaze towards Jia Pengzi. Jia Pengzi blinked and replied, I believe Qin Han is correct. Jianguo, consider how desperately your family needs this money. Should you acquire it, you would no longer be subjected to disdain, nor would you have to endure the likes of Wang Fengwan. Have you not long desired your own vessel? With this sum, the 4 of us could jointly construct a grand fishing boat. Just envision it. You would finally hold your head high, and that old hag at home would no longer dare to look down upon you. As Jia Pengzi spoke, his excitement grew, continuing, not only you, but the 3 of us are also destitute, constantly met with cold shoulders. This money could not only transform your life, but also alter the fates of the 3 of us. Jia Pengzi's words were indeed grounded in reality and reason. Lin Jianguo truly needed this money, and he could sense that Jia Pengzi, as a friend, was genuinely considering his well-being, which moved him deeply. Chapter 45. The Virtuous Youth of Socialism. Xiaonyangzi, what do you think? Lin Jianguo turned his gaze towards Qin Xiaonyangzi. She had been rather silent since earlier. Xiaonyangzi glanced at her elder brother and then at the portly Jia. Lin Jianguo detected the uncertainty reflected in her eyes. Xiaonyangzi, we are all brothers here. This is a significant matter that requires our thorough deliberation. Speak your mind candidly. Qin Xiaonyangzi licked her lips and replied. This sum is indeed substantial. In my lifetime, I have never laid my hands on so much money. Isn't that so? It's quite heavy, Jia remarked, his voice slightly trembling. However, I was just pondering that among us brothers, aside from the fatty, we are quite impoverished, yet we find joy in our lives. When Lin Jianguo faced hardships, we all did our utmost to assist him. Hunting wild boars requires resources, and while Fatty claims reluctance, he has never truly quarreled with us over expenses, has he? The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, they had grown up together, sharing laughter and meals. Sometimes one would spend a little more, and other times another would. Among the 4 of them, along with Wang Bao who worked at the soy sauce factory, Lin Jianguo was the least affluent, yet none had ever looked down upon him, a sentiment Lin Jianguo deeply appreciated. It could be said that they were not particularly materialistic. Puffing out her chest, Qin Xiaonyangzi continued. Therefore, I believe that the most important principle in life is to be upright and honorable. If we were to accept this money, it would haunt us with guilt for a lifetime. Although I, Qin Xiaonyangzi, am poor, if I were to take this money, I would feel ashamed facing those wretched militia in the future. Comparatively, I would rather hold my head high as a person. After expressing this, she looked at the other 3, sighed, and added, however, your arguments do hold merit. With such a significant sum, who wouldn't desire it? If you 3 agree, then consider my words as unspoken. The 3 then turned their attention to Lin Jianguo. He too felt conflicted. Honestly, it would be a lie to say he did not desire the money. However, Lin Jianguo furrowed his brow and declared, I support Xiaonyangzi. I yearn for my little sister to have enough to eat, to buy a grand ship and elevate our status. I also wish for my parents to live comfortably in their later years. Yet, I still stand with Xiaonyangzi. Allow me to present my reasoning. A single line necessitates countless others to cover it. Even if we were to accept this money, managing it would be challenging. We are all poor. If we were to suddenly become wealthy, suspicions would inevitably arise. What then would we do? Pointing at the individual bound like a zongzi, he continued, how do we deal with him? This is actually quite simple. Jia interjected. We could keep the money and hand over the person. If he reveals that he brought the money in gold bars, what will others think? How will we spend this money? If we do not spend it, what purpose does it serve? If we do spend it, we will attract unwanted attention. Lin Jianguo then shared his considerations. There are alternatives. We could simply eliminate this individual, Jia whispered. How do we dispose of him? Who will do it? Either we wait for him to breathe his last and bury him, or we kill him now. Lin Jianguo felt his voice tremble as he spoke. Who takes on this task? He extended his hand, holding a shovel. Jia retracted his neck and stammered, I am timid. The other two remained silent. The allure of wealth was one matter, but taking a life, even if it were that of a villain, was an entirely different matter. This person had been airdropped, undoubtedly with ulterior motives. Should we conceal this, it might lead to untold tragedies. If such a scenario were to arise, I would carry the burden of guilt for the rest of my life. Now, let us put this matter to a vote. Those in favor of handing both the individual and the money over to the state, raise your left hand. Those in favor of dealing with him and keeping the money, raise your right hand. With that, Lin Jianguo raised his left hand. Qin Xiaonyangzi also raised her left hand. After a moment's hesitation, Jia lifted his left hand as well. With a sigh, Qin Han raised his left hand too. Lin Jianguo exhaled in relief and stated, remember, today is each person's own decision. In the future, no one is permitted to voice regrets. Subsequently, they deliberated further. The small boat was too cramped to accommodate 5 people along with a wild boar weighing several hundred pounds, posing a significant risk. The consensus was that Lin Jianguo and Qin Xiaonyangzi would go to deliver the news, while Qin Han and Jia would remain to guard. Wielding the shovel, Qin Xiaonyangzi struck decisively. The boar's head severed and placed into a sack. Lin Jianguo took the individual's backpack. Together, they boarded the small boat. Meanwhile, at the ghost-busting bell in Dongfeng village, villagers from nearby hamlets had gathered. On the earthen platform, several village chiefs stood in a line, flanked by armed militia. Wang Jioshu raised his hand, waving it to signal for quiet among the crowd. Dear fellow villagers, today, the ghost-busting bell of our village tolls once more, signaling a matter of great importance. Recently, our coastal regions have encountered some incidents. He extended his hand, pointing southeast. Those nefarious elements are relentless, attempting to sow discord. Last night, an aircraft flew over our ship mountain. The county has taken this matter seriously, convening an urgent meeting to ensure the safety of our national coastal defense. Our ship mountain has always been on the front lines of the East China Sea, historically having endured the opium wars instigated by the British and countless misdeeds since. Now, the imperialists harbor unyielding ambitions against us. Can we acquiesce? No. Can we bear further injustices? No. The crowd erupted in fervent outrage. The thunderous roar of the aircraft had resonated in everyone's ears, and in the morning, discussions were rife, with hearts filled with trepidation. Now that the matter was clearly articulated, everyone felt a sense of reassurance. Wang Jioshu, having served in the military, possessed considerable skill in mobilizing the masses. Sensing the moment was right, he gestured again, stating, in this small world, how many flies collide with walls? The county convened a meeting, determined to submerge the adversaries in the vast sea of the populace. It was decided to mobilize the militia throughout the county to scour the mountains and inspect the seas, leaving no opportunity for the wicked. In light of the recent disturbances caused by wild boars in our neighboring villages, the county simultaneously resolved to integrate the pursuit of malefactors with the extermination of wild boars, thereby safeguarding the lives and properties of the people. Now, let us invite Secretary Su, who has come from the county, to address everyone. Chapter 46. The Mass Meeting. Su Mishu, a refined young man donning a pair of black-rimmed glasses, commenced his address. As a relatively inexperienced individual within the county, he merely engaged in menial tasks, often overlooked by the leaders around him. However, due to the magnitude of the current events, the county mobilized anyone capable of rallying the public, thus granting Su this momentous opportunity. In this instant, he finally experienced the sensation of being in the spotlight. And it felt delightful. The villagers from several nearby hamlets gathered around, eagerly listening to Su's stirring speech. It was a rare sight for the villagers to witness an official from the county, especially the secretary to a leader. Although his speech was articulated in a somewhat pedantic manner, filled with terms that many could not comprehend, this only enhanced their perception of his intellect. To the villagers, it was akin to witnessing a grand performance, utterly captivating. As Su's oration drew to a close, he raised his right hand high and proclaimed, "Comrades, we must eradicate both the wicked and the wild boars. Do you have confidence?" The resounding affirmation accompanied by applause indicated their agreement, and Su nodded in satisfaction with the day's outcomes. Next, the militia captain of Yuanting village, Shen Hao, was called upon to speak. A young man with a rifle puffed out his chest proudly, glancing at Li Ruihong beside him before stepping forward. "Humans are ferocious, as are wild boars. To eliminate them, we must rely on our militia." Shen raised his rifle, but as he cast a furtive glance at Li Ruihong, he noticed a hint of disdain on her face, igniting a rush of anger within him. For some time, he had harbored affections for Li Ruihong and had continually sought her favor, yet she remained indifferent. Upon discovering that Lin Jianguo and others had dined at her home the previous day, his jealousy surged. Observing her expression now, he was struck by inspiration. "Comrades, we must remain vigilant. We must be wary of certain opportunists who, under the guise of hunting wild boars and serving the people, are merely seeking personal gain and deceiving the commune for work points." His words sparked a wave of astonishment among the crowd. "What? Such things exist?" Wang Jiushu frowned. Recently, villagers had expressed discontent regarding the wild boar hunting initiative, claiming that those involved merely caused chaos without achieving any results. Clearly, there were issues at hand. "Captain Shun, speak boldly. As village chief, I assure you that if verified, I will not let it slide." Shun assumed a profoundly serious demeanor. "I initially hesitated to speak on this matter, but it felt inappropriate to remain silent. Yesterday, while inspecting vessels at sea, we encountered a small boat engaged in mussel gathering. The boat was laden with mussels, and aboard were 4 youths, reportedly from Dongfeng Village's hero team. The crowd erupted in uproar. To have such information revealed publicly was a source of great embarrassment for the people of Dongfeng Village. Under the banner of the hero team, they should be hunting wild boars, yet they venture out to sea for profit instead. Who is responsible for such shamelessness? Village chief, we must expose these individuals. Wang Jiushu's expression darkened. "Captain Shun, who are these individuals? Speak without reservation. I am determined to purge such troublemakers from our militia." Shun, filled with pride, turned towards Li Ruihong, saying, "Xiaohong, you tell them." All eyes fell upon Li Ruihong's youthful visage. Though her face was round and cherubic, her figure was striking. The villagers found her quite attractive, particularly when she blushed. Gathering her courage, Li Ruihong stated, "Those individuals should not be part of the militia." "Oh," Wang Jiushu exhaled in relief. Initially, both Dongfeng and Shifeng villages had permitted ordinary youths to form hero teams. As long as they were not militia members simultaneously accruing work points while engaging in private endeavors, it was not a significant issue. After all, everyone needs to eat. However, since the matter was raised, Wang Jiushu, wishing to demonstrate his impartiality, inquired, "Which individuals? Even if they are not militia members, we must be wary of their influence. While they are the hero team during hunting, they should not exploit that title when not engaged in such activities. I must address this behavior as village chief." With a flushed face, Li Ruihong replied, "It seems your village has a member named Lin Jianguo." Laughter erupted from the crowd. That day beneath the ghost clock, Dongfeng Village had formed 5 teams. And aside from Lin Jianguo's group, the rest were family units, all fishermen. The absurdity of Lin Jianguo's group became apparent to all. As laughter echoed, the villagers cast glances filled with schadenfreude towards Lin Tugung in the crowd. At that moment, Lin Tugung's face burned crimson, yet he stood erect. Though merely a son-in-law of the village, he had endured countless humiliations over the years. For the sake of his son, he resolved to maintain his dignity. "I believe my son will not bring shame upon our village," Lin Tugung proclaimed, but his voice was drowned out by the laughter surrounding him. "Bah, you believe? You're nothing." Just then, Chow Hohot burst forth from the crowd, ascending the platform. Wang Jiushu regarded the elderly woman with disdain. Grasping Su Mishu's hand, she shook it fervently, exclaiming, "Leader from the county, "Oh great and just authority, you must stand up for this old woman." Sumishu, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, stammered, "You are." Chow Ho Hot, tears streaming down her face, declared, "I am the grandmother of Lin Jianguo. Our household has fallen into misfortune with such a wretched offspring. Lin Jianguo has always been a troublemaker, showing no respect for the elderly and often cursing at me. Yesterday, one of our chickens went missing, and I am certain he was the culprit. Now he has committed such an embarrassing act, bringing disgrace upon our Dongfeng village. As his grandmother, I strongly urge the county to apprehend this wretched creature. It would be best to send him to the county's educational program, where he can undergo thorough re-education among the poor and lower-middle farmers." On the side, Shun Hao was overjoyed, never having anticipated that Lin Jianguo could be such a person. Now, even his grandmother has emerged to voice her heart-wrenching accusations. The atmosphere has reached such a pitch that I must step forward to stoke the flames. Dear grandmother, as his kin, your willingness to come forth to expose and denounce him is a commendable act of righteousness that we should all aspire to emulate. Today, you have encountered a high-ranking official from the county. Do not be afraid, speak your truth, and the leader will take your side. Chapter 47. A bunch of scoundrels. Hejia's elder, He Dingshan, stepped forward. "Leader, I too am a member of the Ingxiong team from Dongfeng village. We fishermen willingly engage in hunting wild boars for the safety of our fellow villagers. This is our honor as villagers. The esteemed title of the Ingxiong team must not be tarnished by such individuals. Although he addresses me as uncle, I must uphold justice even against kin. Indeed." Secretary Su, disregarding Wang Jiushu's attempts to restrain him, proclaimed loudly, "We must apprehend the malicious elements outside and confront the wild boars. We cannot condone the internal villains whom the people despise." Secretary Su felt a surge of righteous indignation. He never anticipated that his first foray into the community would lead to such a situation. Initially, he believed that while Lin Jianguo had organized the Ingxiong team, he was not a militia member. Hunting wild boars in addition to fulfilling his duties was reasonable. However, he was taken aback to find that Lin Jianguo's own grandmother and uncle had come forward to accuse him. Clearly, Lin Jianguo was a nefarious character who had disguised himself as progressive, deliberately using the Ingxiong team's banner to sully the village's reputation. The public outrage was immense. With a firm grip on Chow Ho Hot's hand, Secretary Su reassured, "Rest assured, with such villains in our village, I cannot turn a blind eye." Wang Jiushu felt quite awkward. He knew all too well what kind of person Chow Ho Hot was. However, in this public setting, Secretary Su's stance made it difficult for him to voice his thoughts. "Ahem. Secretary Su, let us discuss this matter later. There is no rush. For now, let us attend to the important affairs at hand. I must speak." Secretary Su declared with fervor, "We cannot ignore the voices of the masses. Where is that Lin Jianguo?" His gaze swept across the crowd. "I am here." Lin Jianguo stepped forward from the outskirts of the crowd. All eyes turned towards him. Chow Ho Hot shouted, "Dear villagers, this scoundrel has been a troublemaker since childhood, involved in all sorts of petty thefts. Just yesterday, I lost a chicken from my home." He Dingshan added, "How could I not know what kind of person he is? With his character, if he could indeed hunt wild boars, I would eat the boars for piece by piece." "Is that what you said?" Lin Jianguo sneered coldly. "Yes, I said it, and everyone present can bear witness. It is not that I look down upon you. Your father is a useless son-in-law, and you are of the same ilk. You are too much." Lin Tugung, from the crowd, stepped forward. He had endured disdain all his life. But after a family heart-to-heart one night, he resolved to become a man of integrity. "Lin Jianguo is my son, and I believe he is a man of honor." Lin Tugung's face flushed red. He rarely spoke loudly in public, but now, at his son's hour of need, he had to stand up. Although he understood that mere words would not suffice, at this moment, all he could offer was his resolve. "You worthless fool! How dare you speak up? How shameful! Why don't you go home?" Chow Ho Hot glared at Lin Tugung, berating him. She had done this countless times. Each time she erupted, Lin Tugung would yield, and even if he were stubborn, he Chaos Wei would persuade him. Lin Tugung's face alternated between red and white. He had been oppressed for so long that the sound of Chow Ho Hot's shouting made his heart race. Over the years, he had never confronted her directly. It had become a deeply ingrained habit, and overcoming it was no easy feat yet. Lin Tugung finally straightened his back and declared loudly, "Old woman, I have tolerated you for long enough. I once respected you as my mother-in-law and endured your antics, but you have taken advantage of my kindness. Am I giving you face?" Chow Ho Hot had never encountered such defiance and immediately flew into a rage. You militia members. Look at what kind of animals this family is, to dare insult an old lady like me. As she spoke, she rushed towards Lin Jianguo, attempting to claw at his face. You, get away. Lin Jianguo, being an honest man, hesitated. After all, this was his mother-in-law. In public, it seemed inappropriate to retaliate. Enough. Suddenly, someone stepped in front of Lin Jianguo. It was he Chaos Wei, unable to bear it any longer. Mother, you have wielded your authority for long enough. Indeed, Jianguo is a son-in-law, and he should honor you and father, but you cannot keep bullying an honest man. He is my husband. You bully him every day. Do you not consider your own daughter? For me and our children, Jianguo has endured your family for so many years, yet you continue to push him. You have never treated him as a person, nor have you ever regarded me as your daughter. He Chaos Wei, originally a meek woman, could no longer tolerate the situation. Mother, since this is the case, with all the village heads present today, he Chaos Wei, formally request a separation. Seeing even he Chaos Wei daring to confront her, Chow Ho Hot nearly went mad. Separation? Fine. But Lin Jianguo is a son-in-law. You all know that, right? He is a son-in-law. When I gave my daughter to him, I made it clear that he must care for us in our old age. Now, you want to separate just like that? It is not that easy. First, give me the money. With that, Chow Ho Hot looked at Lin Jianguo with a smug expression. She knew his family's situation better than anyone. Over the years, all the money Lin Jianguo earned from fishing had gone to her, and he had no money left. Money. All the money I earned from fishing over the years, I have given to you. Lin Jianguo lamented with deep indignation. To his dismay, Chow Ho Hot remained arrogant, jumping up and cursing. Yes, you gave it to me, so what? Let me tell you, you are a son-in-law, and all the money you earn is mine. The weight of oppression and humiliation he had endured over the years surged within him at her words. Lin Jianguo could hardly fathom the venomous nature of Chow Ho Hot. According to her, he was no longer merely her son-in-law. He had become nothing short of a slave who had sold himself. You. Lin Jianguo clutched his chest, suddenly expelling a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground. Jianguo. He Chow rushed to embrace Lin Jianguo, tears streaming down her face. As she wept, she looked up at Lin Jianguo. Her husband and son were her pillars of strength, and with her husband now unconscious, she could only place her hopes in her son. Mother, do not worry. Take care of father. Lin Jianguo lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with fury. You want money? How much do you desire? Lin Jianguo maintained a cold demeanor, utterly composed and unperturbed. Oh, you little wretch, speaking so boldly as if you possess wealth? Chow Ho Hot sneered repeatedly. I demand 1,000 jin of rice and 1,000 yuan. Produce them, and I shall agree to the division of the family. With these words, Chow Ho Hot felt no trepidation whatsoever. Chapter 48. Do you fear? She was acutely aware that the Lin family could not muster even 100 yuan, let alone 1,000. Very well. Lin Jianguo directed his gaze towards Chow Ho Hot, gritting his teeth. You said that if I provide 1,000 jin of rice and 1,000 yuan, you would agree to the division of the family. Indeed. Chow Ho Hot declared loudly. The villagers present, as well as the village leaders, can all attest to my words. Lin Jianguo then turned to He Dingshan, stating, You said that if I managed to hunt a wild boar, you would consume every single bristle. Yes, I said that. Do you think you are worthy? He Dingshan scoffed, his disdain evident. Ignoring their mockery, Lin Jianguo shifted his attention to Shen Hao. Was it not you who claimed that we, under the banner of the hero team, were engaging in personal gain, tarnishing the reputation of Dongfeng village? Indeed, it was I. Shen Hao responded, brimming with arrogance. In recent days, he had consulted several individuals who had encountered wild boars and was convinced that without a rifle, even the largest group would be no match for them. Militia team. Secretary Su had already spoken. Seize him. You cannot act recklessly. Li Ruihong interjected loudly. She had observed the individuals present in her home that day. Qin Xiaonyang appeared overly frivolous, while Zhao Pengzi seemed quite unreliable. Lin Jianguo, however, though not verbose, maintained a certain composure. In her assessment, he did not seem like a truly malevolent individual. Despite her reservations regarding Lin Jianguo's choice to pursue personal interests rather than hunt wild boars, Li Ruihong felt that such behavior did not warrant apprehension. Shen Hao, feeling exceedingly pleased with himself, was determined to prove that Lin Jianguo and his companions were nothing but unscrupulous rascals. The previous day, Lin Jianguo had embarrassed him on the boat, and out of respect for Li Ruihong, he had refrained from displaying his anger. Now, with Secretary Su's command, there was no reason for restraint. I, Shen Bangzhong, am here to deal with you. Especially in front of Li Ruihong, he intended to ruin Lin Jianguo's reputation, relishing the thought of him being unable to show his face again. Comrade Li Ruihong, do not let your emotions cloud your judgment. Look at this man before you. Even his grandmother has spoken against him. Could there be any doubt? You, what nonsense are you spouting? Li Ruihong's face flushed crimson. Shen Hao waved his hand, and several militiamen stepped forward to apprehend Lin Jianguo. Away with you. As the militiamen approached, Lin Jianguo had yet to react when Qin Xiaonyang leaped forth, deftly toppling 3 of them with swift kicks. Ah, you dare to resist arrest. Shen Hao had been anticipating this. If Lin Jianguo refused to be apprehended, it would only serve to highlight his own authority as the militia captain. Shen Hao unslung his rifle, aiming it at Lin Jianguo and Qin Xiaonyang. Captain Shen, how impressive you are. Instead of directing that weapon at wild boars or malevolent forces, you choose to intimidate the common folk? Indeed, how can you point a gun at ordinary citizens? Naturally, there were discerning individuals within the crowd. Many had benefited from Lin Tugung's goodwill and were well aware of his character. Not to mention, they were all too familiar with Chao Hohat's true nature. Shen Hao, brimming with arrogance, proclaimed, "We must deal with wild boars and capture wrongdoers. We are genuine militia, unlike you, who flaunt your false progress while deceiving innocent young women. Humph, do you even have the right to hunt wild boars?" Chao Hohat and He Dingshan chimed in. "You claim to hunt wild boars." Lin Jianguo replied coolly. "What, aren't you part of the hero team? Have you caught a wild boar?" Shen Hao's tone dripped with sarcasm. "Is simply wielding a rifle such a grand achievement?" Qin Xiaonyang taunted. "Of course it is. The moment I encounter a wild boar, I will fire a shot." Shen Hao gestured with his rifle. Bang! Without further ado, Qin Xiaonyang emptied her sack, revealing a massive wild boar's head, bloodied and covered in coarse hair, which landed right before Shen Hao. "My goodness!" Shen Hao shrieked, tossing his rifle far away, and promptly fainted. The crowd erupted in chaos, frightened individuals scattering in all directions, only gradually returning to the scene. The gruesome boar's head, lifeless yet with glaring red eyes and an enormous tusk, loomed ominously. The sheer size of the head left everyone pondering the magnitude of the entire creature. Oh dear, if one were to be bitten, it would be catastrophic. Li Ruihong, possessing a bolder spirit, approached the boar's head for a closer inspection. "Did you kill this?" she asked incredulously. "Of course, it was I, we." Qin Xiaonyang blushed slightly upon seeing Li Ruihong. "I did not inquire about you. I addressed Lin Jianguo." Li Ruihong turned her gaze towards him. "It fell at our hands. We first located its lair and then kept watch through the night," Lin Jianguo replied, purposefully vague. "I did not lie. What you choose to believe is beyond my concern." Li Ruihong felt somewhat awkward and stated, "I must apologize for my words yesterday." She glanced aside, where a crowd of people surrounded Shen Hao, applying pressure points and fanning him. "Oh my, that scared me to death." Shen Hao groaned as he regained consciousness. "Jianguo, well done." Wang Jiushu promptly stepped forward, patting Lin Jianguo on the shoulder. "Who would have thought that our 2 villages' militia would be searching for this wild boar, only for you to seize the glory first?" He turned to Secretary Su, adding, "Secretary Su, this is Lin Jianguo. He is a fine young man from our village. Do not heed the slanderous words of the jealous." Chao Hohat and He Dingshan stood in a state of bewilderment. How could such a colossal wild boar have met its demise at the hands of Lin Jianguo? "Jianguo, rest assured, I will keep my word." Wang Jiushu was visibly elated, recognizing the honor this brought to Dongfeng village. "This wild boar was taken down by me, along with." Lin Jianguo gestured towards Qin Xiaonyang, continuing, "Qin Xiaonyang, Qin Han, and Jia Jun, the 4 of us accomplished this together. All are commendable youths." The village chief of Shifeng was equally delighted upon hearing this. The Qin brothers hail from the very village of Shifeng. Thus, among these 4 heroes who vanquished the wild boar, half belonged to their own community. Meanwhile, Shen Hao, having regained his composure, observed the awkward scene and promptly rose to his feet, exclaiming, "This unexpected occurrence startled me. It appears that the matter of the wild boar has reached its conclusion. However, apprehending the wrongdoers still relies upon our militia. Recently, we have undertaken extensive efforts, diligently inspecting vessels at sea. I firmly believe that as long as we unite in our endeavors, we shall swiftly capture the culprits." Chapter 49. Words unheard and ignored. Shen Hao straightened his posture, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness that had just transpired. After finishing his words, he glanced around, only to find that no one acknowledged him. Not a single person turned to his direction. He was utterly overlooked. His utterances were lost in the cacophony of voices, as everyone's attention remained fixated on the colossal wild boar and on Lin Jianguo. "Please, listen to me." As the militia captain, Shen Hao urged, but his voice was drowned out by the fervent discussions surrounding the enormous wild boar. At that moment, he felt as insignificant as a mere ant crawling in the dust. "Secretary Su, could you please share your insights on capturing spies? That is indeed a matter of great importance." Shen Hao continued to struggle, hoping Secretary Su might lend him support. If successful, it would salvage at least a modicum of his dignity. He squeezed through the crowd, reaching out for Secretary Su's hand. Secretary Su approached him with a smile, granting Shen Hao a flicker of hope. However, Su walked past him as if he were merely a wisp of air. Shen Hao felt a wave of despair wash over him. Su, having regained his composure, reflected on the situation. He realized he had been a bit too impassioned today, hastily speaking without fully grasping the circumstances, which resulted in significant embarrassment. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that it was not a lost cause. Lin Jianguo. Secretary Su beamed as he approached Lin Jianguo. "What an excellent name. It certainly belongs to a fine young man. Village head Wang, why not introduce me to him?" "Secretary Su, allow me to present Lin Jianguo, a commendable youth from our village," Wang Jioshu interjected, seizing the moment. "Youth. Quite impressive," Secretary Su remarked, playfully patting Lin Jianguo on the shoulder. "Indeed. The entire Lin family is exemplary," Wang Jioshu quickly added. Lin Jianguo's father once braved a tempest, navigating a small boat to rescue dozens from the raging sea. "Is that so? What a remarkable tale." Secretary Su's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Initially expecting a story of a progressive youth, he was delighted to discover the legend of a father-son duo. Such narratives are indeed captivating. He resolved to write a feature article detailing the Lin family's heroic saga, envisioning it gracing the provincial newspaper, thus making the name Su known throughout the province. Exemplary. This is the embodiment of true strength. Secretary Su, having served as a secretary for many years, was well aware of the power of words and exemplary figures, and such role models must not be sullied. Beaming with inner joy, Secretary Su addressed Lin Jianguo. "See, the eyes of the public are discerning. True gold will inevitably shine. Would you not agree?" "Indeed. The leader speaks the truth," the onlookers applauded in unison. Secretary Su smiled genuinely, feeling quite satisfied with his performance today. As a secretary, he had witnessed such situations frequently. Generally, as long as he did not appear awkward, it was others who would feel discomfort. No one would be foolish enough to point out his errors on the spot. Yet, at that moment, a voice rang out from the crowd. "Secretary Su, you did not say that earlier." Secretary Su's expression darkened instantly. "Who dares to undermine my authority publicly? What audacity!" All eyes turned toward the speaker. Shen Hao's face fluctuated between pale and flushed. It was over. He lamented internally. Originally, he prided himself on being a chameleon, adept at flattery. Individuals like Secretary Su, who hailed from the county, were usually beyond his reach. Yet today, he felt deeply humiliated. In this moment, his composure shattered. The words slipped from his lips without thought. Upon uttering them, he realized he had sealed his fate. "Secretary Su, I did not mean it that way." Shen Hao retreated repeatedly, casting anxious glances at those around him. Li Ruihong looked at him with palpable disdain. Even his classmates took a few steps back, distancing themselves from him. "What do you mean then?" Secretary Su's demeanor was icy. "Our mission in Dongfeng Village is to mobilize the masses, particularly progressive youths like Comrade Jianguo. Jianguo may not be a militia member, yet he willingly stepped forward to combat the wild boar. What noble character that displays. But what do you imply? You dare to publicly slander Jianguo, accusing him of tarnishing the title of heroism." Secretary Su approached the wild boar, pointing emphatically. "Look here, everyone, facts speak louder than words. Who truly tarnishes whom?" He reached Lin Jianguo, extending his hands to clasp Jianguo's. "Comrade Jianguo, as a newcomer to Dongfeng Village, I was unaware of the situation and nearly fell prey to the rumors of malefactors. Please do not take it to heart." Wow. Secretary Su truly embodies the leadership of the county. He exudes authority. The crowd erupted in applause. Secretary Su felt a swell of pride within. This was indeed a remarkable turnaround. Had he not been quick-witted, the situation could have spiraled out of control. As for the audacious Shen Hao, Lin Jianguo would not let such public disparagement go unpunished. Everyone heard what this man said behind my back. I demand a public apology from him. What? Apologize to you? Shenhao seemed as if he had been stepped on the tail. I am the militia captain. Who are you that I should apologize? Shenhao shouted furiously. Militia captain? Secretary Su smirked slightly. How can we have a troublemaker like you among our militia? From this moment forth, you are no longer a militia member, nor a captain. With that, Secretary Su exchanged a knowing glance. Wang Jiushu waved his hand, and the militia of Dongfeng village surged forward, confiscating Shenhao's rifle. The militia had long held disdain for him, an outsider who dared to come to Dongfeng village and issue commands, besmirching not only Lin Jianguo's name, but also the reputation of the militia itself. The crowd had long desired to deal with this individual. Secretary Su, with a grave expression, remarked, "Everyone, look at such a person. How can he serve as a militia member? Not only has he committed wrongdoings without any semblance of repentance, but he also refuses to apologize and resorts to arrogance and insults. It is imperative that we send him to a labor camp for re-education." Indeed, Secretary Su speaks with utmost clarity. The villagers of Dongfeng echoed in agreement. A labor camp? Shenhao felt utterly despondent. He was all too familiar with what a labor camp entailed. It was a facility designed specifically for the confinement and reform of societal miscreants and petty delinquents. Once one entered a labor camp, their fate was sealed, leaving a permanent stain on their life. Yet, at this juncture, there was no escaping the situation. The militia from Dongfeng surged forward, binding him and escorting him away. Chapter 50. I want to separate the family. Secretary Su felt a surge of delight within, despite having nearly made a grave mistake earlier, relieved that he had rectified it swiftly. As the atmosphere reached its zenith, Secretary Su grasped Lin Jianguo with his left hand and Qin Xiaonyang with his right, ascending the earthen platform. Before my arrival, the county leaders had earnestly instructed me to find a swift solution to eliminate the wild boars, emphasizing the necessity of mobilizing the masses, particularly the youth. Look, here we have such admirable young individuals stepping forward to serve the community. He turned to Lin Jianguo with a warm smile and inquired, Jianguo, having made such a significant contribution, do you have any requests? I am willing to accommodate anything within my power. Lin Jianguo shook his head and replied, no. Our goal in eradicating the wild boars is simply to ensure that our neighbors can venture out without fear. Behold, what a commendable youth. Secretary Su felt a twinge of emotion. However, Lin Jianguo recognized that this was a rare opportunity. Without hesitation, he proclaimed loudly, Secretary Su, I request to separate from the Chow Hohat family. This declaration was met with a resounding round of applause, for life in the fishing village had grown monotonous, and the villagers yearned for some entertainment. The prospect of Chow Hohat embarrassing herself was indeed a source of delight. Secretary Su smiled faintly, choosing silence. His previous misstep had stemmed from speaking too soon, nearly ensnaring himself. This time, he resolved to learn from his experience. In the crowd, Chow Hohat and her son He Dingshan resembled mice scurrying for cover. They could hardly have anticipated that Lin Jianguo would truly bring forth the wild boar. The onlookers, relishing the spectacle, intentionally jostled one another, making it difficult for Chow Hohat and He Dingshan to escape. Chow Hohat's face flushed crimson. Dingshan, earlier you claimed that if I managed to catch a wild boar, you would eat every single hair from it. Is that not so? He Dingshan, blushing fiercely, remained silent. The onlookers chimed in unison. Indeed, that is precisely what he said, and he asked us to bear witness. Now, we shall serve as witnesses. Lin Jianguo let out a cold laugh as memories of past humiliations his father Lin Tugen endured surged forth like arrows from the depths of his mind. He gazed upon Lin Tugen, who, under the care of He Chaoshu and Lin Jiafeng, had regained consciousness. Lying weakly in He Chaoshu's arms, Lin Tugen, though frail, looked at Lin Jianguo with a gaze filled with strength. Lin Jianguo was his son, his hope. Countless times, he had endured humiliation for the sake of his children, fervently wishing for Lin Jianguo to grow up to be a man of stature. Now, it seemed his child had indeed matured, becoming someone his father could lean upon. Lin Jianguo's icy gaze shifted to He Dingshan. He Dingshan, by virtue of our kinship, I ought to address you as uncle. Yet, over these years, you have proven unworthy of that title. Nevertheless, out of respect for your seniority, I do not wish to make this difficult for you. Overjoyed, He Dingshan eagerly nodded and bowed, saying, Dear nephew, we are ultimately family, bound by blood. This is not my affair, so I shall take my leave." With that, he Dingshan attempted to push through the crowd. "Wait." Lin Jianguo's voice resonated behind him. "In light of your seniority, you need not consume the entire boar. Simply partake of the hair from its head. Let the festivities commence." Laughter erupted among the gathered crowd. "Well done, Lin Jianguo." He Dingshan, enraged and humiliated, turned back to hurl insults at Lin Jianguo. "I'll have you know," Lin Jianguo stepped forward, delivering a resounding slap. The crisp sound echoed as he Dingshan stood frozen, never having imagined that a child from the Lin family would dare to strike him. Moreover, the spectators clearly sided against him. If he continued to resist, could his words withstand the weight of the wild boar's bristles? Reluctantly, he accepted his fate, covering his face in silence. Chow Ho-Hot then sprang forth, her fury palpable. Throughout her life, she had always been the one to cause chaos, with others fleeing in her wake. But today, the tables had turned. She could not allow this to stand. While she had no say in many matters, Lin Tugan was her son-in-law. This was a settled affair. As long as she did not relent, Lin Jianguo remained firmly in her grasp. "If you wish to separate, it is simple. I have stated my price, 1,000 yuan and 1,000 jin of rice, and I shall consent. Beyond that, do not even think about it." Good heavens! Chow Ho-Hot, undeterred, pressed forward until she stood before Secretary Su. "Look at this young wretch. He dares to strike his elder in public. Did you not just say that such unfilial behavior must be punished?" Secretary Su sighed inwardly. He had long regarded Lin Tugan and Lin Jianguo as exemplary figures he had sought for so long. However, a paragon must remain unblemished. Lin Jianguo's public assault on his elder was a matter he had witnessed firsthand, with many witnesses present. There was no escaping the reality of the situation, particularly with Chow Ho-Hot stepping forward to accuse him. Should he proceed to write an article, revealing Lin Jianguo's shortcomings would complicate matters for himself as well. Reflecting on this, Secretary Su sighed again. The aspiration of ascending the ranks through a single article is not so easily attained. Exemplary figures are not easily found. It was unfortunate that Lin Tugan and Lin Jianguo, who seemed so fitting, were embroiled in such issues. Alas, what a pity for his manuscript. Secretary Su felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, losing interest in the Lin family's troubles. Cough, cough, cough. Secretary Su coughed twice and said, "Today, I have come to Dongfeng village for work-related matters. As for certain family disputes, as the ancients have wisely stated, a fair official finds it difficult to resolve domestic affairs. It would be inappropriate for me to intervene, so I hope your family can resolve these matters amicably on your own. The primary focus of my visit is twofold. First, the issue of the wild boar has been resolved. The second and more pressing matter is to apprehend the spies airdropped from across the river. This is the most urgent task at hand and a significant concern for the entire county. I hope that the militia and the youth from our villages can take the lead. Even if it requires scouring the mountains and seas, we must capture those spies. If we succeed in apprehending them, I will advocate for your commendation to the county." Lin Jianguo looked at Secretary Su and asked, "Secretary Su, if I manage to capture a spy, could you ensure justice is served and facilitate the separation of our family from the Chow Ho-Hot family?" Secretary Su felt somewhat awkward and thought that Lin Jianguo was being rather unreasonable. "Jianguo, please do not jest. Capturing spies is not as simple as you might think. It is far more challenging than catching wild boars." Secretary Su chuckled awkwardly and patted Lin Jianguo on the shoulder. Chapter 51. Serving the people. Wang Jiushu hurriedly approached, grasping Lin Jianguo's hand. Indeed, this was a perilous endeavor. Young man, having ideals and enthusiasm is commendable and should be encouraged, yet one must also consider personal safety. Wang Jiushu felt a pang of regret. The events had transpired too swiftly for him to intervene. Had Lin Jianguo not struck that blow, Wang Jiushu was confident he could have advocated for Lin Jianguo as an exemplary youth in the county, potentially altering his fate. However, it was too late now. Striking someone in public, especially a senior, creates a detrimental impression. Wang Jiushu was acutely aware of the matters concerning Chow Ho-Hot and Lin Jianguo's family. Deep down, he believed Chow Ho-Hot had overstepped. Nonetheless, Lin Tugan was indeed her son-in-law, and according to local customs, he was expected to provide for Chow Ho-Hot and he Fa Kai in their old age. Although Chow Ho-Hot's demands seemed exorbitant, they were ultimately family affairs, and outsiders had little say. After all, the youth lacked a certain shrewdness. Wang Jiushu felt a sense of wistfulness. At that moment, Lin Jianguo was resolute, unwilling to let such an opportunity slip by. "Secretary Su, He declared, "Let us suppose. If I were to capture a spy, I would like you to preside over the matter and help us with the division of assets." Lin Jianguo's gaze was filled with determination. He understood that should he miss this chance, it would be lost forever. Today, he must resolve this matter. Secretary Su felt a tinge of impatience. This young man simply did not grasp the gravity of the situation. Despite my efforts to change the subject, he persisted in pressing me for a response, and in such a public setting, it was rather embarrassing. Capturing spies? Did he think this was child's play? Secretary Su doubted the feasibility of such an endeavor. After a brief contemplation, he finally nodded. Though this falls outside my purview, in order to encourage Jianguo's enthusiasm, I shall agree to this matter. If you manage to capture a spy, I, Su-in, promise to fairly oversee the division of assets for you. That is splendid. Lin Jianguo exhaled a sigh of relief. In fact, the division of assets was a common occurrence in the village, nothing particularly special. However, the issue lay with Chow Ho-hat, a notoriously difficult woman whom no one dared to provoke. Anyone who crossed her would find themselves entangled in a troublesome mess. Hence, no one in the village was willing to take on such a predicament. Yet Secretary Su was different. He was a leader from the county. With his involvement, there was little fear of Chow Ho-hat retaliating later. As Secretary Su spoke, he too felt a sense of relief, grateful to finally be rid of this troublesome matter. After all, although enemy aircraft had arrived, it remained uncertain whether any spies would be dropped. Even if they were, with such a vast territory and numerous police and militia, it was unlikely that Lin Jianguo would be the one to capture them. Moreover, those were armed spies, wielding guns. How could an ordinary fisherman manage such a feat? Thus, Secretary Su concluded that the chances of Lin Jianguo capturing a spy were minuscule, which was why he felt confident in his agreement. "Thank you, esteemed leader from the county." A smile finally graced Lin Jianguo's face. "Oh, you wretched creature, if you have the ability, go capture that spy. Do you not believe that the spy would shoot you dead?" Chow Ho-hat venomously retorted. The onlookers shook their heads in disbelief. How could a grandmother utter such words? No wonder Lin Jianguo sought to separate from her. Yet, simultaneously, they could only sympathize with Lin Jianguo. At this moment, he understood that in this world, everything must be fought for. The sympathy of others is unreliable. Lin Jianguo turned to Chow Ho-hat, offering a cold smile. "I apologize for disappointing you. That spy can no longer harm anyone," but he reached into his backpack, and moments later, a pistol emerged into view. The dark muzzle was aimed directly at Chow Ho-hat. "Oh my!" Chow Ho-hat shrieked, fleeing in terror. Wherever she ran, the gun followed. Overwhelmed, she collapsed, her legs giving way beneath her. "Lin Jianguo, where did you acquire that pistol? Put it down at once." Secretary Su's countenance shifted as well. How had this young man procured a firearm? This was a grave crime. Did he intend to instigate a bloody scene? Secretary Su was bewildered, shouting, "Militia! Militia!" Li Ruihong, wielding a rifle, aimed it at Lin Jianguo, exclaiming, "Lin Jianguo, do not act impulsively. You know my marksmanship is precise. We are friends, and I hope you will lower your weapon." Secretary Su. Lin Jianguo released his grip on the gun, turning the barrel inward and placing the pistol into Secretary Su's hands. Su's face turned pale, utterly stunned. The turn of events was too rapid. How had Lin Jianguo come into possession of a firearm? Seizing the moment, Lin Jianguo unfastened his backpack, opening it to reveal its contents. Clang! Several gleaming gold bars tumbled onto the ground, clinking melodiously as they collided. This was. Everyone present was rendered speechless. Having never seen gold bars before, they nonetheless recognized their value. Accompanying the gold bars were bundles of cash. Lin Jianguo's actions left the villagers in utter disbelief. Chow Ho-hat was even more astounded. These were gold bars. And so many of them, alongside a substantial sum of money. At this moment, her heart brimmed with regret. Logically, Lin Jianguo was her grandson. Had she treated him better, these gold bars and the scattered cash could have been shared. That would have amounted to an immense fortune. Yet now, Chow Ho-hat suddenly went mad. "Mine, all mine. I assure you, this is our family's money, and no one is allowed to touch it." Like a deranged woman, she lunged forward, clutching the gold bars to her chest and frantically gathering the cash. A fisherman toiled for an entire year to earn a few hundred yuan. The gold and money on the ground were surely worth tens of thousands. Lin Jianguo is my grandson, and we have yet to separate our household. In our family, I hold the reins. All that he brings home belongs to me. Secretary Su was equally bewildered. The events of the day were utterly astonishing. Before him stood a young fisherman, Clearly the son of the esteemed son-in-law spoken of by many, yet it appeared that his family lived in dire poverty. However, his display of wealth was nothing short of remarkable, as he presented a pile of gold bars. Secretary Su composed himself and, noticing the frantic Chow Ho Hot on the ground, expressed his disdain. Quickly, summoned someone to drag this old woman away and ensure that all the belongings remain untouched by her. Instantly, several militia members approached, forcibly removing Chow Ho Hot, who, consumed by her greed, wailed and struggled, even losing her shoes in the process. Chapter 52. A moment of great honor amidst the astonished expressions of the crowd. Lin Jianguo produced an envelope and handed it to Secretary Su. Secretary Su, the enemy agent parachuted into our territory has been captured. Wow, what? Could you repeat that? Secretary Su exclaimed, gripping Lin Jianguo's shoulders tightly in a fit of excitement. He could scarcely believe his eyes. Trembling, he accepted the leather envelope and opened it to reveal several appointment letters and a code book. Beside him, Qin Xiaonyang smiled. Secretary Su, you might not have heard clearly. We apprehended the agent and also dealt with the wild boar. With the crowd still in disbelief, Qin Xiaonyang chuckled merrily, saying, "Don't look at us like that. It was merely a side task." As she spoke, she flashed a radiant smile, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. The little boat belonging to Jianguo was too small to accommodate both the agent and the wild boar. Besides, the agent was injured and difficult to move, so we returned first to report. Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. Secretary Su's voice quivered with excitement. This was unbelievable. He must have paid his respects to the deities that morning. How else could he have such extraordinary luck? The county's 2 urgent tasks had been resolved in one fell swoop. The press release he had mentally drafted moments ago suddenly took on a richer narrative. His father, Lin Tugan, had heroically rescued dozens during a great storm, enduring severe injuries and hardship, yet he still taught his children to be virtuous and serve their country. As his son, Lin Jianguo inherited his father's spirit, dedicated to the nation, diligent in his studies, and eager to help others. Upon learning of the wild boar's devastation of both personal and collective property, he was filled with righteous indignation, vowing to eradicate such threats. When he discovered that enemy agents had been airdropped, his determination only intensified, committing himself to their destruction. Unbelievable. Secretary Su envisioned the uproar that would ensue once his report was published, catapulting Lin Tugan and Lin Jianguo to the status of exemplary figures for all to emulate. As the young cadre who uncovered this remarkable story, he anticipated a swift ascension in his career. Quickly, is there a boat available? Secretary Su called out, now fully alert. Yes, our militia has a sailing vessel. Li Ruihong, with cheeks flushed, replied as she secured her weapon. Hurry, let Lin Jianguo and this comrade lead the way. We must swiftly capture the agent. Wang Jioshu interjected, Secretary Su, what about that old woman? What old woman? Secretary Su replied with disdain. Lin Jianguo was a fine young man from Dongfeng village who relied on his passion and a few friends, risking his own safety for the collective good. He had vanquished the wild boar, apprehended the agent, and safeguarded the lives and properties of the people. Secretary Su looked sternly at Chow Ho Hot and continued, such an exemplary youth is a model for us all, including myself. Why does he become so contemptible in your words? I am going with Jianguo to apprehend the agent. Wang village chief, lock this old woman up for now. We will deal with her upon our return. If she misbehaves, send her to the labor team. Oh dear. Chow Ho Hot wailed upon hearing this. But who had the inclination to comfort her at that moment? Several militia members from Dongfeng village surged forward and seized her, locking her away. Secretary Su gathered the gold bars and the leather envelope, placing them back in his backpack, which he slung over his shoulder. The group set off in grand procession toward the dock. The militia's sailing vessel was ready. Dongfeng village, being a fishing village, had numerous fishing boats, and with this news, who wouldn't want to witness it firsthand? Wu Laoban, the tavern owner, upon hearing the news, brought a jar of aged liquor and squeezed into the crowd, boarding the ship. He proclaimed to anyone who would listen, "These young lads are exceptional. I knew they were remarkable when they dined at my tavern days ago. When I heard they were going to hunt wild boars, I generously sponsored them with plenty of meat buns. Alas, if I had known they were also capturing agents, I would have insisted on joining them." Amidst the clamor of the fishermen, dozens of boats set sail, carrying hundreds of people. Secretary Su stood at the bow with Lin Jianguo and Qin Xiaonyang, observing the fluttering red flags and the flurry of vessels. Comrade Jianguo, behold the power of the people. You have achieved such a monumental feat. The people will not forget you, nor will I. In truth, the distance from this island to Wugongzi was not far. Lin Jianguo usually rowed his small boat alone, making it a laborious journey. Now aboard a larger vessel, they approached their destination in less than 10 minutes. The waters near Wugongzi were shallow and unsuitable for larger ships to dock. Reluctantly, Secretary Su instructed the militia to lower a small boat. He, along with Wang Jiushu, Lin Jianguo, Qin Xiaonyang, and a dozen militia members, along with a barefoot doctor from Dongfeng village, boarded the small boat and paddled to the shore. On the shore, Qin Han and Zhao Pengzi were taken aback. Although they had anticipated that the news would create quite a stir, they were astonished by the arrival of so many boats and people. As Secretary Su disembarked, he hastily led his team to inspect the incapacitated agent. After a flurry of activity, the barefoot doctor reported that the agent was merely unconscious and in no mortal danger. Thank you for your hard work. On behalf of the county, I express my gratitude. Secretary Su finally turned his attention to Qin Han and Zhao Pengzi. Along the coastline, the people on the boats craned their necks in anticipation. They spotted a group of 10 to 20 individuals returning from Wugongzi. Leading the charge was Secretary Su, accompanied by several youthful heroes. The militia members had split into two groups, one carrying a stretcher with a semi-conscious individual wrapped in bandages, while the other hoisted a large, headless wild boar on a pole. This wild boar was enormous. Although they had previously seen its head and knew it was substantial, they were still astonished by its size, resembling a small mountain. The militia struggled to carry the beast, swaying as they walked. Wow! Incredible! The crowd on the boats erupted into fervent applause. As everyone disembarked at the market dock, Secretary Su had already devised a new plan. Village Chief Wang Jiushu hastened a few steps forward. Today's event is a momentous occasion, and such joyous matters must be celebrated accordingly. I will accompany the militia to escort the agent back to the county for a debrief with the county leaders. Indeed, this is a matter of great importance. As for your side, the recent wild boar situation has instilled a sense of alarm among the villagers. Organize a few horses, and let Lin Jianguo and his team adorn themselves with bright red flowers while parading through the streets. Isn't that a bit too ostentatious? Wang Jiushu expressed his concern. What is there to fear? Secretary Su furrowed his brow and smiled. The wild boar has been sensationalized in every village. People are afraid to venture out at night and reluctant to work the fields by day. By making a ruckus and parading, we not only commend Jianguo and his team, but also ensure the villagers understand that the wild boar has been eradicated. Only by witnessing it firsthand will the rumors dissipate. Right. You always think ahead, Secretary Su. Wang Jiushu felt elated. This parade on horseback will not only honor Lin Jianguo, but also bring pride to Dongfeng Village. Chapter 53. A delightful feast and warm hospitality. Secretary Su offered a few brief instructions before hastily departing with his entourage. After all, the paramount task at hand was to convey this monumental news to the county officials. The joy that would ensue upon their knowledge of this development was unimaginable. As for the celebratory decorations and the grand parade, Secretary Su entrusted those arrangements entirely to Wang Jiushu. Wang Jiushu was brimming with enthusiasm. It was indeed a momentous occasion, a source of great honor. Coming from a lineage with a proud military heritage, he held the concept of honor in the highest regard. With Secretary Su's directives in hand, he felt undeterred. The sheer delight in his eyes reflected the exuberance of the moment. After all these years, he had not encountered such courageous and composed youth in the local area. These young individuals bore a striking resemblance to his own youthful self. Lin Jianguo and the village head of Shifeng each took hold of two comrades, unwilling to let go. You have done exceptionally well, bringing glory to our village. Rest assured, we shall ensure this event is celebrated with great splendor. The previous incident with the late Chao Ho-Hot had left a sour taste, with accusations against the Wang family's daughter-in-law. Now, however, Jianguo was a hero, deserving of a grand parade. Fear not, my friends, for a true man need not worry about finding a partner. I shall take it upon myself to secure you lovely brides of fine character and appearance. He continued, in our ranks, only those who have achieved great feats were afforded such privileges. Lin Jianguo and the others remained silent, merely listening to the flurry of conversation. The village head affirmed, you are now our heroes. The promises made by these two old men shall be fulfilled. However, there is no rush. After all, you have been busy capturing spies and hunting wild boars. You must be weary. Go rest and enjoy a hearty meal. With a wave of his hand, several village officials approached, guiding Lin Jianguo and his companions to the village head's office. Jianguo. As soon as Lin Jianguo settled in, he Chaos Wei and Lin Zizao rushed in. Mother. Lin Jianguo quickly stood. Do not move. Let me take a good look at you. He Chaos Wei, teary-eyed, embraced Lin Jianguo tightly, inspecting him from head to toe before finally feeling reassured. Jianguo, how could you not inform us of such an incredible feat? Her tears flowed freely as she spoke. Lin Zizao, with wide eyes, chimed in, Brother, tell me about the story of capturing spies. Go on, go on. Your brother is tired. Do not pester him. He Chaos Wei wiped her tears. Mother, I am fine. Is father feeling better? He is well. He was a bit upset earlier, but your sister is attending to him. When I left, he asked me to tell you not to worry. He is happy, and all is well. Mother, rest assured, I will ensure you all live a good life. Just then, the village officials arranged a feast, bringing forth a splendid spread. The rice was the finest late harvest, the wine the esteemed Chuanshan Laojiao, and as for the dishes, an array of seafood from Zhoushan was laid out. Remarkably, there were even 2 large pork knuckles, a braised duck, and a freshly boiled goose, all delicacies rarely seen. Jianguo, you all eat first. We shall take our leave, he Chaos Wei noted, her heart filled with joy upon seeing Lin Jianguo unharmed. She was a considerate woman, not wishing to appear as though she were taking advantage of the occasion, so she intended to depart. Mother Lin Zizao's gaze was fixated on the large crabs on the table, unable to move. Here you go. Zhao Pengzi picked up a large crab and placed it in Lin Zizao's hands. Qin Xiaoniu handed over the braised duck, saying, Take this home for Zizao to enjoy slowly. No. He Chaos Wei set down the duck. Brother Lin Zizao timidly looked at Lin Jianguo. Take it. Lin Jianguo's face radiated affection. Who would dare confront wild boars without the hope of a better life for their family? Yet now, it seemed that everything had come to fruition. As he Chaos Wei led Lin Zizao away, the parents of Qin and Zhao Pengzi arrived upon hearing the news. Qin's father, a humble farmer, had often worried about his 2 wayward sons, but now he realized they had found their calling. Overcome with joy, Qin's mother grasped her son's hands, tears streaming down her face. Meanwhile, Qin's father squatted in a corner, smiling broadly as he lit his pipe, savoring the moment. Zhao Pengzi's mother, a stout woman with a commanding presence, entered the room, shedding a few tears before quickly adopting a beaming smile. Jia Jun, it is rare to see you with such fine friends. She nodded at Lin Jianguo and the others. Then she added, I hear there are rewards from the village. You need not keep them for yourself. Distribute them among your friends. Understood. Zhao Pengzi replied cheerfully. Mother, you do not know, but the reason for our success this time is largely due to my efforts. I was in charge of logistics. Very well, logistics officer. His mother beamed, adding, Jia Jun, remember, honor is bestowed by the people. Do not let it make you arrogant. Strive to be proactive and progressive. Write your application for promotion tomorrow. All right. Mother, I understand, but we still need to eat and rest. You should return home. We have a parade to prepare for. With a mix of coaxing and pushing, Zhao Pengzi finally managed to see his mother off. Pengzi, look how wonderful your mother is. Why are you so harsh with her? Lin Jianguo chuckled. Zhao Pengzi grinned sheepishly. You have no idea how bothersome she can be. If I do not intervene, she would continue speaking endlessly. Qin Han remarked, We have been classmates for so many years, yet this is the first time I've met your mother. Haha, I'm not disparaging her behind her back. She can be quite materialistic. It is frustrating, but there is little I can do. As they conversed, they gathered around the table. These past few days had indeed been exhausting, and hunger had taken its toll. At this moment, no one held back. They filled their cups and devoured the feast voraciously. This is delicious, Lin Jianguo exclaimed, eagerly gnawing on a pork knuckle. Having grown up, he had never indulged in meats so freely. Cheers! Qin Han raised his cup, and the others clinked theirs in unison. Lin Jianguo also lifted his cup, saying, Brothers, I hope you do not hold it against me for today's events. Observing the puzzled expressions on several faces, Lin Jianguo softly remarked, It pertains to the matter of the gold bars. Oh, what a trivial affair. Just look at our Chuanshan. There is no shortage of affluent individuals. Perhaps one could count those who parade through the streets on horseback with a mere flick of a finger. We are still young, and the road ahead stretches long before us. Yet, regardless of how lengthy this journey may be, I firmly believe that today shall remain an indelible memory for the entirety of our lives. We are all good brothers, having faced life and death together. Henceforth, regardless of what transpires, we must always support one another." The hands of several individuals clasped together, only to be released moments later as they raised their cups in a fervent toast. Chapter 54. A parade on horseback. After a hearty meal, several individuals reclined in various positions and indulged in 2 hours of slumber. When they were roused, it was already 3 in the afternoon. "Jianguo, come out and take a look," Wang Jioshu exclaimed, his face beaming with enthusiasm. As Lin Jianguo and his companions stepped outside, they found themselves encircled by a throng of chattering female militia members. "Heroes, you are all heroes. Come, come. This is a big red flower I personally crafted for you to wear. It truly looks splendid." One of them remarked, "Your eyebrows need to be a bit bolder, akin to Xiao Jianbo from the Lin Haishui Yuan. The liberation cap should be worn straight to enhance your charm." Be it Lin Jianguo, Jia Pengzi, or the Qin brothers, they all bore the unfortunate fate of being solitary stars for during their school days. While other boys and girls were preoccupied with romance, these fellows were consumed by thoughts of brawling or foraging for rabbits and fish. In society, both Lin Jianguo and the Qin brothers hailed from 3 generations of impoverished farmers, so destitute that not a single girl cast a glance their way. Jia Pengzi, despite his better family circumstances, was too corpulent to attract female attention. Thus, none had ever experienced such attention. And when surrounded by the female militia, they all turned as crimson as a ripe tomato. Once Wang Jioshu managed to pull them free, Lin Jianguo glanced at Jia Pengzi and couldn't suppress his laughter, only to be met with a sudden spray of water from Jia Pengzi's mouth. The Qin brothers exchanged bewildered glances. "Are we to perform on stage?" they later mused, noting that they were all as unrefined as ironclad men, having never even touched a drop of skin cream in their lives. Yet now, each bore a fragrant visage adorned with rosy cheeks. Village chief. Their faces reddened further, feeling utterly embarrassed. "No, this is splendid, just as it is," Wang Jioshu declared, thoroughly satisfied, as he clapped his hands, summoning yet another group of people. "Oh well." Wang Jioshu's expression turned slightly awkward. "Children, I must apologize. Secretary Su made it abundantly clear that you were to parade on horseback. However, our Chuanshan is an island with scarce land and even fewer horses. Thus would riding a cow suffice? Or perhaps a donkey. A mule could work too, right?" The faces of Lin Jianguo and his companions twitched at the thought. This seemed a bit excessive, yet it appeared they had no other option. When they finally appeared on the streets of Dongfeng village, Lin Jianguo realized that the mode of transport mattered little. The air was filled with cheers and applause, and numerous young girls peered from behind their homes, blushing as they lowered their heads. Jia Pengzi was mounted on a stubborn donkey, which jostled him unceremoniously, and it wasn't long before he found his posterior rubbed raw. Nevertheless, he maintained a radiant smile, occasionally grimacing in discomfort. Dozens of militia members followed behind, some waving flags, others beating drums and shouting slogans. A select few were tasked with carrying a wild boar. A wire threaded through the boar's ears was tied to a stout bamboo pole, hoisted by 2 individuals, while 4 more carried the body of the sizable beast. The enormous boar, bedecked in red flowers, elicited gasps wherever it went. "Wow, that wild boar is enormous. No wonder it's so formidable. Indeed, it must weigh at least 800 pounds, if not 1,000. If it charged at us, who could survive that? Without guns or cannons, it's remarkable to have slain such a large boar." The crowd laughed and chatted, some bold enough to reach out and touch the bristly fur of the boar, eliciting further gasps of astonishment. "Hey, how did you manage to kill such a large wild boar?" someone inquired from the crowd. "Simple." Jia Pengzi, ever the show-off, raised his chubby fist and boasted. "What kind of beast can withstand a punch as hefty as ours?" "Exactly," Qin Han chimed in, unyielding. "This wild boar had no special skills. It merely charged, swiped, and pushed. With just those 3 moves, it lost half its strength." Qin Shao and I joined in jest, laughing. "It was just this creature's misfortune to encounter us. We gave it a thorough beating." Lin Jianguo's face twitched slightly. "You lot must have listened to quite a bit of Shui, Hujuan on the radio, haven't you? At this rate, we'll need a Wu De Lang to accompany us." Suddenly, he recalled that he might be the one with a hint of green atop his head, which only made him feel more embarrassed. "And what about the spies? What was that all about?" A curious voice emerged from the crowd, eager for clarification. Lin Jianguo, who had remained silent, quickly interjected, "Military secret, no need to pry." This elicited a wave of envious laughter from those around. As they continued on their way, a cacophony of drums and firecrackers erupted from the opposite side, and a procession approached them. What on earth? What is happening? Lin Jianguo felt a bit bewildered. Strange occurrences were common, but this year seemed particularly rife with them. Are we the Li Kuei, while they are the Li Gui? Just as he pondered, the approaching group reached them, the music halted, and an elder stepped forward. Ah, village chief Zhang, what brings you here with such fanfare? Wang Jioshu exclaimed with a smile as he emerged from the crowd. Village chief Wang, we from Beisha village have come to present you with a banner. Village chief Zhang waved, and several girls rushed forward, holding a banner that read Heroes of Wild Boar Slaying. This is a bit awkward. Lin Jianguo mused internally, realizing that while Wu Song was renowned as the tiger-slaying hero, being labeled as the Wild Boar Slayers felt somewhat peculiar. Village Chief Wang, your village's youth are truly remarkable. This is all thanks to your leadership. Village Chief Zhang praised, speaking in a tone customary for New Year greetings. Our Beisha village has suffered greatly from this beast. It has ravaged our fields and injured several people. So, upon hearing that your village's youth had vanquished the wild boar, we were overjoyed. Village Chief Zhang patted his chest. Hence, on behalf of our village's residents, I am here to present this banner. This was followed by yet another round of applause and cheers. Zhao Pengzi rode his stubborn donkey to Wang Jioshu's side, turned his head, and with a contorted expression said, Village Chief, my rear end aches. Might I have a brocade banner to cushion my seat? Scram. Hey, Zhao Pengzi, with a furrowed brow, gave the donkey's rear a light pat, and sauntered away for some respite. At that moment, a child in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, Uncle, I want to eat wild boar meat. The crowd fell silent. Everyone turned towards the source of the voice and beheld a 5- or 6-year-old child perched upon an old man's shoulders. Fulai? Old Fulai waved from a distance. Oh, look. I told you these youngsters were good fellows. Beside him, old Fulai's wife beamed with pride, saying, just a few days ago, these young men dined at my home. Qin Xiaonyang dismounted gracefully, borrowed a kitchen knife from a bystander, and, with precision, struck the hind leg of the great wild boar multiple times, severing a leg and presenting it before Fulai. Fulai stared at the sizable boar leg, tears involuntarily streaming from the corners of his mouth. Come, call me uncle. Uncle. Fulai's voice rang out with a bright clarity, causing Li Ruihong in the crowd to raise her eyebrows in surprise. Chapter 55. Uplifting news in the office of the government of Chuanshan County. Secretary Zhao furrowed his brow, gazing intently at the map laid before him. A veteran of the revolutionary struggle, Secretary Zhao had lost an arm during years of warfare. Nevertheless, he remained resolute, confident that with his remaining arm, he could guide the people of Chuanshan towards a prosperous life. Isolated from the mainland and surrounded by islands, Chuanshan County faced significant transportation and communication challenges. While one might romantically describe it as a paradise, the harsher reality was that it was a remote and impoverished region. Just a few years prior, the tumultuous decade had concluded on the mainland, yet in Chuanshan, the fervent ideological battles continued unabated. Recently, however, the situation had improved slightly with the implementation of new policies, and Secretary Zhao had resumed his duties. Yet, mere days into his return, the county had been beset by troubles. First, there was the appearance of a wild boar, and shortly thereafter, enemy aircraft were spotted in the night sky above Chuanshan. For Secretary Zhao, this was a formidable test, with no escape in sight. He tossed his pencil onto the map and turned to his staff. What are your thoughts? He inquired casually. County Chief, there is no way such a large wild boar could exist between us and the mainland. One staff member replied. Considering the enemy aircraft observed last night, it is likely not a wild boar, but rather the enemy themselves. Indeed, I share your view, another added. The enemy may be deliberately spreading rumors to create chaos, facilitating the infiltration of their agents. With a hearty laugh, Secretary Zhao responded, You young folks possess quite the imagination. Are you so certain that a wild boar could not exist in Chuanshan? A few of the younger staff members expressed their disbelief, insisting, That is simply impossible. Secretary Zhao raised his hand to silence them. Without investigation, there is no right to speak. He pointed to a thick, bound volume on the table. This is an ancient record compiled during the Kangxi era, which I often read during my time in confinement. Turn to page 532. The young staff members flipped through the book, their expressions transforming to shock. Secretary Zhao chuckled. This record states that not only did wild boars once inhabit Chuanshan, but tigers did as well. Unbelievable! Exclaimed the gathered youth, their incredulity palpable. Thus, young people must read more, Secretary Zhao admonished, and the young ones finally conceded. However, your points are not without merit. He continued, stepping closer to the map for a thorough examination. Chuanshan is situated on the front lines of the East China Sea, historically a critical defense point. As the saying goes, one must remain vigilant against potential threats. Though he personally believed wild boars and enemy aircraft were unrelated, he recognized the strategic significance of their proximity to enemy flight paths. Just then, the telephone on the desk rang, and Secretary Zhao answered. Hello? What? Are you certain this isn't Chuanshan? Understood. Please inform the leadership that I will fulfill the mission. He gently set down the phone, his expression darkening. It was a call from the city, reporting that enemy aircraft had conducted an airdrop over Chuanshan the previous day. What? The enemy has grown increasingly audacious, County Chief Hong remarked, his demeanor turning serious. The city had ordered them to capture the airdropped agents. However, given our poor transportation and the abundance of rugged terrain in Chuanshan, capturing an individual is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Actually, we could treat both matters as one, Secretary Zhao suggested. This would be an opportune moment to assess the combat readiness of our militia. County Chief Hong nodded in agreement. Secretary Zhao, that is an excellent idea. We can simultaneously hunt the wild boar and capture the agents. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Secretary Zhao pulled County Chief Hong to the map, declaring, Old Hong, look here. He had drawn numerous circles on the map, each representing areas reported without suspicious traces. With a decisive stroke, he added larger circles, proclaiming, we must expand our search. Contact every township. In addition to thoroughly rechecking previously searched areas, have them dispatch teams to these nearby coastal islands. Tigers can swim, and so can wild boars. If a tiger can travel all the way from Ningbo to Chuanshan. County Chief Hong nodded, smiling, I understand. Secretary Zhao chuckled, Old Hong, it seems your guerrilla tactics have not waned. Yet County Chief Hong expressed concern. This will be a tough battle, Secretary Zhao. It is a significant test for both of us. No sooner had he spoken than hurried footsteps echoed in the courtyard. Secretary Zhao, County Chief Hong. A voice called out anxiously. Secretary Zhao frowned. Today's youth are so impatient and reckless. County Chief Hong concurred, by the sound, it must be Secretary Su. His temperament lacks the necessary composure. Secretary Su? Why is he still here? Was he not dispatched to mobilize the masses? In mere moments, Secretary Su rushed into the office, breathless. Zhao. Zhao. Secretary Zhao. Quick, get him a glass of water. County Chief Hong urged, frowning. County Chief Hong also appeared displeased, asking, Secretary Su, were you not instructed to mobilize the populace? Why are you back so soon? One must work diligently and engage deeply with the community. Superficial efforts will not suffice. Secretary Su, rolling his eyes, took a few gulps of water, panting and struggling to catch his breath. The scene elicited laughter from the younger staff nearby. It was no wonder the leadership held little regard for Secretary Su, who, despite his academic achievements and abilities, often carried an air of arrogance. After a lengthy pause, Secretary Su finally managed to utter, Secretary Zhao, the wild boar has been killed. What? Secretary Zhao grasped Secretary Su's hand tightly. What did you say? Please repeat that. I said the wild boar has been killed. I went to mobilize the masses in Dongfeng and Shifeng villages, and the response was excellent. The community was highly motivated, and within a single night, we eliminated the wild boar. County Chief Hong quickly inquired, Are you certain it was that large wild boar? Absolutely certain. It was enormous. Secretary Su gestured widely with his hands. I had it weighed. It was over 600 pounds. Good heavens, what a colossal beast. Secretary Zhao exhaled with relief upon hearing this news. The wild boar had caused too much unrest for too long, and the community's grievances were significant. Now that it was finally dealt with, spirits were lifted. Chapter 56. Recalling the past, County Chief Hong clapped his hands and laughed. What a fortunate event. Initially, we intended to simultaneously hunt wild boars and root out spies, but our resources were insufficient. Now, we can focus entirely on eliminating the spies. He pointed to a straight line on the map, stating, this time we can adjust our scope, primarily concentrating on the airspace traversed by enemy aircraft last night. Hong, County Chief. Secretary Su rushed over. Panting heavily. Xiao Su, you've worked hard this time. Go take a good rest. You need not participate in this operation against the spies. County Chief Hong felt somewhat embarrassed for having previously misjudged Secretary Su. And no need to search anymore. Secretary Su finally caught his breath and articulated a complete sentence. The spies have already been captured. What? What did you say? You must be joking. In an instant, both Secretary Zhao and County Chief Hong were filled with skepticism towards Secretary Su. Take the matter of the wild boars, for instance. He had no evidence to substantiate his claim. Moreover, both tasks were notoriously challenging. Even if you, Su-in, possess remarkable abilities, lacking funds and personnel, as a mere scholar, how could you possibly slay a wild boar or capture a spy? Could it be? Over the years, amidst a well-known historical period, the atmosphere had deteriorated significantly, with fewer individuals daring to speak the truth or express honesty. Conversely, those who were irresponsible, boastful, and prone to exaggeration thrived. Although order has been restored, the remnants of such individuals still linger. Contemplating this, Secretary Zhao could not help but display a look of disdain. Xiao Su, young man, be an honest person and speak the truth. I understand your desire to achieve results and gain recognition. But while it is commendable to strive for progress, one must never resort to deceit. Secretary Zhao had only spoken halfway when Secretary Su suddenly unveiled the bag he had been clutching to his chest. With a clatter, its contents spilled onto the table. Secretary Su could never forget Lin Jianguo's initial gesture. It was so direct, so flipping, so impressive. As gold bars danced and fell onto the table, a handgun also tumbled out, followed by a stack of documents. Zhao. Secretary Zhao, Hong County Chief. These were seized from the enemy's spies. Both Zhao and Hong were taken aback. They were both veterans of wartime and had encountered many grand spectacles. Whether it was exterminating wild boars or hunting spies, both tasks were immensely difficult. Yet, it had seemingly been accomplished just like that. They had only just formulated their plan and had yet to implement it. Secretary Zhao. The spy was severely injured and could not endure the roughness of travel, so I returned first to report. Secretary Zhao finally believed him, swiftly seizing the telephone and commanding, "Quick, connect me to Chuanshan Hospital and request their best emergency doctor. We must not allow the enemy's spy to perish." County Chief Hong rose, declaring, "Secretary Zhao, wait at home. I will personally go." Saying this, he hurriedly exited. Secretary Zhao took a moment to collect himself and beckoned Secretary Su to sit down, slowly asking, "Xiao Su, which village's militia captured the spy?" It was not the militia. Secretary Su had no favorable feelings towards militias like Shen Hao's. It was a fisherman from Dongfeng village, accompanied by a few others who made the capture. Dongfeng village? Secretary Zhao nodded, recalling, "I visited there during my time with the fisheries work group. It is a good place." And the wild boar? Who killed it? It was also from Dongfeng village. What? The same individual? Secretary Zhao found it hard to believe. This was simply too extraordinary. Yes, it was led by a fisherman named Lin Jianguo, along with Jia Jun, Qin Han, and Qin Xianyang. You mean to say that solely these four individuals managed to kill a wild boar and capture a spy? Indeed. Secretary Su nodded vigorously. Secretary Zhao picked up the gold bars from the table, examining them closely, and frowned. Were it not for this physical evidence, I would truly think you were deceiving me. Secretary Su quickly replied, "To be honest, when I first heard about it, I was even more astonished than you." Secretary Zhao furrowed his brow, "But I know nearly everyone from that village. I have never heard of anyone named Lin Jianguo." Suddenly realizing, he chuckled. "Ah? How could I forget? He is named Jianguo, so he must be quite young. Is there someone from their village named Lin Tugan? Have you seen him?" Secretary Zhao squinted, recalling many past events. "At that time, I was with the fisheries work group, working alongside fishermen at sea. I didn't expect to encounter a storm and nearly drown. I owe my survival to Lin Tugan." He shook his head, continuing, "Later, I heard the county granted him a quota to move to the city as a worker. He must not still be in that village. After all these years, I've been busy and later locked up in the cow shed, never having the chance to express my gratitude." Secretary Zhao's face was filled with reminiscence. As he spoke, he glanced at Secretary Su, only to find him gaping in astonishment. Secretary Zhao chuckled. "Ah, I'm getting old. Always reminiscing about the past. Please continue." Secretary Zhao. "Lin Jianguo is Lin Tugan's son." "What?" Secretary Zhao abruptly stood up, completely unsettled. "It's true." Secretary Su recounted everything he knew. Secretary Zhao paced the room back and forth. Who would have thought that the one achieving remarkable success was the son of his benefactor? Truly, a hero's son follows in his father's footsteps. However, Secretary Zhao was taken aback by the tragic fate Lin Tugan faced later on. "This was my oversight. We have not shown enough care for our heroes. Secretary Zhao felt a pang of guilt. Secretary Zhao. Secretary Su finally regained his composure and seized the opportunity. I have an immature idea. I want to write an article about the heroics of these two generations, to promote their deeds and uphold the spirit of the times. Excellent. What a splendid idea. Secretary Zhao was also somewhat excited, exclaiming, in my recent return to work, I have deeply sensed the decline in current societal values. People now only recognize money, and the spirit of contribution has diminished significantly. Individuals like the father and son next door, who are willing to give selflessly, should be vigorously promoted to educate societal norms. Secretary Su quickly responded, Secretary Zhao, I arrived late and am not very familiar with Lin Tugan's deeds. Since you are a first-hand witness to the events, I would like to interview you, if that is acceptable. Of course, of course. Secretary Zhao replied, once I finish my current tasks, I will take you back to Dongfeng village to meet my lifesaver. Secretary Zhao beamed, saying, young man, you are indeed impressive as a university student, effectively mobilizing the masses and possessing ideas and drive. You must seize opportunities and continue to strive forward. Chapter 57. The feast. The vicinity of Dongfeng village is not extensive. As the sun sets, the horseback procession concludes. Dongfeng village has prepared a sumptuous dinner for the gathering. Jia Pengzi, who has always been pampered, jumped down from the ox's back, and his legs have not been closed since. Oh, it hurts terribly. It's burning. Jia Pengzi lamented. Qin Han and Qin Xiaonyang, having been mischievous since childhood, took it lightly. Qin Xiaonyang chuckled. Perhaps you've scraped yourself. Be careful, or it might get inflamed. Indeed, Jia Pengzi was genuinely concerned. Noticing no one around, he hastily removed his trousers to inspect his thighs. Aren't you going to wash your hands? Lin Jianguo remarked. But before he could finish, Jia Pengzi let out a yelp. Are you a tiger? Your hands are all covered in soup, and you dare to touch the wound? Qin Han nearly burst out laughing. I just wanted you to see what it's like to have salt poured on a wound, Jia Pengzi retorted, jumping around and grimacing in pain. After consuming 2 jars of aged wine, their tongues felt slightly swollen. Just then, the village head, Wang Chuanshu, entered. All right, everyone, you've worked hard. The county will surely commend you this time. He waved his hand, and behind him, a villager wheeled in a cart laden with pork. Wang Chuanshu produced a pipe, took a couple of puffs, exhaling a thick cloud to shoo away the mosquitoes. I had intended to keep you with this wild boar for a few more days, but alas. Jia Pengzi quickly interjected, no regrets, it's quite good. Wang Chuanshu chuckled, seeing you like this, it's evident you've never ridden a horse. When I was in the army, I spent some time as a cavalryman. My thighs became calloused, and it didn't hurt anymore. He gestured towards the cart of meat. With the heat, this meat will spoil if left any longer, such a waste. While you were dining, I called the butcher from the state-run shop to prepare the boar with brine. You may divide it among yourselves, and take it home to hang up. Lin Jianguo nodded, rising to his feet. Pengzi, Xiaonyang, Qin Han, we should be heading home. Our families are waiting. With that, Lin Jianguo picked up a fine piece of meat and offered it to Wang Chuanshu. As the village head, I cannot accept your meat, Wang Chuanshu declined. Village head, you must take it. You've coordinated everything today, and we would feel remiss otherwise. This wild boar is a rare delicacy, and we cannot consume it all. After much persuasion from the group, Wang Chuanshu reluctantly accepted. Exiting the village head's office, the night had already descended. In the fishing village, there was little entertainment after dark. The roads were deserted. Qin Han and Qin Xiaonyang, having had a bit too much to drink, decided to leave the meat for Lin Jianguo to take home to dry and return for it later. Jia Pengzi, carrying a pig leg, smiled. Jianguo, I only want this to treat my parents. You can keep the rest. The group parted ways at the village entrance, and Lin Jianguo pulled the cart home alone. Upon reaching the door, his family greeted him. Lin Zizao rushed forward and embraced Lin Jianguo. Brother, Jianguo, you're back. Lin Tugang and He Chaoshu also came out to welcome him. Come inside. Your sister has prepared your favorite dishes. We've all been waiting for you. Father, mother, I've already eaten at the village head's. With assistance from He Chaoshu, Lin Jianguo brought the cart of meat into the courtyard. What a magnificent haul of meat. Lin Zizao's eyes sparkled. In the past, even during the new year, they would only buy a couple of pounds, just enough to stir up a festive atmosphere, most of which would be devoured by that old witch, Chow Ho Hot. When had she ever seen so much meat? Brother, is all this meat ours? Will we be able to eat meat every day? Lin Zizao's eyes shone with excitement. Silly child, what are you thinking? Lin Jianguo patted his sister's head. Although Lin Zizao was young, her appearance suggested she would grow into a beauty. It was a pity she was too thin. This also applied to Lin Tugong, He Chaoshu, and their sister Lin Jiefeng, all of whom looked gaunt. He Chaoshu pulled Lin Zizao into her arms, saying, Zizao, this meat isn't just for your brother. It's also from the Qin family brothers and Jiapongzi. But I want to eat meat. Lin Zizao licked her lips. Lin Tugong then produced his pipe, taking a couple of puffs. Jianguo, the village head and others have been working hard these past few days. Father, I've already given. Lin Jianguo smiled and declared, if Zizao wants to eat meat, then we shall have meat. Wow, brother, you're so kind. Lin Zizao clung to Lin Jianguo, acting coy. Jianguo, is that appropriate? He Chaoshu asked with concern. It's nothing. They are my good friends and one team mind. However, father, mother, I'd like to invite old Chui from the village to join us for dinner, if that is all right. He contributed to our catching the wild boar. Lin Tugong nodded, saying, that is fine. There is nothing wrong with that. He is just an elderly man living alone, and life is tough for him. He Chaoshu also agreed. As neighbors, we should look out for one another. Lin Tugong stood up, tapping the ash from his pipe against his shoe. You all stay here and cook the meat. I'll go call old Chui. With that, he stepped outside. Meanwhile, He Chaoshu and Lin Jiefeng hung the large chunks of pork from the beams, selecting a pig leg to chop into sizable pieces. Just then, they heard footsteps outside, and Lin Tugong returned with old Chui. Excellent, excellent. This piece is substantial. Old Chui circled the pile of wild boar meat several times, poking at it. Jianguo, it's ungracious of me to partake in this pork. Why is that? Lin Jianguo inquired. Trying to deceive me, are you? Old Chui chuckled, extending 2 fingers to mimic a gun. I can tell just by looking that this wild boar wasn't he killed by hanging. It looks like. No matter, it's all the same. It's dead now, and my promise of 200 pounds of meat stands. No, I, old Chui, am a man of dignity. I cannot take your pork for free. However, today's meal is permissible. Old Chui pulled out a cloth bag from his pocket, smiling. Today, you all rest. I will handle the cooking, and I've even prepared the seasonings. Dear brother Lao Chui, it is truly unwarranted for you to lift a finger during your visit to my humble abode. He Chaochao hastily intervened. No, please do not interfere. To speak candidly, it is not out of mere politeness that I refrain from labor, but rather because your culinary skills with pork, particularly wild boar, leave much to be desired. To prepare this exquisite meat properly, it must be stewed. If you wish to lend a hand, kindly assist me in preparing the offal, and I shall delight you with my culinary expertise. Chapter 58. Allow me to be a godfather. The fire in the hearth blazed fervently, casting a warm glow that illuminated Lin Zizao's face, turning it a rosy hue. Lin Zizao diligently tended to the flames, eagerly adding firewood to the furnace. Steaming vapors escaped from beneath the pot lid, carrying with them the rich aroma of meat. Brother, it smells so delicious. Lin Zizao exclaimed, inhaling deeply. Of course. Lao Tsuedo replied proudly, I am not boasting. When it comes to stewing meat, few can rival me in the entire Chuan Mountain. These are secret recipes passed down from the depths of the northeastern forests. While Lao Tsuedo continued to chatter, Lin Jianguo noticed a peculiar silence emanating from the nearby rooms. Father, what about the people over there? Lin Jianguo inquired, puzzled. The He family was known for their unwillingness to suffer losses, yet they had faced a tremendous setback. And Chao Hohat remained confined in the village, while his own family laughed and feasted. Lin Jianguo found it hard to believe that the He family could swallow their pride. Lin Tugong shook his head, saying, after Chao Hohat was locked up, they seemed to have vanished. Not at home. Indeed, they are not home. He Chaos Wei replied, his voice tinged with concern. Lin Tugong handed a large firecracker to Lao Tsuedo, who accepted it, pulling a burning log from the hearth and igniting it, sending forth a burst of flames followed by a thick cloud of smoke. Brother, you did well. You have a fine son. Lao Tsuedo praised, giving a thumbs up. Yes, he has grown. Lin Tugong replied with a hearty smile. Jianguo, did you speak with that Secretary Su today about your plan to split the family? Lao Tsuedo, who had been mingling in the crowd, had heard clearly. Indeed. Lin Jianguo grasped the hands of Lin Tugong and He Chaos Wei, saying, I want my parents to enjoy a better life. Lao Tsuedo chuckled. But it won't be that easy, will it? Have you considered how to handle the money Chao Hohat demands? That is of no concern. The village previously mentioned rewards for hunting wild boars. I believe there will be a considerable sum. Secretary Su has promised to ensure fairness. So Chow Ho Hot should not be allowed to demand money arbitrarily. Well, you make a valid point. Lao Tsuedo nodded before asking. But where will you reside next? Lin Jianguo was momentarily taken aback, as he had not contemplated this question. To secure a residence in the village, one must petition the village chief, and only with the town's approval could a plot of land be granted. However, the He family's quota had long been occupied by the three He brothers. Even if the Lin family were to separate from the He family, unless the three brothers agreed to relinquish a plot, the situation remained dire. Furthermore, even if they obtained land, where would the funds for construction come from? Would they be reduced to beggars? He Chaos Wee suddenly sighed, saying, I too worry about this. My mother has a brother who serves as the deputy town mayor. After a disagreement, they ceased communication. Today, they are likely not at home. I suspect they have gone to the town to seek him out. Lin Tugung exhaled deeply, taking a puff of smoke. As a son-in-law in this complex village, he often felt isolated and helpless, acutely aware of his own inadequacy. Others had relatives and friends to assist them, while he, Lin Tugung, found himself without any recourse. For years, Lin Tugung had yearned to establish his own household, yet he understood that Chow Ho Hot had long since severed his escape routes. If he were to separate from the family, he would inevitably have to sleep on the streets with his children. This was why he had endured and retreated for so many years. The meat is ready. At that moment, Lao Tsuedo called out. He Chaos Wee hurriedly fetched a ceramic basin. Despite being in his 60s or 70s, Lao Tsuedo possessed great strength, lifting the pot lid and pouring an entire iron pot of meat into the basin. Instantly, an overwhelming aroma wafted through the air, enticing everyone present. How delightful! Even Lin Jianguo, who had already eaten, could not help but compliment the feast. Northeast cuisine, always stewed. Lao Tsuedo declared with pride, taking a pair of chopsticks and poking into the pork, which yielded easily. Done. Lao Tsuedo took a small knife from He Chaoshui's hand, slicing off a piece of wild boar meat with bone, blowing on it briefly before handing it to Lin Jianguo. Wow, it smells so good, Lin Jianguo exclaimed, accepting it eagerly. She took a bite, and with a gentle tug, the bones separated, leaving only tender, succulent meat. Try it too. Lao Tsuedo distributed pieces to everyone. In no time, they gathered around the iron pot by the hearth, basking in its glow as they feasted heartily. It was a scene of pure enjoyment, with no one uttering a word as they relished the meal. Typically, at such a time, Lin Tugging and He Chaos Wee would only take a few symbolic bites before putting down their chopsticks, as they could not bear to compete for food with their growing children. However, today was different. With hundreds of pounds of pork before them, they could eat their fill. Look at how I cooked the pig's intestines. Lao Tsuedo reached into the broth with his bare hands, retrieving a long piece of pig intestine. With a swift motion of his knife, he cut off the fattiest segment and popped it into his mouth. Ah, so hot, so comforting. This is the flavor, Lao Tsuedo mumbled, chewing with delight, his face glowing with satisfaction. Come, you all try it. He offered everyone a piece. This, can we eat this? The thought of what it was made He Chaos Wee and Lin Jianguo hesitate. Lin Zhao, however, was undeterred, accepting it with gusto and exclaiming how delicious it was. Thus, an entire pot of pork vanished at an astonishing rate, leaving the diners with full bellies. Though Lao Tsuedo was older, he had a tremendous appetite, and in the end, even the remnants of the broth found their way into his stomach. Brother, my apologies, we have no wine at home. And at this late hour, there is nowhere to procure any, Lin Tugging said. Despite his own meager means, he remained earnest in his hospitality. Not at all, there's always another day. Lao Tsuedo replied, letting out a satisfied burp and stretching. To be honest, this wild boar meat is not that great, Lao Tsuedo remarked, taking a stick of grass to pick his teeth. The meat is too coarse and gamey. If not for the spices masking the strong flavor, it would be quite unpalatable. The members of the Lin family exchanged bewildered glances, taken aback by his words. Engrossed in the delightful flavors, I failed to detect any peculiar taste. Laochi glanced at Lin Jianguo and with a smile remarked, earlier, when we discussed where you would reside, an idea occurred to me. Oh, Laoci, do share it, Lin Tugung replied, sitting up straight. Given the government's stringent regulations on homesteads, and considering the current circumstances of the He family, acquiring land is quite a daunting task. As an elderly man with no family, the village has allocated me a homestead. At my advanced age, how much longer can I expect to live? My thought is this. If you allow Jianguo to regard me as a godfather, providing me with support in my twilight years, I will speak to the village about transferring this homestead to your family. What do you think? Chapter 59 The Tears of Lao Chui. When Lao Chui's words fell, everyone was momentarily stunned. Jianguo, a clever and composed young man, had a kind heart, and I genuinely liked him. We all reside in the same village, and I am well aware of the character of your family. I believe that if you are willing, you will certainly not treat me poorly in the future. As a solitary elder, this piece of land is of no use to me. It would be perfect for you. If you wish, you can build a house on my land, and from then on, you will no longer need to rely on others. I am still capable of taking care of myself, and once we become family, I can lend a hand. When I grow older, it would be nice to have someone to look after me. Of course, this is a significant matter, and your family can discuss it at your leisure. Lao Chui's expression was solemn, suggesting he was not jesting. Lin Tujin and He Chao Shui were somewhat bewildered, having had no prior preparation for such a proposal. Deep down, this was a favorable development. For the Lin couple, they had cared for Chao Guihua and He Fa Kai for many years. Yet the benefits always accrued to the three sons of the He family, while the Lin family endured hardship. If Lin Jianguo could acknowledge Lao Chui as a godfather, uniting the two families, it would not only mean that Lao Chui could assist with labor, but simply gifting a piece of land would be worthwhile. For Lao Chui, life as a solitary elder must be challenging, and as he ages, he will inevitably face illness or misfortune. Having someone to serve him would certainly be beneficial. Yet, both men harbored reservations. After all, they were not family, and not everyone would welcome them with open arms. Chao Guihua, being He Chao Shui's mother, had treated the Lin family in such a manner. Lao Chui was merely a solitary elder living in the village. Who could foresee what issues might arise in the future? Lin Tujin's eyes reflected some hesitation. Take your time to discuss. I shall take my leave for now, Lao Chui said as he prepared to depart. Uncle Chui, Lin Jianguo called out, pulling him back to sit once more. As a younger generation, I have a few heartfelt words to share. Lin Jianguo looked at his parents, sisters, and Lao Chui. My parents have suffered throughout their lives. I do not wish for them to endure further hardship. My father is a simple and honest man. Although our family has been impoverished these years, he has always worked diligently, instilling in me the importance of being a good person. In my heart, my father is the person I admire most. I have witnessed many individuals, yet none have ventured into perilous waters to rescue so many as he did. I am my parents' son, and this is something I do not wish to change, nor can I. I know the hardships Lao Chui has faced alone, and my recent success in hunting a wild boar was largely due to his assistance. In the future, should Lao Chui require anything, he need only speak, and I, Lin Jianguo, will certainly help. Having said this, Lin Jianguo rose, poured a glass of water, and offered it to Lao Chui, stating, Uncle Chui, I raise this glass of water in your honor. Lao Chui smiled faintly, not taking the cup, and replied, Indeed, I have not misjudged. Jianguo is truly a good child, yet I lack the fortune to accept such kindness. Although I, Lao Chui, am a solitary elder, I am not one to accept charity without merit. How could I benefit without reciprocating? Lao Chui appeared suddenly aged, nodding slightly. Then I shall take my leave. Uncle Chui, do not depart just yet, Lin Tujin called again, his eyes somewhat red. Over the years, he felt deep guilt towards his family. As the man of the house, he had failed to provide a better life for his wife and children, perpetually struggling in poverty. Years ago, during the Great Flood, he had fallen ill while rescuing others, and what had once begun to improve descended once more into hardship. The Lin family had since been unable to recover. Each time he reflected on that fateful day, Lin Tujin's emotions were complex. Was it worth it? It seemed not. To sacrifice his family's livelihood for the lives of dozens of strangers. Among those, some had even bullied him. Yet, whenever Lin Tujin questioned himself, if faced with a similar situation again, his answer remained unchanged. Because of this, he felt he owed his family too much. He constantly believed he was not a good husband or father. Thus, today's words from Lin Jianguo had touched him deeply. His son had grown, becoming understanding, not resenting their poverty or his father's shortcomings, but rather seeing him as a hero. Uncle Chui, you must know my situation. Our family is indeed very poor, and if you come to my home, you will only suffer alongside us. Lao Chui smiled slightly, remaining silent. Lin Jianguo had already declined. Thus, any further words were merely formalities. Jianguo has grown and formed his own opinions. As his father, I cannot be too forceful. However, if you, Uncle Chui, do not mind. Let us become sworn brothers. You are a solitary soul, and I, Lin, have no brothers. From now on, let us be brothers. My children will regard you as family and will care for you, will they not? Lin Tujin turned to his children. Yes, Uncle Chui, from now on, you are our elder brother, Lin Jianguo affirmed resolutely. Lin Jiefeng nodded in agreement, and little Lin Zhao, not fully understanding, followed suit, nodding along with everyone else. Lao Chui's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He raised his hand to wipe them away, shaking his head. I, Lao Chui, cannot take advantage of you. If that were the case, this piece of land would never rightfully belong to you. Uncle Chui, how about this? He Chao Shui, cradling Lin Zhao, said, This is my youngest and dearest daughter. If you do not mind, I would like to entrust her to you, allowing her to take on your surname, Chui. No. Lao Chui quickly waved his hands, tears streaming down his cheeks. I am quite fond of this little girl. I never expected to have a daughter in my old age. Lao Chui vigorously wiped his tears, but joy illuminated his eyes. There is no need to change her surname. As long as she can call me father, I would die contentedly. Lao Chui, overwhelmed with excitement, approached Lin Zhao, crouched down, and softly asked, Child, would you like to call me that? Lin Zhao appeared utterly bewildered. She lifted her gaze towards He Chao Shu and, with a hint of confusion, inquired, Mother, do I not already have a father? I call him father. So where is my father? Lin Tugin's eyes glistened with moisture as he chuckled softly. Then you are fortunate to have two fathers who cherish you. I am your father, and so is he. Go on, call him. He Chao Shu gently encouraged Lin Zhao. Father. Lin Zhao finally mustered the courage to utter the word timidly. At that moment, old Chui was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 60. They are coming for you. That night, the Lin family found little solace in sleep. Though silence enveloped them, each member tossed and turned restlessly. Typically, their dinners consisted of sweet potatoes, a sustenance that quelled hunger and was easily digestible, allowing them to retire to bed with ease. However, this evening, their bellies were filled with wild boar meat, the very essence of which lingered even in their burps. Lin Zhao made several trips to the outhouse, each return accompanied by a lamentation. Brother, my behind feels so slippery after using the toilet. Lin Jianguo, eyes closed, feigned ignorance. When had the Lin family ever lived in such peculiar circumstances, with hundreds of pounds of meat hanging outside? Even in slumber, the salty and fragrant scent of fresh pork permeated the air. Lin Zhao turned over again, mumbling softly, Mother, tomorrow I wish to eat meat buns. All right, tomorrow we shall feast on meat buns. Enough for you to indulge, she replied. No, it cannot be just for me. You and father must partake as well. And my sister, she is too thin, and my brother must eat his fill to hunt the great wild boar again. And what of Father Chui? Gradually, Lin Zhou's murmurs faded as she drifted into slumber. Lin Jianguo's heart brimmed with hope. It seemed the division of the family estate posed no issues. They had secured land for their homestead. The old witch, Chow Ho Hot, remained confined within the village militia, unlikely to stir any significant trouble. As soon as Secretary Su arrived, he could facilitate the division of assets. Provided the funds were not excessive, the village's rewards combined with the sale of wild boar meat should suffice. Most importantly, if they moved out, they must devise a means to earn money for building a house. Given that old Chui was an outsider and a solitary elder, prime plots of land would naturally be unavailable to him. Old Chui's home lay at the village's entrance, closest to the back Ao beach, where one could see the sea from his courtyard. During high tide, the sound of crashing waves would echo through the night. The village was populated by fishermen, and unlike the bourgeois who fantasized about facing the sea with spring flowers blooming, the villagers preferred not to reside too close to the shore. Proximity to the sea brought dampness, and during the return of the southern winds, even the tables at home would sprout mold. It could be said that it was the least desirable piece of land in the village. However, in a decade's time, this very plot would become the most coveted property in the village. Lin Jianguo vividly remembered that, later, a renowned hotel called Wanghalu would be erected on this land, famous throughout the entire Chuanshan area. It was said that the veterans captured and taken across the strait were once marched onto military vessels from this very beach. Thus, after the 3 links were established, those veterans returning home would often visit this establishment to reminisce, dine, and shed a tear or two. Lost in thought, Lin Jianguo also succumbed to slumber. Early the next morning, Lin Jianguo awoke with the dawn, his mind burdened with thoughts. Having been reborn, the pursuit of wealth took precedence. Before the sun had risen, he tiptoed out of the room, not wishing to disturb anyone's rest. In the outer area, strips of meat hung, reminiscent of a scene from a horror film he had seen in his past life. Armed with a shovel, Lin Jianguo made his way to the back Ao beach. By the time he arrived, dawn was breaking. He boarded the small boat and opened the cabin, relieved to find the pile of chicken feathers intact, and set off towards Wugongzi. This little boat was the most vital asset of the Lin family. In a fishing village, possessing a small boat ensured one would not starve. However, relying solely on the boat for wealth was an unrealistic expectation. But that was all right, for there lay Wugongzi, an island steeped in ghost stories, now appearing charming in Lin Jianguo's eyes. This island was indeed his land of fortune. The incident with the wild boar and the agents had stirred considerable commotion, drawing many visitors, yet no one had noticed the golden-headed centipede hidden within the grass. Today's tide was uncooperative, and the journey that usually took half an hour stretched to a full 50 minutes. As Lin Jianguo finally reached the shore, he heard a series of grunts emanating from beneath the cliff. "What luck I have!" he exclaimed. Upon climbing down, his mouth stretched into a grin. In his haste the previous day, he had forgotten to dismantle the snare. To his delight, it had ensnared a small wild boar. Though termed small, it weighed about 30 to 40 pounds. The boar, sensing a presence, leaped about, grunting anxiously. Keeping you would be a nuisance. Having grown up in a fishing village, Lin Jianguo had witnessed much bloodshed from fish, and this was no cause for alarm. If left unchecked, this small boar would become a large one in a year or two. Reflecting on the previous night, Lin Jianguo shuddered. Had it not been for his good fortune, several lives might have been lost. With a swing of the shovel, he swiftly added another several dozen pounds of meat to his collection. Lin Jianguo released the snare and set the boar down. He recalled that there were likely more wild boars on this island, though these were still too small to cross the sea. He relocated the snare and prepared bait with some of the provisions he had brought. This was an unexpected windfall, yet he could not afford to delay his primary tasks. Lin Jianguo approached the boar's throat with the shovel once more, and a spurt of blood gushed forth. He sprinkled the chicken feathers into the pool of blood, mixing them until they were saturated. Wielding the shovel, he ventured into the nearby thicket, startling a multitude of golden-headed centipedes that scurried in every direction. "Don't fret, I am coming for you." Lin Jianguo spat into his palm and began to dig a pit. Capturing the golden-headed centipede was not a daunting task. In his past life, Lin Jianguo had studied the detailed methods in the local gazetteer. A pit measuring 30 to 40 centimeters, filled with chicken feathers, decaying grass, chicken blood, and fish entrails, would attract the creatures. The more foul and pungent, the better, as the golden-headed centipede was drawn to such aromas. Covering the pit with tiles and straw to block the sunlight would gather numerous golden-headed centipedes. When the time came, he could simply use a pair of long chopsticks to capture them. Lin Jianguo dug 3 or 4 pits across an area the size of a basketball court, scattering the bloodied chicken feathers within. As soon as the feathers were scattered, before the tiles were even laid, a large golden-headed centipede was already drawn by the scent. There is no need for haste. Dabao will arrive tomorrow. Lin Jianguo hoisted the iron shovel, carrying a small wild boar, and made his way to the small boat. In his previous life, Lin Jianguo recalled watching Shun Diaoxialu, where it was written that Yang Guo encountered Hong Qigong in the snowy mountains. Hong Qigong had used a rooster to lure the centipede for his liquor. At that time, Lin Jianguo merely thought that old Master Jin was quite the storyteller. It was only later that he realized this was not mere fanciful exaggeration. It appears that the natural enmity between roosters and centipedes is likely grounded in truth. Chapter 61. The harvest of a young admirer. By the time Lin Jianguo's small boat arrived at Hoao, the sun had already risen high in the sky. To his surprise, upon disembarking, he spotted Luo Meijuan. She was seated on a rocky outcrop by the shore, allowing the waves to lap against her bare feet. Her son was joyfully scurrying along the beach, collecting small seashells and catching little crabs. The boy, upon noticing Lin Jianguo, abruptly froze and then began to clap his hands in excitement. "What are you doing here?" Following their previous encounter, Lin Jianguo and Luo Meijuan had grown more familiar, their conversation no longer constrained. "I've been waiting for you." Today, Luo Meijuan had chosen to let her hair flow freely instead of braiding it. In this era, hairstyles were quite simple. Most women wore 2 thick braids, while married women typically cut their hair short. and the elderly women in the fishing village would usually wear their hair pinned up. Few dared to let their hair hang loose. It must be said, she looked rather lovely. Lin Jianguo felt a slight flush rise to his cheeks and stammered, Why? Luo Meijuan laughed, her smile enchanting. What is there to fear? I won tea bite. Yesterday, you displayed quite the spectacle riding through the streets. Lin Jianguo recalled the previous day when his face had been painted with red, feeling a bit embarrassed. My son saw you in the crowd and was in awe of you, especially the enormous wild boar. He came home raving about how impressive you are. I told him you're my classmate, but he wouldn't believe me, insisting I was boasting. This morning, I brought him along to the sweet potato field, and we saw you on the mountain. So we decided to wait for you so he could see you up close. Come here, Xiao Juan. Don't you want to meet the great hero? Luo Meijuan beckoned, but the boy, still some distance away, shyly had a finger in his mouth, hesitant to approach. Come on, Xiao Juan. Come closer and see the little wild boar. Lin Jianguo greeted the boy with a smile. He tossed the small wild boar onto the ground. It was evident that Xiao Juan was not accustomed to meeting people and was quite timid. Luo Meijuan sighed. I usually have to tend to the fields and work, worried he might get hurt, so I keep him at home. Over time, he has grown quite timid. Her words carried a hint of sadness. In such a fishing village, the absence of a man in the household spoke volumes about the hardships of life. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Juan finally succumbed to his curiosity and approached. Wow, this wild boar is so small. The one I saw yesterday was this big. He stretched out his arms wide, attempting to illustrate the size. Indeed, that one was large, and this one is small, much like you. Right now, you are small, but you will grow big one day. Lin Jianguo had always had a fondness for children, and among his family, he was particularly close to this boy. Can I grow as tall as you? Will I be able to hunt big wild boars when I grow up? Xiao Juan asked innocently. Of course. Lin Jianguo chuckled heartily. But hunting wild boars requires practice. You can start by trying to catch this little one. When you grow up, you'll be ready to tackle the big ones. Really? Encouraged, Xiao Juan grew bolder and leaned in closer, poking the small wild boar with a finger. Absolutely. Give it a few kicks. Lin Jianguo said with a smile. Xiao Juan hesitated. But the wild boar has long teeth. It might bite me. Only a great hero like you could defeat a wild boar. The boy's innocent praise made Lin Jianguo feel slightly embarrassed. Truth be told, defeating the wild boar was merely a stroke of luck. Had it not been for the four of them, they might have met a dire fate. Luo Meijuan gazed affectionately at her son, remaining silent, her eyes reflecting a hint of fatigue. I must thank you, she said softly. Several plots of land near my sweet potato field have been ravaged by that wild boar. If it weren't for you all, my field would have suffered too. We would have gone hungry. Not at all. It was merely good fortune on our part, Lin Jianguo replied vaguely. Meanwhile, Xiao Juan had kicked the small wild boar a couple of times, growing bolder, and began playfully punching it with his tiny fists while shouting gleefully. After a busy morning, Lin Jianguo felt a bit tired and sat down on a nearby rock, pulling out some dry rations to chew on. Why are you eating cold food? You might get an upset stomach. Luo Meijuan glanced over and pulled out 2 warm-boiled sweet potatoes from her pocket. I had 2 left over from breakfast, still warm. Please have some. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin Jianguo accepted the offering, awkwardly smiling. I left home early this morning. My family was still asleep, so I just grabbed a piece of dry food. The sweet potatoes were fragrant, soft, and retained a hint of warmth from her hand, making them quite pleasant to eat. Your son is truly adorable. Lin Jianguo sought to make conversation. He's a good child. But alas, his fate is unfortunate, Luo Meijuan said, smiling gently, though her smile held a trace of bitterness. I feel guilty keeping him at home every day. Now he is timid and afraid of strangers. Boys, after all, need a man to guide them. Feeling a bit awkward, Luo Meijuan quickly added, please don't misunderstand. I don't mean anything by it. I just feel that my son's character has become too soft under my care. Not at all. I find your character quite strong. This was a heartfelt truth from Lin Jianguo. Where there are widows, there is much gossip, and old sayings often hold a grain of truth. What choice do I have but to be strong? Life must go on, just like this sweet potato. Even if it's not delicious, it must be eaten. If I have to eat it, I must tell myself it's quite sweet. Luo Meijuan tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her allure shining in the morning sun. Why, you? Lin Jianguo glanced at the half-eaten sweet potato in his hand, feeling a lump in his throat. It's all right. Luo Meijuan laughed again, this time with a hearty chuckle. Though we can't afford the best, sweet potatoes are plentiful, so you're not missing out. Lin Jianguo looked at Xiaojuan, who was now joyfully punching the small wild boar, clearly imagining himself as a great hero capable of vanquishing wild boars. On Xiaojun's forehead, beads of perspiration glistened, and his patched garment, clearly a hand-me-down, though meticulously cleaned, hung loosely on his slender frame, resembling a mere bamboo stalk. Lin Jianguo was reminded of his younger sister. Their own circumstances were already challenging, let alone Luo Meiwan, who was burdened with the responsibility of raising a child alone. Chapter 62, A New Problem Emerges. Xiaojun, stop. That wild boar could kill you, Lin Jianguo called out with a smile. Did I really kill it? I thought it was already dead. Xiaojun appeared somewhat bewildered. Children are all alike. With a stick in hand, they can conjure grand fantasies in their minds. The stick becomes a general's treasured sword, and the grass by the roadside transforms into unfortunate enemies. When engrossed in play, the distinction between reality and imagination becomes trivial. It was alive when I brought it here, still breathing. Now, it has lost all its breath. You truly are remarkable. Lin Jianguo gave a thumbs up. Did I really kill it? I truly did. Xiaojun's spirits lifted as he began to bounce with joy, dragging the boar's tail across the sandy beach. You are truly impressive. You single-handedly brought down a wild boar, while it took the four of us to take down just one. As a reward, this wild boar is yours. Furthermore, I shall bestow upon you the title of Little Hero of Boar Hunting. Xiaojun was left in a state of shock. This cannot be. Luo Meiwan quickly stood up, waving her hands. Let the child enjoy himself. But we cannot accept this. Take it. We are classmates, after all. Look at how thin the child is. Take it home for him to eat and grow strong. No, I cannot accept your gift, Luo Meiwan insisted firmly. You know how people talk. Lin Jianguo chuckled. You are too polite. I have eaten your sweet potatoes twice. Are you not afraid of what others might say? We are classmates. It is only right that we support one another. If I need your assistance in the future, would you simply stand by? Of course not. Luo Meiwan shook her head resolutely. It was evident that Luo Meiwan was a proud woman. Although her life was quite difficult, she was reluctant to accept kindness from others. Very well, you may keep the wild boar, but I genuinely have a favor to ask of you. What is it? Speak, and if I can assist, I shall certainly help, but I cannot accept the wild boar. Then forget it. I shall not say anything. After an intense exchange, Luo Meiwan finally relented. Then go ahead and say it. Lin Jianguo glanced around. This beach was not a proper port, and it was unlikely that anyone would come here. Genuine fishing boats docked at the wharf. This matter was neither small nor large. Do not question why. In short, I ask but one thing. Do not speak of my trip to Wugongzi to anyone. Lin Jianguo looked at Luo Meiwan. On Wugongzi, he harbored his greatest secret. He had never even shared it with his closest friends. It was not a matter of trust, nor was it a desire to keep it to himself. It was simply that the more people who knew, the fewer secrets remained in this world. Moreover, he truly needed the money at present. Can you do this? Lin Jianguo inquired of Luo Meiwan. I must say, Luo Meiwan was indeed quite beautiful, especially with her bosom rising and falling like waves. In this era, people unconsciously believed that a slender figure was preferable, and Luo Meiwan had even felt self-conscious about her own figure. However, in Lin Jianguo's eyes, it was an entirely different story. Finding her attractive was one matter, but he could never bring himself to exploit a widow. Very well, I agree. Luo Meiwan nodded, although she was somewhat perplexed. She had already witnessed Lin Jianguo visit that small island at Wugongzi twice. That island had never seen anyone else, and she wondered why Lin Jianguo needed to go there secretly. Was it truly for the boar? Perhaps. Yet, being a proud and sensible woman, she chose not to inquire further since Lin Jianguo had not mentioned it. Lin Jianguo pondered for a moment, then said, Now that everyone knows we captured a large wild boar, if news gets out that you have a small one, it could lead to gossip. If you are concerned about what people might say, cover the small wild boar with sweet potatoes and sweet potato leaves when you transport it, so it doesn't attract attention. When you return, prepare some for the child while it is still fresh. The rest can be made into preserved meat for later. After saying this, Lin Jianguo stood up. It was getting late, and if anyone saw him with Luo Meiwan, it would matter little to him. But for a young widow like her, reputation was paramount. Lin Jianguo desperately wanted to ask Luo Meiwan why she had not remarried, but reconsidering, he thought better of it. As for seeking her assistance, it was partly genuine and partly not. The matter of the golden-headed centipede on Wugongzi was, for now, a secret to which no one else was privy. However, should he earn money in the future, people might take an interest. and it would be wise to keep his movements discreet. Very well, I shall take my leave. Should you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to speak. Lin Jianguo waved goodbye to Xiao Jun and made his way home while carrying the shovel. As he turned the corner of the hill, he noticed a large crowd gathered in front of his house. Oh no, what trouble could this be? Lin Jianguo felt his heart tighten. The previous night, He Fatsai and his companions had not been home, and Lin Jianguo had a foreboding sense of unease. He pushed through the crowd, and those gathered to watch parted to let him through. Upon opening the courtyard gate, he saw several burly men grabbing Lin Tugum, shoving and pulling at him, tearing his clothes in the process. Nearby, He Chaos Hui, Lin Jifang, and Lin Zhejiang were also held back and unable to assist. Let go of him, you bastards. Seeing his father being bullied, Lin Jianguo's eyes turned red. Without a second thought, he swung the shovel on his shoulder. If he struck, it could cost a life. Jianguo, do not be impulsive, Lin Tugum shouted. The men surrounding him noticed Lin Jianguo and were instantly frightened, fleeing in panic. Two men darted to the side, unable to escape in time, rolling on the ground to evade him. One of them dodged too wildly and crashed into the doorframe, blood streaming from his head. A commotion erupted at the entrance as the Qin brothers and Zhao Pengzi arrived. Who dares to lay a hand? The group of sturdy lads stood firm, and Lin Jianguo felt his spine straighten. Having not had his fill of excitement from the wild boar hunt yesterday, today was perfect. Qin Xiaonyang picked up a brick from the corner of the wall, tossing her hair to the side, and asked Lin Jianguo, Jianguo, who should we take on first? Regardless of whether they were mere spectators or the few individuals present, all were left in a state of bewilderment. Bullying Lin Tujin was one matter, and dealing with Lin Jianguo was another. After all, the Lin family held no significant standing in the village, a fact well known to all. However, none anticipated that they had stirred a hornet's nest. The notoriety of the Wild Boar Quartet had surged in recent days. Particularly notable was that Qin Xiaonyang. Despite her androgynous appearance, which made her seem somewhat frail, her countenance bore a hint of ruthlessness, accentuated by a scar that traversed her face, revealing her as someone unafraid to take risks. Who would not fear such a presence? Chapter 63. The Dog Relying on Its Master. I have long heard that Dongfeng village is currently in a state of turmoil. It seems that a rectification is indeed in order. As this was spoken, an individual emerged from the main house. Leading the way was an elderly man with a goatee, in his 60s, possessing small eyes. Following closely behind him was He Fatsai, whose countenance radiated sycophancy, while He Dingshan, the eldest of the He family, stood proudly, puffing out his chest. Lin Jianguo glanced over and instantly comprehended that this old man must be the brother of Chao Hohat, as mentioned by He Chaoshua the previous night. Initially, Lin Jianguo had thought that the siblings had long ceased visiting, and thus who would concern themselves with Chao Hohat's affairs. However, it appeared that blood ties were indeed strong. A broken bone is still connected by sinew. This was a clear instance of coming forth to defend Chao Hohat. Uncle, it's this brat. He Dingshan pointed at Lin Jianguo and exclaimed loudly. Humph, an ungrateful and disloyal wretch. If this were the old society, he would be subjected to a brutal punishment. Bah, you reactionary. This is the new China. It has been decades since the establishment of the new society, and you still cling to the old ways, revealing yourself as a remnant of feudalism. Down with the remnants of feudalism. Lin Jianguo, unyielding in his reasoning, raised his fist and shouted. Down with the remnants of feudalism. The Qin brothers and the corpulent Jia joined in, unafraid of the commotion. The old man nearly succumbed to rage. Chao Yuan was the deputy mayor of Yuanting town, ostensibly the superior of Dongfeng village. Years ago, he had a fierce dispute with Chao Hohat over the division of inheritance, after which they ceased all contact. Initially, Chao Yuan had no intention of meddling in Chao Hohat's affairs. However, upon hearing that she had been incarcerated, he was suddenly displeased. Despite their quarrels, she remained his sister. The fact that his sister was imprisoned was a significant embarrassment, indicating that others did not regard his position as deputy mayor with any respect. Chao Yuan was not a virtuous man. He had ascended through political movements. And although he had managed to remain unscathed during the waves of reform and opening up, he had been sidelined. The likes of Wang Jiushu from Dongfeng village showed him no deference. Coupled with the gifts brought by He Fatsai and others, Chao Yuan perceived this as a prime opportunity to re-establish his authority. Thus he came. He had intended to leverage his age to impose a label of disloyalty upon Lin Jianguo, but was taken aback when Lin Jianguo retorted so swiftly. Moreover, Why did it feel so familiar? Wasn't this how he had dealt with others in the past? You insolent brat, stop spouting nonsense. Do you know who this is? He is our uncle, the deputy mayor of our town. He Dingshan boasted pompously. This display of petty arrogance was nauseating to behold. Just yesterday, this individual had scurried like a rat, afraid to utter a word, fearing Lin Jianguo would retaliate. Yet today he was strutting about. Lin Jianguo let out a cold laugh and said, "Uncle, I have neither heard of you nor seen you before. When Xiao Hohat bullied my father, insulted my mother, and starved us, I never saw any uncle come forth to administer justice. Now, you suddenly appear, all high and mighty. I wish to ask this esteemed uncle, should that old crone, Xiao Hohat, who mistreats her own grandson, deserve to live?" Instantly, the crowd erupted in applause. Lin Jianguo unleashed his fervor, continuing, "Esteemed elders, you all know what a good man my father is. However, despite his lifelong effort to be virtuous, what has he gained? I too wish to be a good person, yet good deeds go unrewarded. They have forced me to become the villain. I hope Xiao Hohat would be a kind grandmother, and that our family could live in harmony, providing her with care in her old age. Yet that old hag sees my parents solely as objects to exploit, draining them dry. Such a wretched old fool would be better off dead." The crowd erupted once more in cheers. This rhetoric was undeniably inflammatory, especially given Xiao Hohat's poor reputation. Though none wished to tread upon new shoes and step in dog excrement, they were more than willing to join in the commotion for the spectacle. Humph. Xiao Yuan's expression darkened. He had not anticipated this youth to be so sharp-tongued. No wonder his notoriously unreasonable sister, Xiao Hohat, had suffered at this young man's hands. Yet, deep down, Xiao Yuan understood he was no longer the ruffian who stormed into others' homes to eradicate the four olds and target rightists. He had now attained a respectable status as the deputy mayor. Engaging in a verbal spat with this young man would only lead to his own disgrace. Thus, he turned his back, paced back and forth, and then finally lifted his head to look at Lin Jianguo. "Humph, you troublemaker. The entire nation is focused on economic development, yet you young people are not diligent in your work, forming cliques, disturbing social order, and corrupting societal morals. You are a remnant of poison, a malignant tumor. Where is your village chief? Wang Jiushu?" Xiao Yuan disregarded Lin Jianguo entirely. "Wang village chief, when did you arrive? Why didn't you give us a heads up?" Wang Jiushu had long been aware of Xiao Yuan's presence, but having never seen eye to eye with such a petty individual, he had refrained from approaching. Now, seeing that Xiao Yuan had inquired, he had no choice but to step forward. "Yes, it is true that we apprehended Xiao Hohat," he replied. "Yesterday, Secretary Su from the county was here. It was he who ordered her detention." "Nonsense. Which Secretary Su? I do not recognize him." Xiao Yuan frowned, realizing Wang Jiushu was using the county leadership to pressure him. The county official holds less sway than the current local authority. Moreover, there were so many secretaries in the county. As a deputy mayor, he wielded genuine power within the town and village. He was not intimidated by some insignificant secretary. "You apprehended Xiao Hohat, and now her family has come to complain. I cannot ignore this. Village Chief Wang, I would like to inquire, what law did Xiao Hohat violate?" Xiao Yuan, having ascended through the chaos of the past, was naturally a shrewd individual. Upon observing he fought eye closely, he quickly identified the root of the problem. Thus, although Xiao Hohat may be obstinately troublesome, the matter of whether to separate or not is a domestic affair of their family. Even if Xiao Hohat had taken action against Lin Tugan and his son, it would merely be a case of an elder reprimanding a younger member. Even if they were in the wrong or too harsh, it still pertains to internal family discord. Persuasion and education are acceptable, but to speak of imprisonment is evidently excessive. Cao Yuan seized upon this point, which instilled him with confidence. Now, as he raised this issue, Wang Jiushu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 64. What does it mean to distort right and wrong in this era of rural life? The distance between the heavens and the emperor is indeed vast. The village chief essentially reigns as a local sovereign. However, many individuals who serve as village chiefs at the grassroots level were once revolutionaries, wholeheartedly devoted to the public good, thus earning the respect of the populace. Consequently, although some of their methods may be simplistic and harsh, they are generally accepted. Yet, should one scrutinize the matter more closely, it is evident that certain irregularities exist. Now, confronted with the likes of Xiao Yuan, who has risen to prominence through brute force and intimidation, Wang Jiushu could only roll his eyes in exasperation rendered speechless. He is merely a village chief, not a law enforcement officer. According to the law, he lacks the authority to arrest or detain anyone. Deputy Town Head Chow, he lamented. You are aware that our village lacks even a police station. If we wait for the police to arrive, the criminals will have long since fled. Chow Yuan's eyes narrowed, the term deputy striking him like a thorn. Typically, when people encounter him, they flatter him by addressing him as Town Head Chow. Yet, Wang Jioshu's insistence on using the title of deputy felt like a deliberate provocation. Today, he resolved to deal with both Wang Jioshu and that little beast together. The law. In our new society, we uphold the law. Without the law, what can you possibly say? You are engaging in illegal detention. Furthermore, you are harboring criminals. Just look at what your negligence has wrought. Dongfeng Village has devolved into chaos. A perfectly good elderly resident has been imprisoned by you. The victim's grandson, the perpetrator, openly curses his own grandmother. And it is said he has even laid hands upon her. Such behavior is utterly barbaric. Moreover, these thugs are scheming to seize the victim's property, driving the victim's family from their own home. He gestured towards He Fa Kai and his companions, exclaiming, Look at these victims, terrified to return home at night for fear of retribution, hastily coming to town to file complaints. It is a shocking sight. Dongfeng Village once had a commendable atmosphere, but now, what has it become? It is heart-wrenching. The transformation of Dongfeng Village into its current state bears the undeniable responsibility of certain individuals. As the deputy town head of Yuanting, it is my duty to rectify the moral decay and promote righteousness in society. I will not allow the pernicious influences in your village to fester and escalate. Everyone, including Lin Jianguo, was taken aback. This was an utter distortion of truth. If one were unaware of the situation's background, they might be led to believe he was an impartial judge. Chow Yuan inwardly scoffed. What is power? Power is being both the athlete and the referee. You may compete alongside me, yet I alone determine the outcome. Wang Jioshu was equally bewildered. He is a man of principles and integrity, never before considering that words could be twisted in such a manner. Satisfied with his rhetoric, Chow Yuan called out, He Dingshan. Uncle, I am here. Came the response. Go, release your mother at once. Yes. He Dingshan nodded vigorously, almost shaking with eagerness, before dashing off. Before long, a cacophony of shouts and curses echoed from a distance. It was none other than Chow Ho-Hot. Heaven has eyes, please take this little beast away. Her cries grew louder as she approached. Upon entering, she spotted Chow Yuan and began to berate him. You wretched creature, you are still my brother. I have been captured, and you do not come to my rescue. How can you face our deceased parents? Hurry, apprehend these curs. Chow Yuan surveyed the crowd, feeling a sense of vindication. Thus, to rectify the misdeeds in your village, I have specifically brought law enforcement officers. With a wave of his hand, several more individuals emerged from the throng, each brandishing what resembled electric batons, pointing them menacingly at Lin Jianguo and his companions. Behave yourselves, if you dare resist arrest. Do not blame us for being impolite. Lin Jianguo was taken aback, realizing that he was in for a rough day. However, he understood that if he retreated even a single step today, all his previous efforts would be in vain. He raised his shovel and swung it a couple of times, intimidating two approaching officers. De Qin, Shao Qin, and Fatty Jia, this is no concern of yours. You should return home. He did not wish to implicate his friends. Meanwhile, Lin Tugan grasped a shoulder pole, positioning himself behind Lin Jianguo. Lin Jianguo was correct. After years of being the good person, what had he gained? Merely the bullying and scorn of these wretched individuals. Those like Chow Ho-Hot viewed Lin Tugan's kindness as weakness to be exploited. Each person desired to trample upon him to assert their superiority. Now, Lin Tugan finally comprehended that if anyone dared to tread upon him, his immediate response would be to sever their foot. Jianguo, what are you saying? If you continue down this path, we will cease to be friends. Spoke Qin Xiaonyang, shaking a brick in her hand, causing anyone she gazed upon to tremble. What is a learning class? What is so remarkable about it? I haven't attended in so long that I actually miss it, Fatty Jia remarked nervously, sweating profusely yet assuming a combat-ready stance. Jianguo, we have fought wild boars together and shared life and death as comrades. If we are to fight, we will do so together, without cowardice. Qin Han, empty-handed, felt a pang of guilt. He glanced at the half of a wild boar leg hanging from the rafters, snatched it down, and held it in his hand. Lin Jianguo felt warmth in his heart. These were his true friends. They were brothers. And should he prosper, he would never forget them. Who dares to bully my younger brother? A hoarse voice suddenly rang out from outside. Old Shui, hunched over, entered the scene. The old man surprisingly drew a bow, instantly startling the group of law enforcement officers. This was a genuine bow and arrow, capable of inflicting harm. Old brother Shui. Lin Tugan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. This was the brother he had recognized just the previous night. And he had truly come to help. Brother, no worries. Old Shui's weathered face bore deep lines, yet he displayed no emotion. In the face of the invaders back then, we did not cower. Taking down one was sufficient to break even, and taking down two yielded profit. Humph, Deputy Town Chief Chow, I did not expect you to be a man of the law. Lin Jianguo scoffed, continuing to inquire. May I ask, are these individuals police officers? Do they possess the authority to apprehend? If they lack the power to detain, can our resistance be deemed as refusal to comply? Unexpectedly, Lin Jianguo turned the tables on himself. They may not be police officers, yet they are members of the security team, tasked with maintaining public order. Lin Jianguo chuckled. If you wish to claim some familial authority, that grants you a modicum of standing, but now you speak of upholding public security? Who granted you the right to intrude upon my household? Should you dare to act, we shall not hesitate to resist, and if lives are lost, can you shoulder the consequences? Upon uttering these words, the security team members faltered. Earning merely a few coins a month is hardly worth risking their lives. Particularly since this matter felt inherently dubious. They were merely accompanying the deputy town chief out of courtesy. To lose one's life over such a trivial issue would be utterly unwise. Chapter 65. The iron fist of 3 generations of poor peasants. Although the fleeting expressions on the faces of the security personnel went unnoticed by most, they did not escape Lin Jianguo's keen observation. There is a saying, in battle, courage is paramount. When two armies confront each other, the most crucial element is the morale of the troops. Once morale falters, defeat is inevitable. Lin Jianguo, seizing the moment, shouted, "Brothers, let's strike." With that, he swung his shovel towards a security officer before him. The display was grand, yet Lin Jianguo was careful, deliberately missing by a margin of 20 centimeters. The security officer, who had just collided with the doorframe and was already bleeding, was terrified at the sight of the gleaming shovel approaching and promptly turned to flee. Qin Xiaonyang, however, was earnest in her intentions. She remained silent and charged forward, brandishing a brick. Truly, a barking dog does not bite. Such a character as Qin Xiaonyang would instill fear in anyone who crossed her path. Her advance caused several security personnel to turn and run. They had only come to support and did not wish to risk their lives. Moreover, these individuals were seasoned veterans, adept at discerning whom to provoke and whom to avoid. Today's group, including Lin Tugang, Fatty Jia, and Qin Han, appeared timid and meek. A few harsh words would likely intimidate them without the backing of others. Lin Jianguo was somewhat of an enigma, displaying a facade of bravado. The true source of terror, however, was Qin Xiaonyang and the bowman, Old Shui. Particularly, Old Shui stood at a calculated distance from the security personnel, neither too far nor too near. Too far would render his shots ineffective, while too close would diminish the power of his bow. At this optimal distance, his arrows would strike with precision and force. Furthermore, Old Shui's eyes, though small and dim, radiated an unsettling calmness, devoid of excitement or panic. Such individuals, when they do engage, create significant repercussions. As Lin Jianguo and his companions surged forward, Old Shui remained stationary, drawing back his bowstring. The security personnel, seasoned as they were, recognized that they were in the wrong for intervening in someone else's home. If the Lin family were cowards, they would not have any cause for concern. However, should the situation escalate, regardless of which side suffered loss, they would find themselves in dire straits. Thus, when Lin Jianguo charged, the group seemed to have reached a tacit agreement and fled. Chao Yuan found himself in an awkward predicament, suddenly left in command without any support. Uncle? Or should I still refer to you as Deputy Town Head Chao? Lin Jianguo pondered that navigating this world required a touch of audacity. In his past life, he had always been the honest man, yet he often encountered rogues. This time, he shed that straightforwardness, and fortune appeared to favor him. Enough chatter, let's act. Beside him, Qin Xiaonyang's eyes blazed with determination as she charged forward with her brick. What do you intend to do? Chao Yuan quivered with fear, recognizing the potential danger. The seemingly innocent young woman brandishing a brick possessed an explosive temperament. As the deputy town head, A confrontation with such a fierce individual would be a significant embarrassment. Lin Jianguo exchanged a glance with Qin Han, who quickly restrained Qin Xiaonyang, exclaiming, "Brother, this is unnecessary. This issue doesn't warrant such extreme measures." Qin Xiaonyang was relentless, striving to advance, while Qin Han and Fatty Jia struggled to hold her back. This display, both authentic and theatrical, could not appear more genuine. Lin Jianguo wished to avoid escalating the situation, but realized that without curtailing Chao Yuan's arrogance, his own hardships would persist. Rolling up his sleeves, Lin Jianguo shouted, "What's the matter? Let me show you the iron fist of 3 generations of poor peasants." He hurled his shovel aside and charged forward. "What do you intend to do? You dare to assault a government official? Help!" Chao Yuan, an older man, had initially fled with surprising speed, but soon found himself unable to keep up with the youthful Lin Jianguo, who was merely attempting to intimidate him without going all out. The atmosphere erupted in chaos. The Lin family's young man had gained notoriety for daring to pursue a government official. Regardless of the righteousness of the situation, the sheer audacity was frightening. Those who had previously bullied Lin Jianguo felt a chill run down their spines. In the eyes of urban dwellers, both rural and fishing villages exuded a romantic aura, where the inhabitants were perceived as simple-hearted and benevolent. In truth, however, both settings were arenas of brutal survival, characterized by fierce competition for limited resources. This harsh reality underpinned the age-old Chinese belief that having more children equates to greater fortune. An additional son means more labor and, in conflicts, more strength. Lin Jianguo, a son-in-law, was often bullied due to his perceived weakness, characterized by the 6 words, impoverished, isolated, and powerless. Yet now, everything had changed. Lin Jianguo had a ferocious and formidable son. Anyone wishing to bully him in the future would first have to contend with Lin Jianguo, his friends, and the bowman, old Chui. "Help! There has been a murder." Chao Yuan, now weary from running, could no longer keep pace, yet he dared not cease, fearing repercussions. He stumbled, falling unceremoniously. Lin Jianguo immediately halted, raising his hands and declaring, "Neighbors, please bear witness. I did not touch him. He fell due to his own clumsiness. It has nothing to do with me. You little rascal, wait until I get my hands on you. I will not let this go." Chao Yuan, struggling to rise, found his face bloodied and bruised, while blood streamed from his nose. "You assaulted a government official. I will call the police to have you arrested." He shouted angrily, "Behold! Behold! What has become of this situation?" Amidst the crowd, Wang Jiushu emerged to mediate. "We are all family here, a venerable uncle and a young lad lacking in understanding, embroiled in familial strife, indeed." With a beaming smile, Wang Jiushu assisted Chao Yuan in regaining his composure and taking a seat. At this moment, the once formidable Chao Yuan had long lost his earlier bravado. Even the few members of the security team had fled, leaving him devoid of his former authority. Wang Jiushu had grown weary of Chao Yuan's demeanor and had deliberately delayed his appearance, allowing him to embarrass himself. Chapter 66. Kneel and beg for mercy. Chao Yuan continued to babble incessantly. "Stop your clamor. We cannot hold them back," Qin Han shouted. Upon glancing at Qin Xiaonyang, Chao Yuan promptly quieted down. "Everyone disperse. There is nothing to see here." Wang Jiushu began to disperse the onlookers. However, the villagers were reluctant to leave, as such excitement was a rare occurrence. "What is there to watch when a family is quarreling?" Wang Jiushu shouted loudly. "What family squabble? They are assaulting a government official," Chao Yuan retorted. Having once been involved in political movements, he understood the implications of such phrases. "Wang Jiushu, do not attempt to absolve them. I comprehend your insinuation. By suggesting this is merely a family dispute, you imply they bear no responsibility, do you not? I assure you, you are sorely mistaken. I will certainly deal with them." Wang Jiushu waved his hand and smiled apologetically. "Look here, I only wish to mediate. How did this turn into a matter concerning me? I truly have meddled too much. Perhaps I should take my leave? Village Chief Wang, you may depart. This matter does not concern you." Qin Xiaonyang, now composed, sought to intimidate Chao Yuan. After all, scaring someone is risk-free. "No, no, do not leave." Chao Yuan, initially defiant, softened at the sight of Qin Xiaonyang. He had seen enough of the world to realize that the most ruthless individuals were not those in power, but rather the impetuous youth. When their tempers flared, they could do anything. Gradually, Chao Yuan regained his composure, realizing that the security team who had accompanied him had vanished without a trace. If he continued to be obstinate today, he would undoubtedly suffer consequences. Humph, I will not concern myself with your family affairs. I am leaving. Uncle. Then go safely. We shall not see you off. Lin Jianguo stepped aside. After all, Chao Yuan was the deputy town chief, and there was no need to make an enemy of him. As long as he refrained from meddling in the Lin family's affairs, all would be well. Oh dear, father, mother, you passed away too early. I am now left without protection. My brother, bullied, dares not utter a word. Chao Hohat lamented at the entrance. Be silent. It is a miracle we managed to get you out. Chao Yuan stamped his foot and turned to leave. Just then, the sound of an approaching car engine echoed down the road. Dongfeng Village, a small fishing hamlet, rarely witnessed vehicles, piquing the villagers' curiosity once more. Soon, a group of uniformed police officers rushed in, accompanied by hurried footsteps. What the? Chao Yuan straightened his back immediately. This situation was too apparent. Who in this courtyard possessed such influence to summon the police? It could only be himself. After a brief contemplation, he understood the situation. Undoubtedly, the security team that had fled earlier had gone to report the incident. The town's police, upon hearing that the deputy town chief was under attack, had come to offer assistance. Quickly, apprehend these individuals. Chao Yuan shouted, pointing at Lin Jianguo and his companions. Chao Hohat wiped her tears and swiftly got to her feet, filled with pride. Look, son, did I not tell you? Your uncle is formidable. First the security team, now the police. She exclaimed fiercely, if these rascals do not behave, we shall send in the troops to deal with them. The squad of police entered the courtyard, first surrounding old Chui and confiscating the bow and arrow from his hands. Next, they encircled Fatty Jia, who, although not harmed, was also disarmed. Lin Jianguo and his companions were bewildered. What is happening? The police have truly arrived? They realized the old rascal was quite cunning. Initially, Lin Jianguo had no intention of escalating the situation, but at this juncture, if he did not act, the opportunity would be lost. Revenge must be swift. While Chao Yuan continued to strut about, oblivious to Lin Jianguo's intentions, even the police were caught off guard. You old scoundrel. Lin Jianguo charged forward and kicked Chao Yuan, sending him flying. Assault. He has attacked a government official. Lin Jianguo had just assaulted a state cadre. Immediate action, apprehend him. Your deputy town chief is in danger. Chao Hohat, frantic, grabbed hold of one of the officers, urging him to seize Lin Jianguo. The officer, however, barely acknowledged her, gently pushing her aside, causing her to stumble. What are you all doing? Chao Yuan, struggling to rise from the ground, could hardly believe his eyes. Were these officers not here to assist him in apprehending individuals? At that moment, a man strode in confidently. Mayor Song, you have come in person? Chao Yuan scrambled to his feet, extending his hands in greeting. Throughout his life, he had relied on flattery and had no genuine skills. He had long sought to curry favor with Mayor Song, yet the latter had always been unyielding. Unexpectedly, today, to save him, Mayor Song had not only dispatched the police, but had also come himself. Mayor Song, look at the state of our village. I, a government official, have been so brutally assaulted. It is utterly unacceptable. This prevailing atmosphere demands rectification. I am confident that with you personally intervening, we shall achieve a resounding victory. Chao Yuan clung to Mayor Song's hand, unwilling to let go. You are Deputy Town Chief Chao? Mayor Song scrutinized him for a moment before finally recognizing him. What? Am I so grievously injured that you fail to recognize me? Chao Yuan reached to touch his face, only to recoil in pain. Oh dear, how did this come to pass? This is intolerable. It will reflect poorly when Secretary Zhao sees you. What? This matter has even reached Secretary Zhao? Chao Yuan was utterly astounded. He turned to Lin Jianguo and sneered, you are finished. Prepare to serve time. One must bear the consequences of their actions. It was I, Lin Jianguo, who struck you. At this point, it was futile to show fear. Oh, you are Lin Jianguo. Mayor Song advanced toward Lin Jianguo. Chao Yuan's sneer widened, and Chao Hohat along with the He family members were practically beside themselves with joy. Look, this is the fate of the unfilial and rebellious. Lin Tugong, did you not wish to divide the family? Do you still wish to? If you were to kneel and plead with me, perhaps I might be inclined to show mercy and advocate for this little wretch, persuading the government to reduce his sentence. However, should you wish for my intercession, you must pledge to serve me as a devoted servant for the rest of your life. Do you understand? Enough of your foolishness. Can you truly meddle in government affairs? Chao Yuan deliberately adopted a stern countenance and proclaimed, Assaulting a state official is a grave offense that warrants life imprisonment. Alas, Lin Jianguo was so taken aback by this scene that she burst into tears. Jianguo, do not cry, please. Old Shui, witnessing his daughter's distress, was frantic. Do not touch my son. If anyone is to be arrested, it should be me. I am his father, Lin Jianguo. Lin Jianguo stepped forward, positioning himself between Mayor Song and Lin Jianguo. Oh, you are Lin Jianguo. Mayor Song's eyes suddenly sparkled with recognition. He took a couple of steps closer, grasped Lin Jianguo's hands with a smile, and said, Old brother Jianguo, you have endured much over the years. What? You? Endured grievances? Chao Yuan was left in a state of confusion. Chapter 67. Good deeds are rewarded. We have heard about the matters concerning you and your son. Truly, a hero gives rise to a hero. Mayor Song grasped Lin Jianguo's hand and refused to let go. Lin Jianguo felt somewhat bewildered. He was a man of integrity, and the highest-ranking official he had ever encountered was the village head, Wang, from Dongfeng Village. Even when facing Wang, he found himself unable to utter a word. In his eyes, the mayor represented an even loftier echelon of authority. Yet now, the mayor was holding his hand and inquiring after his well-being. Lin Jianguo's mouth opened, but he could not find his voice. Mayor, you must be mistaken? Chao Yuan pointed incredulously at his own pig-like face and exclaimed, They are the culprits, the perpetrators. Aren't you here to apprehend them? Apprehend whom? Mayor Song's expression turned serious as he looked at Chao Yuan. Deputy Mayor Chao, it is time for you to amend your style and habits. The past is not the present. Your thuggish demeanor and militaristic attitude must change, or you will find yourself in error. You cannot continually position yourself against the people. Chao Yuan rolled his eyes, utterly flabbergasted. Although he was aware that Mayor Song had never been particularly fond of him, he had assumed that, as a deputy mayor, there would be some mutual respect. The words spoken by Mayor Song today felt like a public slap in the face. Chao Yuan could not fathom why the mayor would make such statements. The Lin family was merely among the lowest strata of Dongfeng Village. After all, anyone with a modicum of wealth would not allow their son to become a son-in-law to a family like theirs. Could it be that Mayor Song was turning against Lin Jianguo and himself? That seemed improbable. This young man, who Chao, so reckless, could possess any extraordinary abilities? He merely killed a wild boar, after all. He glanced at He Fatsai and He Dingshan, who both lowered their heads in silence. Last night, in order to persuade Chao Yuan to intervene, they had deliberately concealed the fact that Lin Jianguo had captured spies. Mayor Song, Chao Yuan still wished to seek clarification. Just then, a police officer at the door parted the crowd, and a one-armed man entered. Brother Jianguo, it has been a long time. The one-armed man stepped forward, extending a large hand to grasp Lin Jianguo's. Brother Jianguo, the one-armed man surveyed Lin Jianguo and smiled. Time flies, doesn't he it? Look at us, we have grown old. But your grip remains as strong as ever. You, who are you? Lin Jianguo's eyes filled with confusion as he gazed at the man before him, unable to recall. It seems Brother Jianguo has forgotten me. The one-armed man laughed heartily. However, I have never forgotten. I remember the year I nearly drowned at sea. You reached out your hand and pulled me to safety. You are Zhao the one-armed? Suddenly, Lin Jianguo noticed the empty sleeve of the one-armed man. Indeed, it is I. Brother Jianguo, I have come to see you. I hope you do not hold it against me for arriving late. Lin Jianguo felt a surge of emotion. Throughout the years, many people he had saved resided in the village, yet none had come to visit him. He never imagined that someone he had rescued would still remember him. Thank you. Suddenly, tears welled in Lin Jianguo's eyes. Why are you thanking me? I should be the one expressing my gratitude. Secretary Zhao clasped Lin Jianguo's hand and turned to look behind him. This is your son, Lin Jianguo? Zhao nodded and remarked, Only a heroic father like you could raise such a brave son. Upon hearing that Jianguo is your son and that you are still in Dongfeng Village, I hastened to come see you. Secretary Zhao surveyed the gathered villagers and raised his one arm, proclaiming loudly, Greetings, everyone. I am the Secretary of Chuanshan County. 20 years ago, during that fierce storm, Brother Jianguo saved me from drowning in the sea. He is my savior. Chao Yuan stood nearby, utterly stunned. What on earth is happening? Lin Jianguo is the savior of the county secretary? Where am I? Who am I? What on earth am I doing? Reflecting on his futile attempts to ingratiate himself with Secretary Zhao, he felt as though he were digging his own grave. In light of this realization, Chao Yuan felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Brother, Chao Hohat approached. Get lost. Chao Yuan swatted at her with a dismissive hand. sending a significant blow to her face. "Who is this?" Secretary Zhao inquired, noticing Chao Yuan. "This is our town's deputy mayor, Chao Yuan." Mayor Song's face betrayed a hint of disdain. Chao Yuan, with excessive flattery, extended both hands. Secretary Zhao's hand met Lin Tugging's, while Chao Yuan awkwardly grasped the other empty sleeve. The atmosphere became increasingly awkward. "I am Tugging's uncle. By relation, Lin Jianguo must refer to me as uncle," Chao Yuan said shamelessly. "Oh, I see." Secretary Zhao responded nonchalantly. He turned back to the villagers present. "Dear fellow villagers, I am here to commend Comrade Lin Jianguo. He has slain a wild boar, eliminating a menace to the people, and captured enemy spies, safeguarding our national security. The intelligence he intercepted is of utmost importance." The gathered villagers erupted in applause. Mayor Song smiled and suggested, "Secretary Zhao, let us go to the village head. It is spacious there and conducive for discussion." "Certainly. It has been many years since I left Dongfeng village, and I miss the villagers dearly." Secretary Zhao took hold of Lin Tugging's arm and, accompanied by Mayor Song and Wang Jiushu, made their way toward the Bell of Ghosts. Lin Jianguo finally breathed a sigh of relief, joining hands with Daqin, Xiaoqin, and Zhao Pongzi as they followed behind. The women of the Lin family and old Chui also trailed after them. Behind them came a throng of villagers. Jianguo, Chao Yuan, thick-skinned, attempted to approach, but Lin Jianguo shot him a glare, causing him to retreat. The Bell of Ghosts tolled again, this time with a particularly loud and urgent sound, drawing a large crowd. Among the throng, Lin Jianguo spotted Luo Meiwan. As soon as their eyes met, she quickly lowered her gaze. Zhao Pongzi's mother, always the first to gather information, had arrived early. After a while, the people from Shifeng village also arrived. "It has come to our attention that Lin Jianguo and his 3 companions are to be honored, as the villagers unanimously nominated the exemplary families to the forefront of the stage. Lin Tugging and He Chaos Wei, who have never shown their faces in public throughout their lives, felt somewhat awkward. Comrades, Mayor Song presided over this commendation ceremony, and today, our Secretary Zhao has personally traveled from the county to recognize the outstanding youth of Dongfeng Village and Shifeng Village. Lin Jianguo, Qin Han, Qin Xiaonyang, and Jia Jun are all paragons for us to emulate. Now, let us invite Secretary Zhao to deliver his address." The villagers erupted in thunderous applause. Chapter 68, Lin Family's Pride and Joy. Comrades, our Dongfeng Village has a glorious tradition. During the Revolutionary War era, our village produced many heroic figures. This bell, Zhao Secretary pointed to the large bronze bell behind him and remarked, "Its name is the Da Gui Zhong, the bell of exorcising ghosts." "Why is it called this? You, my fellow villagers, are well aware. Now, in this new era, our village has once again given rise to exemplary youth." Zhao Secretary brought Lin Jianguo and his companions forward to stand in the front row and continued, "These individuals are truly commendable. Indeed, they are remarkable. Who does not cherish honor? Even if it is collective honor, it still brings glory to oneself." The villagers applauded vigorously. Zhao Secretary turned to Wang Jiushu and said, "Village head Wang, I learned before my arrival that your village has offered a bounty to eradicate wild boars." Wang Jiushu's face flushed, and he quickly replied, "It is mainly a moral encouragement, with material rewards as a supplement. These wild boars have caused great unrest among the surrounding villagers." Zhao Secretary waved his hand, smiling, "You need not explain. I am not here to criticize you. We are in a new era now, and it is not shameful to improve one's life while serving the people and earning more money. Moreover, this is a good thing. Good people should be rewarded for their good deeds. We cannot let the virtuous suffer." As he spoke, Zhao Secretary took Lin Tugin's hand with deep affection and said, "My brother Tugin, you risked so much back then, saving others amidst a typhoon, sustaining injuries, and enduring hardship. This is simply unacceptable." Lin Tugin shed tears. Zhao Secretary raised his hand to wipe away Lin Tugin's tears and declared, "We cannot allow heroes to suffer both bloodshed and tears." Wang Jiushu sighed in relief. Zhao Secretary smiled and asked, "What did your village say at that time?" The village head of Shifeng stepped forward, puffing out his chest, and proclaimed, "Report, Secretary Zhao. Our Shifeng village, as an agricultural community, is willing to offer 1,000 jin of rice." Zhao Secretary laughed heartily. "That's quite generous." The village head of Shifeng hurriedly added, "Report, Secretary Zhao, while it may seem little, it is not insignificant. Since the appearance of the wild boar, our villagers have been living in fear, reluctant to walk at night or work in the fields. Even while sleeping, we must keep one ear open. It has been quite distressing. Thus, our village is entirely voluntary in this, and the villagers support this initiative wholeheartedly. Is that so? Zhao's secretary looked at the villagers present. Indeed, we all support it. Now that the wild boar is gone, we can return to our fields and work. It is wonderful. Zhao's secretary nodded and remarked, "Comrades, you are correct and commendable. These young men not only killed the wild boar, but also captured enemy spies. You may have noticed that the spy carried 8 gleaming gold bars and over 10,000 yuan. Yet, our brave youth remained steadfast, prioritizing the nation's and collective's interests. Therefore, after discussions among our county leaders, it has been decided to reward these exemplary youths with 1,000 yuan. With a sweeping gesture, Zhao's secretary made a powerful statement. Wow, that's fantastic. The crowd erupted in excitement. Secretary Su quickly approached, retrieving a large red envelope from his briefcase and handing it to Zhao's secretary. Lin Jianguo, Qin Han, Qin Xiaonyang, and Jia Jun stepped forward. Lin Jianguo and the others stood up in unison. On behalf of the people of the county, I express my gratitude to you. I hope you will continue to study diligently, work hard, and contribute to the construction of socialism. Zhao's secretary placed the envelope into Lin Jianguo's hands. Meanwhile, at the command of the secretary of Shifeng village, militiamen carried several bags of rice onto the stage. The audience erupted in applause once again. Qin Han and Jia Fadi exchanged glances with Lin Jianguo, filled with admiration for him. Had Lin Jianguo and Qin Xiaonyang relented that night, they might have embarked on a different path. Although the money might have been greater, what is that compared to the honor they now possess? Now, these 4 individuals are truly heroes in the light of righteousness. Next, Wang Jioshu took the stage to express gratitude to the county leaders, encouraging Lin Jianguo and the others to make further contributions to the construction of socialism, and then announced the end of the commendation meeting. Zhao's secretary remained on stage, and the villagers below did not move. Ladies and gentlemen, the commendation meeting is over. However, I have one more matter to address. Zhao's secretary grasped Lin Tugan's hand and remarked, "Before my visit, Secretary Su briefed me on Brother Tugan's situation. I wish to convey that we are now in a new society, not the vile old one. And certain outdated customs must be swept into the dustbin of history. The belief that a son-in-law must be subordinate is a remnant of the feudal past. Our new marriage law has been in effect for many years, and this old societal institution must be abolished. This is merely the rhetoric of the oppressive classes exploiting the poor and holds no ground. Children should honor their parents, and parents should care for their children. If children wish to separate and establish their own households, our county supports this." Chao Hohat attempted to interject, but was silenced by a glance from Chao Yuan. Nevertheless, all matters have their origins and development. Changes must occur, but they cannot be one-size-fits-all. Zhao's secretary turned to Lin Tugan, speaking earnestly, "Brother Tugan, I now ask you, do you wish to separate?" "Yes, I dream of it." Lin Tugan responded with fervor. "Very well. Today, in front of the young and old of Dongfeng and Shifeng villages, I, Zhao, will mediate this family matter." Zhao's secretary scanned the crowd and spotted Chao Hohat, and he fought sigh. "You are Lin Tugan's father-in-law and mother-in-law, correct?" Chao Hohat appeared somewhat bewildered, aware that she was in the presence of a high-ranking official. Chao Yuan quickly reassured her, "Sister, do not fear. Secretary Zhao is fair-minded. Speak your mind without hesitation." He fought sigh nudged Chao Hohat from behind. Chao Hohat steeled herself and boldly declared, "I am but a powerless old woman, relying entirely on the judgment of the esteemed official." Zhao's secretary smiled and replied, "What esteemed official? We are now in a new society, serving the people." "Very well, I shall speak." Chao Hohat began to regain her composure, realizing that such dignitaries must maintain their dignity in public and would not dare to impose their will. With this thought, her courage surged. Chapter 69. A new beginning. Chao Hohat had always been fierce and unruly. Observing the amiable demeanor of the magistrate before her, she felt emboldened. "Esteemed magistrate, my husband and I have grown old and are no longer capable of strenuous labor. It is unsustainable for us to fend for ourselves. Although I have 3 sons, their lives are quite frugal, and my wife still harbors a preference for our daughter and son-in-law to care for us. When we welcomed Lin Tugung as our son-in-law, it was agreed that he would be responsible for our support in our old age, relieving my sons of such duty. Now that you propose a division of the household, that is acceptable, but we cannot be left to starve." Secretary Zhao listened with a smile, nodding in agreement. You are correct. In this new society, no one should oppress another, nor should anyone be allowed to perish from hunger. Chow Ho-Hot bore the marks of a recent slap across her cheek, 5 vivid impressions left by a hand. Secretary Zhao continued, "This is a new era. We cannot apply the rules of the old society here. You have 4 children, and it is only fair that they collectively support you and your husband in your twilight years." He gestured towards the corpulent He Dingshan, and then to the emaciated He Chaos Wei. As parents, it is unconscionable to favor one child over another. Chow Ho-Hot curled her lip in disdain. What is wrong with that? Daughters are meant to marry. Only sons are truly our own. The expression of Secretary Zhao turned grave. That perspective is misguided. We are in a new China, where gender equality must prevail. Since Lin Tuging's family has initiated the division, what are your demands? Chow Ho-Hot huffed. As I have stated before, I will only agree to the division if I am given 1,000 yuan. The Qin brothers and the Rotund Jia were incensed by her demand. Jianguo, let us sever ties with this old hag and give her the 1,000 yuan she desires. Lin Jianguo shook his head. This is money we earned through hardship. We cannot simply relinquish it to her. Chow Ho-Hot rolled her eyes, rendered speechless. Chow Yuan quickly interjected, addressing his sister. Sister, the secretary has spoken. You must be reasonable. Chow Ho-Hot's obstinate nature flared up once more. Brother, you fear him, but I do not. Even if the king of heaven himself were to come, Lin Tugung is still my family's son-in-law and must heed my words. If you wish for my consent, you must bring forth the money. She plopped onto the ground, throwing a tantrum. Either you kill me, or I will not budge. Wang Jioshu and the village chief of Shifeng attempted to intervene, recognizing the absurdity of the scene. Yet, Chow Ho-Hot discerned that the division of the household was inevitable today. If she did not seize this opportunity to demand a hefty sum, she would have no chance in the future. What do you think, Tugung? Secretary Zhao glanced towards Lin Tugung. He felt a swell of frustration. A veteran of revolution, he had once braved bullets on the battlefield, losing an arm, yet pressing forward undaunted. Yet, faced with this obstinate old woman, he felt utterly powerless. I have no money. Lin Tugung sighed deeply. After years of toil, every bit of his earnings had been taken by Chow Ho-Hot, leaving him with nothing. Even when Lin Jianguo and his siblings fell ill as children and sought funds from Chow Ho-Hot for medicine, it was an arduous task. Secretary Zhao. Lin Jianguo stepped forward, perceiving the secretary's genuine desire to assist. However, as a county leader, he could not resort to coercion. Dealing with a stubborn figure like Chow Ho-Hot was undoubtedly challenging. Lin Jianguo took a red envelope, extracting a substantial wad of cash. After moistening his fingers, he counted out 25 bills, handing the rest to Jia. Chow Ho-Hot, here are 250 yuan. This is all you will receive. If you refuse, I assure you, you will not see a single cent from me in the future. My father may be easy to deceive, but I, Lin Jianguo, will not be trifled with. You have always berated me for my disobedience, so I shall embrace that label. Should you dare enter my home again, I will not hesitate to throw you out. Flames of anger sparked in Lin Jianguo's eyes. Look everyone, my wife has run out of options. This little scoundrel has found support. Listen to his threats against my elderly mother. Chow Ho-Hot began to wail anew. Did you not say you would kill me? Then do it. Go ahead, for now you have the county's backing to bully me. It must be said, Chow Ho-Hot's relentless antics and her ability to distort the truth were quite remarkable. If one were unaware, they might easily be deceived by her. Jianguo, do not speak recklessly. Consider your reputation. Wang Jioshu admonished quietly. Very well. Secretary Zhao interjected, his brow furrowed. Lin Jianguo, you have 250 yuan and an additional 250 jin of rice. This will be your settlement. From this point forward, the affairs of your household will sever ties with the Lin family, and your care in old age shall no longer involve them. Unacceptable. Chow Ho-Hot rolled on the ground. I demand 500 yuan and 500 jin. That is not feasible. 300 yuan and 300 jin is the maximum I can offer. Secretary Zhao's patience had worn thin, his expression stern. Let me be clear. As this is an internal family dispute, I am here to mediate. Should you remain obstinate, I will advise Lin Tugung to take legal action against you. I can assure you, if this matter reaches court, the amount you receive will not exceed 100 yuan. Agreed. In an instant. It was as if magic had been performed. Chow Ho-Hot wiped her face, and her tears ceased. Lin Jianguo handed the cash to He Chaos Wei, who approached Chow Ho-Hot with the 250 yuan. Quickly hand it over. Chow Ho-Hat's gaze was fixated on the bills. Oblivious to the tears streaming down Chow Shui's face. As the sole daughter in the family, Chaos Hui bore an immense burden. However, it was only today that she realized her own worth in her parents' eyes. It was also today that she truly recognized who her family was. At the moment when Chow Ho-Hat snatched the money from her hands, Chaos Hui resolved that henceforth, only her husband and children would be the ones deserving of her care. When will you return the 50 kwai and the 50 jin of rice? Chow Ho-Hat, fearing that the Lin family would deny their debts, was unwilling to wait. I have 50 kwai. Old Chui, amidst the crowd, stepped forward and pulled out 50 kwai from his pocket. After leaving the Lin household the previous night, he had anticipated that the division of the family assets would not be a simple matter. Thus, he rose early that morning to gather all the savings he had accumulated over the years. If you want the money, then let us draft a written acknowledgement. Lin Jianguo proclaimed loudly. Chapter 70. Where is the path? The village committee was illuminated by candles, adorned with a lavish spread of dishes. Tu Jin, my old friend, it has been many years since we last met. I have long wished to treat you to a meal. Secretary Zhao warmly invited Lin Tu Jin to take a seat. Village Chief Wang, you have worked hard to arrange such a splendid feast. Come, let us all sit together. Secretary Zhao beckoned Wang Jioshu and the village chief of Shifeng to join them. Secretary Zhao, you are too kind. This modest fare certainly warrants payment, Wang Jioshu replied, somewhat embarrassed. How could we not pay? I joined the revolution in my youth for what purpose? To overthrow the old society. Should I, having become an official, indulge in free meals? Secretary Zhao laughed heartily. Wang Jioshu awkwardly smiled in response. Tu Jin, do not be shy. After all these years, I have missed you dearly. Look at your children. They have grown so accomplished, and we have aged in the process. As he spoke, Secretary Zhao poured a generous glass of wine for Lin Tu. General Lin Tu Jin nodded and asked Secretary Zhao, oh no, I mean, how old is your child? Secretary Zhao burst into laughter, responding, Tu Jin, please. Call me Zhao Du Bai as you did before. Hearing you say that makes me feel youthful again, reminiscent of the days when I traveled south with the troops to Chuanshan. Back then, I knew nothing, could not comprehend the dialect, nor fish in the sea. Those were difficult times. However, life has certainly improved since then. I have a daughter, who appears to be 2 years younger than Jianguo. She has been studying at a university in the provincial capital and is set to graduate this summer. Secretary Zhao's words drew the attention of Secretary Su, who observed from a distance. This veteran revolutionary, typically serious and reserved, was unexpectedly animated in conversation with Lin Tu Jin, sharing stories with great enthusiasm. As the old wine jars were opened, one after another, the atmosphere grew lively, and Lin Tu Jin became increasingly talkative after consuming the rich liquor. The other attendees listened in silence, captivated by the exchange. As they listened, they felt a sense of nostalgia, recognizing that one was a son-in-law from a fishing village, long looked down upon, while the other was a veteran revolutionary, both traveling divergent paths, yet both had endured their share of struggles and sorrows. Perhaps such sentiments lay hidden beneath their taciturn exteriors, only to surface in the warmth of shared spirits. After several jars of wine had been consumed, Secretary Zhao finally placed his cup down on the table. No more, no more. I am getting old and can no longer handle it, he declared, slightly tipsy. Tu Jin, what are your plans moving forward? Secretary Zhao inquired, turning to the Lin father and son. We will take it one step at a time, Lin Tu Jin replied, reluctant to elaborate. The division of the family had been settled. Yet the ensuing challenges loomed large. Where would the Lin family reside? What would become of the house? How would they sustain themselves? These were pressing concerns. Years of hardship had rendered Lin Tu Jin taciturn, particularly in the presence of Secretary Zhao, leaving him reticent. I am a sworn brother to Tu Jin, spoke the usually quiet Lao Chui. I am a lonely old man, and I wish to offer my land to Tu General when I grow old. I would like the Lin family to care for me. I just hope this is permissible under policy. Secretary Zhao was taken aback, glancing at Mayor Song. Mayor Song furrowed his brow and remarked, under normal circumstances, this land cannot be transferred like that since we are not family, otherwise it would lead to chaos. However, considering the Lin family's legacy of heroism, we can certainly assist in finding a solution. Lao Chui seized the moment, stating, we have already devised a plan. We will adopt Lin's youngest daughter. Mayor Song clapped his thigh and chuckled. In that case, it becomes much easier. You can handle the paperwork in the coming days, and then it will be settled. Excellent. With Tu Jin's housing issue resolved, I can rest easy. Secretary Zhao, becoming a bit muddled from drink, beckons Secretary Su. Xiao Su, how much money did you bring? Please hand it over to me. Secretary Su quickly retrieved a handful of cash from his pocket, and just as he began to count it, Secretary Zhao snatched it away, placing it on the table. Tu Jin, after your family divides, you will need funds to build a house and sustain yourselves. Take this money for now, and I will have someone deliver more to you when I return. Oh no, this is too much. Lin Tu Jin exclaimed, feeling a sense of panic. The favor owed was already monumental. The ability to facilitate their separation from the Chow family was a significant boon. How could they accept money as well? Secretary Zhao widened his eyes, mumbling, Tu Jin, if you refuse, it implies you look down on me. Do you think my life as Zhao Dubai is not worth this amount? Given the gravity of the situation, Lin Tu Jin had no retort and reluctantly accepted the money. Village Chief Wang. Secretary Zhao's speech was somewhat slurred, yet his thoughts remained coherent. If the Lin family moves out, will they have a place to stay? Can Lao Chui's home accommodate them? Wang Jioshu raised his glass and replied with a smile. Rest assured, Secretary Zhao, we won't let Tu Jin's family suffer. There are still 2 vacant houses in the village. They can stay there for now until Lao Chui's new house is completed. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Secretary Zhao exclaimed 3 times, raising his cup in celebration. As Lin Jianguo supported Lin Tu Jin and Lao Chui on their way home, it was already well into the night. Lin Jianguo first escorted Lao Chui back before guiding Lin Tu Jin home. Jianguo, I am so happy. Truly happy. Your father has raised a fine son. You have grown up, and today the Lin family can hold their heads high. Lin Tu Jin murmured to himself, speaking in a rambling fashion. However, to Lin Jianguo's ears, it was a source of great warmth. What was the purpose of his rebirth? It was to ensure a better life for his family. Although they still faced hardships and their meals consisted of sweet potato porridge, it was evident that his father was quite content. The 2 of them swayed and stumbled their way home. Lin Zhao had already succumbed to slumber, while He Chao Shui and Lin Jiafeng awaited their return. Observe the 2 of you. You have not even attempted to counsel your father, leading him to such a state. He Chao Shui, filled with both resentment and compassion, gazes with eyes brimming with longing for a brighter future. Mother, do not worry. Secretary Zhao has already made arrangements. There are 2 vacant houses in the village for us to inhabit. Rest assured, my son is well aware of the situation. It is merely 300 yuan, and I shall earn it back swiftly. Lin Jianguo's thoughts have already soared to Wugongji. Chapter 71. The golden-headed centipede's explosive pit. After tending to his father and ensuring he was settled for the night, Lin Jianguo lay down fully clothed. He had toiled throughout the day and felt quite fatigued. Yet, at this moment, a fervent fire seemed to pulse within him. A new life was about to unfold, making sleep elusive. Tossing and turning, Lin Jianguo found himself unable to rest, his heart brimming with aspirations for a brighter future. After enduring the hours until 3 or 4 in the morning, he stealthily rose from his bed. Quietly exiting his room, he grabbed a pair of chopsticks from the kitchen and took a ceramic jar, an indispensable tool for capturing the golden-headed centipedes. Tucking the jar under his arm, he made his way along the narrow path toward the back beach. As he boarded a small boat, the gentle sea breeze caressed him, and the enigmatic night sea shimmered under the stars. Typically, such a scene would evoke fear within Lin Jianguo, but tonight, excitement coursed through his veins. When he reached the shore of Wugongzi, dawn was just beginning to break. He carefully anchored the boat behind a large rock, a strategic choice indeed. To others, Wugongzi appeared to be a desolate island, but to Lin Jianguo, it was a vast treasure trove. This was a secret that must not be revealed. Upon landing, he gathered some wild grass from the roadside and stuffed it into the jar before checking on the hanging ghost trap. The trap remained undisturbed, yielding no catches, yet the rations he had left were completely devoured. Evidently, the island was home to wild boars. However, there was no rush. Time was on his side. Once the boars grew larger, he would have plenty of pork to enjoy. Walking along the path for several dozen meters, he finally arrived at the large pit he had painstakingly excavated. With a mix of anticipation and trepidation, he lifted the covering mat. Disappointment washed over him. The bottom of the pit, the size of a wash basin, housed only 5 or 6 golden-headed centipedes, and they were not particularly large, the largest barely exceeding 10 centimeters. While this size was not insignificant, it fell short of Lin Jianguo's expectations. After all, he was counting on the golden-headed centipedes to turn his fortunes around. Such a meager catch would not suffice. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he reminded himself that even the smallest morsel was still sustenance, and even the tiniest centipede held value. He cautiously extended the chopsticks and delicately grasped one. Startled, the golden-headed centipede thrashed about, its dozens of legs moving in unison, nearly provoking Lin Jianguo's fear of clusters. Struggle all you want. I am indifferent. He reassured himself as he placed the first centipede into the jar. The moment it was free, it swiftly wriggled beneath the leaves. What luck! Another one, Lin Jianguo murmured, reaching out once more. To his surprise, this centipede was exceptionally slippery and darted away with remarkable speed. After several attempts, he finally managed to catch it, albeit at the expense of several of its legs. Damn it! Why can't you just surrender easily? Why must you make this so arduous? He muttered to himself in the silent solitude of the deserted island. After more than 10 minutes of effort, Lin Jianguo finally succeeded in capturing 6 golden-headed centipedes. He hoped for more fortune to come. He carefully replaced the mat and proceeded to the second pit. Oh my, this is it. I have struck gold. Upon lifting the tattered mat once more, Lin Jianguo was nearly propelled into the air with excitement. The pit was overflowing. The basin-sized bottom was teeming with over 100 golden-headed centipedes, densely packed together. Among them, Lin Jianguo's eyes were immediately drawn to an enormous specimen. This creature measured at least 30 centimeters in length, its body nearly as thick as his pinky finger. Come to me, my treasure, he thought eagerly, extending his chopsticks to grasp the large centipede. Alas, in his moment of triumph, he forgot that the chopsticks were too short. The giant centipede, over 30 centimeters long, suddenly twisted around, lunging toward Lin Jianguo with its 2 formidable venomous pincers glinting menacingly. Oh no! Lin Jianguo exclaimed, dropping both the chopsticks and the centipede in alarm, sprinting away. It took him several dozen meters before he regained his composure. It's just a centipede, what is there to fear? He reassured himself, yet the memory of that formidable creature sent a shiver down his spine. Unable to retrieve the lost chopsticks, Lin Jianguo snapped 2 willow branches from the roadside to use as makeshift chopsticks and returned to the edge of the pit. After the commotion, many of the centipedes had scurried away. This time, he exercised great caution, using the branches to capture the golden-headed centipedes one by one and place them into the ceramic jar. This pit proved fruitful, yielding over 20 centipedes, the largest nearly 20 centimeters long, while the smallest measured over 10 centimeters. Armed with the experience from the 2 pits, the remaining tasks proceeded much more smoothly. Lin Jianguo harvested from the 5 or 6 additional pits, ultimately counting over 100 golden-headed centipedes. Not bad at all, he mused, weighing the jar in his hands. Although he was still unaware of the market value of these centipedes, he had taken the first step toward his goal. The golden-headed centipedes nestled within the jar remained hidden from view. As dawn approached, Lin Jianguo tidied up, departed from Wugongzi, and paddled back to the main island. Upon arriving at the back beach, he encountered several villagers. They greeted him warmly, asking if he had made any catches while out at sea. None, just a fruitless trip, Lin Jianguo replied with an awkward smile. Though the back beach was relatively secluded, it was still close to the village, making it challenging to maintain secrecy. Furthermore, Lin Jianguo suddenly realized another issue. He was still residing in the same courtyard as Chao Hohat and her family. With so much coming and going, if that old witch caught wind of his activities, it could spell disaster. Gazing at the jar in his hands, he abruptly changed his plans and decided against returning home. Instead, Lin Jianguo set his sights on Langling Mountain. If memory served him correctly, Luo Meijuan's home was located just behind the mountain. It was a modest village, where Luo Meijuan's home stood at a considerable distance from the neighboring houses, partially concealed by towering trees. As Lin Jianguo traversed this path, he felt an unsettling anxiety akin to the last time he had pilfered chickens. From afar, upon spotting individuals approaching, he feigned a need to relieve himself in the thicket, retreating to a safe distance until they had passed. Thus, he continued his journey, intermittently stopping for over half an hour, until he finally caught sight of Luo Meijuan's courtyard in the distance. At that moment, a sudden sound reached his ears. Chapter 72. Troubles abound at the widow's door, good sister. Do you not feel lonely all by yourself? Are you cold at night? Are you afraid? I can keep you company. The voice trailed on, slurred and lengthy, betraying the drunkenness of its owner. Then, a woman's voice pierced through the air. Yao Jun, you are being a rogue. If you come any closer, I shall scream. Lin Jianguo was momentarily taken aback. That was indeed Luo Meijuan's voice. Yao Jun was notorious in the vicinity as a notorious drunkard. What kind of decent person would be in such a state at the break of dawn? Lin Jianguo understood. Troubles truly abound at the widow's door. Sister, scream all you wish. Even if you cry out until your throat is raw, no one will come, and besides, I enjoy hearing you shout. Yao Jun, already a scoundrel, became even more brazen under the influence of alcohol. Even if someone were to arrive, he would simply tell them that this little widow could not withstand her loneliness and had come to him, only to demand money. Do you think they would believe you or me? I am Yao Jun, and your son is Xiao Jun. I will tell them that we have been entangled for some time, and that Xiao Jun is my child. The tremor of her voice revealed that Luo Meiwan was on the verge of tears. Damn it, this scoundrel is bullying a poor widow. Lin Jianguo cursed inwardly and quickened his pace. Suddenly, a shriek echoed from the woods. You filthy woman, I was showing you respect by paying attention to you. How dare you strike me? Today, I shall show you my prowess. Yao Jun's voice rang out defiantly. Get away from me. Luo Meijuan's despair grew palpable. How could life be so cruel? Struggling to provide for her son was already a daunting task. Yet this drunken Yao Jun saw her vulnerability as an opportunity to harass her. Previously, he would only come at night to knock on her window, uttering lewd remarks. Every time, she had to hide in her room, clutching her son in silence, waiting for dawn. She thought that enduring in silence would lead to a few peaceful days. Yet today, Yao Jun, emboldened by liquor, had the audacity to act lewdly in broad daylight. Tears streamed down Luo Meijuan's face. Sister, do not cry. I care for you. Yao Jun, grinning foolishly, stumbled forward. Even if you refuse me, others will think you are with me. It would be better for you to yield to me and enjoy yourself. I will fight you. Luo Meiwan seized a piece of wood nearby and hurled it at Yao Jun. Ouch. You actually have some strength. I like that. Yao Jun swung his hand, deflecting the incoming stick and seizing Luo Meijuan's arm. Despair washed over her. Was there truly no escape from these villains? Since her husband had perished at sea, countless rogues had sought to take advantage of her, yet she had driven them all away. But today, what would become of her son? She struggled fiercely, but Yao Jun's grip was unyielding. At that moment, a thunderous roar rang out. You scoundrel! How dare you harass her? Following that, Yao Jun emitted a cry of agony as he was sent sprawling. Who dares to lay a hand on me? Yao Jun scrambled to his feet, bewildered. Damn it! Do I need to sneak up on you to strike? Lin Jianguo charged forward, delivering a powerful blow to Yao Jun's nose. Blood flowed freely from Yao Jun's nostrils. You. Yao Jun attempted to maintain his bravado. Lin Jianguo detested bullies who preyed on the weak and wasted no time in delivering a flurry of slaps, sending Yao Jun reeling. Though Yao Jun was a robust man, years of drunkenness had weakened him. Even sober, he was no match for Lin Jianguo. After staggering several times, Yao Jun collapsed, crying out, Grandfather, please stop. I was wrong. Wrong? What did you do wrong? Lin Jianguo pressed. His foot planted firmly on Yao Jun's face, repulsed by the sight. I was wrong. I should not have provoked your woman. What nonsense. Lin Jianguo increased the pressure, eliciting another round of howls from Yao Jun. Will you dare come again? Lin Jianguo demanded loudly. I will not, I swear. Yao Jun, dazed from the onslaught, begged for mercy. Hand me that jar. Lin Jianguo gestured to Luo Meiwan. Earlier, in preparation for the confrontation, he had set the ceramic jar aside. With tear-streaked cheeks, Luo Meiwan picked up the jar and handed it to Lin Jianguo. Watch closely. Lin Jianguo pressed down on Yao Jun's chin, forcing his mouth open. He reached into the jar, instantly feeling a sharp pain as he was bitten by a golden-headed centipede. However, he endured the sting. After a moment, he extracted a centipede over 10 centimeters long, its golden head and green back writhing in his grasp. Today, you shall learn a lesson. Lin Jianguo thrust the golden-headed centipede into Yao Jun's mouth. Yao Jun struggled desperately, but was rendered immobile. The startled centipede, seeking refuge, promptly disappeared into the cavern of Yao Jun's mouth. Help me. As Lin Jianguo released Yao Jun, the drunkard scrambled away, clawing at his throat in panic. Let us see if you dare return. Lin Jianguo scoffed as he watched Yao Jun flee in a pitiful state. Thank you. Luo Meiwan, disheveled with red, swollen eyes, expressed her gratitude. Had it not been for Lin Jianguo's timely intervention, the consequences would have been dire. Her clothing was torn, exposing her pale arm. It is nothing, Lin Jianguo replied, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. He had long been aware of Luo Meijuan's struggles, but had not anticipated the severity of her plight. Such incidents are common, though none are as shameless as him. Luo Meijuan wiped her tears, attempting to regain her composure. What brings you here? I have matters to discuss with you. Lin Jianguo suddenly felt a wave of awkwardness. Luo Meijuan, being a widow, and he, a single young man, could only imagine the rumors that might arise if they were seen conversing in the woods. Let us speak at home. Luo Meijuan gathered her disheveled hair and bent down to pick up the scattered sweet potatoes. Upon noticing that Lin Jianguo's finger was swollen and red from a centipede bite, her eyes instantly brimmed with tears once more. Chapter 73. I am willing. No, I shouldn't. Lin Jianguo waved his hand awkwardly, saying, if someone sees this, I don't mind. Luo Meijuan sighed softly and replied, many people have come to my doorstep. Among the many nonsensical things that Yao Mengzi has said, there is a grain of truth. My reputation has long been tarnished. As she spoke, Luo Meijuan turned her head, her voice choked with emotion, saying, the women in the village are spreading rumors that I seduced their men, saying I. She paused. Forget it. If you have something to say it here. Lin Jianguo could see that Luo Meijuan was putting on a brave face. Let us talk at your home. I want to see Xiaojun too. Lin Jianguo understood how helpless one can feel in such moments, how much one needs the assistance of others. After saying this, he carried the ceramic pot and walked towards the Luo family home. Upon entering the house, there was silence. It turned out Xiaojun was asleep after playing too hard. Wait a moment, Luo Meijuan said as she went to another room. When she emerged, she had changed into another outfit and was carrying a basin of clean water. Look at your hand. Luo Meijuan took Lin Jianguo's hand and carefully wiped it with a towel. No, that's not necessary. I'm fine. Lin Jianguo's face turned crimson. You need it, or it will hurt for many days, Luo Meijuan said softly. Lin Jianguo noticed that her ears had turned red as well. Just a moment, I'll go pick some dandelions from the field. Luo Meijuan blushed and rushed outside. In a short while, she returned with a handful of clean dandelions and a mortar and pestle. Let me mash this for you. It once he heard in a while. Luo Meijuan was a woman of action. She immediately stuffed the dandelions into the mortar and began to pound them. Lin Jianguo inadvertently glanced over and noticed that with Luo Meijuan's rhythmic pounding, there seemed to be a resonance. He quickly diverted his gaze. Oh no, you're bleeding. Luo Meijuan suddenly exclaimed, grabbing a towel and pressing it against Lin Jianguo's nose. It seems that this centipede is indeed quite venomous. Her voice had grown softer. You really don't need to do that. It's not worth you degrading yourself like this. Lin Jianguo tilted his head back, and his gaze swept across, just catching a glimpse of something snowy white. The bleeding worsened. I'll take care of it myself. Lin Jianguo, afraid of making a greater fool of himself, quickly took the towel from her. I'll apply the medicine for you. Luo Meijuan found a clean strip of cloth, wrapped the mashed dandelions in it, and pressed it against Lin Jianguo's wound. Instantly, the fiery sting of the injury was enveloped by a soothing coolness, providing much relief. Meijuan, I came to discuss something with you. Lin Jianguo was determined to shift the topic. Yes, go ahead, Luo Meijuan replied, sitting a distance away. On the bed, Xiaojun was sleeping soundly. This child always kicks off the blanket, Luo Meijuan said as she reached to cover Xiaojun properly. Actually, I wanted to ask if you are interested in making some money? Lin Jianguo ventured cautiously. Luo Meijuan's face flushed, and she suddenly looked up, her gaze sharp as she regarded Lin Jianguo, her demeanor turning notably cold. Money? What kind of money? This sudden shift left Lin Jianguo somewhat bewildered. What I mean is, he attempted to elaborate. Stop right there. You should leave. Luo Meijuan stood up, her expression icy. This is a widow's domain. Do not come here again. I must tell you. Luo Meijuan's voice once again held a tremor of tears. If I, Luo Meijuan, desired money, I wouldn't be in this predicament today. Thank you for your previous help, but please do not return. I do not wish to tarnish your image in Xiaojun's eyes. Lin Jianguo's face twitched involuntarily at this. What on earth is happening? Meijuan, there is no need for such formality. I merely wish to know if you are free in the evenings. Suddenly, Lin Jianguo discovered that the cloth wrapped around his finger had loosened. He lowered his head, readying the cloth strip while continuing to talk to himself. This matter must remain between us. No one else can know. It is best to wait until Xiaojun is asleep, otherwise, he might blurt it out and ruin everything. It's not something shameful, but it must be done discreetly. If you agree, I will come under the cover of darkness starting tomorrow night and leave before dawn, ensuring no one sees. Our undertaking is just beginning. The payment will not be substantial at first, perhaps a mere 10 to 20 yuan a month. However, if you perform well and work diligently, there will certainly be more in the future. So, what do you say? Are you willing to work with me? Lin Jianguo believed that Luo Meiwan would not refuse. Finally, after securing the bandage tightly, he looked up only to find Luo Meiwan glaring at him with a fierce expression, wielding a large shoulder pole. How dare you, Lin Jianguo? I misjudged you. You shameless person. How can you speak such words? I must have been blind. Wait. Just as the shoulder pole was about to descend upon Lin Jianguo's head, he pulled out a golden-headed centipede with his good hand. I caught this at Centipede Ridge. It can be sold for money. The pole stopped just in time. Now it's Luo Meiwan's turn to turn beet red. What are you saying? The golden-headed centipede was not to be trifled with. It turned and bit Lin Jianguo, who cried out in pain. Ouch, be gentle. Lin Jianguo hadn't anticipated that the bite of this centipede would be so painful. Both of his hands swelled, throbbing intensely. He couldn't bear to touch them, as even the slightest contact brought agony. I'm so sorry, Luo Meiwan said, her head bowed, her face as red as a ripe tomato. What I meant to convey was that this endeavor is a profitable one. It must remain our secret. After all, Xiao Jun is just a child. If he finds out, he might spill the beans, and we would lose our chance to earn money. Oh, Luo Meiwan resembled a schoolgirl who had done something wrong, standing to the side, fiddling with the hem of her clothing. To ensure we are not discovered, it is best for me to come at night and leave before dawn. If we catch more and earn more, I will certainly share a greater portion with you. Oh, Luo Meiwan still dared not lift her head. So, will you work with me or not? Lin Jianguo pressed further. I am willing. Luo Meiwan's voice dropped even lower. Let me explain everything to you in detail. To sell the golden-headed centipede, capturing it is only part of the process. Preparation is equally crucial. After catching the golden-headed centipede, it should first be soaked in a mild saltwater solution for 10 minutes to purge any impurities. Subsequently, it must be swiftly blanched in boiling water, then skewered with bamboo sticks to maintain its shape, and finally dried in a shaded area. To be candid, this task is not beyond my capabilities, but I lack a suitable place to carry it out. Your home is both tranquil and spacious, and considering you are at home caring for your child, it would indeed be a wonderful arrangement to earn some extra income, wouldn't it? Yes, indeed, Jianguo. I truly appreciate your assistance. I am willing to collaborate with you. Luo Meiwan spoke with unwavering determination this time. Chapter 74, Double Blessings. Luo Meiwan felt somewhat uneasy and said, but I have never done this before, and I am unsure if I can succeed. Quite simple. Lin Jianguo gestured towards the nearby ceramic jar. Inside, there are over 100 golden-headed centipedes. Take a look. However, I must caution you to keep a close watch on the children. Being bitten is no trivial matter. Luo Meiwan cast a glance at the peacefully sleeping Xiao Jun. Her eyes filled with tenderness. It's all right. Although Xiao Jun is still young, he is quite sensible. Rising to her feet, Luo Meiwan approached the jar, a flicker of fear evident in her gaze. Despite being a mother, her innate trepidation towards mice, centipedes, and snakes was unshakable, especially the long-legged golden-headed centipede, which would instill fear in her whenever she spotted one in the sweet potato field. Yet, what could be more terrifying than a life devoid of a man, a life fraught with hardship? To provide a better life for her child and to live with dignity, Luo Meiwan, though frightened, was resolute. Slowly, she extended her hand and lifted the lid of the jar. Inside was a mass of wild grass, obscuring the centipedes from view. Go fetch a large basin and pour it out gently, Lin Jianguo advised, observing her closely. He trusted Luo Meiwan's character, but facing these golden-headed centipedes required more than just integrity. It demanded courage. This challenge was one Luo Meiwan had to confront alone, with no assistance available. All right, she responded, turning to exit. When she returned, she carried a large basin in her left hand and a bottle of liquor in her right. Lin Jianguo nodded approvingly. Correct, use warm water and add some liquor. Initially, start with just a few centipedes to gauge the effect. Luo Meiwan's face turned slightly pale. She did not respond immediately. Setting down the basin, she uncorked the liquor bottle and, much to Lin Jianguo's astonishment, took a hearty swig. Instantly, a flush crept onto her cheeks, and her expression became resolute. Pouring the water and adding the liquor, she proceeded with confidence. Testing the water temperature, she upturned the jar. and a mass of wild grass accompanied by hundreds of writhing golden-headed centipedes tumbled into the basin. As the centipedes hit the water, they panicked, desperately attempting to climb onto the floating grass. "Get down, all of you!" Luo Meiwan shouted, retrieving a stick from behind her to push the grass down into the water. The golden-headed centipedes scurried in a frenzy, with one measuring over 10 centimeters making its way up the stick. "Down!" Luo Meiwan had no time to react. She swiftly grabbed the large centipede by its tail and tossed it into the basin. Lin Jianguo was left dumbfounded. This woman was remarkably bold. Just moments ago, she appeared terrified, and now she displayed such bravery. Next, we wait a few minutes for the impurities to be expelled, then fish them out and scald them with boiling water. Under Lin Jianguo's guidance, Luo Meiwan learned swiftly. In truth, many of the steps Lin Jianguo had only read about. Had he attempted this himself, he would likely have fumbled. With deftness, Luo Meiwan used a pair of chopsticks to extract the disoriented golden-headed centipedes from the basin, placing them into the boiling water to scald them to death. She then efficiently gathered bamboo skewers, threading the centipedes and hanging them to dry in the shaded eaves. "How do I fare? Am I doing well?" Luo Meiwan's cheeks were flushed, revealing her shyness, yet her tone remained firm. Lin Jianguo nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent, even better than I anticipated. In 2 or 3 days, I will come to collect them and see how they fare in the county market. As for the profits, we shall see how the sales go." "Absolutely no problem." Luo Meiwan wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead. "It would be wonderful to earn some money, even if we do not. You have already helped me so much. By the way, it's nearly noon. Do stay for lunch. We have prepared some of the wild boar you gave us last time, and the remaining has been made into savory meat, which tastes delightful. Xiao Jun always mentions you whenever he eats it. He will surely be thrilled to see you when he wakes." "Thank you, but I must decline." Lin Jianguo shook his head. "I have matters to attend to at home and must return. I will come back in 3 days, in the evening. When I knock, it will be 3 long and 2 short." A hint of disappointment flickered in Luo Meiwan's eyes as she adjusted her hair. "Very well, I shall await your return. Could you do me a favor?" Lin Jianguo's face flushed again as he extended his hands, which were wrapped like zongzi. "Do not unwrap them. The medicine will provide some relief," Luo Meiwan whispered. "It would be better to remove them. I still have work to do at home. Besides, returning like this will certainly raise questions." Noticing the unmistakable disappointment on Luo Meiwan's face, Lin Jianguo quickly added, "This matter regarding the golden-headed centipedes is a secret. We must not allow any slip-ups, or we will have labored in vain." "Indeed, you are correct." Luo Meiwan lowered her head, gently grasping Lin Jianguo's hand, delicately unwrapping the bandages. "I am fine. I am not that delicate," Lin Jianguo remarked playfully, yet he failed to notice the large tears that fell onto his bandages. As the bandages came undone, Lin Jianguo flexed his hands. "Ouch! It is no wonder that the golden-headed centipede is considered the finest among centipedes. Its venom is exceptional." Furrowing his brow, Lin Jianguo took the jar, tucking it under his arm, glanced back at the peacefully sleeping Xiao Jun, and turned to leave. After a few steps, he paused and turned back. "If anyone troubles you in the future, let me know. I will find a way to deal with them." "Understood," Luo Meiwan replied softly, closing the door behind him. Having resolved this matter, Lin Jianguo's spirits soared as he walked along the narrow path home. This path was flanked by tea trees. Having surpassed the tea-picking season, the tea garden was devoid of people. Lin Jianguo hummed a cheerful tune, his steps light, when suddenly he thought he heard a sound. Following the noise, Lin Jianguo's gaze fell upon a massive cobra coiled in the middle of the path, roughly 7 to 8 meters ahead. In a few decades, the unique Chuanshan cobra will be renowned among netizens as one of China's top 10 venomous snakes, the illustrious Chuanshan Yinjingxi. Presently, this startled serpent has also noticed Lin Jianguo, coiling its lower body while raising its upper body, fiercely flicking its forked tongue at him. How fortunate! An opportunity presented itself, and Lin Jianguo felt an overwhelming joy. This snake appeared to be approximately 1.5 to 1.6 meters in length, weighing around 2 to 3 kilograms. The flavor of snake meat is undeniably exquisite, and the gallbladder of the cobra is also regarded as a highly valuable medicinal ingredient. However, as the cobra is a highly venomous species, one must exercise utmost caution when attempting to deal with this formidable creature. Chapter 75. The Harvest of a Cobra. According to the records I perused in my previous life regarding Chuanshan County, the Chuanshan cobra has evolved differently due to the island effect, resulting in shorter individuals, averaging around 1 meters. However, the cobra before me measures at least 1.5 meters, classifying it as a formidable giant among its kind. I am tempted by your form. Lin Jianguo licked his lips, remaining cautious. His eyes fixated on the creature as he crouched down, feeling for a stone the size of a fist. The effective striking distance of a cobra is approximately 2 to 3 meters, and with Lin Jianguo standing over 5 meters away, he felt relatively secure. Nevertheless, the cobra possesses a lethal ability, the capacity to spray venom from a distance. A direct hit to the eyes could lead to blindness. Holding the stone firmly, Lin Jianguo rose to his feet. The Chuanshan cobra reared itself, emitting a chilling hiss. For 2 minutes, man and serpent faced off until the cobra suddenly turned and slithered towards a nearby tea field. This was the moment. Lin Jianguo hurled the stone, striking the snake's abdomen. The cobra recoiled in pain and lunged toward him. Lin Jianguo turned and ran. On the sandy ground, the cobra was not particularly swift. As he fled, Lin Jianguo glanced back. The snake pursued him for a distance of over 10 meters before halting, attempting to escape into the tea field once more. You shall not escape. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Jianguo picked up a wooden stick from the roadside and charged forward, delivering a forceful blow to the cobra's upper body. Hisses. Realizing it had no chance of escape, the great serpent turned once more, opening its jaws wide as a jet of venom erupted forth. Fortunately, he had anticipated this. Lin Jianguo turned to flee, yet he was a moment too late. The venom splattered onto his clothing. Curse it, that was close. This time, you are doomed. I shall prepare you braced. Lin Jianguo continued to rain down blows with branches and stones. Before long, the cobra had sustained several blows, its lower body severely injured, and it finally lay motionless. This creature is formidable, Lin Jianguo mused, still hesitant to approach. In his previous life, he had read accounts online of individuals who had kept snakes in bottles for years, only to be bitten upon opening the cap. There were even unfortunate souls who, seeking a meal, were fatally bitten by the severed head of a snake. With determination, under the guidance of the helmsman, the cobra's head received several more strikes from stones, ensuring it could not rise again. Quite impressive. Lin Jianguo used a branch to lift the cobra onto his shoulder. Another fine piece of meat. How delightful. In truth, dealing with a cobra requires no special techniques or methods. One simply strikes it down with sheer force, akin to overwhelming a seasoned master with reckless punches. As long as one maintains distance and runs swiftly, few creatures can evade the grasp of humanity. As Lin Jianguo paraded through the streets with the cobra, a throng of children trailed behind him, eager to witness the spectacle. Upon entering his home, he startled Lin Zizao, who shrieked and dashed into her room. In the main room, Xiao Hohat heard the commotion and rushed out. Her first glance fell upon the large snake, shocking her, and her second glance revealed Lin Jianguo's swollen hands. Retribution, oh retribution, a disobedient and unfilial child. Even a cobra cannot tolerate your existence. Xiao Hohat remarked with a sardonic tone. As a grandmother, seeing her grandson bitten by a snake, this old witch displayed no sympathy, instead deriving pleasure from his misfortune. He Chaos Wei hurried out, aghast at Lin Jianguo's condition. Jianguo, what happened? Why provoke such a creature? Put it down, it's terrifying. Upon noticing Lin Jianguo's red, swollen hands, her fear intensified. Zizao, go fetch your father and tell him your brother has been bitten by a snake. We must rush him to the hospital. Lin Zizao sprinted away, only to be seized and pulled back by Lin Jianguo. Mother, I am fine. It was not the snake that bit me. Really? He Chaos Wei replied, skeptical, examining Lin Jianguo's hands closely. When she confirmed there were no signs of a snake bite, she finally felt relieved. What happened to your hands? He Chaos Wei insisted, still concerned. She only had one son, hoping for him to care for her in her old age. It's nothing. I was bitten by a centipede in the field. It hurt a bit earlier, but now I'm fine. In truth, Lin Jianguo's hands still throbbed painfully, but he did not want to worry his mother. Where's my father? Lin Jianguo ignored Xiao Hohat. Seeing that Lin Jianguo was unharmed, Xiao Hohat spat in frustration and returned indoors. Your father took your sister to the east end of the village to check on the house we borrowed. That is wonderful. I want to see it too. Mother, please prepare the snake and stew it with the wild boar meat. We should invite Uncle Chui to join us for a meal. He Chaos Wei glanced at the snake, resembling a twisted rope, shivering with fear. You go ahead. I dare not approach it. Just the sight of that great serpent frightens me. Lin Jianguo, thinking of leaving this troublesome place, could not help but tug at his hair in distress. Mother, dear mother, can you not assist me? I wish to see it. Lin Jianguo began to plead. How shameless. A grown man acting like a child. He chaos-wee lightly tapped Lin Jianguo on the head. How about this, mother? I will skin the snake and prepare it. You can chop it into pieces for the stew. Would that be agreeable? When I return, I will bring 2 pounds of wine, and we can enjoy it together. If you skin it, then it shall be acceptable. Ultimately, he chaos-wee could not refuse her son's request. Mother, you are so wonderful. Lin Jianguo set to work without delay. Preparing the snake was quite simple. First, he found a rope to hang the snake, then made a circular incision beneath its head, guiding the knife downward until the tail tip. He then peeled the skin away, stripping it off as if removing a garment. The cobra's spine bore 2 red blood vessels, emitting a foul odor, which Lin Jianguo carefully excised. Then, he opened the abdomen, preserving the gallbladder, severed the head, and buried both the head and entrails in a pit. With swift motions, he sliced the serpent into small segments, casting them into a basin, adding a few spoonfuls of coarse salt, and pouring in several ladles of well water. Lin Jianguo deftly secured the serpent's gallbladder and hung it beneath the eaves, calling out, Mother, I am off to find father. He dashed out the door. A brisk jog brought him to the eastern edge of the village, where he noticed an old house with its door ajar. Lin Jianguo rushed inside and nearly collided with the elderly Chui headman, who was emerging. Upon recognizing Lin Jianguo, the old man chuckled. You are indeed fortunate, young lad. This house is quite splendid, with good ventilation and cleanliness. A little tidying up, and it will be ready for habitation. Chapter 76. Seizing the day, is it not? Lin Jianguo wore an expression of sheer excitement. This was the first time in his life he felt a sense of home. Previously, residing in that courtyard, the better accommodations were occupied by Chow Ho Hot, He Fat Sai, and their son. Although the Lin family had 2 side rooms, the daily oppression from Chow Ho Hot and others rendered it more akin to a prison than a home. Now, however, even though these 2 rooms were quite old, the prospect of escaping Chow Ho Hot's clutches was a significant improvement. Hearing the commotion, Lin Tugan and Lin Jiefeng emerged, their faces adorned with smiles. Little brother, look, this room is quite spacious. It can serve as a dwelling for our parents, said Lin Jiefeng. This smaller room can accommodate me and Xiao Xiao. And what about me? Lin Jianguo inquired, having surveyed the surroundings, but finding no other rooms. What about this one? Lin Jiefeng pointed to a side room outside. It was originally a storage space, but with a bit of tidying up, it can be made livable. We can place 2 beds in there, one for you and one for Uncle Chui. Lin Jianguo chuckled. Well, I do enjoy sleeping in, so sharing a room with Uncle Chui sounds great. In truth, that room was quite suitable. He would often need to rise in the middle of the night to go to Wugongzi, making it convenient without disturbing his family. Regardless of the circumstances, having these few rooms was far superior to the previous arrangement of the entire family crammed into 2 small rooms. Lin Jiefeng, broom in hand, had already begun to clean. Sister, you need not rush so much, Lin Jianguo remarked. He fully understood Lin Jiefeng's eagerness. She was approaching the age of marriage and yet still shared a room with their parents and Lin Zizao, which was quite inconvenient. Having her own room was undoubtedly a source of joy. Before Uncle Chui's house is built, we will reside here. A home of our own is something to cherish and appreciate endlessly. Lin Jiefeng, having worked diligently from a young age, quickly made progress, causing a cloud of dust to rise in the room. Cough, cough. Sister, you really ought to stop and head home. Lin Jianguo called to Uncle Chui and Lin Tugan, urging them to return. Why should I go home? I want to work a bit longer, Lin Jiefeng replied wistfully. You can't do it all by yourself. Once the date is set, I will invite a few friends over, and we can clean up together swiftly. Besides, I brought some delicious food today, Lin Jianguo teased. What delightful treats have you procured? Uncle Chui's eyes lit up at the mention of food. Oh, it's nothing much. On my way back, I encountered a large cobra, which I dispatched with some hefty stones. I've already prepared it, and my mother will stew it with wild boar meat. Oh, what a waste! Uncle Chui exclaimed, stamping his foot. You can't stew snake meat with wild boar. It's a complete waste. Snake meat should be made into soup. Back when we fought the Japanese, there was a fellow from Guangxi in our team. His snake soup was utterly delicious. And the Hunan brothers would stir-fry it with garlic and chili, so fragrant. As Uncle Chui spoke, he swallowed hard, tugging Lin Jianguo along as they rushed back. Father, sister, remember to grab 2 pounds of liquor on your way back. Lin Jianguo's voice echoed in the wind. Hurry, hurry. Uncle Chui urged incessantly. You run fast. Uncle Chui? Lin Jianguo gasped, trailing behind. This is nothing. Back in the day when we fought against the Japanese, we practiced guerrilla tactics, Uncle Chui replied casually. What a pity you followed Lao Jiang. Otherwise, you would be quite the figure now, Uncle Chui. Indeed, we were just focused on fighting the Japanese, never considering the future. Quit the chatter and hurry up. We'll be late, Uncle Chui said as he quickened his pace. Suddenly, he stopped, sniffed the air, and exclaimed, Oh no, we're too late. Lin Jianguo caught the aroma of meat wafting through the air. Uncle Chui dashed into the kitchen, lifted the pot lid, and indeed found chunks of snake meat stewing alongside wild boar. What a waste! What a waste! Uncle Chui lamented, scooping a piece of snake meat into his mouth. After a few chews, he paused, swallowed, and immediately grabbed another piece, declaring, Delicious! Delicious! He set the pot lid aside, giving a thumbs up. He Chow entered from outside and, seeing Uncle Chui's delight, chuckled, I'm not much of a cook, so considering our family is large, I added some clams and dried cuttlefish to stretch the little snake meat we had. No wonder it tastes so fresh, Uncle Chui responded, as he Chow took the initiative to help set the table in the courtyard. Before long, Lin Tugan and Lin Jiefang returned, with Lin Jiefang carrying 3 bottles of liquor. Oh sister, you've struck gold. Lin Jianguo laughed. You all have worked hard. Our family's circumstances are improving, which brings me joy, Lin Jiefang remarked, tossing her long braid playfully as she washed her hands in the kitchen to assist He Chow. Lin Tugan, too, beamed with pride, saying, Indeed, life is getting better, there's hope. Lin Jianguo felt a sense of happiness swell within him. For so many years, his father had worn a frown, rarely showing a smile. Now, genuine joy radiated from him. Suddenly, the door to the main house swung open, and Chow Ho-Hot poured a basin of fish-washing water into the courtyard, cursing, Weren't you supposed to move out? Why are you still here, a bunch of wastrels, only knowing how to eat? It's as if you were all born from starving ghosts. Lin Jianguo slammed down his chopsticks and was about to rise when Lin Tugan gently held him back, still smiling. Jianguo, let it go. She is old after all. We'll be moving out in a few days. There's no need to let her ruin our mood. Nearby, Uncle Chui noticed Lin Zizao in the kitchen and pulled out a small paper bag from his pocket, cheerfully calling, Zizao, my good girl. Come see what delicious treat I brought you. Lin Zizao ran over, accepted the paper bag, and opened it. Wow, fruit candy, she exclaimed, unwrapping a colorful piece and popping it into her mouth. So delicious. Uncle Chui, you're so kind. Her sweet words made Uncle Chui beam with joy. Be sure to hide them after eating. Don't let your brother Jianguo find out, all right? Uncle Chui winked playfully. PSH, am I that greedy? Lin Jianguo rolled his eyes and said, Zhao Zhao, I too wish to indulge. Not a chance. Lin Zhao Zhao made a face and dashed away. Meanwhile, a delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen. A large basin filled with melons of snake meat, wild boar, and seafood was presented. Lin Jianguo inhaled deeply, savoring the enticing scent. It was simply exquisite. He picked up his chopsticks and took a bite, a unique flavor blossoming on his palate. It was simultaneously salty, savory, smooth, and fragrant, truly perfection. If one were to find a minor flaw, it would be the slight absence of chili. Lin Jianguo poured a glass of wine for old Chui, then filled his father's cup. Lin Tugung took a gentle sip, producing a satisfied sound, his face radiating contentment. After this meal, I shall head to the town to consult the Yinyang master regarding the calendar, to choose an auspicious date for our move. Father, I believe that choosing a date is less favorable than simply seizing the day. Any day we can leave this courtyard will be a propitious one. Lin Jianguo glanced at the main house and spat. Old Chui nodded in agreement, saying, I concur with Jianguo. What do you think, mother? Lin Tugung turned to He Chaosui. He Chaosui sighed and replied, Let us eat our son. Excellent. Lin Jianguo exclaimed, slapping his thigh, Then it is settled. After meals from now on, I shall inform my friends, and if all goes well, we shall move tomorrow. Chapter 77. Moving tomorrow there was snake meat, wild boar meat, seafood, and aged liquor. The family enjoyed their meal with great joy, while the sounds of Chow Ho-Hot wailing and cursing in the main house echoed in the background. He Chow Shui sighed, though the others remained blissful. After the meal, Lin Jianguo went to the village office to borrow a handcart, intending to retrieve the marinated wild boar meat that had been hung from the beams for the past 2 days. Originally, it was meant for 4 people, but after a night of revelry, it was left at the Lin residence. Lin Tugung and He Chow Shui were both earnest individuals, unwilling to allow their son to lose face in front of his friends. Thus, They took great care in the curing process. After several days of drying, the wild boar meat gleamed enticingly, exuding an irresistible allure. Jianguo, take more. We cannot let them suffer a loss, urged Lin Jianguo. After satisfying his hunger, he instinctively squatted in the cool shade by the wall, pulling out a pouch of old tobacco to smoke. Old Shui, not one to be left out, also procured some tobacco leaves, fashioned a paper cone, and lit it, beginning to enjoy his smoke. Father, rest assured. We shall not allow them to be at a disadvantage, Lin Jianguo said, selecting the finest cuts of meat to place on the cart. He then picked a piece weighing about 20 pounds from their own supply and added it to the cart. Wang Bao isn't home, so I'll take some to his mother for a taste. That is only right. Since Wang Bao is away, you should check in on them often and offer support. He Chao Shui replied with a smile. Although illiterate, she understood the wisdom of community and camaraderie. A man seeking to establish himself in this fishing village needed either a large, harmonious family or a few steadfast friends. Her husband had been looked down upon for years due to their humble beginnings, with all their earnings going to Chao Gihua, leaving Lin Tijin unable to make friends. Now that her son had formed genuine friendships, her heart brimmed with joy. After finishing his tobacco, old Shui brushed off the ashes from his clothes and stood up. I have nothing to do. Let me help Jianguo with the cart. Together, they set off with a cartload of wild boar meat, glistening in the sunlight. The oil dripped from the cart onto the dirt path, leaving a trail of savory aroma that elicited envious glances from passers-by. Look, the Lin family has prospered. Now they can feast on meat. Indeed, this cart of meat is truly well prepared. It smells delightful, remarked the elderly villagers at the entrance of the village, their faces filled with envy. Dongfeng village was a fishing community where various fish were commonplace, but meat was a rarity. In these times, who could transport such large quantities of meat? It was a symbol of strength. Lin Jianguo pulled the cart with apparent indifference, though pride swelled within him. This is just the beginning. There will be more for you to envy in the future. Old Shui energetically assisted from behind, his face alight with joy. For many years, as a solitary old man, he had merely existed, but now he too felt a sense of belonging and purpose as part of the Lin family. They arrived at Wang Bao's house, and upon knocking, Wang Bao's mother opened the door, her face brightening at the sight of Lin Jianguo. Auntie, has Wang Bao returned? He inquired, lifting the 20-pound piece of wild boar meat as he entered the courtyard and hung it from the beams of the kitchen. Goodness, that is quite a lot. An old woman like me can't possibly consume it all. You can take it back. Just leave a bit for Wang Bao to try, she insisted. There's no need for such formality. Wang Bao isn't here. Otherwise, he would have insisted on joining, Lin Jianguo replied. Indeed, he has a lively spirit. If he knew, he wouldn't let it slip away. While speaking, Wang Bao's mother brought out a small jar. This is freshly pickled jellyfish, crisp and delicious. Take a jar with you. No, Auntie, Lin Jianguo replied, gesturing to the cart. I still have to deliver meat to the Qin and Jia families. It's too good to be damaged. We're moving tomorrow, so when Wang Bao returns, let him come to play. Lin Jianguo exited the courtyard and resumed his journey toward the neighboring Shifeng village. The Qin brothers were not home. He wondered where they might be. When their parents saw the 200 pounds of meat, their smiles were wide. Ever since completing high school, the Qin brothers had been idling at home, and their parents worried they might go astray. However, after Lin Jianguo's recent endeavors, they had gained a reputation in the village, drawing the attention of matchmakers. The Qin father was overjoyed to see Lin Jianguo. Shifeng village was an agricultural community famous for raising large white geese. By the time Lin Jianguo departed from the Qin household, he had acquired 2 large white geese and 100 goose eggs. Life was much more comfortable for Jia Pengzi now. When Lin Jianguo encountered Jia Pengzi, he was engaged in a hearty meal surrounded by rare delicacies from the local region, including imported chocolates, locally scarce bananas, and even American Coca-Cola. Jia Pengzi's mouth was stuffed, leaving him unable to speak. Jia Pengzi's mother squinted with delight as she watched her son indulge. Eat up, my dear. You've been working hard these past few days and have lost weight. Lin Jianguo observed the rotund Jia Pengzi and couldn't help but smile. After delivering 1 to 200 pounds of wild boar meat to the Jia household, Jia Pengzi's mother had already made plans for distribution. This leg of pork is excellent. I'll save it for Jia Jun to strengthen him. This fatty piece, I'll send to Director Feng of the County Industrial Bureau. He will surely appreciate it. Initially, Jia Pengzi's mother had reservations about him associating with Lin Jianguo and the Qin brothers, viewing them as lacking influence and future prospects. However, The tides had turned. They had become heroes in the village. Jianguo, do come by more often. You have not visited Auntie's house in recent years, and Auntie is beginning to feel rather neglected. Director Liu, might you refrain from empty pleasantries? Hurry and fetch something delicious for Jianguo. This child is full of nonsense. Liu Yun's cheeks flushed slightly as she retrieved the keys to open the storage room at home. Zhao Pengzi pushed past his mother and squeezed inside, rummaging through various boxes, causing his mother to grimace in exasperation. Zhao Pengzi handed a few pieces of chocolate to Lin Jianguo and placed 5 or 6 cans of Coca-Cola onto Lin Jianguo's cart. I heard that the Lin family is moving tomorrow, and Zhao Pengzi's entire body nodded in agreement. It is exceedingly dull to eat and drink at home. My energy simply has no outlet. Chapter 78. The joy of moving, and early the next morning, the Lin family's entrance buzzed with activity. He Chao Shui arrived with Lin Jiafeng, while Lin Zhao had already gone to the new house to tidy up. In fact, they had been cleaning the previous afternoon and had nearly finished both inside and out. Although it was merely a temporary residence, it was undeniably their own home, cherished and valued, prompting another early morning visit. A few militia members from the village came to assist, along with several neighbors lending a helping hand. Historically, the Lin family held the lowest status in the village, often overlooked in both trivial and significant matters. However, ever since Lin Jianguo hunted a wild boar and apprehended a spy, the county's secretary Zhao visited to commend him, and the dynamics shifted dramatically. Rumors spread throughout the village, suggesting that Lin Tuzhen had once saved Secretary Zhao's life. And with Lin Jianguo's recent accomplishments, the Lin family was bound to prosper. Villagers, who previously kept their distance due to the family's impoverished state, now gathered around, eager to associate with them. On this day, the Lin family had ample manpower. With Lin Jianguo and his son, along with 3 friends of Lin Jianguo, and even Wang Bao, who returned upon hearing the news to lend a hand, there were 7 men in total. The Lin family had struggled for years with little inheritance. The house belonged to the Chao family, which could not be moved, and most of the furniture was also theirs, leaving only a few belongings to transfer. The main reason for gathering so many people was to create an atmosphere of prosperity and liveliness. The Qin brothers and Zhao Pengzi had not seen Lin Jianguo for several days, and their reunion sparked endless conversation. Wang Bao chimed in with questions, expressing admiration for their quartet's exploits. What a pity you weren't there that day, Lin Jianguo remarked, patting Wang Bao on the shoulder. No worries, seeing you all thriving brings me joy, replied Wang Bao. Amidst laughter and chatter, they loaded the Lin family's belongings onto the cart, completing the task in several trips. Meanwhile, Chao Guihua stood at the entrance, spitting and rolling her eyes. Once the final load was secured and they exited, Lin Jianguo turned to gaze at the house where he had lived for over 20 years, a place that had housed his repressed childhood. With a disdainful spit aimed at the Chao family's door, he pulled the cart away, resolutely heading towards his new home. Jianguo, this house seems quite nice, remarked a few younger brothers, surveying the residence. Although it was merely a borrowed dwelling, it was relatively intact, albeit damp from disuse, and with some leaky ceilings. Without Lin Jianguo needing to call for it, the Qin brothers fetched a ladder to ascend the roof, while Zhao Pengzi assisted from the ground, passing up tiles. What are your plans moving forward, Jianguo? Inquired Wang Bao, glancing at him. The priority is to settle in and then devise ways to earn money. Uncle Lao Chui has promised to transfer his land to our family. We'll need to visit the town to finalize the paperwork. Additionally, I must find time to demolish Uncle Lao Chui's old house, and once I've earned enough, I can build a new one. Constructing a house requires a substantial sum, interjected Zhao Pengzi. Indeed, it will cost around 1,000 yuan. Wang Bao frowned, saying, Jianguo, earning that much is no small feat. Who knows when you'll manage it? Why don't we brothers pool our resources? Suggested Zhao Pengzi. That's a splendid idea. He nodded vigorously. I have over 200 yuan that I have nowhere to put. My mother has asked me several times for it, claiming it's for my future marriage. But isn't that absurd? My parents should be preparing the funds. Not me. I propose that we each contribute 300 yuan to support Jianguo initially, and we can take a little interest for ourselves later, suggested Qin Han from the roof. The practice of pooling funds in such a manner is a common local custom, allowing those in urgent need of money to access it first while slowly repaying later, with later contributors enjoying greater interest. No need for that. Lin Jianguo expressed his gratitude towards his supportive friends. However, 300 yuan was still a significant amount. Among them, Only Jia Pengzi's family was well off. The others were not much better off than Lin Jianguo. During his visit to the Qin family, Qin Han's father mentioned that several matchmakers were currently proposing suitors. If a marriage materialized, funds would soon be necessary. He felt it unfair to burden his friends, who were already considering their own needs. By the way, Wang Bao, what brings you back? Won't it disrupt your work? Lin Jianguo voiced his concern. After all, Wang Bao was now a state employee, and any work-related delays would be problematic. No worries. The soy sauce factory is not doing well, Wang Bao replied with a grin. They actually prefer us to take more leave to minimize salary expenses. Our Xuanshan has fallen behind. The soy sauce produced elsewhere is not only cheaper and tastier, but also comes in appealing packaging. Wang Bao sighed as he spoke. Lin Jianguo understood the situation well. The winds of reform brought prosperity for some, while leaving others in despair. He recalled how, in the future, many state-owned enterprises would begin layoffs, and Xuanshan would be no exception. Wang Bao's factory, despite its long history, would not survive. And Wang Bao himself would ultimately face the same fate of unemployment, struggling for the rest of his life. Recently, we discovered a fantastic spot for sea harvesting, Lin Jianguo whispered. There's an abundance of seaweed there. I believe we could easily sell it for 1,000 yuan. If you're free in the next few days, let us go together to gather some. Wang Bao's eyes lit up. Having grown up in a fishing village, he found the rigid rules of the soy sauce factory stifling and longed for the freedom of sea harvesting. That sounds splendid. I haven't gone sea harvesting in years. I was just thinking about it, he replied. As they spoke, the Qin brothers had already finished tidying up the roof. Rest assured, you can live here for 20 years, and this roof will not leak, they assured. Lin Jiefeng brought water to wash their hands. No need to wash. Jianguo just mentioned that we need to demolish Uncle Lao Chui's old house. It's more efficient to do it all at once. All right, let's finish up quickly today, so we can all go beachcombing tomorrow. Just thinking about that huge patch of mussels gets everyone excited. With that, a few of them pulled the cart and headed out. Jianguo. In the main room, Lin Jiefeng waved Lin Jianguo over. What's up, sis? Lin Jianguo walked over and asked. There's a bit of a situation. We have a lot of people coming today, but He Chaos Wee beside her looked somewhat embarrassed and said, we're out of money at home. All the money went to compensate your grandmother. Today is going to be tough. He Chaos Wee pulled out the last 5 yuan from his pocket. Lin Jianguo nodded. It was supposed to be a joyous housewarming. With everyone coming to help, a good meal was still necessary. This was the custom in the fishing village. If the meal wasn't properly prepared, not only would people gossip behind their backs, but it would also be seen as a bad omen. Don't worry, sis. Go to the market and buy some mantis shrimp. Get some other cheap miscellaneous fish as well. Huh, serving mantis shrimp to guests? That seems a bit inappropriate, doesn't it? He Chaos Wee sighed. In Dongfeng Village, mantis shrimp might be considered seafood, but they held no status at all. Unlike decades later, when they could cost dozens or even hundreds of yuan per jean, in Dongfeng Village at that time, no one ate mantis shrimp. Fishermen at sea would often toss them back into the ocean, thinking they took up too much space. Even if they were brought back to the village, they were sold for just a few fen per jean. Farmers in Shifeng Village would often spend a few yuan to buy dozens of jean and use them as fertilizer in their fields. Serving something like this to guests would surely invite ridicule. It's fine, trust me. I have a plan, Lin Jianguo said with confidence. Chapter 79. A bunch of small fish. The residents of Lao Chui's family had long fallen into disrepair. A few young men tied a rope to the beams of the house, shouted a few commands, and with a great effort, the structure collapsed. Subsequently, they began to clear away the remnants of the ruins. The wooden beams were infested with pests and could no longer be used, but they could be saved for firewood. The remaining large stones were piled to the side, as they might be useful when constructing a new house. The leftover earth bricks were loaded onto carts, transported away one load at a time. The group switched shifts frequently, making rapid progress. As noon approached, Lin Zizao came to call everyone back for lunch. After a brief discussion, they decided to finish the last bits of work. After tirelessly working for 5 or 6 hours, they finally cleared the earth bricks. Brothers, we're done. Let's head back for lunch. I'm starving, Lin Jianguo called out. Fatty can eat 5 bowls of rice. Jia Panzai, who was delicate and unaccustomed to hard labor, was exhausted after this morning's efforts. Look at you, can you manage? Qin Xiaoni teased. There's still a bit left. Let us finish it together to save you the trouble later. Not a problem. I can handle this little bit of work when I have the time. Lin Jianguo stretched lazily. He understood why Jia Panzai was struggling. Even he felt sore all over. The Lin family was no longer the same as before. Life was looking up, and everyone was in high spirits. Moreover, saving 1,000 yuan was not something that could be achieved in a day or two. There was still ample time. The group sang as they pulled the carts toward the Lin family's new home. The girls from Dabin City are truly beautiful, with long, thick braids. Zhao Panzai sang in a smooth tone, bringing smiles to everyone's faces. By the time they arrived at the new Lin residence, everything was already in order. Lin Jianguo wandered around, both inside and outside the house. The familiar items placed in unfamiliar rooms gave him a surreal feeling. Large basins of water had been prepared long ago, one for each person. Lin Jianguo hurriedly washed up and made his way to the kitchen. "Brother, what is cooking?" Lin Jiafeng asked, looking troubled upon seeing Lin Jianguo. "What fish did you buy?" Lin Jianguo detected a strong fishy odor. "Just 5 yuan. What can you buy with that?" "I got 20 pounds of mantis shrimp for 1 yuan and over 10 pounds of small fish. I also purchased a few blocks of tofu. I wanted to buy 2 pounds of eggs, but I ran out of money." Lin Jiafeng's voice carried a hint of disappointment. "Mother and I cleaned the fish a long time ago and waited for you for quite a while. If you hadn't returned, they would have turned into dried fish. But can such a meal be served to guests? This is the first meal in our new home. It must bring good fortune. What is that pile?" Lin Jianguo gestured toward a heap of items on the stove. "That's the stuff you brought back from Jia Jun's house yesterday. I took a look. It's all peculiar, and I don't even know if it's edible." The other pile was brought by Wang Baolai this morning, claiming it was unsellable products from their soy sauce factory, given as wages, just some soy sauce and seasonings. "Oh, how interesting." Lin Jianguo approached and inspected the items one by one. There were lunch meats, chocolates, and several bottles of cola. Surprisingly, there was even half a case of liquor. "These are good items." Lin Jianguo glanced at the assortment brought by Wang Bao. He had to admit, it was no wonder the soy sauce factory was facing closure. The items produced were outdated, and the packaging made them unappealing. However, Lin Jianguo knew that Wang Bao's soy sauce factory had a rich history, having transitioned from a public-private partnership during the Great Transformation to a state-owned enterprise. Their soy sauce was made using traditional methods and recipes, and the taste was quite commendable. At that moment, Wang Bao entered, his face slightly flushed and awkwardly chuckled. "Jianguo, this is what our factory issued. There's too much. I have several boxes at home. Our factory can't even pay wages now. So we're using these as compensation." As he spoke, he picked up a small bottle and continued. "The manager loves to stir things up, hiring some technician from outside, claiming he wants innovation by mimicking new products from the mainland. The technician is indeed attractive, but unfortunately, she's a complete disaster. They produce something, but it can't be sold at all." Lin Jianguo suddenly had an idea. "This is a jar of pepper salt. This will become highly sought after decades later, but right now, no one in Chuan Mountain uses it. The locals prefer fresh fish and seafood, emphasizing freshness, usually steamed with pickled vegetables. While it is indeed fresh, it can be somewhat bland. This is quite good." Lin Jianguo eagerly examined the items. Despite the poor packaging from Wang Bao's soy sauce factory, the variety was impressive, with several large bottles of oyster sauce alone. Wang Bao blushed even more as he saw Lin Jianguo pick up the oyster sauce. "Jianguo, don't be too picky. This stuff has been sitting in our factory since production. It hasn't sold at all. Our salespeople have run themselves rag trying to sell it. When I opened it last night, it was dark and sticky. Don't worry about it. You go wait for dinner. I really like what you brought." Lin Jianguo was almost beaming with joy. It seemed that the technician hired by Wang Bao's factory had some talent. Unfortunately, while her ideas were good, she lacked an understanding of the specific circumstances in Chuan Mountain. But there was no time to dwell on that now. Lin Jianguo rolled up his sleeves and instructed everyone to step outside and wait for dinner. In his previous life, Lin Jianguo had ventured alone into the world. Cafeteria food was unpalatable, and dining out was expensive. During his spare time, he enjoyed experimenting with cooking. Regardless of the delicious dishes he encountered, he would return home to recreate them, even purchasing numerous cookbooks for this purpose. As the internet became widespread, it became even easier. Just follow along and learn. Over time, Lin Jianguo's culinary skills improved considerably. Although he could not compare to professional chefs, he was far superior to the monotonous cooking styles of that era. Lin Jianguo began examining the ingredients that Lin Jiafeng had bought. The pai pai xia are remarkably large, their abdomens notably swollen. According to the season, these creatures should be brimming with roe. Among the assortment of small fish, there exists a diverse array, including some commendable varieties such as the hairtail, the large yellow croaker, and the eel. However, they are regrettably diminutive. Nevertheless, this suffices. Lin Jianguo resolved to prepare a dish popular in the Chaoshan region, mixed fish rice, which bears a resemblance to the steamed rice with blue crabs of Chuanshan. The only distinction lies in the use of blue crabs in Chuanshan, while mixed fish rice employs a selection of oil-rich small fish. Lin Jianguo procured a basin, tossed in 2 pounds of assorted fish, and added some seafood sauce and salt, mixing it all together and setting it aside to marinate. Alas, if only there were some chili peppers. The locals of Chuanshan have never favored spiciness, and it was not until decades later, with the rise of Sichuan hot pot, that chili peppers won their affection. As Lin Jianguo lifted his head, a sudden smile appeared on his face. There, on the wall, hung several strings of vibrant red dried chili peppers. A revelation struck him. This must have been brought by old Shui's family. Truly, it was a fortuitous turn of events. Chapter 80. Just say it smells good on another stove. A pot bubbled with steam, the enticing aroma of wild boar meat wafting through the air. The pai shrimp and small fish had been cleaned and were perfectly ready for use, their moisture nearly drained. Lin Jianguo took a moment to assess the ingredients and seasonings before getting to work. In the courtyard, Chaos Hui and Lin Jiefeng exchanged worried glances towards the kitchen. A thick plume of smoke seemed to rise from within, followed by an acrid scent that permeated the air. Chaos Hui could not suppress a couple of coughs. No way, your brother has never cooked before. Letting him do this is sheer folly. I better step in, she muttered, still feeling uneasy and preparing to head towards the kitchen. Mom, can you smell it? Lin Jiefeng suddenly inhaled deeply, grabbing Chao Shui's arm. What are you doing? It's not the time for nonsense. Just as Chaos Hui was about to move, she too caught a whiff of something delightful. How fragrant. She paused, taken aback. The pungent spiciness had dissipated, replaced by an exquisite scent that was entirely unfamiliar. What could that possibly be? She pondered. She was well aware of the ingredients in the kitchen. On Chuan Mountain, pai shrimp were simply steamed before consumption, and the small fish were hardly worthy of a dish. Usually boiled alongside pickled vegetables. But where was this delightful aroma coming from? The people in the courtyard had begun to notice as well. This smells incredible, Jia Pengzi remarked, swallowing hard and rubbing his hands together. Auntie, what delicious food are you preparing? It smells divine. Chaos Hui remained perplexed. Let us go see, she exclaimed, tugging at Lin Jiefeng, and they both entered the kitchen. Upon entering, they found Lin Jianguo adding water to the pot. With a sizzle, various small fish floated to the surface. Chaos Hui recognized them as stripped bass and horseface fish, though they appeared different from those she was accustomed to. The fire beneath the stove was vigorous, and Lin Jianguo added boiling water, resulting in a pot of creamy white broth in no time. How's it going? Lin Jianguo inquired as he grabbed a large block of tofu and haphazardly chopped it before tossing it into the pot. Then came the assortment of seasonings, scallions, ginger, and garlic. He covered the pot, yet the sweet and savory aroma continued to escape. Chaos Hui was bewildered. Jianguo, what on earth are you doing? Is this how one cooks? She had spent her life preparing fish and had never done so in this manner. It was utterly unprecedented. On Chuan Mountain, how one prepared fish was well known and should not be done haphazardly. Some fish required steaming, while others could only be braised, and stingrays, for instance, should only be cooked with pickled vegetables. It would be laughable to braise a stingray. However, Mom, Lin Jiefeng tugged at Chao Shui's sleeve. It truly smells wonderful. The human pursuit of novel flavors is timeless. The seafood cooking methods of Chuan Mountain were indeed distinctive, but they catered to tourists who would visit decades later. For the local inhabitants, a dish enjoyed for several decades could become monotonous. After a few minutes, the pot reached a boil, and Lin Jianguo fetched a large basin, pouring out the fish broth. So fragrant. Lin Jiefeng inhaled deeply. Being young, he was naturally more inclined to experiment with new tastes than Chaos Hui. Lin Jianguo then heated oil in a pan, this time using the larger yellow croaker, small yellow croaker, sardines, and pomfret. Once the oil was hot, he added the assorted fish, frying them until golden brown and crispy before removing them from the pan. Next came the spiced pai shrimp. While cooking, Lin Jianguo called out, "Sister, please start cooking the rice, and layer it with salted fish." In the courtyard, the table had already been set. Lin Tugan felt a bit awkward. While it was a joyous occasion, their finances were quite strained. With only friends and relatives present, the modest provisions prepared seemed rather meager. Dear friends and family, thank you for helping with the move. You know our circumstances, so today we can only offer a simple meal. Lin Tugan struggled to continue. Uncle, we are all good friends with Jianguo, so please don't be so formal, Wang Bao laughed. Uncle is just being polite. Just take a whiff of this delightful aroma. It may be something truly delectable. When it comes to food, you must trust my instincts, Jia Pongzi added, rubbing his belly. After a long day of labor, he felt a bit leaner and anticipated indulging in a hearty meal. Dinner is served. The kitchen door swung open as Lin Jianguo emerged with a large basin, an intense fragrance enveloping the air. Auntie's mastery of braised meat is unmatched. It smells heavenly. The pot contained wild boar meat. Everyone present had tasted it before and recognized the aroma immediately. Chaos Wei brought out a stack of bowls, serving everyone a generous portion of meat. So delicious. The braised wild boar, stewed with fish jerky, combined the rich aroma of the meat with the fresh flavor of the fish, tantalizing everyone's taste buds. With each bite, the meat was succulent without being greasy, and the fish jerky was crispy yet tender, a match made in heaven. Before they had even finished their first bowls, another pot of pan-fried small fish was brought to the table. Zhao Pongzi wasted no time, diving in with his chopsticks and stuffing a fish into his mouth, exclaiming, "Delicious, delicious." Even the bones are tender. With oil dripping from his mouth, he wore a look of utter satisfaction. Though these small fish were petite, their flesh was plump, and after being fried in hot oil, they were crispy and fragrant. A single bite revealed that even the heads were delightfully crunchy. Chaos Wei and Lin Jianguo, who had initially been apprehensive, felt reassured seeing everyone so pleased. They hurried back to the kitchen to fetch a few bottles of wine. With delectable food and fine wine, the lives of the fishermen were simply uncomplicated and joyful. Everyone, take your time, there's more food. Chaos Wei beamed, though she couldn't help but feel a bit curious. Her son seemed rather different lately. How could he prepare such delightful dishes that she had never even heard of? Perhaps he had matured and gained insight? Or maybe it was the nightly prayers to the Bodhisattva that had yielded a blessing. As Chaos Wei pondered these thoughts, Lin Jianguo emerged with a large basin of spiced pai shrimp. As soon as the pai xia was presented on the table, everyone was taken aback. Is this really pai xia? The very same crustacean sold for mere pennies per pound to farmers as fertilizer? At first glance, they appeared strikingly similar. No, not merely similar, they were indeed the same. Yet, upon closer inspection, the aroma was entirely different. Wang Bao, filled with curiosity, picked up a pai xia and licked it. Shocked, the flavor was utterly intoxicating. Wang Bao, oblivious to the fact that the pai xia was still scorching hot and that its prickly spines could injure his mouth, pried open one of the shells, revealing the vibrant red roe that seemed ready to burst forth. With one bite, the savory saltiness of the pepper and salt mingled with the rich, fragrant roe, melting exquisitely on his palate. How was this prepared? It was simply divine. Hearing Wang Bao's exclamation, the others could hardly contain their eagerness to taste as well. But wait, there's more. Following this delightful dish was a pot of sour and spicy mixed fish stew with tofu, the pristine white tofu swimming in a broth infused with pickled vegetables and chili, a tantalizing combination of flavors that was utterly irresistible. By the time the mixed fish rice was served, everyone had already indulged to their heart's content. Today's meal was truly exquisite. Chapter 81. Let us go, let us go. Off to the sea. Jia Pongzi patted his round belly, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. Jianguo, when will your family build a new house? Lin Jianguo was taken aback and chuckled. What's the matter? Have you eaten so much that you have nowhere to expend your energy? Zhao Pongzi picked up his chopsticks, burped contentedly, and took a bite of the pan-fried mixed fish. Raising his wine glass, he shook his head in admiration. I feel guilty coming to your house for free meals every day. Whenever your family builds a new house, you must invite me. I won't ask for wages, just provide the food. Beside them, Qin Shao Nyangzi laughed and interjected. Oh please, our brothers have been working hard on the roof for half the day while you've been lounging in the shade, humming to yourself. With your appetite, you haven't done much work. You'll end up making Jianguo go broke. You're always welcome to eat, even if we don't build a house, He Chao Shui said with a smile. In recent years, the Lin family had not been respected in the village, living in isolation, with few visitors. Occasionally, when someone did come by, they would leave after being subjected to the sarcastic remarks of Chao Guihua. Her intentions were clear, to keep the Lin family under her control, becoming a parasitic presence. Thus, the Lin family had been largely abandoned. Now, Seeing his son surrounded by a few good friends brought He Chao Shui immense joy, and he welcomed them wholeheartedly. Jianguo, when shall we go to the sea? Wang Bao asked, a hint of eagerness in his voice. His family were fishermen, but his father believed that fishing was too laborious and arranged for him to work at a soy sauce factory. However, Wang Bao, with his lively spirit, found the job more unbearable than imprisonment. I suppose it will have to be tomorrow, right? Everyone's tired today. Lin Jianguo stretched lazily, while He Chao Shui and Lin Jiafeng began clearing the table. He opened a can of cola and handed it to Lin Zhejiang, who had been eyeing it. Being a well-mannered little girl, she wouldn't touch it unless the adults permitted her. Lin Zhejiang accepted it eagerly and took a greedy sip. Yuck, what is this? It tastes like herbal medicine. She tossed the cola aside and headed to the kitchen in search of the pan-fried mixed fish. You little girl, you still don't understand the allure of this delightful beverage. Lin Jianguo chuckled, taking a sip himself. Delicious. A rush of excitement surged through him, prompting a belch. Qin Han leaned in, saying yes. I was thinking the same. The thought of the vast expanse of clams made his heart race. Those aren't just clams. They're like bundles of cash waiting to be collected. Just a short boat ride, and one could fill a sack in no time. With a few trips, buying a bicycle wouldn't be out of reach, Lin Jianguo remarked, shaking his head. But not today. I'm too tired to row. Is this all you can handle? Lin Jianguo, with a smile, chimed in. It's rare for you all to be so lively today. I'll row the boat. Wow, that is wonderful. Qin Shao Nyangzi nearly jumped for joy. Dad, I want to go too. Lin Jiafeng called out from the kitchen, peeking her head out. You can't go. He Chao Shui quickly interrupted. There are rules on our boat. Women can't board. She glanced around, counting heads. Look, there's your father, your brother, plus Uncle Chui and the four of them. That makes 7 people. If you join, it'll be a violation of the rules. It's said that long ago, when the 8 immortals crossed the sea to battle the Dragon King, they angered him, leading to a great storm that swept them into the ocean. Since then, this rule has persisted, especially on fishing boats, where women are generally forbidden. Uncle Chui, I want to go too. Lin Zhejiang exclaimed, clutching a piece of luncheon meat as she ran out. I think that's fine. Old Chui, upon seeing Lin Zhejiang, couldn't help but smile broadly. Old Chui, don't spoil Zhejiang too much, Lin Jianguo added, grinning. It's just going to the sea. What is the big deal? Old Chui laughed, scooping Lin Zhejiang into his arms. Now it's perfect. With 2 girls and 7 boys, there's no taboo. Your big sister can join too. He Chao Shui, being practical, was still reluctant to agree. However, considering it was the first day in their new home, she felt it was essential to keep the mood cheerful and decided to hold her tongue. Lin Jianguo stood up, stretching his arms and legs. Since Lin Jianguo's broken engagement, he hadn't been well, remaining at home to recuperate, avoiding the boat. These days, feeling better, he noticed an improvement in his health and strength. Dad, if we're going, we need to bring more sacks, Lin Jianguo said, pleased to see Lin Jianguo so enthusiastic. In his memory, Lin Jianguo often wore a frown, but now his face was frequently lit up with smiles, looking younger and more vibrant. Truly, a smile can take 10 years off one's age. Upon hearing he could join, Lin Jiafeng quickly wiped her hands, removed her apron, and fetched several large baskets and a few sacks from the storeroom. Qin Han rushed over to help, and the 8 or 9 of them merrily made their way to the back beach. Jian, where are you headed? An old man at the village entrance, idly passing time, called out upon seeing Lin Jianguo just taking the kids to have some fun at the sea. Lin Jianguo replied loudly. What is so fun about that? There's nothing good on our beach, the old man muttered to an elderly woman nearby. Just for fun. It's a joyful outing. Lin Jianguo, in high spirits, spoke louder than usual. How has Jian changed? He used to be so quiet. The old man remarked to the old woman. Upon reaching the back beach, the young men put their strength into action, launching the Lin family's small boat into the sea. Lin Jianguo and Lin Jianguo steadied the boat, as Lin Jiafeng and Lin Zhejiang climbed aboard, followed by old Chui. Lin Jianguo jumped onto the boat, intending to help his father, but Lin Jianguo pushed him aside. Taking a few steps, Lin Jianguo used the paddle to propel himself onto the small boat. By the time he straightened up, the boat had already drifted away from the beach, gliding towards the open sea. Wow, Uncle Lin is quite skilled, Zhao Pengzi exclaimed, already making plans as they had barely paddled a few meters. Last time, when we set sail for the founding of the nation, we had yet to reach our destination, and we were all feeling quite ill. Uncle Lin's boat was remarkably steadier than being on land itself. Lin Tugging smiled faintly and remarked, "What is this? I've been rowing for several decades. Aside from this skill, I possess little else." Though he spoke in such a manner, he felt a sense of joy within. In truth, rowing is not particularly difficult. It merely requires an understanding of the water. Once the oar plunges into the water, one instinctively comprehends the tides and the direction of the wind. Chapter 82. A large sea turtle. My father was indeed correct. Lin Jianguo chimed in, stating, "I can only row. In truth, I am not particularly skilled at it. It is laborious and slow." The few individuals aboard engaged in lively chatter, especially Lin Jianguo and Lin Jianguo, who, due to their gender, seldom had the opportunity to board a vessel, let alone accompany Lin Tuggong on a fishing expedition. Lin Jianguo found everything novel, fidgeting with this and that, even attempting to reach out and touch the waves, which prompted old Chui to hold her tightly in his arms. "Jianguo, you are referring to Laoshu Mountain, right?" Lin Tuggong inquired. "Indeed, it is Laoshishan. Father, have you been there?" Lin Jianguo, concerned about Lin Tuggong's fatigue, stepped forward to take the oar. "No need for that. You should sit still. You are tired today as well. I have not handled an oar in quite some time, and a few strokes feel quite pleasant." Lin Tuggong replied leisurely as he gently moved the oar. In his hands, the oar appeared effortless, yet each stroke propelled the small boat a considerable distance. Laoshu Mountain. I have passed by it countless times, but never ventured close. My focus has always been on fishing diligently to earn a bit more, leaving no time for such desolate islands. Lin Tuggong glanced at Lin Jianguo and asked, "Is there a fishing area up there?" "Not only is there, but there is an abundance," Qin Han interjected with a smile. "Uncle Lin, I assure you that you will be astonished." "Is that so?" Lin Tuggong replied with a slight smile, his heart filled with skepticism. Despite only navigating a small boat, he had spent many years at sea and had seen much. This vast ocean held little that could surprise him anymore. He was well acquainted with these waters, and upon recognizing it was Laoshishan, he could steer directly there without Lin Jianguo's guidance. "Father, you are heading in the wrong direction." As they approached Laoshishan, Lin Jianguo suddenly remarked, "It is not towards the outer sea route nor towards the main island, but rather beneath the head of the large mouse." "Oh, is it that spot?" Lin Tuggong was somewhat taken aback, realizing that Laoshishan actually comprises two parts, a larger and a smaller mountain, facing each other. That area was shallow and riddled with rocks, making it unsuitable for fishing boats. It was precisely because of the shallow waters and numerous rocks that Lin Tuggong, piloting a small boat, would avoid it, as casting nets there would lead to entanglements. "Strange, I have been in these waters for so many years, yet I have never been to that area," Lin Tuggong said, continuing to row. The small boat glided half a circle on the glassy emerald sea, heading towards the larger mouse. At the bow, Jia Punzi and Wang Bao could no longer contain their excitement and jumped off as soon as they reached the shore. Lin Jianguo also leaped down with fervor, and old Chui, concerned, held her tightly as they disembarked together. Lin Tuggong found himself somewhat bewildered. This truly was a case of darkness under the lamp. Although Laoshishan was not far from the main island, how had no one discovered this treasure? On a rocky shore, densely populated with mussels and barnacles, the scene indicated years of growth. Not only were they large, but they were also stacked upon one another. "There are indeed many," Lin Jianguo exclaimed as he jumped down with a sack, using his hook to pry off a palm-sized mussel, causing a cascade of mussels to follow. "Is this gathering sea creatures? This is clearly a treasure trove." Lin Jianguo had only ever gathered a few sea snails and crabs on nearby beaches, and this grand spectacle was beyond anything he had ever witnessed. Lin Tuggong casually picked up a stone, took a mussel, and with a swift strike, revealed a large piece of snow-white, delectable meat. He rinsed it in the seawater and savored it. Well, I must say, the mussels along the shore are already quite remarkable. However, being an old fisherman, he was astonished by the sheer abundance of high-quality mussels, but was not overly surprised. He settled at the bow and lit his pipe. Lin Jianguo bent down and began digging. With each scoop, several, even dozens of mussels, found their way into his sack. The Qin brothers busied themselves, filling their baskets with mussels, and soon had a large basket filled. Jia Punzi and Wang Bao, each armed with a spear, dashed into the cove to spear fish. Lin Jianguo, in a frenzy of excitement, darted between the shallow waters to catch crabs and then went to the puddles to catch fish, leaving old Chui exhausted as he hurried behind her. "Father, how are the mussels?" Lin Jianguo, weary from a long day, leaned against the boat and casually inquired. Quite good. Mussels can be found along the shore and at depths of 5 to 6 meters, generally. Those underwater are superior, larger, and meatier, suitable for drying into premium mussels. Though these mussels are decent, they are still not quite comparable to the exquisite ones found deeper. Have you heard of the practice of gathering premium mussels? No, Lin Jianguo shook his head. This term seemed familiar from the last time he perused the chronicles of Chuanshan County, but he had paid little attention and could not recall it clearly. Gathering premium mussels typically requires two people, both good swimmers. One dives underwater, locates the mussels, and pulls the rope while the other uses a shovel to scoop them up. As he spoke, Lin Tugung exhaled a puff of smoke and remarked, "Old, I'm feeling quite exhausted." There was a hint of melancholy in his words. "Father, you are not old at all. You are only in your 50s and have yet to hold a grandchild. How can you call yourself old?" Previously, Lin Jianguo had been much like Lin Tugung, a man of few words. Today, his sudden outpouring of affection left Lin Tugung somewhat surprised. Yet, deep within, Lin Tugung felt a warmth. The years of toil and hardship spent raising his children seemed worthwhile. As Lin Tugung opened his mouth to speak, he was interrupted by Lin Zhao's distant call. "Father, old Shui, come quickly." Lin Zhao jumped and pointed towards a large pit. Old Shui, being closest, was the first to rush over. Lin Tugung and Lin Jianguo hurried after him. Upon reaching Lin Zhao, they were astonished to find a large sea turtle, the size of a bathtub, trapped in the rocky pit, unable to escape. Old Shui laughed heartily. "You are truly remarkable, my girl. We shall feast on this when we return home." "Old brother Shui, this is not right. We cannot eat it." Lin Tugung shook his head. The word for turtle, goe, sounds similar to return, and the coastal folk hold a deep reverence for sea turtles, believing that by protecting them, they too will safely return from the ocean. "Uncle Shui, look, it's shedding tears." Lin Zhao crouched down, pointing at the corner of the turtle's eye. "Uncle Shui, the sea turtle is so pitiable. Let us not eat it, shall we?" Tears welled up in Lin Zhao's eyes as well. Very well, very well. My daughter says we shall not eat it. Hence, we will not." Old brother Shui had reached a point of utmost obedience to Lin Zhao. "Not only shall we refrain from consuming it, but we will also lend it a helping hand." At that moment, Lin Jianguo and others arrived, and old brother Shui took the shovel from Qin Xianyang's hands, swiftly clearing away the barnacles clinging to the turtle's shell. "Uncle Shui, I'll assist you." Lin Jianguo helped old brother Shui, and together they lifted the sea turtle from the pit and placed it by the shore. The sea turtle slowly began to move its body, entering the water, swaying slightly before swimming away. Chapter 83. As the sun sets, treasures await the sea turtle, upon seeing a human, was filled with fear of being devoured, shedding tears in its distress. Lin Tugung gently caressed Lin Zhao's head, speaking tenderly. Over the years, life had been arduous, a true test of endurance, with all of Lin Tugung's energy devoted to finding ways to earn more money at sea. Each return home left him weary, burdened by countless worries. And with a bit of alcohol in his system, he inevitably fell short in his treatment of family. Reflecting on this now, Lin Tugung felt a deep sense of shame, particularly regarding his young daughter. Although old Shui had mentioned that Lin Zhao need not change her surname, logically, she had been adopted by him and was no longer his daughter. While this was beneficial for both old Shui and the Lin family, Lin Tugung harbored an enduring guilt, feeling as though he had sold Lin Zhao for a piece of land. "Don't worry, Dad. The sea turtle need not cry anymore. It can return home to find its mother." Lin Zhao, unaware of her father's inner turmoil, released the turtle and joyfully dashed away, her braids swinging as old Shui followed behind, carrying her shoes. "Jianguo, look." Not far away in the water inlet, Jia Pengzi skillfully speared a black sea bream. What a plump black bream! Lin Tugung couldn't help but exclaim. The magnificent fish weighed 2 or 3 jin and fought fiercely against Jia Pengzi's spear, requiring all his strength to maintain his grip. "Jianguo, aren't you going to join?" Lin Tugung retrieved his pipe. "No, I'll stay here with you for a while," Lin Jianguo replied after a moment of silence. "How about I accompany you on a stroll? We might discover other treasures on this island." On such a desolate island, what treasures could possibly exist? Lin Tugung retorted, though his feet moved in earnest. "Wait here, Dad. I'm going to grab a bucket. Perhaps we can find something valuable," Lin Jianguo exclaimed, racing towards the small boat. As he passed Lin Jianguo, he intentionally stomped down, splashing seawater onto her face. "You little rascal. Lin Jianguo wiped her face and scolded, then bent down to continue digging for clams. With so many clams, if you don't dig properly, how will you afford to build a house? Without a house, how can you even think of a wife? Lin Jianguo laughed heartily, making a face as he ran away. Lin Jianguo stood up and stretched. Since arriving on the island, she had focused solely on clam gathering, and now she looked to see that she had filled an entire large basket. This basket must weigh over 100 jin. Lin Jianguo's spirit soared. This could amount to a considerable sum. Even at the lowest price of 1 dime per jin, this basket could be worth 10 yuan. 10 yuan could buy her father a pot of wine, her mother a piece of meat, a handful of sweets for Zhao Zhao, and perhaps a new piece of clothing for herself. As for Jianguo, he would receive none, given that he had just splashed her. The more Lin Jianguo pondered, the happier she became. She reached to drag her basket to another spot, but found it too heavy. Just then, Qin Han approached and offered, "Jianguo, let me help you." Lin Jianguo's face flushed slightly. With great strength, Qin Han lifted the basket and carried it, pouring its contents into the small boat's hold. Lin Jianguo returned with a bucket and went back to Lin Tugen. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the evening glow painted the sky, and the gentle sea breeze washed over him, alleviating his fatigue. What is the essence of rebirth if not to attain such happiness? The sea breeze blew, fish leaped, and family surrounded him, with Lin Zhao joyfully running about. This was happiness. Naturally, having wealth would enhance it further. Lin Jianguo's fixation on this mouse mountain stemmed from a phrase he had encountered in the history of Chuanshan County during his previous life. That phrase did not pertain to common goods like clams and Black Sea bream. His encounter with the sea turtle was purely coincidental. On his last visit, he had been too hurried to examine his surroundings closely. Now, Lin Jianguo sought to validate the accuracy of his memory. Carrying the bucket, Lin Jianguo followed closely behind Lin Tugen, the two of them traversing the island. Although Mouse Mountain was a small isle, it proved to be quite expansive upon foot. Suddenly, Lin Tugen halted and said, "Jianguo, these past 2 years, let us work hard together and build a few large tiled houses. When the time comes, I will arrange a marriage for you." "Dad, I am in no hurry," Lin Jianguo replied with a grin. His mind solely focused on acquiring wealth and abundance of it. The Lin family had endured hardship. One could say it was due to. Lin Jianguo was well aware that Lin Tugen referred to Chao Ho Hot. One could argue she had caused disruptions, but now that they were living independently, if they couldn't manage their lives well, they would be looked down upon. As Lin Tugen contemplated this, he suddenly coughed twice. "Dad, take it easy. I've got this," Lin Jianguo reassured as he patted Lin Tugen's back. "Your sister is not young anymore. She should find a husband soon, and we must prepare a dowry." He continued, "And your younger sister is of age too. It's time for her to start school." "Indeed, Dad, both my sister and I have lagged behind. We must not let Zhao Zhao suffer the same fate. I will work diligently over the next 2 years to fund her university education." "University?" Lin Tugen's eyes brightened momentarily before dimming with resignation. Such thoughts seemed far-fetched. Their family was impoverished. How could they hope to produce a golden phoenix? What is there to fear? Aspiration requires education. Having traversed back from his previous life, Lin Jianguo understood the importance of education well. Yet, that requires substantial funds, Lin Tugen sighed. Although they had begun a new chapter in life, they immediately faced numerous challenges. Lin Jianguo chuckled. "Dad, look over there. Isn't that money?" "What? Money? Where?" Lin Tugen followed Lin Jianguo's pointing finger. The sun had set, and the rocky beach appeared dark. Lin Tugen rubbed his eyes, but still could not discern clearly. Lin Jianguo had already hastened forward, quickly digging with his small shovel. "This is..." Lin Tugen stepped closer, and upon closer inspection, was taken aback. Before him lay a patch of rocks adorned with small shells. These shells, in stark contrast to the clams they had just seen, were of an entirely different caliber. The clams were large and plump, some as big as a palm. However, the small shells before my eyes are merely the size of a copper coin, and unlike the tightly joined shells of the mussels, these tiny shells exhibit a hint of pink, as if someone had cleaved the mussel in two, creating 2 identical halves. "Father, what do you think?" Lin Jianguo asked with a cheerful smile. "It seems that my memory has not deceived me. I have indeed found what I was seeking. What a splendid discovery." Lin Tugen finally spoke. Chapter 84 The Precious Yan Zhejiang. "This is the Yan Zhejiang," Lin Tugen exclaimed. Unlike the inland folk who marvel at the large, thick-shelled clams, those along the coast who truly appreciate seafood favor the smaller, more delicate shellfish. For instance, The most prized shellfish encountered by the people of Chuanshan is not the large clam, but rather the diminutive haiguazi, roughly the size of a sunflower seed. With its tender meat being highly esteemed, the haiguazi holds a revered position in the hearts of Chuanshan's inhabitants, often sold by the weight of the tail. However, the Zhejiang before them is even rarer and more delectable than the haiguazi. Although it resembles a shellfish, the Zhejiang is, in fact, a primitive mollusk. Unlike the haiguazi that burrows into the mudflats, the Zhejiang thrives only on pristine nearshore reefs. Though small in size, its flavor is unparalleled. Particularly striking is the pink shell of the Zhejiang, reminiscent of a delicate application of rouge, resembling a diminutive wine cup. Due to its exquisite taste, it is affectionately referred to in Chuanshan as the little abalone. Look how large this Zhejiang is, Lin Jianguo exclaimed as he pulled one from the water bucket. Typically, the Zhejiang one might encounter is only about the size of a thumbnail, which is already considered substantial. Yet, those before him are nearly the size of a coin. While the visual difference may seem slight, the price can vary significantly. Just the other day, I saw someone selling Zhejiang for 1.5 taels per pound. Lin Jianguo chuckled. What a splendid find. Today, we must gather as many as we can. If we manage to fill a bucket, we could sell it for dozens of taels. Lin Jianguo tucked his pipe into his waist and leaped into the water, taking the shovel from Lin Jianguo. Having made a living at sea since childhood, he was adept at handling any task associated with the ocean. Lin Jianguo's clumsy attempts seemed almost foolish in comparison. Although the Zhejiang is small, its grip is surprisingly strong. One must use the shovel with finesse, lest the meat be scraped away. As Lin Jianguo spoke, the shovel in his hand danced with remarkable agility. In a short while, every last Zhejiang had been extracted from a small patch of reef. Lin Jianguo glanced at the bottom of the bucket, a jubilant expression spreading across his face. This must weigh a pound, worth 1.5 taels. Unable to contain his glee, he smiled broadly. In just this brief time, he had earned 1.5 taels. How could one not feel elated? For a young, vigorous fisherman aboard the community's finest boat, earning over 100 taels in a month is already considered exceptional. In contrast, Lin Jianguo's previous endeavors, relying on a small dinghy to fish, would yield a net gain of merely 20 to 30 taels after accounting for expenses and wear on nets. Yet now, in just 5 or 6 minutes, he could earn over a tael, a truly effortless and delightful endeavor. Lin Jianguo had never experienced such ease in earning money. He didn't even straighten his back before moving onto another rock. Father, shall I go call my sister? Lin Jianguo looked up at the darkening sky. Perhaps we should save that for another day. It is getting late, and the tide is quite strong today. We should head back early. A hint of reluctance lingered as Lin Jianguo stood up and made his way to shore. By the time the two returned to their small dinghy, Lin Jianguo and the others were nearly finished as well. The entire small boat was piled high with clams. Jia Panzi and the Qin brothers had caught over 10 black bream, along with 2 sizable true bream. This haul is quite impressive, Lin Jianguo remarked with a smile. Just the clams on this dinghy must weigh at least 500 or 600 pounds, if not 1,000. The most pressing matter now is to swiftly row to the dock market to sell the catch. The market has cold storage, which can preserve the goods for an extended period. However, if kept in our possession overnight, they would spoil. Though the sea is shallow here, the onset of night transforms the once calm waters into a dark abyss, quite unnerving. Lin Jianguo, too, began to feel a tinge of fear, having long insisted on returning. Old Chui too was the first to lift Lin Jianguo onto the boat. The others followed suit. A group of them still basked in the joy of their bountiful harvest from the sea, calculating how much their clams could fetch. Jiafeng, how much did you gather? Qin Han tossed a true bream from his bucket into Lin Jiafeng's. No, thank you, I don't need it, Lin Jiafeng replied, gesturing to the 2 large wicker baskets behind him. I believe these 2 baskets should weigh around 200 pounds. Indeed, not less. Lin Jianguo untied the rope and pushed the boat into the water, then leaped onto the small dinghy. These 2 baskets of clams could sell for 20 to 30 taels. Lin Jianguo estimated. Wow, then I could sell these for 10 taels. 10 taels. That means I can enjoy a good meal. Qin Xiao and I licked her lips. Ever since she feasted on wild boar meat, she had been longing for another indulgent meal. The meat shared with her family was quickly cured by her parents, who intended to save it for the new year, leaving Qin Xiao and I anxious and frustrated. This girl has always had a hearty appetite. Seeing meat she cannot eat only heightens her impatience. After days of temptation, should they earn some money, she would undoubtedly indulge first. Brother, shall we share? Qin Xiao and I nudged Qin Han. No, I must save for my bride price, Qin Han retorted, retracting his neck, shaking his head like a bobblehead. Stingy. When I feast, don't you dare covet. Qin Xiao and I rolled her eyes. The small dinghy glided into the darkness amidst laughter and chatter. To everyone else, it was merely a dim expanse, yet Lin Jianguo remained unperturbed. His oar moved steadily and deliberately. After nearly an hour, a glimmer of light appeared in the distance. As they drew closer, they realized they had arrived at the dock market. Despite the darkness, the market bustled with activity. Weather forecasts warned of an impending typhoon in 2 days, prompting fishing boats to return to port for safety, bringing their catches to sell. During such times, the dock market operates around the clock. Lin Jianguo found a corner to halt the dinghy. The Qin brothers and Jia Panzi were already familiar with the lay of the land and jumped off to borrow a cart. Unexpectedly, business was thriving that night, and all the carts were occupied, unwilling to lend theirs. Eventually, they borrowed one from Boss Wu of the restaurant. The cart arrived, and everyone eagerly joined forces to unload the mussels and fish from the small boat, transferring them onto the cart to be taken directly to the purchasing point. A group of young individuals, upon realizing the potential for profit, became animated and noisy as they followed along. Lin Jianguo, spotting the market, recognized his opportunity and climbed onto Lao Chui's shoulders to join in. The mussels were indeed remarkable. The proprietor at the purchasing point nodded in approval upon inspecting the catch. However, he lamented, currently, our business is quite busy and our cold storage is overflowing. The mussels are too inexpensive to justify. Unless, the proprietor winked and declared, 8 cents per pound. What? 8 cents per pound? You might as well rob us. The crowd erupted in protest. Look, don't be hasty. It's a transaction with buyers and sellers. We can't have forced sales. The owner feigned innocence. After half an hour, the group of young people reappeared beside the small boat, collectively cursing the unscrupulous merchant. Chapter 85. Wealth acquired. The pier market is bustling with an abundance of goods. These past few days mark the fishermen's return home, each having received their earnings, resulting in pleasantly plump wallets. Typically, at this hour, the pier market would be shrouded in darkness. However, now, gas lamps illuminate the storefronts, casting light upon the streets. Stalls selling food, clothing, and an array of fishing nets and gear are all open for business. Lin Jianguo remained on the boat, reclining lazily. The fishing expedition had yielded a bountiful catch for everyone. Nevertheless, Lin Jianguo was in no rush. Accompanied by those closest to him, he found joy in their shared success. Additionally, fatigue had set in after a long day. Leaning against the mast, he gazed at the distant glow of lights. It was a rare occasion to visit the pier market, and those who had just earned money rushed to shop and indulge in their newfound wealth. Although Chuan Mountain is a small place with a sparse population, the number of shops is surprisingly ample. The pier market near Dongfeng Village can attract tens of thousands of fishermen during the fishing season. At that time, one can find a delightful variety of regional delicacies from all over the country, be it from Zhejiang, Fujian, Guangdong, Guangxi, or even the fishing boats from Dalian and Lushankou in the northeast. The first to return were Jia Pengzi and Wang Bao. Jia was relishing a delicious pig trotter, a specialty from the northeast. How much did you sell for, Pengzi? Lin Jianguo inquired. Not much, Jia replied dismissively, his mouth full of the tender meat. Unlike the locals who had grown accustomed to seafood, Jia seemed to have a particular fondness for meat, especially those with robust flavors. Today he had caught 15 black sea bream, totaling 16 pounds, for which he received 16 yuan. The 2 real bream, each weighing 1.5 pounds, sold for 5 yuan. In total, 21 yuan. I bought a pig trotter for 3 yuan. Today wasn't enough fun. Let us go again tomorrow, Jia said, tearing off a piece of meat and tossing it to Lin Jianguo, who eagerly caught it and savored the flavor. The wild boar meat, while tasty, had a gamey scent and toughness due to the animal's lack of castration. In contrast, the pork of this era was undoubtedly organic, free from industrial influences, delivering a delightful sweetness and tenderness with a satisfying chew. You're impressive, Pengzi, Wang Bao chimed in, giving a thumbs up. I caught just 5 black sea bream, but they were of decent size, selling for 10 yuan. This is better than my job. Wang Bao expressed his excitement, noting that his monthly salary was only 36 yuan, with 2 months of wages still owed to him. This trip earned me 10 yuan. If I went 20 times in a month, wow. His eyes sparkled with dreams of fortune. What are you thinking about? Lin Jianguo chuckled. With just that stretch of beach, if we went every day, we'd have cleared it out in 10 days. 10 days? That would amount to 200 yuan. Wang Bao exclaimed. Recently, the soy sauce factory where he worked had been struggling financially, leaving him in a tight spot. Upon returning home, his mother had given him 20 yuan for spending money. Hence, the prospect of earning quick cash lit up his eyes. Pongzi, I saw you wandering for a while. What good items did you buy? Jia teased. Nothing much. My mother's eyesight is failing, so I bought her a pair of reading glasses, Wang Bao replied. Having lost his father at a young age, he had always been dutiful to his mother. With so many boats returning, there should be shark liver oil for sale at the pier. You should buy some for your mother. It's good for the eyes, Lin Jianguo suggested leisurely. Is that really useful? Wang Bao questioned, skeptical. Of course, deep-sea fish liver oil is quite beneficial, but it must be consumed in moderation to avoid toxicity. In this era, deep-sea fish oil had yet to gain widespread recognition. Just then, Lin Jianguo returned, riding on Lao Chui's shoulders. Since acknowledging Lao Chui as her father, she had become more carefree. In the He household, she had never experienced such joys, as anything delicious was reserved for Chow Ho-Hot's grandson, leaving her to watch longingly from the sidelines. Now, however, she held a sugar figurine in one hand and a large cotton candy in the other, happily alternating bites and getting sticky with sugar. Zhao, is it delicious? Jia teased her. Not delicious. It's bitter. Lin Zhao frowned, feigning bitterness. Can I have a bite? Jia licked his lips, pretending to be overly eager. Lao Chui, run. This glutton is after my candy. Lin Zhao shook Lao Chui's head playfully. Got it. Lao Chui laughed as he carried Lin Zhao away. Lin Jianguo wore a broad smile, cherishing the joy of childhood that he had never experienced himself, but was delighted to see his sister revel in it. The mussels on the deck had long been cleared, and several people lay sprawled on the deck. The stars twinkled in the night sky, and the sea breeze carried the salty scent of the ocean. Footsteps echoed as Lin Jianguo and the Qin brothers descended from the pier. Lin Jianguo wore a frown, while the Qin brothers appeared quite cheerful. Sister, what's the matter? Lin Jianguo quickly inquired. Your sister is unhappy, Qin Han remarked. The mussels sold for too little today. Indeed, 8 cents a pound is far too cheap, Lin Jianguo agreed. We miscalculated the timing for our catch. We should have avoided the return of the fishing boats seeking shelter. Moreover, we ought to have arrived earlier so we could paddle the small boat to town before dark, which would have allowed us to sell at least double. The group began to chatter animatedly about their gains and losses from the day. 200 pounds of mussels. My hands are raw from digging, and that vendor was so unscrupulous. Lin Jianguo had spent most of her time at home assisting He with chores, hoping for a good price for the 200 pounds of mussels. To her dismay, her hard work yielded only 15 to 16 yuan, even less than the foolishly reckless Jia. No worries, sister. We only worked for half a day and earned 15 yuan. That's quite good, Lin Jianguo reassured her. What did you buy that was worthwhile? He asked, deliberately shifting the topic. Well, I did purchase several good items, Lin Jianguo replied, pulling a piece of patterned cloth from her bag. This is for mother. I will make her a new dress when we return. I also purchased 2 pounds of exquisite Guangdong aged tobacco leaves for our father. In a few months, school will commence. So I bought her several pencils and notebooks for writing. What about you? Haven't you bought anything for yourself? Your sister has. Beside us, Qin Han was about to speak with a sheepish grin, but upon receiving a glare from Lin Jianguo, he merely stuck out his tongue and fell silent. Chapter 86. Consuming crabs raw. What about you, my dear? Upon seeing the somewhat bashful expression on Qin Xiaonyangzi's face, Zhao Pongzi could not resist teasing her. Go away, you're everywhere. Qin Xiaonyangzi's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red. It dawned on her that this rascal must have purchased something for a young lady, given that he addressed her as Xiaonyangzi. Jianguo, where's father? Lin Jianguo looked around. Failing to spot Lin Tu General, I don't know. Perhaps he's wandering nearby? Lin Jianguo yawned, feeling quite fatigued that day. After a brief period of jovial banter, Lin Tu Jin returned, carrying a jug of aged wine and a half-basket of crabs. A storm is brewing. We can't venture out to sea for the next few days, he remarked, leaping onto the small boat. Uncle Lin, when can we go clamming again? Wang Bao inquired eagerly. Not sure. This storm is quite severe. It may take several days, Lin Tu Jin replied. Going out to sea in such weather is tantamount to courting disaster. He attempted to row the boat, but Lin Jianguo stopped him, concerned about Lin Tujin's exhaustion given that they had already traveled a fair distance from Dongfeng village. These crabs are splendid. We'll steam a couple for dinner. And you can ask your mother to prepare the rest as spicy crabs for later enjoyment, Lin Tujin said, tossing the half basket of crabs onto the deck. The crabs were indeed plump, each adorned with 3 small, white spots on their backs. Each of the larger crabs weighed over a pound, brandishing formidable claws that waved menacingly. Lin Jianguo pinched the crab shell between 2 fingers and nodded. Indeed, they are quite fat. Lin Tujin rolled 2 large cigarettes, handing one to Lao Chui and lighting it. Yes, the crabs might not yet have their roe, but they are still very fresh. I've bought plenty. Feel free to help yourselves, Lin Tujin leisurely stated. No, thank you. We've had our fill of this. Everyone waved their hands in refusal. Decades later, when live streaming became popular, a pound of the large 3-spotted crabs from the East China Sea could fetch a hefty price. However, at this moment, they were hardly valued. Though delicious, they simply did not command a high price. Their perishability made them difficult to preserve, and by the time they reached distant markets, they would have already spoiled. The skyrocketing prices of crabs would only occur years later, after ice-fresh ships began to appear. Prior to that, the abundant crabs found in the shallow sea could only be enjoyed by locals shortly after being caught. After finishing his cigarette, Lin Tujin discarded the butt into the sea and reached into the basket to retrieve a large crab. This crab weighed over a pound, its claws robust and intimidating. Yet, in Lin Tujin's hands, it was futile resistance. With swift movements, he effortlessly detached both claws. Jianguo, there are bowls and chopsticks in the cabin. Could you grab a bowl and pour some soy sauce? Lin Tujin laid the crab, now missing its claws, on its back and took one claw, slurping it loudly. Father, I want some too, Lin Jianguo chimed in eagerly. All right, here you go, Lin Tujin smiled, handing her a claw. Lin Jianguo put the claw in her mouth, furrowing her brow as she tried to suck out the contents. Chui daddy, I can't get anything out. After several attempts with little success, she managed to extract a thin strand. What is this? How dare you not let my daughter enjoy? Lao Chui exclaimed, tapping the claw against the side of the boat. Good girl, give it another try, he encouraged, handing her the cracked claw. Delicious and sweet, Lin Jianguo exclaimed, making slurping noises. Meanwhile, Lin Jianguo poured half a bowl of soy sauce and placed it before Lin Tujin. After finishing the claw, Lin Tujin applied pressure with both hands, cracking the shell open. The exposed crab continued to struggle, its legs flailing futilely. Lin Jianguo finished her claw and took to teasing the other crabs. Lin Tujin turned the emptied claw around, using it as a spoon to scrape the crab shell. A layer of jelly-like crab roe gathered together. He poured a bit of soy sauce into the shell, stirred it slightly with the claw, and drank it in one go. He proceeded to remove the crab's stomach, gills, and heart, revealing the enticing, translucent crab meat, tinged with a hint of blue from the crab's blood. With a decisive twist, Lin Tujin split the large crab in 2. He dipped a piece in soy sauce and consumed it directly. His uninhibited enjoyment captivated the younger individuals around him. In Chuanshan, eating crabs was an ordinary affair. Everyone on the boat, except for Lao Chui, relished the spicy crabs. However, spicy crabs required soaking in salt before consumption. It was uncommon to eat them raw, as Lin Tujin did. Lao Chui, taken aback, exclaimed, "You must be mad. This is akin to drinking blood raw." Lin Tujin smiled faintly and asked, "Lao Chui, would you care for a taste? It's quite fresh." Lao Chui shook his head vigorously, rolling his eyes. In summers past, Lao Chui would sometimes crave the pickled vegetables from his northeastern hometown. Although lacking the famed Zhejiang, he would still prepare cucumbers, peppers, eggplants, and tomatoes to consume raw. Whenever the locals witnessed this, they would look on as if encountering a wild man. Yet now, it was clear who the true wild ones were, indulging in raw fare. Zhao Pengzi stared in disbelief, the pork trotters in his mouth suddenly losing their appeal. "Uncle Lin, is this really edible?" Lin Tujin chuckled, explaining, "For us who spend years fishing at sea, there are times when cooking isn't feasible and hunger strikes. What else can we do but eat?" Initially, I found it unpalatable, but over time, I began to appreciate its sweetness and freshness. Now, if you cook it, I wouldn't want it. The boat continued its leisurely conversation as it headed towards Dongfeng village. By the time the small boat docked at the Hoao beach, Lin Jianguo had already fallen into a deep sleep. Lao Chui and Lin Jianguo hurriedly carried her home. Lin Tujin leapt from the boat, urging several young men to work in unison, dragging the small skiff to a point several dozen meters away from the sea before finally halting. Only after securing it in such a position did he feel at ease, believing that the fierce winds and turbulent waters could not sweep it away. As he spoke, Lin Jianguo tied the rope firmly to a massive rock. "Well then, let us disperse for today," he declared. Casting another glance at the pitch-black sky, he reached out to grasp the wind, inhaling deeply before frowning and remarking, "This storm is no trifling matter. We must exercise caution. Until the tempest has passed, none shall venture out again." Qin Han, with a hint of concern, inquired, "Uncle Lin, do you think the typhoon could be so severe that it sweeps away the clams?" "No way," Lin Jianguo laughed heartily. "Those clams are quite resilient. Without a shovel, you wouldn't even be able to pry them loose." Chapter 87. The crescent moon. A few individuals exchanged jovial banter at the village entrance. By the time Lin Jianguo and his son Lin Jianguo returned home, Lin Xiaobao was already sound asleep, snoring softly. "Big fish, big crabs," murmured Lin Xiaobao in her slumber, tossing about as she spoke in her dreams. The child was exhausted. He Chao, with a face full of affection, gently covered Lin Xiaobao with a quilt. "Xiaobao has gone to sleep, hasn't she?" In the courtyard, old Chui had yet to depart, and quietly inquired. "Yes, she is asleep," replied He Chao, as he carried a kerosene lamp into the courtyard. "Old Chui, you should also retire early. Today has been quite taxing for everyone." Indeed, old Chui stretched lazily. Having lived alone for many years, he had grown accustomed to a solitary lifestyle, though it was somewhat lonely. However, there was little work for an elderly man, leading to a laid-back existence. The past few days, he had been running around after Lin Xiaobao, and with the added labor of moving homes today, he was genuinely weary. "No rush, let's have another drink." Lin Jianguo beckoned old Chui, instructing Lin Jianguo to set up a small table. This time of year should have warmed up, yet with the impending typhoon, the night was refreshingly cool, and the evening sky was splendid. The sea breeze was so strong that even the mosquitoes could hardly fly. "Everyone, come and sit." Lin Jianguo lit a pipe, while old Chui rolled a large cigarette. "Father, everyone is tired. Let us rest early," He Chao observed Lin Jianguo and Lin Jianguo, noting their exhausted expressions after the day's endeavors. "It's nothing, just a few words. It's rare to be so joyful today," Lin Jianguo said as he handed the crabs he had brought back to He Chao. He Chao said nothing and went to the kitchen to start a fire for steaming the crabs. After more than 10 minutes, the steaming crabs were served at the table, and by then, Lin Jianguo and old Chui had already consumed several bowls of rice wine, both slightly intoxicated. Lin Jianguo picked up a large crab and handed it to old Chui. "Brother Chui, after living in Chuanshan for so many years, you must be accustomed to this, right?" Old Chui grinned as he accepted the crab, lifting the lid and tearing off the crab's hind legs. Those who frequently eat swimming crabs know that these two hind legs are the strongest and the meatiest. A single pull yields a generous chunk of crab meat. Dipping the crab meat into vinegar, old Chui swiftly devoured it with a light suction, savoring the taste. "Delicious," he exclaimed, uncovering the crab shell, which was filled to the brim with succulent meat. "Having been in Chuanshan for so long, I haven't grown accustomed to other foods. Fish tends to be too fishy and lacks flavor, but I truly enjoy the crabs and shrimp." Hearing this, He Chao stood up and went to the kitchen, returning with a bag which he gently poured onto the table. Lin Jianguo poured a cup of wine for old Chui, saying, "Brother Chui, since you enjoy shrimp, try this dried shrimp." These large shrimp were dried directly on the deck after being caught at sea. They are exceptionally flavorful. Meanwhile, Lin Jianguo and Lin Jianguo took some dried shrimp, peeling and savoring them slowly, discovering a unique flavor. Initially dry and bland, the taste became increasingly sweet with each chew. Old Chui took a sip of rice wine, then cracked a dried shrimp open to savor, remarking, "We Northeasterners enjoy sunflower seeds, and we like to have peanuts with our drinks. Here in Chuanshan, it's not easy to find those, but these dried shrimp are quite delightful." Lin Jianguo smiled warmly, sipping a bowl of rice wine, before joyfully stating, "In truth, everyone is tired today. I gathered you all because my heart is overflowing with happiness. Not only have we moved into a new home today," Lin Jianguo turned to survey their new abode, exclaiming, "It truly never ceases to amaze. Father, this is merely a temporary residence. Once our house is rebuilt, it will undoubtedly be magnificent, and we will use red bricks then." Lin Jianguo interjected with a grin as he poured himself a bowl of rice wine and took a sip. "I wonder if I will still be around to see that," Lin Jianguo mused, his expression still beaming. but I am already content. Today, not only did we move into a new home, but we also went to the sea and had a good harvest, which is a promising omen. Jiefeng, did you show your mother the things you bought for her? Lin Jianguo directed his gaze toward his eldest daughter. Not yet. I'll go get it. Lin Jiefeng dashed inside and soon returned with a bag. Mother, this is for you. Lin Jiefeng pulled out a piece of fabric, stating, this is khaki cloth from abroad. I heard it's the latest trend in Shanghai. Oh dear, this child is just wasting money. We should be saving to build our house, He Chao remarked, even as she picked up the fabric to examine it under the kerosene lamp. The material was exquisite, clean, crisp, and beautifully patterned, unlike cotton that lacked character. How much is it per yard? It must be quite expensive. He Chao expressed her delight while feigning disapproval. Mother, you are getting older. How can you wear something so flamboyant? It would be better to make you a set of clothes. Lin Jiefeng, now in her 20s and considered an older unmarried woman in the fishing village, felt the urgency of her mother's concerns, having worn poorly made clothes in the past due to their family's financial struggles. You need not worry about me. He Chao then retrieved a bag of old tobacco from the pouch, saying, this is for my father and Uncle Chui. The seller mentioned that this is Piao He tobacco, which is quite renowned, though I am not knowledgeable about it. Oh my, this is a fine product. Old Chui's eyes lit up as he carefully tore a leaf, crumbling it in his palm before filling Lin Tuging's pipe and rolling himself a cigarette to light. Not bad. It's good tobacco, though the seller might be exaggerating. It is likely not Piao He tobacco. Piao He tobacco from Jilin was a tribute during the Qing dynasty. It is famous for its fragrant and rich flavor. This is decent, but it falls short. Lin Tugung took a few puffs, satisfied, and chuckled. It seems that while it may not be fit for an emperor, it is certainly worthy of a prince. With that, laughter erupted among them. Mother, this is the remaining money I have from today, Lin Jiefeng said as she retrieved a small bundle wrapped in a handkerchief from her pocket, layer by layer unveiling a substantial amount of cash. Wow, so much money. He Chao was taken aback. How many treasures did you collect while at sea? He Chao Shui, having been raised by the seaside, finds that a typical day of beachcombing yields only a few shells, and if fortune smiles upon him, he might catch a few fish washed ashore by the waves, or perhaps capture a crab or two, which would be considered quite a success. The bounty from beachcombing, amounting to such treasures, is already commendable, and he is left with 10 yuan. Lin Jiefeng, with a tone of understated pride, remarked, Mother, today I earned over 10 yuan from beachcombing. Chapter 88. He Chao Shui's tears. Mother, my sister might have done it. Today, she single-handedly dug up 200 jin of shellfish. Lin Jianguo remarked with a smile. So much. He Chao Shui's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this from the tide? She glanced over and noticed Lin Jiefeng's flushed face, his hands tucked behind his back. She pulled Lin Jiefeng's hands forward, examining them under the flickering light of the kerosene lamp. My dear daughter. Tears cascaded down He Chao Shui's cheeks. Lin Jiefeng's hands were lined with delicate cuts, inflicted by the jagged shells of the broken shellfish. She had set out with a playful spirit, not anticipating the abundance of shellfish, and thus had not prepared adequately, neglecting to wear gloves. Her swift digging left her hands wounded. Mother, it's nothing. Once the typhoon passes, I'll go again and wear gloves. Lin Tugun chuckled nearby, commenting, this old woman is so sentimental. She cries over the slightest thing. I've toiled for half my life, and never once have I seen you shed a tear. As he spoke, he retrieved several banknotes from his pocket, placing them on the table. So much. He Chao Shui was once again taken aback as she recognized the amount. Lin Tugun had laid down 3 large bills, totaling 30 yuan. Women can earn over 40 yuan a day over the course of this month. Thanks to Jianguo, we discovered a treasure trove on Mouse Mountain, brimming with yen Zhejiang. If only it hadn't gotten dark, I could have dug up 100 jin in a day. Today's prices weren't great. The copper coin-sized yen Zhejiang only sold for 2 yuan a jin. Father, you're so sneaky for not telling me. Lin Jiefeng expressed her mild annoyance. It was getting dark. Jianguo intended to call you, but I stopped him. Old woman, keep this money safe. Let us save up and build a house when the time is right. Yes, wonderful. He Chao Shui joyfully accepted the money, then reached into her pocket to pull out some smaller change, saying, you all have worked hard. Jianguo is now a young man with his own friends. He must sometimes spend a little. Jiefeng is also a grown girl and should occasionally buy things she likes. She handed Lin Tugun a 2 yuan note, teasingly admonishing, drink less, will you? And Jiefeng's gift of cigarettes, save some. Then she presented 2 1 yuan notes to Lao Chui. Lao Chui hurriedly protested, sister, Please don't give me anything. I haven't done anything. Lao Chui, we are now family. There is no need for such formalities. You've treated Zhao so well, we all see that. Besides, you gave us your land when we split up, and you even contributed your savings. Lin Tugan was a practical man. Lao Chui just accept it. Lin Jianguo added, once I start earning, I will give even more. Then, I want to be polite, Lao Chui replied, a generous spirit evident in his demeanor. Both Lin Jianguo and Lin Jiefeng were given 2 yuan each as pocket money. Today I slacked off. I assure the organization that I will work diligently tomorrow. Lin Jianguo stood at attention, mimicking the characters from a movie, and saluted. That day, though everyone was exhausted, they were filled with joy. Lin Tugan and Lao Chui finished their bowls of liquor, and everyone returned home to sleep. Each person enjoyed a deep, sweet slumber. Lin Jianguo finally had a bed spacious enough to turn over freely. Lao Chui, gazing at the clean bedding, nearly shed a tear. He quickly fetched a bucket of water to wash himself before diving into bed. That night, Lao Chui's snores resonated thunderously. Yet Lin Jianguo heard nothing, as his own snores were even louder. The next morning, Lin Jianguo awoke to find it was already past 8 o'clock, and Lao Chui had vanished. Damn it, Lin Jianguo muttered under his breath as he hurriedly got up. Jianguo, you're awake? There are hot sweet potatoes for you, and last night's crabs are still here, He Chao Shui replied, her eyes still slightly puffy. Where's my father? Lin Jianguo asked, feeling a bit parched from the previous night's drinking. He grabbed a scoop of cold water and gulped it down. I don't know, he left early. I asked him a question, but he didn't respond. Lin Jianguo looked outside. The sun shone brightly, but he understood this was merely the calm before the storm. He predicted the wind would pick up by evening. After washing his face, he stuffed 2 sweet potatoes in his pocket and, taking advantage of He Chao Shui's distraction, discreetly pocketed 2 crabs before heading out. He first visited Wang Bao's house to borrow a bicycle, and once outside, he hopped on and rode away. Winding through the small paths, ensuring no one was watching, he arrived at Luo Meijuan's doorstep. The gate was still closed. Lin Jianguo secured the bicycle in the woods and approached the door, knocking 3 times. Why are you here? Seeing Lin Jianguo during the day surprised Luo Meijuan, her cheeks flushing. Lin Jianguo slipped into the courtyard, chuckling softly. It's fine, no one saw. Where's Xiao Jun? Lin Jianguo glanced around. He's lying down. Luo Meijuan's expression darkened. They had played too hard yesterday, and now he was feverish from sweating. Lin Jianguo handed Luo Meijuan the crabs, saying, crabs are considered harmful. Xiao Jun can't eat them, so you have them. He stepped into the house. Xiao Jun lay in bed, a damp towel on his forehead, appearing weak. Upon seeing Lin Jianguo, he weakly called out uncle, but fell silent. Lin Jianguo felt Xiao Jun's forehead and was alarmed. This fever is quite serious. Have you seen a doctor? Have you taken any medicine? Luo Meijuan sighed. We have no money left at home. Such nonsense. You must borrow some. Lin Jianguo pulled the only 2 yuan from his pocket and offered it to Luo Meijuan. I can't take it. She shook her head, biting her lip and stepping back. What is more important, your pride or Xiao Jun's health? If this fever leads to complications, you'll regret it for a lifetime. Moreover, I'm not giving you this for free. How are the golden-headed centipedes that you dried? Once I sell them, I'll deduct this from the money I owe you. Upon hearing Lin Jianguo's words, Luo Meijuan finally accepted the money. Having completed her task and allowed everything to dry, Luo Meijuan wiped away her tears and turned to leave. Upon her return, she carried a large platter adorned with numerous sun-dried golden-headed centipedes. Lin Jianguo approached, selecting one to examine closely. Indeed, it was evident that Luo Meijuan possessed a deft touch, despite her lack of prior experience. She had executed the task remarkably well after Lin Jianguo's guidance. She had sharpened the ends of bamboo skewers to a fine point, inserting one end beneath the head segment of the centipede and the other beneath the tail segment. The skewers were slightly longer than the centipedes themselves, causing each golden-headed centipede to stand rigidly. Furthermore, each specimen exhibited an impressive completeness. The golden yellow heads of the centipedes shimmered, while their backs emanated a vibrant green sheen. Well done. Lin Jianguo nodded in approval and said, you should take Xiao Jun to see the doctor right away. I need to make a trip to the county. The success of this endeavor hinges on today. With that, Lin Jianguo and Luo Meijuan carefully stored the sun-dried, golden-headed centipedes in a backpack. Lin Jianguo then departed, mounting his bicycle and heading straight for the county town. Chapter 89. Lidaya. The distance from the county town to Dongfeng village is approximately 15 kilometers, which takes about an hour by bicycle. For Lin Jianguo, this distance is trivial. However, he feels a sense of urgency. In June, the weather can change unexpectedly, and with a typhoon approaching, the skies might shift by afternoon. He carries over 100 prized golden-headed centipedes in his bag, which, although exceptional, he only learned to sell while compiling the history of Chuanshan County. Unsure of where to sell them, Lin Jianguo does have a target. Dongdajia, the bustling heart of the county, is filled with various shops and, most importantly, a state-run traditional Chinese medicine shop. He believes that since it is a medicine shop, they might also be interested in purchasing medicinal materials. After cycling for half an hour, Lin Jianguo's stomach begins to rumble, and he recalls that he has 2 pieces of sweet potato in his pocket. He takes one out and starts eating it. However, he finds the experience quite distressing. Despite his hunger, the familiar smell of sweet potato makes him feel nauseous. Having eaten it daily in his youth, he can hardly tolerate its scent now. He longs for rice and flour, yearning for wealth. Gritting his teeth, Lin Jianguo forces himself to finish the sweet potato. Feeling a tinge of frustration, he does not enjoy sweet potato, yet he must now ration even that. With something in his stomach, his legs regain strength. Today marks his first venture into the county after his rebirth to sell goods. In a few decades, this small county will undergo dramatic changes, eventually being elevated to a prefecture-level city. As the city expands, many once desolate areas will transform into prime real estate. Wait, this is my opportunity. Lin Jianguo murmurs to himself as he arrives at Dongdajia. There are 2 major streets, with Dongdajia on the east and Shidajia on the west, making it the most vibrant area of Chuanshan. Just a few hundred meters away is the Chuanshan County government. After securing his bicycle, Lin Jianguo begins to stroll leisurely. It feels like a different world. These streets were often frequented by him in his previous life. Apart from the archway bearing the name Dongdajia, everything else has changed. In the future, this area will become a food street filled with stalls selling a variety of delicacies, such as Shengjian, Hunan-style chow tofu, rujiamo, and Taiwanese scallion pancakes. Currently, the food stalls offer only primitive snacks like haitang cake, boiled tea eggs, and meat buns. His stomach growls, so hungry. Yet, Lin Jianguo's pockets are as empty as his face. Not even a penny to spare. Tightening his belt, he heads deeper into Dongdajia. If memory serves, the state-run Chinese medicine shop should be just 50 meters ahead. Next to it, there should be a bank. In the past, the bank was always crowded with various individuals, and whenever Lin Jianguo passed by, someone would inevitably approach him asking, "Boss, do you exchange treasury bonds? Do you have foreign exchange certificates?" The rates were always higher than those at the bank. In a few years, as the reforms deepen, China will begin to develop foreign trade, and the number of sailors from Chuanshan will increase. These sailors, upon arriving overseas, will devise ways to bring back foreign currency, which can be exchanged for considerable sums of renminbi. Clearing his mind of distractions, Lin Jianguo navigates through the crowd in front of the bank. "Boss, do you have foreign exchange certificates?" A young man in his 20s asks, flashing a toothy grin. Lin Jianguo shakes his head instinctively, clutching his bag. "Silver dollars too," he adds. Lin Jianguo shakes his head again. "US dollars? Gold?" He continues to decline. "Fish bladder? The big kind? Dragon saliva?" Noticing Lin Jianguo's persistent refusals, the young man laughs. "No worries, no worries. I'll take anything good in the future. Amli Daya." Lin Jianguo nods and walks past him. The golden-headed centipedes in his bag cannot be dismissed as mere trinkets. They are medicinal materials. However, it is not just that ordinary people lack knowledge about them. Even those who do understand may not be interested, especially in a non-specialized shop where they cannot be sold. Lin Jianguo turns and enters the adjacent Chinese medicine shop. Behind the counter, permeated by the scent of traditional medicine, a woman with large, wavy hair is munching on sunflower seeds. "Comrade." Lin Jianguo greets her. "What medicine do you need? Do you have a prescription? Which doctor prescribed it?" The woman continues to spit out seed shells, her mouth moving as if a gopher resides within. "I'm not here to buy medicine, nor do I have a prescription," Lin Jianguo responds, reaching for his bag. "I'd like to inquire if you purchase medicinal materials." "That is not my concern. I'm not sure." She barely glances up, flatly rejecting him. Lin Jianguo nearly rolls his eyes in frustration. This rude woman is bound to be the first to lose her job. "Could you at least take a look? Or tell me who handles this? Is it possible for me to meet with someone?" Lin Jianguo patiently asks. "No looking, no looking." She continues munching seeds without missing a beat. "Why are you so troublesome? This is a state-run medicine shop, not some street-side clinic." We procure goods through formal channels, and not just anyone can sell medicine here. I've seen many country folk like you, casually bringing something like fish bladders and claiming it's a rare treasure. She rolls her eyes dramatically. Before Lin Jianguo can respond, the door at the back opens, and a middle-aged man with a humble smile emerges, accompanying a sprightly elder. Mr. Zheng, I truly apologize. I will keep an eye on this matter. Yet, as you know, this specific medicine is not uncommon, and we often receive deliveries. However, the specifications you require are simply too high. The elderly gentleman bearing the surname Zheng wore a hint of concern upon his countenance and nodded, stating, I have been aware of this for quite some time. It is rare to encounter something of this magnitude in recent years. However, I implore you to devise a solution. Certainly, since you have requested it, Elder Zheng. I shall exert every effort, replied the younger man. The middle-aged individual lifted his gaze and noticed Lin Jianguo, furrowing his brow as he inquired, Xiao Wang, what is the meaning of this? Why have you not attended to the customer? De Bolong hastily interjected, Director Yu, this individual is not here to purchase medicine. He claims to be here to sell it. I asked him to leave, but he refuses to depart and is rather unclear. Director Yu nodded in acknowledgement and dismissed Lin Jianguo from his attention. Feeling thoroughly disheartened, Lin Jianguo exited the premises. Meanwhile, Li Dia approached with a grin, saying, My friend, what treasures do you possess? Do not hesitate to reveal them for us to admire. Chapter 90. Is there not a principle of first come, first served? Lin Jianguo pondered for a moment. Having encountered setbacks at the state-run traditional Chinese medicine store, he decided to take a chance and show this Li Dia his wares. I doubt you will find this of interest, Lin Jianguo remarked, as he unwrapped a package to reveal a sizable golden-headed centipede. This centipede was indeed large, measuring approximately 15 centimeters in length, though not the largest specimen available. The merchants gathered nearby, initially intrigued, were startled and retreated at the sight of such a creature. It was one thing to have encountered centipedes before, but one of this magnitude was truly a rarity. Quite fascinating. Li Dia grinned, exclaiming, This golden-headed, greenbacked centipede is a specialty of our Chuanshan region and is reputed for its remarkable medicinal properties. However, it is not particularly rare. I must say, yours is impressively large. With a keen eye for valuable items, Li Dia was known for his open-mindedness, willing to procure anything of worth, whether it be treasury bonds, foreign currency, or rare medicinal fish glue. Upon inspecting the golden-headed centipede, he recognized its quality. However, unlike fish glue, which was a highly sought-after tonic, the centipede posed a greater uncertainty regarding its saleability, as it could linger unsold for an indefinite period. Moreover, if not stored properly, it might spoil. Li Dia blinked, extending 5 fingers as he declared, I will offer. Just then, from within the herbal medicine store, Director Yu, slightly hunched, accompanied an elderly gentleman surnamed Zheng out the door. A jeep awaited them, and as the old man emerged, a young soldier jumped out of the driver's seat and opened the door. Zheng Lao, take care. As the elder prepared to enter the vehicle, something caught his eye. 50 cents each. I would like 10. Li Dia's words had barely left his lips when the old man halted, 1 foot already inside the car, and retracted it. Young man, may I have a look? The elder asked, his voice quivering slightly. Of course, feel free to inspect. Lin Jianguo responded, noticing the elder's unusual demeanor, which hinted at an accent from afar. Director Yu, come over and take a look. Zheng Lao pulled out a pair of reading glasses from his pocket and donned them for a closer inspection. Director Yu approached as well, his expression brightening as he remarked, Zheng Lao, you are indeed fortunate. This is a golden-headed centipede, and by the looks of it, it is at least 5 years old. Zheng Lao solemnly nodded and turned to Lin Jianguo, asking, How much do you wish to sell this centipede for? Li Dia, feeling slighted, interjected. Old man, you lack reason. Business is about first come, first served. This gentleman, he pointed at Lin Jianguo, was here first, yet you ignored him. Now you wish to take over the business? Do you think me an easy target? With that, he rolled up his sleeves. Zheng Lao frowned, but remained silent. Director Yu retorted, Li Dia, you loiter at my store daily, engaging in unsavory dealings. If you continue to make a fuss, I will not hesitate to call the police and report you for speculation. Li Dia dismissed the threat with a scoff, saying, Do not boast. What can you do? The newspapers have reported that regulations are being relaxed to encourage economic development. I am merely responding to the call of our nation. Are you threatening me? Do you believe I fear your false accusations? I might just smash your windows tonight. Director Yu rolled his eyes in exasperation at Li Dai's bravado. Meanwhile, Zheng Lao remarked, as you have not completed your transaction, it is fair for both of us to inquire about prices. As for whom this young comrade chooses to sell to, that is his prerogative. Lin Jianguo nodded, affirming, the elder is right. He just offered 50 cents each. Upon hearing this, Zheng Lao raised 2 fingers and declared, I will offer 2 yuan each. What? The crowd erupted in disbelief. Isn't it just a centipede? What kind of centipede could sell for 2 yuan each? If it were worth that much, we could all simply quit our jobs and catch centipedes from the corners of our homes. Li Dai nearly choked on his frustration, realizing that this elder was indeed quite affluent, far beyond his own means. In the eyes of the public, he felt humiliated. Lin Jianguo glanced between Zheng Lao and Li Dai, stating, since this elder has made a higher offer, I should, in principle, sell to him. However, Li Dai has a point. I was previously disregarded at your store. Had it not been for Li Dai's interest, my golden-headed centipede might have gone unsold. Earlier, Li Dai offered 50 cents for 10. Let us proceed with that. Li Dai was taken aback, never expecting that this young man would display such magnanimity. Their transaction had not yet been completed, and the young man was free to sell to whomever he chose. Now, it felt as if he had just gifted away 15 yuan. Though Li Dai was no stranger to money, Lin Jianguo's actions had granted him considerable respect. After all, the elder had arrived in a military vehicle, clearly not an ordinary person. Remaining silent would seem too timid, yet speaking up would be challenging. My young friend, I admire your integrity, Li Dai exclaimed, slapping Lin Jianguo on the shoulder. Well, if this young comrade wishes to proceed this way, so be it. I am willing to sell to anyone. Zheng Lao nodded toward the young soldier. The soldier retrieved a stack of money from his pocket, counted out 20 yuan, and handed it to Li Dai. Without hesitation, Li Dai slipped 10 yuan into Lin Jianguo's pocket. Zheng Lao then turned his attention to Lin Jianguo's package. He had been searching for a centipede of such caliber for quite some time. In traditional Chinese medicine, size is paramount, as even the same herb from different regions may yield vastly different medicinal effects. Moreover, variations in age can also significantly influence potency. This centipede is renowned for its exceptional efficacy in promoting circulation and alleviating pain. Regrettably, the efficacy of the medicine always fell short. It was only after receiving guidance from others that he became aware of the golden-headed centipede. However, specimens of this age have become exceedingly rare, rendering them almost impossible to encounter. To his astonishment, today he happened upon one by mere chance, and it was impossible for him to contain his joy. Yet, deep down, he understood that a golden-headed centipede aged over 5 years was already a rarity. To maximize the potential of his meticulously crafted prescription, ideally, he required one measuring 20 centimeters and aged over 8 years. Alas, such specifications seemed beyond the realm of possibility for the elderly man surnamed Zheng. Chapter 91. How much you need? I have a few more here. Take a look. Lin Jianguo said, while removing his shoulder bag. Do not rush. Let us discuss inside. The elderly gentleman surnamed Zheng interjected, gesturing for Lin Jianguo to step aside and allowing passage. Director Yu was somewhat astonished. This Zheng, renowned as a master healer, held the title of Si Ming. For the past few days, he had been closely accompanying the elder, witnessing firsthand that even in the presence of high-ranking officials, Zheng Si Ming did not exhibit such courtesy. It was evident how much he valued the Jin Tu De Wu Gua. Lin Jianguo nodded in acknowledgement and entered the traditional medicine room alongside the elder. Upon reaching the director's office in the back courtyard, Zheng Si Ming unceremoniously took the main seat, prompting Lin Jianguo to occupy the guest seat. Director Yu hurriedly exited to arrange for tea. Take a look, Lin Jianguo revealed, no longer concealing his intentions, as he unzipped his bag and displayed the numerous Jin Tu De Wu Gua within. To his astonishment, Zheng Si Ming's voice conveyed excitement. Yet, Lin Jianguo sensed a hint of disappointment underlying that excitement. It was remarkable how both surprise and discontent could be expressed in a single tone. Well, this is not bad, Zheng Si Ming remarked, picking up a nearly 20-centimeter-long Jin Tu De Wu Gua, scrutinizing it under the light. This particular specimen had aged 6 or 7 years and was barely acceptable. Lin Jianguo arranged the Jin Tu De Wu Gua in neat rows. At that moment, Director Yu returned with a kettle of boiling water and was equally taken aback upon seeing the size of the creatures. Who would have thought they could be this large? He exclaimed as he approached to take a closer look. Zheng Lao, to be honest, It has been many years since I have encountered such a plentiful supply of Jin Tu de Wugua. Indeed, this is quite impressive. Zheng Ximing set down the Jin Tu de Wugua in his hand, rising to pace a few steps with his hands clasped behind him. He continued, "To be candid, I have a dear friend who has endured a lifetime of hardship and is now afflicted with numerous ailments. He has sought my assistance for treatment. I racked my brains to formulate a prescription filled with rare and precious ingredients. Ironically, the Jin Tu de Wugua, which does not hold much significance in my concoction, has proven elusive. After much inquiry, I learned that Chuanshan produces such a specialty, yet finding specimens of the requisite age remains a challenge." Director Yu nodded in agreement. "What you say is true, even now. The Jin Tu de Wugua from both within and outside Chuanshan are not particularly rare, although they tend to be quite small. It is difficult to find even those that are slightly below your standards. And what about these?" Lin Jianguo sensed a hint of dissatisfaction in their remarks concerning the Jin Tu de Wugua he had brought. Zheng Ximing, clearly noticing Lin Jianguo's concern, smiled reassuringly. "Do not fret, young friend. The Jin Tu de Wugua you have brought is quite close to my requirements. To be honest, I am quite surprised that you managed to extract such a considerable quantity of quality specimens from your bag. I will gladly pay you 2 yuan for each of these. As for this one." Zheng Ximing lifted the nearly 20-centimeter specimen for further inspection and declared, "I shall offer you 20 yuan for this." 20 yuan? Lin Jianguo's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. What did 20 yuan signify? Wang Baoxin toiled for an entire month and earned only 30 yuan. This solitary Jin Tu de Wugua equated to more than half of his monthly salary. Director Yu, equally astonished, exclaimed, "Zheng Lao this." Zheng Ximing waved his hand dismissively. "Director Yu, I comprehend your thoughts. Many matters in life require a sense of destiny. Moreover, the value of this Jin Tu de Wugua to me far exceeds 20 yuan. I am not a man in need of money. 20 yuan is not excessive." With Zheng Ximing's assurance, Director Yu fell silent. Lin Jianguo calculated that with over 100 Jin Tu de Wugua, along with the exceptionally large one, his earnings from this trip would reach approximately 250 yuan. Money. Zheng Ximing observed Lin Jianguo's reaction and smiled faintly. "Director Yu, I have one more thing to say." Director Yu, with utmost respect, responded, "Please, Zheng Lao, go ahead." Zheng Ximing instructed, "In the future, whenever this young brother has Jin Tu de Wugua to deliver, regardless of the amount, you must accept them. As for the pricing, any specimen exceeding 10 centimeters shall be purchased at 1 yuan each, and those surpassing 15 centimeters at 3 yuan each. Although the size may be somewhat smaller, they are still rare and valuable medicinals. The Jin Tu de Wugua, despite its toxicity, can yield miraculous effects if utilized properly. Regrettably, I have yet to find any specimens over 8 years or 20 centimeters in length." At this point, Zheng Ximing sighed deeply, his voice tinged with regret. "Elder, what if I managed to catch one of the size you mentioned?" Lin Jianguo, who had remained silent until now, suddenly inquired. While the Jin Tu de Wugua he had brought did not meet the size criteria, he vividly remembered witnessing nearly 30-centimeter long specimens on Wuguaji. What did you say?" Zheng Ximing asked urgently. "I mean, if I can capture a Jin Tu de Wugua exceeding 20 centimeters, Lin Jianguo elaborated, "to be candid, I have seen one that measures over 30 centimeters. 50 yuan. Oh no, 100 yuan. Zheng Ximing's voice quivered with excitement. For the sake of that prescription, he had gathered numerous rare medicinal ingredients. But if the Jin Tu de Wugua did not meet the required specifications, the efficacy of the entire prescription would be compromised. This was something Zheng Ximing could not accept. "Can you wait for me a few days?" Lin Jianguo asked. Although he had seen them with his own eyes, these creatures were elusive, and capturing one was not guaranteed. "Certainly." Zheng Ximing closed his eyes in contemplation. 5 days. It must be 5 days, no longer. If I do not leave today, I might encounter a typhoon, and the ferry service between Chuanshan and the mainland would be disrupted. However, that is not an issue. I have other means. But the journey is long. If you manage to catch one within 5 days, come to find Director Yu, and I will wait for you." "Agreed. It is settled." Lin Jianguo rose to his feet. Meanwhile, Director Yu had already produced a stack of banknotes, counting out 25 large denominations and handing them over. "My goodness, I earned 260 yuan from this trip." Lin Jianguo felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Even his hands trembled as he grasped the money. Chapter 92. Lin Jianguo's sudden wealth. Lin Jianguo took the money, placed it in his pocket, and turned to leave. Suddenly, He recalled something and turned back. Director Yu, a friend's child has come down with a high fever. Could you assist me in procuring 2 doses of medicine? Just as Director Yu was about to respond, Zhang Siming waved his hand, saying, as physicians, we must see the patient before prescribing any medication. The traditional practice of observation, inquiry, and examination dictates that we cannot simply dispense medicine without first seeing the individual. For common ailments like headaches or fevers, a bit of ginger water, some perspiration, proper rest, and a balanced diet should suffice. Director Yu, please escort this young comrade, he added. Upon hearing this, Director Yu had no objections and guided Lin Jianguo outside. Upon reaching the entrance, he gestured for Lin Jianguo to wait while he re-entered the building. Shortly after, he emerged with 2 packets of medicine in hand. Here are 2 doses of Yin Xiaosan. This should suffice for typical headaches or fevers. If there is no improvement after taking this, then a visit to the hospital is necessary. We cannot delay. He handed the medicine to Lin Jianguo. Director Yu. Lin Jianguo reached for his wallet. There's no need. Director Yu smiled gently and turned to leave. It is true that there are still many good people in this world. Lin Jianguo cheerfully placed the medicine into his backpack. As he stepped outside, Li Dia was already waiting at the entrance. Brother, how did the business negotiations go? Li Dia grinned, revealing his prominent front teeth. Not too bad. Everything has been sold. I'm preparing to head home. This dreadful heat seems to herald an approaching typhoon. Upon considering the typhoon, Lin Jianguo felt a sudden pang of anxiety. To catch the golden-headed centipede, one must ascend Wugongji, but with a typhoon looming, how could he manage that? Even if he made it to the island, capturing it would be impossible. It was truly vexing. Brother, I see you are a straightforward person. If you ever have any good goods in the future, feel free to seek me out. I, Li Dia, will ensure you do not suffer any losses. All right, no problem. Lin Jianguo casually agreed, waving goodbye to Li Dia as he mounted his bicycle. With a newfound sense of confidence, Lin Jianguo felt his posture straighten. The saying that money is a man's courage rang true. His stomach grumbled a few times, reminding him that he had only eaten a piece of sweet potato that day. Dongdajia was bustling with activity, but in the past, Lin Jianguo had refrained from looking around for fear of being mocked for his humble appearance. Now, not far away stood a grand state-run restaurant named Dazhong Fandian, with several small stalls outside selling large meat buns, fried dough sticks, and tea eggs. State-run restaurant. Lin Jianguo swallowed hard. Though he now had money in his pocket, he still hesitated to spend a dozen or 20 yuan on a meal, knowing that his family at home still needed to eat and drink. After only a couple of days of better living, he could not afford to be complacent. He pushed his bicycle to the bun shop, where steam wafted from the bamboo steamer, exuding a rich aroma of white flour. Upon closer inspection, he could even detect a hint of pork within the fragrance. Comrade, would you like to buy some buns? How many would you like? The attendant hastily inquired as Lin Jianguo approached. However, internally, the attendant looked down upon him, judging by his shabby attire that he must have come from the countryside, a type of customer who typically just browsed without buying anything, and if they did, it would only be 1 or 2 to satisfy their cravings. How many do you have? Lin Jianguo tightened his belt, swallowing again. Not that he was particularly greedy, but he was genuinely hungry. Not many. Maybe 50 or 60. Is that enough for you? The attendant spoke with a teasing tone. That should suffice. Do you have a bag? Lin Jianguo knew without thinking that his family seldom had meat, apart from fish. He had only recently managed to secure some wild boar meat, which he intended to conserve for the future. Thinking of Lin Zhaozhao and Lin Jiefeng, Lin Jianguo felt a wave of sadness. Today, he must ensure they are well fed with these large meat buns. The attendant widened her eyes, looking at Lin Jianguo. I say, young comrade, you may be youthful, but your words carry weight. Do you have any idea how much 5 steamers of buns? Before she could finish, Lin Jianguo had already taken out his money. A thick stack of over 20 large bills. The attendant immediately fell silent, her expression shifting to a smile. Not a problem. Please wait a moment while I fetch a bag. While the attendant went to get the bag, Lin Jianguo looked around and decided to buy 30 fried dough sticks and 40 tea eggs. By the time the attendant returned with the packed buns, Lin Jianguo had already devoured 3 tea eggs and 4 fried dough sticks. He was exceedingly hungry, eating rather quickly, causing him to choke and turn pale. This could be considered a delightful dilemma. Observing from the side, a wonton vendor quickly brought over a bowl of wontons. Lin Jianguo sat down and slurped the entire bowl, feeling satisfied at last. After handing over 2 large bills, collecting the change, Lin Jianguo placed the remaining food into his bicycle basket and mounted his bike. Instead of heading home directly, he rode to Luo Meijuan's house first. It was now around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and from the nearby village, wisps of smoke were rising from chimneys, except for Luo Meijuan's, which remained still. Lin Jianguo parked his bicycle in the woods and, carrying a bag of food, approached Luo Meijuan's door to knock. After a moment, the door opened, revealing a weary Luo Meijuan. "How is Xiaojun? Has he improved?" Lin Jianguo stepped into the yard as Luo Meijuan closed the door behind him. "Yes, much better. After you left, I took him to the clinic, where he received an injection and his fever has subsided. Now he is clamoring for food." They spoke as they made their way into the room. Inside, Xiaojun was holding a piece of cold sweet potato, eagerly stuffing it into his mouth. "Uncle Jianguo." Xiaojun greeted with politeness, visibly delighted to see Lin Jianguo. Luo Meijuan sighed softly, saying, "Today has been so hectic that I didn't have time to start a fire. Even if I had, it would have just been sweet potato." "What sweet potato?" Lin Jianguo's tone was calm, but internally he felt he was putting on a facade. He unloaded the bag from his shoulder onto the table, revealing a mountain of large meat buns. "Here, Xiaojun, help yourself." "Really, can I?" Xiaojun swallowed hard, stammering as he spoke. The large meat bun was a delicacy he could only occasionally savor during the lifetime of his father. He cast an inquiring glance at Luo Meijuan, who nodded in affirmation. Xiaojun picked up a substantial meat bun and took a gentle bite. Although he did not reach the meat filling, his face was alight with sheer ecstasy. Truly, it was delectable. "There is more." Lin Jianguo opened 2 additional bags, revealing youtiao and tea eggs, treats that Xiaojun could only gaze at longingly from a distance. Observing Xiaojun's delight, Luo Meijuan felt her eyes moisten. "Come here." While Xiaojun enjoys his bun, Lin Jianguo beckoned Luo Meijuan aside. "I have good news to share. Our golden-headed centipedes have sold, and at a commendable price. This is your reward." He produced 2 large bills from his pocket and handed them to Luo Meijuan. This is too much. I cannot accept it," she said, her cheeks flushing as she shook her head. She understood that a legitimate employee at a state-owned enterprise earns barely over 300 yuan a month. Having spent merely a day gathering a few centipedes, she felt unworthy of such a sum. Moreover, how much could 100 golden-headed centipedes possibly fetch? "Take it, or I shan't return." Lin Jianguo suddenly felt a sense of authority. "Surely, you do not want Xiaojun to subsist solely on sweet potatoes in the future." He placed the money firmly in Luo Meijuan's hand. "Jianguo, why are you so kind to me?" Luo Meijuan lowered her head, overwhelmed. Chapter 93. The matchmaker arrives. Lin Jianguo smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing. I'm just the kind of person who cannot bear to see others suffer. Besides, are we not classmates? The other day, I even had 2 of your sweet potatoes. It is only right to repay a couple of sweet potatoes with 2 large meat buns." As Lin Jianguo watched Xiaojun devour the meat buns with great enthusiasm, he was moved by the scene. "Take your time, don't choke," he cautioned, reaching for a large meat bun and handing it to the blushing Luo Meijuan. "Here, enjoy this meat bun from that renowned place on Dongdaiji." Lin Jianguo remained quite generous. "Do you fancy a meat bun?" Luo Meijuan, her face flushed, accepted the bun, took a delicate bite, and whispered, "Actually, I can make them too. My meat buns are quite delicious." "Ah, I didn't know you possessed such a skill," Lin Jianguo remarked, somewhat surprised, as this was not a region like Shaanxi or Hunan, where even the most unassuming person could excel in making dough-based delicacies. Lin Jianguo had witnessed firsthand how people from Chuanshan made dumplings by rolling out a large piece of dough into a pancake and using a glass to cut out the dumpling skins. Once you save a bit of money, you could open a bun shop. You'd surely make a fortune. Lin Jianguo took a large bite of his meat bun. He had to admit that the people of this era were quite sincere, untouched by the corruptions of a market economy. Take this meat bun, for instance. Although the filling was average, the ingredients were abundant. A single bite was filled with meat, far superior to the insipid buns of decades hence that would reveal no filling after a few bites. Luo Meijuan's face turned even redder. I really must be going." Lin Jianguo felt the humidity in the air, a clear indication that rain was imminent. A typhoon was approaching. Lin Jianguo asked Luo Meijuan to fetch a large basin, from which he divided 10 buns, 5 fried dough sticks, and 10 tea eggs for her. "This should be enough for you for 2 days. They say the typhoon will be severe in the coming days, so be cautious and try not to go out." As Lin Jianguo turned to leave, he suddenly remembered the medicine in his bag. He turned back and took out 2 packets of yin xiao san, saying, "This is traditional Chinese medicine I got from the pharmacy in the county. Remember to prepare it for Xiao Jun." After giving his instructions, Lin Jianguo slung his bag over his shoulder and stepped out. "Hey, Jianguo." Luo Meiwan called as she hurried after him. "When will you come again?" Lin Jianguo waved his hand and replied, "Soon. I will definitely come back in the next couple of days. I have to. Zheng Siming is waiting for the golden-headed centipede." Just the thought of this task gave Lin Jianguo a headache. It had originally seemed a straightforward matter, yet now it was complicated by the approaching typhoon. Though his relationship with Luo Meiwan wasn't particularly close. He had previously relied on her assistance due to his living situation with Chow Ho Hot, fearing that any leaks might affect his earnings. Now that they had separated, with his own mother still at home and his elder sister having little to do, such matters could easily be entrusted to them. However, given Luo Meiwan's current predicament, if he were to refuse her help, it would undoubtedly make her and Xiao Jun's lives quite difficult. He couldn't just stand by and watch. Furthermore, there were countless paths to wealth. This particular one was not of utmost concern to him. After all, they were people in his circle. If he could lend a hand, why not do so? Whistling cheerfully, Lin Jianguo rode his bicycle back home. Just as he dismounted, he heard an unfamiliar voice coming from the main room. As he wheeled his bike into the yard, Lin Zizao rushed over. "Brother, there's a matchmaker here," Lin Zizao whispered in Lin Jianguo's ear. "What? A matchmaker?" Lin Jianguo felt a surge of anger as memories of his recent humiliating experience resurfaced. That anger had not yet dissipated. Old Chui, standing nearby, quickly interjected, "She's not here to propose a marriage. She's here for Jiefeng." "Oh, what kind of family?" Lin Jianguo asked, curiosity piqued. "It's the Wu family," Old Chui replied in a low voice. "The Wu family? Which Wu family?" Lin Jianguo was taken aback. He knew every young person in Dongfeng village and its vicinity. They were all acquaintances, having engaged in fights and other activities in the past. It was a small area after all. It's that Wu family." Old Chui hesitated. "Are you saying?" Lin Jianguo suddenly recalled, and a wave of anger surged within him. He fell silent and stepped into the main room. On the dining table lay a collection of pastries, presumably brought by the matchmaker. "Oh, isn't this your son? He is quite handsome." A plump, jovial old woman in her 60s sat at the table, grinning broadly. "Where are my father and sister?" Lin Jianguo ignored the old matchmaker, scanning the room for Lin Tugan and Lin Jiefeng. "Your sister is shy and hiding away." The old matchmaker, quick with her words and thick-skinned, continued speaking despite Lin Jianguo's lack of response. "She's in the room, crying." Lin Zizao mumbled, "I don't know where your father has gone. He left me here all alone." She appeared quite flustered. "Actually, it doesn't matter. I'm here just to discuss a potential match and see if you're interested. To be frank, the Wu family is quite reputable. If Jiefeng marries there, she will surely enjoy a life of comfort and abundance." The old matchmaker pointed to the assortment of pastries on the table and said, "Look how generous they are. Such exquisite pastries are hard to come by. If Jiefeng marries into the Wu family, she would have these delicacies every day." Lin Jianguo cast a cold glance at the pastries and retorted, "Are you referring to Wu La from the Wu family on Luxia?" "Yes, indeed. He is honest and straightforward. Jiefeng would certainly not suffer." "Humph, he may not suffer, but can that fool even take care of himself?" Lin Jianguo shot back, without reservation. Wu La was born with a mental disability, what the villagers would refer to as a fool. Although the Wu family was well off, marrying his sister to such a person would ruin her life. The old matchmaker, sensing Lin Jianguo's anger, stood up and said, "If you're unwilling, then just say so without being so harsh. I'm merely speaking the truth. If Wu La were a good man, would he have waited until today for your family? Just look at the spread on this table. You probably haven't even tasted anything like it. Anyone capable of serving as a matchmaker in the village is no ordinary individual. They are all sharp-tongued and unyielding. Depart, take your nonsense with you, and leave me be." Lin Jianguo's eyes widened in indignation. "Humph, if you allow me to leave, do not come seeking my assistance again in the future." The old matchmaker, with a disdainful curl of her lips, persisted. "Who does not wish to marry a virtuous spouse? Who does not long to wed into a respectable family? Yet, given your family's circumstances, who is unaware? You do not even possess your own home. What substantial betrothal gifts could you possibly offer? Which reputable family would consider an alliance with the Lin family?" With a sudden motion, Lin Jianguo hurled his backpack to the ground, revealing dozens of still warm meat buns, along with several tea eggs, and fried dough sticks. The old matchmaker's eyes widened in astonishment. Although these items may not be particularly valuable, purchasing such a quantity in one go is indeed a rare feat for an ordinary person. Here, mother. This is my earnings for today, for you. Lin Jianguo produced more than 20 large bills from his pocket and slammed them onto the table. Instantly, the old matchmaker lost her temper and, gathering her belongings, left in a huff. Chapter 94. Where has Lin Tugan gone? After sending the matchmaker away, Lin Jianguo entered Lin Jiafeng's room. Lin Jiafeng was still lying under the covers, sobbing softly. Lin Jianguo found himself at a loss for words. The proverb "the poor do not choose their spouses" bears truth. Regardless of whether one is a man or a woman, lacking wealth invites disdain. A timeless truth indeed. At 24 or 25, Lin Jiafeng was considered an older unmarried woman in their fishing village, a stark contrast to the future when women of such age would still proudly identify as girls. Malnutrition in her youth had left her emaciated, her hair a dull yellow. Yet, Lin Jianguo knew that his sister was the kindest soul in the world. Anyone fortunate enough to marry her would be truly blessed. "Sister, please stop crying," Lin Jianguo urged gently. "Leave me be, just go." Lin Jiafeng sat up, facing the wall. Though she had stifled her sobs, her shoulders still trembled slightly. "Rest assured, I will ensure you have a splendid wedding," Lin Jianguo declared after a moment of silence. "Brother, I do not blame you, nor our parents. I only lament my own misfortune. Fate can be altered. Even a salted fish can turn over one day, let alone you and me," Lin Jianguo reassured her. Understanding that it was more crucial to focus on earning money, he turned back to the main room, where Chaos Wei was staring blankly at the more than 200 yuan on the table. "Jianguo, we are a respectable family. We cannot engage in illegal activities." Chaos Wei trembled as she spoke. "Mother, what are you saying? I earned this through hard work," Lin Jianguo replied with a smile. It was understandable for his mother to worry. Money was hard to come by, and it was indeed rare for such a sum to arrive so swiftly. "But can you tell me how you acquired this money?" Chaos Wei asked, still concerned. "I cannot disclose that." Lin Jianguo shook his head decisively. With the household being so talkative, his father's penchant for drink, and the occasional visits from friends, Lin Jianguo was not afraid of their knowing, but rather the possibility of loose tongues revealing secrets. "However, I assure you, this money is entirely legitimate," he added, choosing to say no more. He then handed some buns and fried dough to Lin Jiao and packed a few for old Chui. "Delicious. This white flour is exquisite," old Chui exclaimed, stuffing a large meat bun into his mouth with a look of utter satisfaction. Lin Jiao, sitting nearby, was equally engrossed in her meal, silently devouring her food. "In my youth in the northeast, my mother, being from Shandong, loved making dough-based dishes, buns, dumplings, steamed bread, all were delectable." At that moment, old Chui felt that life had treated him fairly. Although he had wandered far from home and thought he would be forever alone after his only brother was taken across the strait, everything changed upon meeting Lin Jianguo. Not only did he gain a delightful companion in Lin Jiao, but the Lin family had also treated him with kindness. During his solitary days, he barely managed to scrape by with meager meals, but now, each meal was prepared for him, his clothes washed. Lin Jianguo had a knack for improving their lives. "I am content," old Chui thought, pulling a clove of garlic from somewhere, peeling it in his palm, and popping it into his mouth, savoring the flavor against the bun. Lin Jiao wrinkled her nose and stepped away. "Uncle Chui, where is my father? A typhoon is approaching, and Lin Tugan has vanished," she inquired. "I don't know. He left early this morning without saying a word," old Chui replied, continuing to chew his bun. "I'm back." Just then, the door swung open, revealing Lin Tugan carrying an empty bucket. "Father," Lin Jianguo called out. "Come inside." Lin Tugan wore a smile that puzzled Lin Jianguo as he followed him into the main room. Upon seeing the buns and fried dough on the table, Lin Tugan paused, then silently grabbed a large meat bun and began to eat. "I was starving," he exclaimed after devouring 2 buns. "Father seems a bit different today," Lin Jianguo mused. Despite always being the family's punching bag, Lin Tugan had always cared deeply for his children. In the past, during times of poverty, he would hardly touch any treats, always leaving them for his children. Yet today was evidently different. Lin Tugan's clothes were soaked through. He took off his shoes and stood barefoot on the floor, pulling out a wad of money from his pocket and tossing it onto the table. "Old lady, keep this 200 yuan safe. Do not spend it recklessly. We'll need money for building a house, and when it's time for Jianguo to marry, We must also prepare a dowry for Jiefeng. He then scooped Lin Zhaozhao into his arms, smiling broadly. Zhaozhao should start school soon. Chaos Wei was bewildered. What is happening? What play are these two acting out? If I didn't know better, I would think the Lin family had suddenly become wealthy. In just one day, the father and son had each brought home over 200 yuan, equivalent to 400 or 500 yuan. Chaos Wei had never held so much money in her life and felt a sudden surge of anxiety. Where should they store such a sum? Would thieves come to their home? Should they deposit it in a bank? She had never set foot in a bank, as her money had never exceeded 50 yuan. She often passed by banks, gazing at the large sign outside, envisioning the piles of cash inside. Filled with trepidation, she had longed to enter and explore, yet had never dared. But now they had money. After consuming 2 meat buns, Lin Tugan urged Lin Jianguo to sit down. Jianguo, I need to clarify something with you. Please do not blame your father. Lin Tugan, having satisfied his hunger, lit a cigarette. What is it? I should be happy that you are earning money. Why would I blame you? Lin Jianguo responded, feeling somewhat perplexed. Today, seeing that the typhoon would not arrive soon, I made another trip to Mouse Mountain, Lin Tugan said slowly. Understanding dawned on Lin Jianguo. Lin Tugan continued, that day at Mouse Mountain. You mentioned telling others, and I asked you not to. Father confesses, he harbors selfish intentions. Had you raised a commotion back then, everyone would have known. The muscles on Mouse Mountain are indeed commendable, albeit inexpensive. Your willingness to lead others in foraging is already commendable. On my recent visit, I gathered over 100 jin of yen Zhejiang, selling them for more than 200 yuan. Jianguo, I hope you do not hold it against me. Lin Tugen lifted his gaze towards Lin Jianguo, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. It is not that I lack loyalty, but our family is in dire need of money. Lin Tugen's emotions were somewhat heightened, his voice a shade somber. Indeed, father, I understand. Lin Jianguo sighed inwardly. Lin Tugen's actions were born from a place of necessity. Chapter 95. Seeking wealth amidst danger. The ancient adage, a man of little means harbors little ambition, while a lean horse grows long hair, holds profound truth. Lin Tugen has endured a lifetime of suffering, poverty, and fear. Though Lin Jianguo has never broached the subject, he understands that if the circumstances of the past were to resurface, Lin Tugen would likely lack the heart to save others. The once simple and kind Lin Tugen has transformed over the years. Battered by the harsh realities of society, no longer resembling the youth he once was. Father, I comprehend. I also empathize with you. This matter shall remain between us. Let us treat it as if it does not exist. Lin Jianguo's voice quivered as he recalled the grievances his father had endured throughout the years. Lin Tugen remained silent, yet it was evident that his eyes glistened with unshed tears. What words of comfort could surpass the understanding of one's own son? Even though his actions may not have been entirely honorable, his son resolutely stood by his side. Chao, observing the enigmatic exchange between the father and son, inquired with confusion, "What are you two discussing?" "Such matters are beyond your concern," Lin Tugen replied, rising to pour a cup of aged liquor, which he then handed to Lin Jianguo. The latter felt a surge of emotion. Fully aware that this gesture signified his father's acknowledgement, affirming that in Lin Tugen's heart, he had become a true man. Henceforth, he would no longer occupy the position of a dependent son, but rather that of a pillar of the family. Lin Jianguo accepted the liquor and downed it in one gulp. "I am weary and shall rest for a while." Lin Tugen had been busy for much of the day, and his body had yet to fully recover, leaving him fatigued. "By the way, father," Lin Jianguo called out to Lin Tugen, "could you tell me when it will rain?" This was Lin Jianguo's greatest concern. He had promised Zheng Siming that he would procure a sufficient quantity of gold-headed centipedes within 3 days. However, if a typhoon were to strike, that plan would be thwarted. Without turning back, Lin Tugen took a deep breath and said, "The air is already stifling. It will certainly rain within the hour. This storm will be substantial, and you are not to venture out to sea until it passes." With that, Lin Tugen leisurely retreated to his room to rest. "Understood," Lin Jianguo responded, watching his father's silhouette disappear. He turned to Chao and said, "Mother, I am going to return the bicycle to Wangbao." "Very well, be swift in your return, and do not let the rain catch you," she replied. Lin Jianguo nodded, turned, and exited the room, stealthily grabbing a water bucket before pushing the bicycle out the door. Upon leaving, Lin Jianguo did not head to Wangbao's, but instead made his way directly to Huayo Beach. Seeking fortune amidst peril was an unavoidable endeavor. With a typhoon imminent, once it commenced, it would not cease for at least 3 to 5 days. Even if it did subside, the subsequent flooding would likely render the traps he had set on Wugong Ji into mere puddles. To devise new traps for capturing centipedes would take no less than 10 to 8 days. To earn the money promised by Zheng Siming, one must be willing to pay the price. Having spent his life at sea, Lin Tugan possessed considerable insight into predicting typhoons. Now, his father had stated that the margin of error would not exceed 15 minutes within the hour. Rowing to Wugong Ji would take approximately 1 hour round trip. At this moment, Lin Jianguo could only hope that the typhoon would not strike too violently, granting him some time. Upon arriving at Hoao, Lin Jianguo tossed his bicycle into the underbrush and noticed that his small boat had already been dragged ashore by his father. He rushed over and began hauling the boat toward the sea. The air was oppressively hot, and not a single water bird could be seen in the sky. The waves on the surface of the sea were minimal, a testament to the calm before the storm. With great effort, Lin Jianguo finally managed to pull the boat into the water, leaping aboard and paddling toward Wugong Ji. Fortune seemed to be on his side, as the weather remained unchanged upon his arrival. He secured the small boat firmly to the shore and, clutching the water bucket, hurried toward the traps he had set. "Do not let me down," Lin Jianguo silently implored as he sprinted to the first trap. "My goodness," Lin Jianguo exclaimed, unable to suppress a curse. What had once been a well-constructed trap was now a chaotic mess. The covering of straw mats and broken tiles was nowhere to be seen. Footprints surrounded the trap. Feathers that should have been within the trap were scattered everywhere. "Damn it, just wait until I deal with you." Recognizing the footprints, Lin Jianguo surmised they belonged to a wild boar's offspring, which had likely been foraging for food on Wugong Ji and had caught the scent of the feathers, thus uprooting the trap. Naturally, there was nothing in the trap except for feathers. With no time to dwell on his frustrations, Lin Jianguo dashed to the second trap based on his memory. It bore the same unfortunate fate. "Are you avenging your mother?" Lin Jianguo thought bitterly. "Are you deliberately trying to kill me on this stormy day?" He kept these thoughts to himself, pushing onward. In his recollection, he had dug 5 or 6 traps on Wugong Ji. Now, 2 were already ruined. Lin Jianguo felt a sense of bewilderment and urgency. A gust of wind arose, causing the trees nearby to sway violently. The wind had picked up. He needed to act quickly. The gusts tossed the trees around, and the island's foliage danced wildly in the wind. "Where have my traps gone?" Lin Jianguo steadied himself, scanning the area until he finally spotted the third trap. The location was poorly chosen. It was a sunlit slope, not a favored haunt for gold-headed centipedes. Although it had not been destroyed, the catch was meager, only 3 or 4 centipedes, each merely 10 centimeters long. A thief does not leave empty-handed. I shall take what I can. Now adept at capturing centipedes, Lin Jianguo swiftly secured one. "These traps are of no use," he muttered. "There is no need to reset them. Once this storm passes, I shall start anew." The fourth trap yielded a decent catch, netting a dozen centipedes. By the time Lin Jianguo reached the 5th trap, dusk had already begun to settle in. Unbeknownst to anyone, dark clouds loomed over the sea like imposing mountains. It was still afternoon, yet the sky bore the semblance of twilight. This trap was situated on the shadowy slope, where visibility was severely limited, and the pit was cluttered with chicken feathers and branches, rendering it difficult to discern what lay within. Suddenly, a thunderous clap reverberated through the heavens, and a bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, illuminating the entire realm. The brilliance of the lightning revealed the trap. Lin Jianguo's eyes widened in astonishment. "Good heavens! This is a fortune!" The pit was teeming with clusters of golden-headed centipedes. These golden-headed centipedes intertwined and coiled around one another. Even more exhilarating for Lin Jianguo was the sight of at least 5 centipedes within the pit, each exceeding 20 centimeters in length. These were no mere centipedes. They were, indeed, a treasure. Just at that moment, the torrential rain from the heavens finally descended.